Traversing through the world of Journey to the West, Lin Ming found himself as an intern soldier in the Heavenly River Navy, surrounded by comrades endowed with powerful techniques, divine abilities, and unique physiques, while he stood impoverished and devoid of any advantages. Fortunately, he awakened the 996 overtime system. With this system in hand, the world was his to command. Ding! Upon reaching just 1 minute of work, a reward package was bestowed upon him. Cards to enhance his cultivation. Cards to elevate his celestial techniques. Various other rewards awaited him. As Marshal Tianpeng passed by, Come, don't hurry away. Allow me a moment to benefit. The water spirit body and the nine-toothed rake were now his to claim. With Sun Wukong wreaking havoc in the heavens, he thought, let me borrow that indestructible body for a while. Embracing the 996 overtime system was indeed delightful. In this realm of Journey to the West, he aspired to reign supreme, as Lin Ming endeavored to carve his path through this fantastical world. Chapter 1. The Blessing of 996. The Heavenly River Navy, prepare for patrol. With a commanding shout echoing across the naval training ground, a battalion of newly enlisted soldiers adorned in golden helmets and armor, their feet resting upon clouds, set forth with vigor, flanked by a chorus of birds, heading to their respective patrol stations. Among the ranks, however, Lin Ming, an ordinary soldier, wore a troubled expression, starkly contrasting the fervor of his fellow soldiers. By mere appearance, apart from his looks, he seemed no different from the others, only he understood the truth of his predicament. He was a traveler from another world. Just days prior, he had been a mere cog in the machine of the society on Blue Star, laboring under the oppressive 996 work system, and after a month of relentless overtime, he had succumbed to a sudden demise, inexplicably finding himself in the world of Journey to the West, now a soldier of the Celestial Army. Having assimilated the memories of the original owner and reflecting upon his circumstances over the past few days, his heart was heavy with despair. Currently, in the world of Journey to the West, Sun Wukong has not yet stirred chaos in the heavens. I recall that the Celestial Court dispatched countless soldiers to subdue him. This means being a celestial soldier is about to become the most perilous occupation. I cannot remain a celestial soldier. I must devise a plan to escape and become a loose immortal instead. Within the 33 layers of the celestial realm, apart from the exalted beings, ordinary immortals fell into two categories: celestial guards and loose immortals. To put it plainly, one has a position while the other does not. Celestial guards, as expected, follow the celestial court's commands, enjoying its benefits, with the higher-ranked guards reaping even greater rewards. Loose immortals, however, lack any official status and enjoy no benefits. As long as they do not violate celestial laws, they are free from constraints. Yet, the majority of cultivation resources in the celestial realm are monopolized by the celestial court, making it exceedingly difficult for loose immortals to acquire them through their own means. Upon entering the celestial realm, every immortal aspires to elevate their cultivation level. Most loose immortals yearn to secure a position and join the ranks of the Celestial Guards. The selection process for Celestial Guards is notably rigorous, as candidates are evaluated based on their innate qualities, resilience, sect affiliation, and other factors before being chosen for the preparatory camp. Reflecting on this, Lin Ming could not help but envision his own ascent to the celestial realm over the centuries, where he, as a loose immortal without a sect, faced oppression from various factions. After numerous attempts to qualify for the Celestial Guard selection, he had consistently been rejected due to his inadequate foundation. Before his traversal, he had exhausted all his cultivation resources to secure a connection with the Celestial Guard squad leader responsible for evaluations. Finally passing the test and being assigned to the Heavenly River Navy as an intern soldier. What a waste! Lin Ming silently cursed himself. What a true squanderer! Though cultivating as a loose immortal is challenging, it still allows one to preserve their life. Becoming a celestial soldier, however, would mean turning into cannon fodder when Sun Wukong stirs chaos in the heavens. The mere thought of Sun Wukong's prowess sent a shiver down his spine. That would lead to a complete loss of both wealth and life. Others who traverse worlds often possess golden fingers for protection. I have been here for several days without any such advantage. Remaining here is far too dangerous. No, I must find a way to leave this place quickly. And I must do so soon. Who knows when that Sun Wukong will come to create havoc in the heavens. If I wait until he arrives, it will be far too late to escape. As these thoughts consumed him, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. The 996 blessing system has been activated. We hope you endeavor to work overtime and realize the benefits of 996. What? The 996 blessing system? And the 996 blessing? Bah! To hell with your 996 blessing. I perished due to the 996 system back on Blue Star. And now I must work overtime in this world of journey to the west. Lin Ming could scarcely believe his ears after waiting for days. This was the reward he received. It was truly the greatest joke he had encountered since arriving here. Just as he wallowed in despair, the system's functionalities manifested in his mind. The 996 blessing system, in essence, was an overtime system that would reward the host upon meeting certain work hour requirements. Following the introduction of its features, a virtual panel appeared before him, displaying his personal information. Host, Lin Ming. Realm, human immortal first rank. Cultivation technique, carefree technique, common grade. Celestial treasure, none. Celestial technique, none. Treasure chest, none. Workplace, celestial court. Position, intern soldier of the Heavenly River Navy. Work hours, 0. Gazing at this system data, Lin Ming could only shake his head. It was rather dismal. Apart from having reached the human immortal realm, he was utterly lacking in all other aspects. Ding! Detected that the host is within work hours. Would you like to clock in immediately? Clock in for work. Host has successfully clocked and work hours are now being calculated. Lin Ming watched as the work hours on the virtual panel began to increment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 59 seconds. A minute had swiftly elapsed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your accumulated work time has reached 1 minute. Would you like to claim your onboarding gift package now? Claim it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a 100-year cultivation talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a high-grade celestial technique, human immortal decision. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a first-turn golden pill of human immortal elixir. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the high-grade celestial technique, heavenly eye. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the high-grade celestial armor, human immortal armor. A cascade of notifications resonated in Lin Ming's ears, and in that moment, he felt it was the most exquisite sound in the world. Before him, the attribute panel revealed several items had appeared in the treasure chest. A 100-year cultivation talisman, the human immortal decision, a first-turn golden pill, the heavenly eye, the human immortal armor. Every single one was present. Is this the golden finger? This is simply exhilarating. Gazing at the items within the treasure chest, Lin Ming's eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement. The 996 system is truly delightful. Had he not been in formation, he would have laughed out loud. Without hesitation, he utilized every item except for the human immortal armor. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have successfully cultivated the human immortal decision. Congratulations, host. You have used the first-turn golden pill, gaining 50 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have successfully cultivated the celestial technique, heavenly eye. Chapter 2. The novice gift package. As Lin Ming exhausted his novice rewards, the attribute panel before him underwent a transformation. Host, Lin Ming. Realm, second rank, human immortal. Cultivation method, carefree technique, common grade, human immortal decision, superior grade. Celestial treasures, none. Celestial arts, heavenly eye. Treasure chest, human immortal armor, superior, celestial artifact. Workplace, heavenly court. Position, intern soldier of the Heavenly River Navy. Work duration, 1 minute 20 seconds. How exhilarating. Initially contemplating how to resign from his position in the Heavenly River Navy, Lin Ming's thoughts took a decisive turn. With his system at my disposal, my cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds in a short time. Even if I cannot match that Monkey King, I still possess a fair chance of survival against him. Indeed, that is the plan. Just as he solidified his resolve, a voice called out to him. Lin Ming, looking in the direction of the call, he saw it was his squad leader. In the structure of the Heavenly River Navy, 10 soldiers formed a team, led by a squad leader. The leader of Lin Ming's squad was Cheng Jie, a being of Earth immortal rank. Present, Lin Ming responded. Lin Ming, I notice your mind seems unsettled. Are you finding the patrol duty too tedious? Before Lin Ming could reply, Cheng Jie continued. Lin Ming, you have only just joined the Heavenly River Navy as an intern soldier. You must understand that the Heavenly Court has its rules. Our Heavenly River Navy, as a vital force of the Heavenly Court, bears the glorious responsibility of exterminating great demons. In the future, everyone may have the chance to partake in such endeavors, but it requires opportunity. Under the pressure of the Heavenly Court, most great demons have already submitted, while the few remaining defiers have long been reduced to ashes beneath our armored might. Newly emerged great demons are scarce, yet our celestial guards possess long lifespans. The task of suppressing these demons will eventually fall upon us. Do not underestimate this patrol duty. Although it may seem minor, the responsibility is immense. The peace of the three realms, heaven, earth, and humanity relies on us. Without our celestial soldiers to maintain order, chaos would have long ensued. Moreover, while executing patrol duties, we can also earn Heavenly Court points. Each day, we can at least gain 1 point. For the masses of the Heavenly Court, points can be exchanged for cultivation resources, such as cultivation methods, various elixirs, divine weapons, and artifacts with enough points. You can acquire them all within the Heavenly Court. For you intern soldiers, these points are invaluable. After 3 months, the Heavenly River Navy will assess your strength and the number of points earned to determine whether you will be offered a permanent position. Only those who meet certain cultivation and point thresholds can officially remain within the Heavenly River Navy, becoming true members. Should your points or strength fall short, you will find yourself unable to remain in the most illustrious division of the Heavenly Court, and you shall be expelled from the Heavenly River Navy. Let me add, anyone who joins our Heavenly River Navy has only 1 chance. If you miss it, there will never be another opportunity to enter again. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming immediately grasped the implications. He quickly nodded in agreement, deliberately displaying a yearning expression as he spoke. Sir, I understand. I will perform my patrol duties diligently and strive to earn more points. Good. That's the spirit. Seeing his words had the desired effect, Cheng Jie nodded in satisfaction. Let us continue onward. Along the way, I will share some important points to heed. Under Cheng Jie's leadership, Lin Ming and the others resumed their patrol journey. During the patrol, the system's voice echoed in Lin Ming's ears repeatedly. Congratulations, host. Your accumulated work time has reached 2 minutes, randomly granting you 3 years of cultivation rewards. Congratulations, host. Your accumulated work time has reached 3 minutes, randomly granting you 2 years of cultivation rewards. Congratulations, host. Your accumulated work time has reached 4 minutes, randomly granting you 5 years of cultivation rewards. The continuous stream of notifications filled Lin Ming with immense joy. Each passing minute granted him varying amounts of cultivation time, naturally enhancing his prowess by 1 to 10 years. Feeling the surge of strength within him, he couldn't help but exclaim internally, "This system is simply marvelous. Just by working, I can continuously elevate my cultivation. No wonder it is called the 996 blessing system. I want 996. I want to reap the blessings 996 is truly delightful." This is the designated starting point for our patrol. Cheng Jie brought them to the surveillance location and, while explaining, produced a mirror of luminous celestial quality. This is the demon spotting mirror. Shortly, you will take turns wielding it, channeling your spiritual energy. If demonic traces appear within the mirror, it indicates our moment to act. Gazing at the demon spotting mirror, curiosity sparkled in the eyes of the group. Evidently, none of them had previously encountered a celestial artifact. Xiao San, you go first. When your spiritual energy is nearly depleted, pass it to the next person. Cheng Jie casually designated the closest Xiao San, handing the demon spotting mirror to him. Yes, sir. Xiao San acknowledged, took the mirror, and infused it with spiritual energy. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot forth from the mirror, piercing through the thick clouds and directly illuminating the lower realm. Almost at the moment the mirror activated, Xiao San's expression changed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. We move. Our task today is to patrol 1 celestial mile. As Cheng Jie finished his sentence, Lin Ming once again heard the system's voice. Ding! The system has detected a work task issued by the superior. Patrol 1 celestial mile within 1 celestial day. Does the host accept this work task? Once accepted, it cannot be retracted. Upon completion, a work task reward package will be granted. Failure to complete, it will result in system penalties. Please make your decision within 3 seconds. 3. The system's voice concluded, commencing a countdown. A work task. Such a straightforward assignment also rewarded a corresponding package. With just the mere mention of 3, Lin Ming resolutely declared in his heart. System, I accept the work task. Ding! Work task successfully received. As the system's voice faded, a line of text appeared on Lin Ming's panel. Work task 1. Details. Patrol 1 celestial mile within 1 celestial day. Task duration, 24 celestial hours. Task status, in progress. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Who's next? Just as Lin Ming reviewed the task details, Xiao San's urgent call reached his ears. Chapter 3. Overtime Application. So soon, Lin Ming could hardly believe it. From the moment Xiao San activated the demon-spotting mirror to its conclusion, they had barely covered 5 steps. Has he truly exhausted all his spiritual energy? To become a celestial guard, one must at least possess the first rank of human immortal. It seems this celestial artifact consumes spiritual energy excessively. No wonder the captain assigned them a patrol of only 1 celestial mile. Contemplating this, Lin Ming showed no signs of hesitation on his face and swiftly spoke. Give it to me, I shall take over. This declaration caught Cheng Jie's attention, who was about to designate someone else, prompting him to nod in agreement, signaling Xiao San to pass the demon-spotting mirror to Lin Ming. Here you go. As Lin Ming received the mirror from Xiao San, he felt an immediate heaviness in his form. The Mirror of Demons truly deserves its title as a celestial treasure. It is heavier than I had anticipated. Without any urging from him, an inherent force emanated from the mirror, drawing forth the celestial energy from his being like a flowing stream, and the golden light upon the mirror rekindled. It reflected all that transpired in the realm below. The rate at which my spiritual energy is depleting is alarmingly swift. It seems that Xiao San could only endure for less than 5 steps. I fear I won't be able to last much longer. Make haste. Lin Ming dared not linger in indecision, swiftly advancing forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 6 steps. As Lin Ming reached the 6th step, admiration flickered in Xiao San's gaze. 10 steps. When Lin Ming reached the 10th step, he sensed that his internal celestial energy was nearly exhausted. And just as he was about to pass the mirror to the next individual, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. Your work time has accumulated to 5 minutes, granting you a random reward of 10 years of cultivation. Before his eyes, the system interface transformed once more. Host, Lin Ming. Realm, 3rd rank, Celestial Immortal. Cultivation technique, Carefree Art Common, Celestial Immortal Formula Upper Grade. Celestial Treasure, None. Celestial Technique, Heavenly Eye. Treasure Chest, Celestial Armor Upper Grade, Celestial Artifact. Workplace, Heavenly Court. Position, Intern Soldier of the Heavenly River Navy. Work time, 5 minutes 01 seconds. His cultivation precisely ascended to the 3rd rank of Celestial Immortality. And another surge of celestial energy flooded within him, enhancing his absorption rate of the surrounding celestial energy. Step. Lin Ming advanced yet again. A flicker of astonishment appeared in Cheng Jie's eyes. The others, however, remained indifferent. 15 steps. Upon reaching the 15th step, Lin Ming realized that his spiritual energy could no longer keep pace with the consumption of the mirror. Not one to overexert himself, he declared. Next, who will take over? Give it to me. A celestial guard standing beside Lin Ming raised a hand to receive it. Lin Ming relinquished the mirror, immediately calming himself and circulating the celestial immortal formula to restore his celestial energy. 5 steps. In merely 5 steps, that individual could no longer endure and passed it on to another. Soon, 10 celestial guards had taken their turns. Aside from Lin Ming, the furthest any of the others had managed was only 9.5 steps, just shy of 10. At this moment, the celestial guards, who had previously felt indifferent to Lin Ming's accomplishment of 15 steps, began to realize their oversight, their faces betraying envy. All were newly appointed celestial guards. Under normal circumstances, these ordinary guards possess cultivation levels around the first rank of celestial immortality. Occasionally, a few at the second rank were remarkable. Yet Lin Ming, who had already reached the 3rd rank, had the potential to distinguish himself among the celestial guards. Little did they know that even greater surprises awaited. During the subsequent patrols, Lin Ming, while wielding the Mirror of Demons, advanced at least 1 step further with each rotation, and this pattern persisted. The distance covered in his first rotation represented his cultivation. The distances in subsequent rotations signified his progress. As the rotations continued, the familiar sound of the system finally resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed work task 1, earning a work gift pack. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 basic copy card. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 basic copy card. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 basic copy card. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 basic copy card. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 basic copy card. The chimes echoed several times, leaving Lin Ming momentarily questioning his hearing. Had the system learned to repeat itself? His gaze swiftly swept to the system panel. In the treasure chest section, it clearly displayed Basic Copy Card 5. It further elaborated on the card's function. Basic Copy Card. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, there is a certain probability of copying the techniques, abilities, physique, and cultivation of others. How astonishing! Upon reading this explanation, excitement gleamed in Lin Ming's eyes. In the world of Journey to the West, every formidable being possesses their own unique traits. For instance, Sun Wukong's 72 transformations, his fiery eyes, and his ancient multicolored primordial body, all these elements contribute to his title as the great sage equal to heaven. Likewise, the ancient primordial body, the bodies of divine demons, and the indestructible body, among others. If he could appropriate those extraordinary physiques or techniques, then even if he merely lounged about, he could attain the cultivation of a sage in no time. However, this basic copy card can only replicate the cultivation techniques within a kilometer radius. Currently, I am merely a soldier of the heavenly river. What opportunities do I have to approach the vicinity of such powerful beings? Not to mention acquiring their cultivation techniques or unique physiques. This poses a significant dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ming recognized that this was an unresolved issue for now. The only viable course of action was to rapidly elevate his own cultivation, thereby attracting the attention of those great beings. Only then would he have a chance to draw near them. As they reached the end of their patrol, they had not encountered any demons in the vicinity. Sheng Jie waved his hand and called out, "Today's patrol concludes here. Let us return." "Captain," Lin Ming quickly called out to him, "will there be additional tasks for us upon our return?" "None. We patrol once a day. The rest of the time is for self-training," Sheng Jie answered without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming felt a pang of urgency. Did that not imply that he would soon enter off-duty hours? His was the 996 fortune system, and it was evident from the name that the longer one worked, the better the rewards would be. Returning now would mean forfeiting potential rewards. This was not the outcome Lin Ming wished to see. He hastily implored, "Captain, I am not fatigued. I can train while on duty. Please assign me additional tasks, so that I may continue." Chapter 4. The Puzzlement of the Curtain. On the side of the curtain, there was not much to discuss. As for Chang'e, that was another matter entirely. Marshal Tianpeng's drunken antics with Chang'e were no trivial matter. However, the Moon Laurel Divine Tree, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, resided in the palace of Guanghan. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. To engage with the immortal Chang'e seemed somewhat perilous, fundamentally contradicting his principle of surviving by adhering to the path of kingship. Perhaps, at this very moment, the Jade Emperor was racking his brain to devise a means of banishing him to the mortal realm. He wore a frown, feeling more despondent than if he had ingested something foul. Cursed system. It could have been clearer from the outset. Was this not leading him into a fiery abyss? Damn it, that wretched system. He mentally cursed the ancestors of the system. Summoning several guards, he instructed them to prepare the carriage. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to procure the water-controlling treasure. Lin Xian glanced at the attendant waiting nearby and spoke. Yes. The attendant bowed slightly and promptly withdrew. After some contemplation, Lin Xian had formed a concept regarding the management of the Heavenly River. The Yuan Heavenly Fire Array was under the command of General Curtin. General Curtin led the Jade Emperor's ceremonial procession, and the fire source within the glass lamp originated from the heavenly fire of this array. The dams constructed by Marshal Tianpeng to govern the Heavenly River were as solid as treasures, forged with the scorching flames of this heavenly fire, enabling them to resist the stellar forces within the waters of the Heavenly River. As for the moon laurel divine powder, the tale was quite absurd. Wu Gang, the guardian of Chang'e, had violated heavenly edicts and was punished by the Jade Emperor to chop down the moon laurel divine tree. Yet, the tree in the palace of Guanghan possessed extraordinary regenerative capabilities, and no matter how hard Wu Gang tried, he could not fell it. The splinters scattered around became the moon laurel divine powder, an essential material for constructing the dam. The next morning, Lin Xian sighed, alas, I have yet to become an immortal. I feel no sense of security wherever I go. The external world was fraught with uncertainties. Had it not been for the title of Marshal Tianpeng, he might have already met his demise. Utilizing his cultivation, Lin Xian, with a sense of resignation, expended the last of his 10,000 years of cultivation energy. As before, an aura circulated around him, rapidly elevating his cultivation level. From the pinnacle of the transformation spirit stage to the initial stage of the refinement void, then to the mid-stage, and finally reaching the peak of the refinement void. His cultivation broke through directly, attaining the initial stage of harmonization. At this moment, his cultivation stagnated. It was evident that the higher the level, the greater the demand for cultivation energy. Previously, 10,000 years of cultivation energy allowed Lin Xian to leap several major realms, but this time, he had only traversed one realm, which felt insufficient. Marshal, your carriage is ready, a voice from outside announced. Lin Xian acknowledged and commanded a few maidservants to assist him in donning his attire before stepping outside. First, he would visit the Curtin General's residence. Yes, two tall, snow-white celestial steeds pulled a silver-gray carriage, which suddenly transformed into a streak of silver light, racing toward the heavenly court. After approximately 2 hours, Lin Xian's carriage arrived at the entrance of the Curtin General's residence. Following an announcement, a burly man clad in black armor hurried out. I pay my respects to Marshal Tianpeng. The man, sporting a thick black beard, knelt before Lin Xian. Please rise, General Curtin. Lin Xian replied with a faint smile as he disembarked from the carriage. Upon entering the Curtin General's residence, Lin Xian found the reception to be quite cordial. Observing the rugged exterior of General Curtin, Lin Xian felt a twinge of surprise. This man, seemingly a rough fellow, was responsible for overseeing the delicate task of managing the glass lamps. It was no wonder that one day, General Curtin would shatter a glass lamp. Contemplating that General Curtin would also face demotion in the future, Lin Xian felt a pang of sympathy. After the formalities, before Lin Xian could speak, General Curtin smiled and clasped his hands. Marshal Tianpeng, have you come to borrow the Yuan Heavenly Fire Array? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. General Curtin was quite straightforward. He nodded in affirmation. Indeed, General Curtin nodded but did not immediately hand over the array to Lin Xian. Lin Xian's brow furrowed. In previous years, Marshal Tianpeng would personally come to borrow the array, and General Curtin would promptly offer the treasure. However, this time, General Curtin hesitated. Lin Xian felt displeased and mused. Could it be that General Curtin is aware of the impending calamity from the journey to the west and harbors ulterior motives? Yet soon, noticing Lin Xian's displeasure, General Curtin hastily explained, Marshal, to borrow the Yuan Heavenly Fire Array, I must report to the Jade Emperor first. How long will it take? Lin Xian countered. Marshal, please wait here for a moment while I personally make a trip to the Lingxiao Palace to inform the Jade Emperor, General Curtin replied. With no other choice, Lin Xian resigned himself to wait patiently. Within the Lingxiao Palace, The deities were still discussing matters concerning the impending calamity. As General Curtin arrived, he overheard snippets of their conversation regarding the stone monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain and the news of a second calamity bearer under the jurisdiction of the North Pole Emperor. Is chaos about to ensue once more? General Curtin pondered, feeling a sense of vigilance. Upon seeing the Jade Emperor, General Curtin immediately knelt in reverence. "I pay my respects to your majesty." "Rise," the Jade Emperor replied indifferently. General Curtin stood and recounted the details of Marshal Tianpeng's request to borrow the Yuan Heavenly Fire Array. "Marshal Tianpeng is quite diligent. I issued the decree only yesterday. And here he is acting promptly today. Well done," the Jade Emperor remarked with evident approval. The other deities echoed their agreement. Although Taishang Laojun had mentioned the origins of the second calamity bearer, it seemed no one associated this identity with Marshal Tianpeng. Rather, they praised his conscientiousness. "General Curtin, heed the command," the Jade Emperor continued. "Grant the Yuan Heavenly Fire Array to Marshal Tianpeng. The heavenly fire within the glass lamp can burn for 7 days, and he must ensure its return before the flames are extinguished." "As you command," General Curtin replied, bowing slightly before departing. Exiting the southern heavenly gate, he made his way directly to his residence. "Marshal, please follow me to the heaven and earth altar to retrieve the array," General Curtin said upon his return. Lin Xian's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly followed him to the heaven and earth altar. In a certain part of the heavenly palace, a colossal altar floated. The area was heavily guarded, and upon seeing the altar and its surroundings, Lin Xian was utterly astounded. Melodious music drifted from a metal box at the center of the altar. Numerous celestial soldiers stood guard around it, and not far away, rows of glass lamps stretched towards the horizon, resembling a flowing dragon, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. General Curtin approached the altar's center, gestured with his fingers, and unleashed a surge of magical power. In an instant, colorful banners soared into the air, shrinking as they flew into the metal box at the altar's center. After retrieving the array, General Curtin presented the metal box to Lin Xian. "Marshal, the heavenly fire within the glass lamp can still burn for 7 days. Please ensure that the Yuan Heavenly Fire Array is returned within that time, or the Jade Emperor will hold me accountable." Chapter 5. The first encounter with the rainbow attire with 7 days of burning time. The most intense winds would occur on the 6th day. Gazing at the metal box in his hands, the ethereal music resonated in his ears, and Lin Xian felt himself becoming slightly entranced. Yet, he was perplexed. Is this metal box truly the Yuan Heavenly Fire Array? It seems more like a music box. Due to insufficient cultivation, he couldn't probe into the box's internal structure. Storing it in his spatial pouch, Lin Xian smiled gently at General Curtin. "Rest assured, General Curtin, I will certainly return this array by the 7th day." General Curtin bowed in agreement. "That is splendid." Upon detecting that the host has triggered a new relational network, it becomes evident that the General of the Rolling Curtain will be the third individual destined to face tribulation in the grand calamity of the journey to the west. At that time, the Jade Emperor will cast him down to the mortal realm under the pretext of shattering a glazed lamp, leading him to a fate as wretched as the host's, ultimately reduced to a mere pawn of the Buddhist sect. The host must make the following choices. The first option is to befriend the General of the Rolling Curtain and advise him to exercise utmost caution henceforth, with a reward of 500,000 years of Taoist merit. The second option is to disregard him entirely, focusing solely on one's own affairs, allowing him to perish on his own, with a reward of 100,000 years of Taoist merit. Casting a glance at the General, Lin Xian's eyes flickered momentarily. The disparity in rewards for the two options is glaringly apparent, revealing the system's intentions with utmost clarity. "Very well, I shall extend my friendship. I stand to gain nothing from this." With that thought, Lin Xian patted the General on the shoulder and casually inquired, "General, do you perceive your position in the heavenly court as high or low?" The General, scratching the back of his head, was perplexed by Lin Xian's question. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Since I took office, I have diligently fulfilled my duties without ever considering the elevation of my rank." Lin Xian shook his head, deeming this mindset unacceptable. As the saying goes, people strive for higher ground while water flows downward. If one lacks personal aspirations, how do they differ from a salted fish? The General gazed blankly at Lin Xian, unable to comprehend the Marshal's intent. "Let me clarify. Before long, a great calamity will descend upon the three realms. Are you not fearful?" What calamity could threaten us immortals? The general was taken aback. Lin Xian, embracing the general's neck, continued. Have you ever heard of the calamity of the investiture of the gods? The general nodded. Not only had he heard of the investiture of the gods, but he was also aware of the ancient catastrophe of the Wu and Yao. Suddenly, the general's face turned pale as he grasped Lin Xian's arm, his voice trembling. If so, Marshal, you must save me. I can offer you some sage advice. If you can adhere to it, disaster shall not befall you. Please, Marshal, do tell. Lin Xian regarded the general with a faint smile. From henceforth, you must remain ever vigilant of those around you, including family and friends. Never trust sweet words, and avoid making any mistakes. If you do err, deny it with your last breath, and thus you may evade calamity. Do you understand? Understood. I shall hold your words close to my heart. Ding. The general's favorability towards the host has increased. Please maintain this rapport. Ding. Congratulations. The host has gained 500,000 years of Taoist merit and has randomly received 100,000 years of merit. Please check the repository. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Lin Xian felt a surge of joy, yet his expression remained calm and composed. Very well, I must take my leave. With that, Lin Xian leaped onto his chariot and vanished like a streak of light. The general stood in silence for a while. It was no wonder that upon entering the Lingxiao Palace, he had overheard discussions about the destined tribulators, yet no one had informed him, save for Marshal Tianpeng. Thank you. Marshal Tianpeng. After a considerable time, the general also disappeared from the celestial altar. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, after departing from the Rolling Curtains residence, headed directly to the moonlit stars palace of Guanghan. Outside the Guanghan Palace, a towering divine tree swayed in the wind, rustling softly. Its branches adorned with osmanthus flowers shimmering like stars. Bang, bang, bang. Beneath this laurel tree, a robust man wielded a colossal axe, striking forcefully with each swing. Though each deep gash from the axe healed instantaneously, Wukong remained undeterred, seemingly indifferent to the effort. Beside him, the wood shavings had accumulated into a small mountain. Inside the Guanghan Palace, the night breeze gently caressed the silken curtains, creating a somewhat desolate atmosphere. At this moment, a graceful figure sat quietly in a pavilion. Clad in simple garments, her delicate fingers caressed the jade rabbit resting before her, while the other hand propped up her exquisite chin, pure as snow. This person was none other than Chang'e. As she gazed dreamily at the starry sky, an inexplicable sigh escaped her lips. Alas, life is as lonely as snow. In the presence of others, this celestial maiden embodies both beauty and wisdom, exuding an aloofness that renders them unable to approach. Yet who could fathom the emptiness and solitude she felt within the Guanghan Palace? Just as she was lost in thought, a jade rabbit approached. With a shimmer, the rabbit transformed into a youthful maiden. Xiaoyu, how dare you disrupt my tranquility? Chang'e glared at the girl. I meant no offense. It is Marshal Tianpeng from the North Pole seeking an audience. I have come to inform you, Xiaoyu replied hastily. Upon hearing this, Chang'e's expression shifted from anger to delight. Tianpeng brother, ha 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 ha. Seeing the starry-eyed expression on Chang'e's face, Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. What are you dawdling for? Marshal Tianpeng has graced us with his presence. We must prepare a feast. Chang'e cast a glance at Xiaoyu. Yes. Xiaoyu quickly turned and beckoned to several jade rabbits in a corner. You all, come with me. With a rustle, the jade rabbits transformed into young maidens and followed Xiaoyu into the kitchen. Outside the Guanghan Palace, Lin Xian hesitated. Should he enter? Just as he pondered, Chang'e emerged. Lin Xian turned to see her. Wow. Lin Xian's eyes widened in amazement. He was certain that before him stood the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. If only he could take her as his wife. Forgive me. Lin Xian quickly turned away, inwardly astonished. This must be the celestial maiden Chang'e. Amitba. I must not allow myself to be ensnared by the tides of love, lest the Jade Emperor seize upon my weaknesses. Marshal Tianpeng, why do you linger there? Come inside. Chang'e shot him a look, her gaze imbued with watery tenderness. Lin Xian trembled slightly and replied, Fairy, I have come to borrow the essence of the laurel. I shall not intrude further. Oh, is Tianpeng going to manage the waters of the heavenly river again? Chang'e blinked her beautiful eyes and continued. Managing the waters is not an urgent matter. Why not come inside for a while? I have prepared food and drink. Lin Xian couldn't help but shudder at her warmth. Had he known she would be this welcoming, he might have refrained from coming. This is not quite appropriate. It is of no concern. Besides, the essence weighs several tens of thousands of gene. How could I possibly carry it alone? Chang'e pouted. Well, if you insist. Lin Xian suppressed his racing heart and turned to Chang'e with a neutral expression. After taking a few steps, he glanced back at the two attendants. You two, accompany me inside to fetch the items. Summoning two individuals would also serve to validate his integrity. Lin Xian felt a surge of triumph. He was indeed quite clever. Chapter 6. I implore the fairy to exercise restraint. With that, Lin Xian feigned nonchalance as he entered the Guanghan Palace, followed closely by the two attendants. As they passed by Chang'e, she cast a disapproving glance at the two attendants and admonished, You two, remain still once inside. Do not wander about. Do you understand? Yes, fairy, the attendants responded eagerly. In an ancient and elegant hall, Chang'e indeed had arranged a banquet, inviting Lin Xian to the place of honor. As for the two attendants, their lowly status relegated them to standing behind Lin Xian. Just a few simple dishes. I wonder if they suit the marshal's palate? Chang'e sat opposite Lin Xian. Lin Xian picked up a piece of food and sampled it. As expected of celestial fare, it was delightful. He smiled. The dishes in your palace are truly exquisite. Hearing this, Chang'e felt a surge of joy and promptly lifted her cup, smiling. To the marshal. Lin Xian had no choice but to raise his cup in response. The osmanthus wine is a unique elixir from my Guanghan Palace. Far more fragrant and mellow than the celestial wines of the heavens. You must indulge, marshal. Lin Xian could hardly refuse, especially with Chang'e's enchanting gaze fixed upon him. And thus he drank it all in one gulp. As soon as he finished, Chang'e hurried over to refill his cup. Lin Xian's demeanor became slightly awkward, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. Was this woman attempting to intoxicate him for some irretrievable act? The thought of the original tale where Marshal Tianpeng, inebriated, had flirted with Chang'e and was subsequently banished by the Jade Emperor sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why Chang'e was so fervent towards him. It was utterly inconsistent with her aloof persona. As for drinking, Lin Xian dared not overindulge. At this moment, Chang'e secretly observed Lin Xian, pondering to herself, I never noticed before, but this Tianpeng, aside from his striking looks, possesses an endearing innocence. Now that you've come to my abode, you shall not leave easily. Lin Xian feigned composure, oblivious to Chang'e's thoughts. However, her expression was telling. It was evident that her feelings for him were anything but ordinary. Lin Xian mused, Alas, this accursed charm of mine has even captivated Chang'e. With such allure, who would still wish to be a mere pig? Noticing Lin Xian engrossed in his meal and neglecting her, Chang'e arose and suggested, Marshal, having traveled such a distance, you must be weary. How about allowing Ni Chang to perform a dance to entertain you? Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, unable to react before Chang'e had already turned to change her attire. Moments later, she appeared before him in a flowing pink gown, dancing gracefully to enchanting music. Several jade rabbits transformed into maidens, joining her in the performance. Lin Xian watched, his heart ablaze with admiration. Truly, she was the most beautiful in the heavens. He felt his breath quicken. Behind him, a servant exclaimed, What a stroke of luck to witness the immortal Chang'e dance. I would consider my life well spent. Indeed, it was said that she had only ever danced for the Jade Emperor and had never performed solo for any celestial official. Another attendant, overwhelmed, found himself bleeding from his nose. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. No, if this continued, he would surely fall into Chang'e's clutches today. He contemplated and then stood, declaring, Chang'e, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger. Oh, is that so? Chang'e paused, frowning at Lin Xian. Did my dance not please you, Tianpeng? A sense of disappointment clouded her heart. Since Tianpeng managed the heavenly river, he had to visit Guanghan Palace annually for the sacred osmanthus essence. Given the palace's remoteness, few visited aside from the Jade Emperor's summons. Over the years, Chang'e had developed an inexplicable attachment to Tianpeng. Lin Xian, disregarding her expression, continued, Fairy, the winds have already reached the heavenly river. I must expedite my return with the osmanthus essence. In that case, let your attendants fetch it. You may rest here while you wait. Chang'e's fair complexion flushed slightly as she turned to her attendant, Xiaoyu, instructing, Take them to retrieve the osmanthus essence. Give Marshal Tianpeng everything we have accumulated this year. Yes. Xiaoyu acknowledged, glancing at Lin Xian's attendants. Lin Xian hesitated before signaling for them to follow Xiaoyu. Soon, only he and Chang'e remained in the hall. At that moment, Chang'e, emboldened, approached Lin Xian with graceful steps, leaning down, her alabaster hand cradling her chin as she fixed her gaze upon him. Lin Xian was immediately unnerved by her actions. The look in her eyes resembled that of a siren fixated on a monk. His expression shifted. He suddenly regretted his previous decision. Was the Jade Emperor truly scheming to send Chang'e to seduce him? He pondered. Why does Tianpeng not even glance in my direction? Have I lost my allure? Chang'e's gaze remained locked on Lin Xian. Feeling bewildered, Lin Xian struggled to respond. Tianpeng, I have feelings for you. Chang'e insisted. What? Lin Xian was momentarily frozen in disbelief. This seems inappropriate, he stammered, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Ni Chang's words were nothing but the truth. The marshal had visited Guanghan Palace countless times, and each encounter stirred inexplicable feelings within her. The thought of him departing for a year made her heart restless, prompting her to reveal her true feelings. Chang'e blinked, her eyes brimming with sincerity. Lin Xian cast a glance at the beautiful maiden before him, inwardly cursing. Could she possibly be lonely and seeking solace? Ding! A new plot has been triggered. The first beauty of the heavens, Chang'e, has confessed her feelings to the host. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Accept the confession and that very night. You may win over Chang'e, liberating yourself from the five-fingered maiden, but face the wrath of the Jade Emperor, risking banishment to become a pig, with a reward of 500,000 years of cultivation. Option 2. Reject the confession and avoid even a glance at Chang'e, prioritizing the greater good. When the time comes to attain enlightenment, you may marry Chang'e openly, with a reward of a divine pearl. Lin Xian was taken aback. The system had finally spoken. 500,000 years of cultivation, combined with the previous 500,000, would elevate his prowess to the realm of human immortals. However, as the saying goes, beneath the sage, all are but ants. What is the significance of merely being a human immortal? Ultimately, he would still face banishment and become a pig. One could only imagine whether Chang'e would remain so sincere when faced with a pig. With that thought, Lin Xian unhesitatingly chose the second option. Chang'e, unaware of Lin Xian's inner turmoil, continued, Tianpeng, please accept me. I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth, never to betray you. Enough. If I were to become a pig one day, you would likely despise me even more. Lin Xian stood abruptly, his expression icy as he declared, divine beings engaging in romantic affairs is a violation of celestial laws. I implore you to maintain your dignity, fairy. Chapter 7. I truly wish to deliver a forceful blow. Witnessing Lin Xian's resolute stance, Chang'e felt a pang of unwillingness and quickly stepped in front of him. Tianpeng, can't you reconsider? Chang'e implored, her eyes filled with hope. Lin Xian's expression remained frigid as he replied, no need for consideration. I appreciate your kindness, fairy. What nonsense. Why would I need to consider anything? If I become a pig, will you be pleased? However, Chang'e appeared undeterred, having already confessed her feelings, if he did not accept. How could she face others in the future? I will not relent. You must agree today, whether you wish to or not. With determination, Chang'e lunged into Lin Xian's embrace. Startled, he had no time to evade and found himself enveloped in her arms. Instantly, a faint fragrance enveloped him, and he felt an inexplicable intoxication, but quickly regained his senses and pushed Chang'e away. This was not Tianpeng teasing Chang'e. Rather, it was Chang'e teasing Tianpeng. Where's the Jade Emperor? He must banish Chang'e for daring to flirt with me. Lin Xian realized that if anyone were to witness this, they would not blame Chang'e, but would hold him accountable. Even if he jumped into the heavenly river, he could not cleanse himself of this predicament. Chang'e, if you truly harbor feelings for me, do not pressure me. Lin Xian stated firmly. Chang'e, pouting and appearing wronged, replied, I don't care. You must hold me. Lin Xian, now utterly exasperated, was at a loss. Unexpectedly, the once graceful and dignified goddess Chang'e now stood before him, throwing a tantrum and showing no regard for reason. It was truly a misfortune. At this moment, he genuinely wished to deliver a sharp blow to her face. Fairy, my attendant is about to arrive. Please do not act this way. Fine, if you won't embrace me, then you must kiss me. Otherwise, I shall inform the Jade Emperor that you have been teasing me. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. This Chang'e was exceedingly despicable, far beyond the bounds of decency. He must not succumb to anger. Suppressing the fire within, Lin Xian, despite his inexperience in romance, understood that when dealing with emotional beings like women, one must never confront them head-on. Such confrontation was the epitome of a rigid mindset. With a glimmer of inspiration, Lin Xian turned to Chang'e and inquired, "Fairy, have you recently heard of the calamity?" "Calamity?" Chang'e replied, momentarily puzzled, before her beautiful eyes brightened with recognition. "It has been circulating throughout the heavenly court. It seems my brother, the Marshal of the Canopy, is also aware. I have spent years in the Arctic and only know a few details. Could the fairy elaborate for me?" "Sure, but only if you kiss me first." Lin Xian chuckled. "You must promise to tell me before I kiss you. Without your kiss, how would I share?" Chang'e pouted. "I wouldn't dare kiss you without your words." Having never encountered such a situation, Lin Xian recalled the 33rd chapter and the 101st rule of his love lessons. Under extreme duress, Chang'e finally confessed. "Thus, it seems that the great Lord Lao Jun can currently only glimpse the foolish monkey of Flower Fruit Mountain. As the timeline is extensive, he is yet to perceive me." Lin Xian pondered for a moment. If that were the case, the heavenly court had not yet begun to plot against him. Since the Buddhist sect and Lao Jun had identified Sun Wukong as the first to undergo tribulation, they would naturally target him first. As they had yet to determine the Marshal of the Canopy's fate, they would not act against him. Realizing this, Lin Xian felt as if he had been misled by the system. Had he known, he would have readily accepted Chang'e's confession, as the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect had not yet conspired against him. "Alas, I have missed my chance at love. Well, I have shared my words. Now may I receive my kiss?" Chang'e blinked at Lin Xian. After a moment's thought, Lin Xian decided to take the plunge. He glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then gently pulled Chang'e into his embrace. Gazing at her enchanting visage, he hesitated, contemplating whether to bestow upon her a French kiss or an American one. After much deliberation, he leaned in and delicately pressed his lips against her snow-white forehead. In an instant, Chang'e's face flushed crimson. After the kiss, Lin Xian released her. Chang'e, with a flick of her wrist, produced a jade hairpin. "Brother Canopy, this hairpin is a token of our bond." Staring at the shimmering pin, Lin Xian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If he accepted this token, it would imply that he had acquiesced to Chang'e's confession, which was unacceptable. Moreover, the system had yet to issue the rewards from earlier. After much contemplation, Lin Xian pushed the pin back toward Chang'e, feigning the most heartfelt gaze as he said, "Fairy, your affection is deeply etched in my heart. Once I have tamed the waters of the heavenly river and plucked a star from the sky, I shall return to exchange it with you." This strategy proved effective. Chang'e gazed at Lin Xian with profound affection. "Brother Canopy, I await your return." Thus, this trial passed. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xian's two attendants entered the great hall. Clearing his throat, Lin Xian inquired, "Is the Laurel Divine powder ready?" One attendant promptly produced a storage ring, reporting, "Marshal, all the Laurel Divine powder accumulated in the Palace of the Moon over the past year is contained within this." "Excellent." Lin Xian donned the ring and turned to Chang'e. "Since I have acquired the treasure, I shall not linger further. Fairy, please do not see me off." With that, he departed the Palace of the Moon, accompanied by his attendants. As they passed beneath the Laurel Divine tree, Lin Xian paused to glance at Wu Gang below. Strangely, he felt a flicker of green light shimmering above Wu Gang's head. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a divine pearl of the sea and sky, and randomly acquired a Great Luo Golden Immortal Experience card. Please check your inventory." With the system's notification, Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. A Great Luo Golden Immortal Experience card. Did it mean he could temporarily become a Great Luo Golden Immortal? This was a valuable item, one to be saved for a critical moment. Without further thought, the celestial steed whisked him away, disappearing in a flash. In the great hall, Lin Xian sat in quiet contemplation. The recent encounter in the Palace of the Moon sent shivers through his hand as he held his teacup. Before long, an attendant entered. Reporting to the Marshal, Vice Marshal Tianpeng and Generals Haisha and Zhenwu have arrived at the Heavenly River, and the supplies and troops are en route. When shall we depart? Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. There is no rush. Let Tianpeng arrange the supplies and troops first. We shall set off tomorrow. That is wise, Marshal. Please remember to bring the precious golden rake for water management, the attendant reminded. The golden rake? Lin Xian exclaimed. The golden rake was a nine-toothed rake, a postnatal spiritual treasure that only immortals of the human level and above could fully utilize. Currently, Lin Xian was merely at the initial stage of the harmonization realm. He would struggle to even lift it. Understood, Lin Xian replied, gesturing for the attendant to leave. No one is to enter my study without my permission. After issuing this last command, he hurried into his study, grateful for the reminder. He knew that failing to lift the rake would be a source of embarrassment. His sole focus now was to enhance his cultivation. The attendant complied, exiting and closing the door, standing guard quietly outside. Chapter 8. Arrival at the heavenly river. In the study, the incense burner exuded fragrant smoke. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on a cushion, surrounded by a halo of divine light. Ethereal nodes flickered in and out of existence, caught between destruction and rebirth. Time passed, and tranquility returned. Lin Xian opened his eyes, releasing a deep breath of stale air. He had used the acquired Taoist essence, resulting in another enhancement to his cultivation. However, this time, the speed of his advancement was noticeably slower than before, barely moving from the initial stage of the harmonization realm to the pinnacle of the same realm. He had not even crossed a major boundary. A hint of frustration crossed Lin Xian's face. His cultivation speed was far below his expectations, leaving him unable to wield the golden rake. Without it, managing the waters of the heavenly river would prove challenging. After some thought, Lin Xian began to rummage through his study, hoping to find a superior cultivation manual. What is this? In a corner, he discovered a mechanism. Upon activating it, he uncovered a hidden chamber, seemingly the personal treasure vault of the former marshal of the canopy. Hundreds of tomes and dozens of artifacts were displayed within. At the center stood a rake, towering at nearly 2 meters, radiating divine light, unmistakably not an ordinary item. The golden rake. Lin Xian licked his lips and stepped into the vault, channeling all his magical energy to grasp the rake. As he made contact, he immediately realized its extraordinary weight. Even with his peak harmonization realm cultivation, he could only lift it a few inches. Legends spoke of it weighing over 54,000 pounds, and it was indeed no exaggeration. Attempting to refine it further, as soon as his consciousness touched it, he was immediately repelled, unable to lift it or refine it. Lin Xian recalled the experience card of the great Luo Golden Immortal he had acquired earlier. If he were to utilize this card, he might effortlessly refine this treasure. However, given its preciousness, he was reluctant to expend it lightly. After perusing the treasury, Lin Xian stumbled upon a few pages of yellowed parchment. Was this the 36 transformations of Tiangang? Lin Xian's eyes widened. This technique was on par with the 72 transformations of Dijao. If mastered, his combat prowess would be significantly enhanced. Exiting the treasury, Lin Xian seated himself once more to delve into the study of this technique. Yet, before long, a frown appeared on his face again. While it was indeed feasible to swiftly ascend to the Thunder Tribulation realm, or even the human immortal stage, one would inevitably face the onslaught of Thunder Tribulations upon entering the Thunder Tribulation realm. Mortals must endure these tribulations to attain immortality. Lin Xian was acutely aware that he was not fully prepared. Should he recklessly venture into the Thunder Tribulation realm, he would inevitably be struck down by 5 bolts of lightning, leading to his utter annihilation. Reluctantly, he decided to forego this path. Now, he could only wait until the tempest passed before contemplating a breakthrough. A day later, early in the morning, Lin Xian turned and re-entered the treasury. Receive. He performed a hand gesture, and the over 50,000 gene divine golden rake was directly stored in his spatial pouch. With all preparations in place, he finally stepped outside. I pay my respects to the marshal. Outside, a multitude awaited him, including dozens of attendants and maidservants, along with hundreds of silver-armored soldiers, all bowing in unison. Lin Xian's gaze flickered as he ascended a chariot and calmly commanded, "Let us depart." Soon, a small convoy set forth towards the heavenly river. The heavenly river spanned across the 9 heavens. It was said to originate from the primordial chaos beyond the 33 heavens, with its tail connecting to the Tongtian River, which then branched into numerous tributaries, forming vast rivers that flowed through the 4 continents of the lower realm, ultimately merging into the 4 seas. Within the confines of the heavenly river, 4 formidable dams were constructed, east, south, west, and north. These dams curtailed excess tributaries, allowing only a slender stream to flow downward. It was rumored that in ancient times, when Gonggong collided with Mount Buzhou, Nuwa forged the 5-colored stones to mend the heavens, yet some irreparable fissures remained. The waters of the heavenly river seeped through these breaches. Subsequently, following the downfall of the Jie sect and the establishment of the Western Church's Buddhist teachings, and the ascendance of the human race, the leaking waters of the heavenly river exacerbated flooding disasters in the lower realm year after year. It was then that the Heavenly Court established the Heavenly River Water Army, and the Supreme Lord Laozi crafted the divine golden rake to construct 4 colossal dams, thus bringing the floods under control. The materials used for the dams were a blend of star sand from the Heavenly River and divine laurel powder, refined using the Jade Sound celestial fire array and fortified by the boundless magical powers of the Heavenly River Water Army. Thus, the 10,000 Heavenly River Water Army under Marshal Tianpeng held significant importance within the Heavenly Court. Lin Xian, having consulted numerous texts, grasped the methods employed to manage the waters of the Heavenly River. After approximately half a day, they finally arrived at the banks of the Heavenly River. From a distance, the 4 dams loomed like formidable chasms between heaven and earth, surrounded by a dense throng of 100,000 silver-armored soldiers. Shortly after, 3 streaks of light flew toward Lin Xian. The 3 figures emanated a fearsome aura. They were the Vice Marshal Tianxiu, along with Generals Haisha and Jinwu. "We pay our respects to the commander." They all bowed deeply, displaying utmost reverence. This time, Tianxiu was notably more restrained, refraining from his previous insolence toward Lin Xian. "No need for formalities." Lin Xian gestured, and the 3 rose. Tianxiu looked at Lin Xian, his scarred face still quite prominent, and smiled. "Commander, all supplies have been gathered, and the forces to fortify the dam have been deployed. We await your inspection." Lin Xian waved his hand and turned his attention to Haisha. "Third brother, is what Tianxiu said true?" Haisha paused momentarily before hastily replying. "What second brother said is indeed correct. We are all prepared and await your arrival." "That is good." Lin Xian beckoned to an attendant, and the chariot continued onward. Tianxiu, left behind, bore a grim expression. Did his elder brother not trust him? This thought perplexed Tianxiu. Once, he had shared a close bond with Tianpeng, to the point of sometimes sharing a bed. Yet now, Tianpeng preferred to trust General Haisha over him, the vice marshal. In the depths of his being, he sensed a growing chasm between himself and Tianpeng. The roaring winds howled past his ears, slicing against his face like a blade. Not far off, the waters of the Heavenly River surged mightily, tumultuous waves crashing as if a myriad of primordial beasts were charging forth. Lin Xian observed this scene, his heart sinking. At this moment, the winds had not yet reached their peak intensity, yet they had already surpassed the limits of what a mortal could endure. Were it not for the protection of the divine tranquility pearl, he would have likely been swept away. Moments later, his subordinates had erected a tent. Lin Xian promptly took refuge within. At this juncture, Tianxiu and the other 2 entered as well. "Commander, there are 5 days remaining until the winds reach their strongest. When shall we commence our work?" Tianxiu inquired respectfully. Lin Xian sipped a cup of hot tea and replied nonchalantly, "Since all is ready, let us begin now." The 3 exchanged glances and bowed in unison. "Understood." After issuing his commands, the 3 did not hasten to depart. Tianxiu stepped forward and continued, "Commander, the star sand from the Heavenly River relies on your divine golden rake. As in previous years, General Haisha will handle the divine laurel powder. General Jinwu will oversee the Jade Sound celestial fire array, and I will manage the deployment and coordination of the troops. What do you think?" Lin Xian, still sipping his tea, furrowed his brow at this suggestion. Tianxiu seemed to imply that Lin Xian should engage in the laborious tasks while he would handle the easier tasks of troop deployment. Even before Lin Xian could respond, Tianxiu impatiently began assigning duties to everyone, further aggravating Lin Xian. Setting down his teacup, Lin Xian shot Tianxiu a piercing gaze. "When did this commander arrange things in such a manner? Tianxiu, has the wind muddled your mind, making you forget who truly holds authority here?" Tianxiu's expression instantly soured. He understood that Lin Xian was indeed in charge here. Haisha and Jinwu stood quietly by, not daring to interject. Lin Xian, disinclined to argue with Tianxiu, recalled the many records he had reviewed regarding the management of the Heavenly River. It was true that in previous years, the responsibilities were divided clearly. Tianpeng oversaw the star sand, Haisha the divine laurel powder, Jinwu the Jade Sound celestial fire array, and Tianxiu was responsible for troop deployment. This division of labor was well-defined and non-conflicting. Their reputation as the 4 saints of the North Polar was rooted in this very structure. However, the original Tianpeng, despite his meticulousness, was also somewhat indolent. Previous years had seen repairs to the dams commence only a day before the winds reached their most ferocious, occasionally leading to floods threatening the lives of beings in the lower realm due to delays in dam repairs. Lin Xian, however, had arrived 5 days early to ensure absolute preparedness. Of course, he He would refrain from direct involvement in the labor, as his cultivation was insufficient. In that case, refrain from giving orders. You are merely a vice-marshal. Lin Xian regarded Tianqiu coldly. Tianqiu was drenched in cold sweat, acknowledging his mistake. With a flourish of his sleeve, Lin Xian summoned the divine golden rake from his spatial pouch. The over 50,000 gene rake thundered down towards Tianqiu. Startled, Tianqiu quickly reached out to catch it. Lin Xian's gaze flickered. Indeed, as a Tai golden immortal, Tianqiu handled the hefty rake as if it were a mere toy. This year, unlike previous years, you shall be responsible for this divine golden rake, and troop deployment shall also fall to you, Lin Xian stated coolly. Tianqiu immediately bowed deeply. Then, Lin Xian turned his attention to Haisha and Jinwu. With a swift motion, 2 more items flew towards them. Third brother, it is your responsibility to handle the Laurel Divine Powder. Haisha raised his head, and the storage ring containing the Laurel Divine Powder flew before him. Ethereal music began to play, and Jinwu promptly caught an iron box. The Jade Sound Heavenly Fire Array was entrusted to the fourth brother. Yes, the 2 bowed their heads. Thus, the tasks that were originally to be undertaken by the 4 of them were now relegated to only the 3 of them, Tianqiu and his companions. Go. Lin Xian waved his hand. The 3 said nothing further and exited the tent. Once outside, they finally sighed in relief, exchanging peculiar glances. Second brother. I feel that elder brother is not quite the same as before, Jinwu remarked, turning to Tianqiu. Haisha also looked at Tianqiu, sensing the same. Could it be that he has experienced a heartbreak? Don't speak carelessly. Elder brother has never been in love. How could he suffer a heartbreak? Tianqiu shot a disapproving glance at the 2 and continued. Indeed, elder brother has changed. He has actually entrusted the supreme treasure, Qingqing gold rake, to me. Something he has never allowed anyone else to touch before. What is even stranger is that elder brother seems exceptionally invested in managing the Heavenly River this year. Yes, it seems he suddenly no longer wants to act personally. The 3 exchanged words, discussing as they departed. Meanwhile, Lin Xian sat quietly within the tent, earnestly contemplating the 36 transformations of the heavenly stars. Another day passed. Lin Xian emerged from the tent. The heavenly wind felt even more biting than yesterday. The distant heavenly river continued to churn with tumultuous waves, at times even raising towering waves of hundreds of feet, crashing down with countless stars upon the dam's edge. General Jinwu had already arranged the Jade Sound Heavenly Fire Array at the 4 dams in the east, south, west, and north, while he himself stood at the core of the formation, controlling its operation with his own magical power. The formation drew upon the boundless forces of heaven and earth, creating surging heavenly fire that scorched the dams below. Within the heavenly river, a giant towering hundreds of feet held the supreme treasure, Qingqing gold rake, extracting star sand from the river. This figure was none other than Deputy Commander Tianqiu, wielding the divine ability to manifest heaven and earth. On the riverbank, General Haisha scattered the Laurel Divine Powder over the star sand, while thousands of soldiers around him channeled their magical energy to transport the star sand mixed with Laurel Divine Powder to the dam. Wherever there were fissures in the dam, they were promptly repaired. Observing the smooth progress of it all, Lin Xian finally revealed a satisfied expression. The surrounding heavenly winds intensified, and Lin Xian dared not linger outside for long, soon retreating back into the tent. Days passed by, and each day Lin Xian completed his systematic check-in before venturing out to inspect. After ensuring there were no issues, he returned to his contemplation of the techniques. This continued until the 6th day. On this day, the heavenly wind was exceptionally fierce, nearly blinding those who ventured outside. The waves within the heavenly river surged to heights of thousands of feet, creating a terrifying spectacle. Countless stars within the river swayed, unleashing a formidable force that pounded against the dam, causing it to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Nearly 100,000 heavenly river soldiers were stationed around the 4 dams, channeling their magical energy to stabilize them. Although Tianqiu was a Tai golden immortal, he did not dare to enter the river at this moment. The star sand he had excavated over the past few days had already piled up into a mountain. General Haisha continued to sprinkle Laurel Divine Powder over the star sand. General Jinwu remained within the Jade Sound Heavenly Fire Array, not leaving for a moment. The necessary repairs at the 4 dams had been completed, yet the fierce winds of the day occasionally caused new fissures to appear, requiring constant attention. Meanwhile, Lin Xian stayed within the tent, naturally reluctant to venture outside. Should he do so today, he feared for his very life. At that moment, his tent swayed perilously. But fortunately, several attendants used their magical powers to stabilize it, ensuring no issues would arise. If they could withstand today, the winds would surely lessen tomorrow, and the task would be considered accomplished. Lin Xian remained in the tent, clutching the divine wind stabilization pearl, gazing at the terrifying scene outside. At noon, sensing that the wind had reached its peak intensity, Lin Xian gradually grew concerned. Summon Deputy Commander Tianxiu, he instructed. An attendant hurriedly exited to relay the message. Soon, a drenched Tianxiu entered, bowing respectfully to Lin Xian. I greet the commander. Lin Xian flipped his hand, revealing a deep blue pearl in his palm. Just in case, let us also utilize this stabilization pearl. Tianxiu's eyes lit up, quickly reaching out to take it. The divine stabilization pearl. I did not expect elder brother to possess such a treasure. Tianxiu glanced at Lin Xian, feeling increasingly uncertain about the elder brother before him, and immediately clasped his hands in acknowledgement. I shall obey your command. Chapter 10. Monkey, you've really tricked me. After Tianxiu exited the tent, he returned to his post. The waters of the heavenly river continued to churn violently under the onslaught of the fierce winds, producing towering waves. Bang, bang, bang. The waves relentlessly battered the surrounding dams, and the 100,000 soldiers of the heavenly river exerted all their strength to stabilize them. Yet still, the dams swayed, threatening to collapse at any moment. Tianxiu surveyed the scene and immediately refined the divine stabilization pearl in his hand, causing it to slowly fly out and expand in size. Nearby, Haisha, Zhenwu, and many other soldiers were captivated by this spectacle. What kind of treasure is this? They wondered in astonishment. Moments later, as the divine stabilization pearl ascended above the heavenly river, it swelled to an astonishing size, resembling a radiant moon hanging in the sky, emanating a deep blue glow. General Zhenwu stared at the pearl, his mouth agape in shock. Is that the stabilization pearl? Haisha's eyes widened in disbelief. The stabilization pearl, Tianxiu actually obtained it from elder brother. When did elder brother come into possession of such a treasure? Amidst the astonished gazes, Tianxiu maneuvered the stabilization pearl, gently lowering it into the heavenly river. The river was vast and unfathomable, and as the stabilization pearl entered, it quickly vanished from sight. However, Tianxiu expertly controlled it. Aware of its position, absorb. Tianxiu commanded the divine stabilization pearl, channeling his magical energy into it, forming a direct line that penetrated the waters of the river. Boom! The stabilization pearl immediately activated. At that moment, nearly 30% of the star power within the turbulent waters was absorbed by the pearl, causing the 1,000-foot-high waves to diminish to only several hundred feet, significantly alleviating the pressure on the four dams. Inside the tent, Lin Xian remained remarkably composed. Just as this critical moment unfolded, in the lower realm, on the East Victory Divine Continent, at Flower Fruit Mountain. This mountain is the ancestral vein of the 10 continents and the source of the 3 islands. At its summit stood a 3-foot-tall celestial stone, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth daily. Suddenly, at that moment, it trembled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, countless gazes across the 3 realms turned towards it. They had watched this place for far too long, and now it finally stirred. Indeed, not long after, a tremendous roar echoed across the skies. The previously trembling celestial stone shattered, and a figure bathed in golden light leaped forth. Roar. Upon landing, the figure unleashed a mighty roar. As the golden light dissipated, it revealed a stone monkey, its fur bristling in the wind as it slowly opened its eyes. In an instant, 2 beams of golden light shot from its eyes, stretching toward the heavens, soaring towards the Doshu, the heavenly river. Lin Xian sat quietly within the tent when suddenly, a flash of golden light zipped past him, stirring his senses, and he opened his eyes at once. What is happening? Soon, an attendant rushed in, bowing. Commander, 2 beams of golden light just appeared, seemingly shot up from the lower realm. Golden light? Lin Xian pondered. Could it be that foolish monkey has emerged today? Since receiving news from Chang'e that day, Lin Xian has been contemplating the time of Sun Wukong's emergence, a matter he had anticipated. While deep in thought, a sudden loud crash was heard outside the tent. Immediately, a celestial soldier rushed in, breathless with urgency. Not good, Commander. The dam in the south has been breached by the torrents of the heavenly river. What? Lin Xian rose instantly. This was a critical moment for managing the waters of the heavenly river. He had prepared extensively for this. Especially with the support of the sea-settling pearl, Yet an oversight had occurred. Ding! A new plot has been triggered. The stone monkey of Flower Fruit Mountain has emerged, and the two beams of golden light from its eyes have disrupted the movements of countless stars within the heavenly river, causing the dam to be breached. Please make a choice regarding whether to personally repair the breach. Option 1. Take matters into your own hands, even at the cost of your own destruction, to prevent a flood from ravaging the mortal realm. Reward: the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends. Option 2. Instruct your subordinates to repair it, prioritizing your own safety over the world's, with a reward of the 3-headed and 6-armed divine powers. The system's voice echoed in Lin Xian's mind. Upon realizing the cause, his expression darkened. That foolish monkey has already caused trouble on its very first day of existence. I choose the first option. With his decision made, Lin Xian immediately accessed the system's warehouse and retrieved the Deluo Jin Xian experience card he had obtained earlier. Congratulations, host. The Deluo Jin Xian experience card has been successfully activated, valid for 1 day. A terrifying aura surged into Lin Xian's body, making him feel as though he had taken on a new physical form, with his cultivation level soaring to the pinnacle of Deluo Jin Xian, and his spiritual perception extending nearly 1,000 miles around him. Follow me, Lin Xian commanded, stepping out of the tent. As the heavenly wind brushed against his face, it felt as if it were merely teasing his skin, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before Tianqiu. Brother, the situation is dire. Just now, 2 beams of golden light streaked from north to south, and wherever they passed, the stars in the heavenly river were affected, crashing towards the dam in the south. Reaching it, Tianqiu recounted the terrifying scene with a look of horror. Hand me the rake, Lin Xian said, taking the precious golden rake from Tianqiu's hands and instantly refining it. Most of the heavenly river's water army had rushed to stabilize the already damaged dam, while a portion was using their magic to carry vast amounts of star sand to fill the breach. Though the dam, forged by heavenly fire, was as strong as a postnatal spiritual treasure, it could not withstand the terrifying impact of the heavenly river's waves. Boom! Lin Xian's body suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant. He wielded the rake, directing the star sand mixed with laurel divine powder towards the breach. Meanwhile, General Jinwu controlled the Jade Sound Heavenly Fire Array, and as Lin Xian filled the breach with star sand, a torrent of heavenly fire descended, beginning to scorch and fuse the materials. Continue, Lin Xian shouted, while the distant General Haisha immediately poured a large quantity of laurel divine powder from his storage ring. Thus, 3 full hours passed, and the breach in the dam was finally sealed once more. Where's Tianqiu? Lin Xian inquired coldly, having not seen the vice commander during the hectic repairs. Haisha rushed over, anxious. Not good, brother. A star has broken free from the heavenly river and is plummeting towards the mortal realm. Second brother has gone to intercept it. What? Lin Xian was taken aback. This was no trivial matter. If a star fell to the mortal realm, it would spell disaster for its inhabitants. With that thought, he transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the mortal world. Chapter 11. The Art of Creation and Primordial Power Truly. With the cultivation of a Deluo Jin Xian, Lin Xian felt that the vast expanse surrounding him was under his control. His speed was astonishing. In mere moments, he beheld the fallen star. Brother, quick! I can't hold it. Tianqiu shouted desperately upon sensing Lin Xian's arrival. Lin Xian focused his gaze, seeing Tianqiu straining to hold up the massive star, surrounded by surging magical energy, struggling for 3 hours. At this moment, Tianqiu's teeth were clenched tight, clearly on the verge of collapse. Let go, Tianqiu, Lin Xian commanded. Then with a single hand, he lifted the star effortlessly. Tianqiu exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Second brother, well done, Lin Xian said, allowing a rare smile to grace his face. Thankfully, Tianqiu had managed to hold it back. Otherwise, the consequences of the star falling to the mortal realm would be unimaginable. It was evident that Lin Xian's attitude towards Tianqiu had softened slightly. That is what a subordinate should do, Tianqiu replied, grinning as he basked in the praise. However, Tianqiu's smile quickly faltered. He stared at Lin Xian, his eyes nearly popping out. Elder brother, you have attained Deluo Jin Xian? Tianqiu was astonished. Hadn't Tianpeng's cultivation always been at the pinnacle of Tai Yi Jin Xian? How had he suddenly reached the peak of Deluo Jin Xian? It was all too abrupt. Lin Xian remained silent, channeling his magical energy as he held the star. Almost instantaneously, the the massive star began to shrink at a visible rate, finally reducing to the size of a marble, landing in Lin Xian's palm. Damn that foolish monkey. It made me waste a Luo Jinxian experience card. I swear, if I ever see you again, I will strike you down, Lin Xian thought, feeling quite vexed. After storing the star in his spatial ring, Lin Xian led Tianxiu back to the heavenly river. Brother, how did you return so quickly? What about the star? Haisha inquired, perplexed. I secured it, Lin Xian replied. Haisha was bewildered. Secured it? So quickly? Tianxiu's expression turned ecstatic, immediately sharing the news of Lin Xian's attainment of Luo Jinxian's peak cultivation with everyone. Upon hearing this, all present were astonished. After all, in everyone's memory, Lin Xian had merely been a Tai Jinxian. The heavenly winds showed no signs of abating, and Lin Xian had no intention of returning to the tent. Instead, he remained vigilant by the river to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. It wasn't until the following day that the winds finally subsided. Sensing that his Luo Jinxian experience card was about to expire, Lin Xian returned to the tent. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Earthly Fiend's 72 transformations technique and randomly received 700,000 years of cultivation. Please check your warehouse. The previous system rewards had just been credited, and Lin Xian quickly accessed the warehouse. To his surprise, he had received a random reward of 700,000 years of cultivation, which was quite impressive. More importantly, the integration of the Tiangang 36 transformations and the Earthly Fiend's 72 transformations culminated in the supreme technique, the art of creation and primordial power, which was truly a formidable achievement. Before long, Lin Xian's aura began to wane as the Luo Jinxian experience card expired. Commander, Tianxiu, Haisha, and Jinwu entered the tent. Lin Xian waved them over, addressing the three. You all performed admirably in managing the heavenly river. Though there were some mishaps, we resolved them effectively. And Tianxiu, your efforts in preventing the star's fall were invaluable. Tianxiu chuckled sheepishly. That was merely part of my duties. Finally, having navigated through this year's crisis of the heavenly winds, the group exchanged smiles, all feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. In the heavenly court, within the curtain-lifting bureau, the curtain-lifting officer bore a look of anxiety. The heavenly fire within the glazed lamp was nearly extinguished. Why had Commander Tianpeng not yet arrived? Was the heavenly wind still not quelled? The curtain-lifting officer wore a troubled expression. He was regarded as the most honest among the celestial beings in the heavenly court. When the Jade Emperor mentioned a duration, he simply accepted it, lacking any personal opinion. Yet, the heavenly fire within the glazed lamp continued to blaze fiercely, showing no signs of extinguishing. As the seventh day approached, he began to feel a sense of panic. What should I do? If the heavenly fire were to go out, what would I say when the Jade Emperor holds me accountable? Just as anxiety consumed him, a heavenly soldier rushed in to report, General, Marshal Tianpeng has arrived. Upon hearing this, his expression shifted from despair to joy, and he swiftly flew out to greet him. Seeing Lin Xian standing at the door, he immediately knelt on one knee, exclaiming, I pay my respects to the Marshal. There's no need for excessive formalities, Lin Xian replied with a gentle smile, handing over the iron box containing the heavenly fire array. With lending comes returning, borrowing again is not difficult. As he accepted it, the unease in his heart dissipated. The Marshal is too gracious. Governing the waters of the heavenly river is of utmost importance. If it were not for the reliance of the glazed lamp on this array, I would willingly gift it to you, he stated. A gentleman does not seize what others cherish. You may rest assured. Lin Xian smiled, placing an arm around his shoulder, and softly inquired, is there any new information regarding the calamity bearer from the heavenly court? As the general frequently frequented the Lingxiao Palace, he was naturally well informed. Taken aback, he replied, it seems there has been no news in recent days. In that case, I shall not take up your time in arranging the array, Lin Xian said, leaping onto his chariot. The general promptly bowed, assuring the Marshal that should any new information arise, he would inform him at the earliest opportunity. Without looking back, Lin Xian headed straight for the Tianpeng star. At that moment, the heavenly winds above the heavenly river had not yet ceased, though they had considerably weakened compared to before. Historical records of water governance indicated that the heavenly winds occurred just once a year, with only one day being the most ferocious. This year's day had already passed, and Lin Xian, thus, need not linger by the riverbank. However, Tianxiu and his two companions remained stationed there, just in case. Upon returning to the Tianpeng mansion, Lin Xian retrieved the 36 transformations of Tiangang and the 72 transformations of Dijao, beginning his secluded meditation to comprehend them thoroughly. The 108 transformations of Tiangang and Dijao combined to form the creation and confluence technique. This knowledge had been discovered by Lin Xian after perusing the original Tianpeng's private library. He resolved to first master the creation and confluence technique before advancing his cultivation. In the palace of Guanghan, the atmosphere remained as desolate as ever. The night breeze caressed the air, and Chang'e, clad in purple, gazed vacantly toward the direction of the heavenly river, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. It had been 7 days. Her brother Tianpeng's task of governing the heavenly river should have concluded by now. Why had he not come to find me? Chang'e murmured to herself. She recalled Lin Xian's words upon his departure. When I govern the waters of the heavenly river, I shall pluck a star from its depths and return to exchange tokens with you. Yet, after waiting for several days, she had still not seen Lin Xian. Little did she know, at that moment, Lin Xian was deeply immersed in his cultivation and had entirely forgotten about this matter. Unbeknownst to him, he was destined to become a heartbreaker this time. Chapter 12. Meeting the Lord of the Ziwei, star time flew by, and several days later, the annual heavenly winds finally subsided. The surface of the heavenly river became remarkably calm, with countless stars shimmering within. Tianshao stationed 1,000 men at each of the 4 celestial dams to guard the periphery, while he, along with Haisha and General Zhenwu, led the remaining 100,000 heavenly river troops back to the North Pole. At the Tianpeng mansion, a notification chimed, indicating that the host had triggered a new plot. The heavenly winds had ceased, signaling the completion of this year's governance of the heavenly river. Shall you report to your superior, the Lord of the Ziwei Star? Please make your selection from the following options. First, do not report, disregarding the Lord of the Ziwei Star, and receive a reward of 500,000 years of cultivation. Second, report promptly to avoid putting the Lord of the Ziwei Star in a difficult position, as he too must report to the Jade Emperor. This will foster goodwill, earning you 1 7-turn Xianxian pill as a reward. While contemplating the creation and confluence technique, Lin Xian immediately closed his practice. I choose the second option. With that, he stepped out the door. Another advantage of having a system was that whenever it issued task options, he could glean important information from them. He prepared his chariot and made his way directly to the Ziwei Star. Shortly thereafter, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 7-turn Xianxian pill, along with a random award of 300,000 years of cultivation. Please check your warehouse. Accompanied by the system's reward announcement, Lin Xian entered the Ziwei Palace. Glancing at a young man with white hair above him, he promptly bowed, stating, Tianpeng pays his respects to the Star Lord. Seeing it was Marshal Tianpeng, the white-haired youth smiled slightly. Tianpeng, how did this year's governance of the heavenly river fare? This year's heavenly winds have passed, and the 4 dams have undergone repairs. However, on the day of the fiercest winds, 2 beams of golden light traversed the heavenly river, resulting in numerous stars being affected, with one of the southern dams sustaining a breach and a star falling from the river into the lower realms. Lin Xian replied candidly, without a hint of concealment. What? The Lord of the Ziwei Star was taken aback, astonished that such an extraordinary event had occurred. If a star fell, would the lower realms not be in peril? Lin Xian quickly added, Star Lord need not worry. I intercepted that star halfway. The Lord of the Ziwei Star sighed in relief. Bring forth the rewards. He called out. A servant approached, carrying a box. For your successful governance of the waters, I reward you with 1 7-turn Xianxian pill to aid your cultivation. Lin Xian glanced at the box. Although he did not open it, his divine sense reached inside, perceiving the golden pill radiating a faint golden light. With the one from the system, and this one from the Lord of the Ziwei Star, he now possessed 2. However, Lin Xian declined, bowing to the Ziwei Star and stating, Governing the heavenly river is my duty. It is my 10,000 heavenly river troops who truly toiled. If the Star Lord wishes to reward, I would prefer that you bestow it upon them. I would rather forego the 7-turn Xianxian pill. The true laborers in governing the waters were his loyal brothers. Lin Xian understood that to earn their trust and loyalty, he needed to secure rewards for them as well. The Lord of the Ziwei Star smiled faintly. How do you know that I only reward you? Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, only then noticing a storage ring beside the wooden box. A sweep of his divine sense revealed it contained 200,000 second-turn Xianxian pills. alongside 3 boxes housing 6 5-turn Xianxian pills. The disparity between the 2nd, 5th, and 7th turn Xianxian pills was immense. The 200,000 2nd-turn pills and 6 5-turn pills combined were still not worth 1 7-turn pill. The Lord of the Ziwei Star was indeed generous. Lin Xian then smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "I thank the Star Lord on behalf of my brothers. Go forth. I too shall visit the heavenly court to report to the Jade Emperor." Yes, Lin Xian accepted the wooden box and storage ring before exiting the Ziwei Palace. Meanwhile, as the Lord of the Ziwei Star proceeded to report to the Jade Emperor, Lin Xian returned to the Tianpeng mansion. The following day, Tian Chao and his companions arrived at the Tianpeng mansion to report to Lin Xian. Lin Xian presented the storage ring to Tian Chao, saying, "For your contributions to this year's governance of the Heavenly River, here are 6 5-turn Xianxian pills, 2 for each of you 3. Additionally, the 200,000 2nd-turn Xianxian pills shall be distributed among the brothers, 2 each." Tian Chao and his companions were momentarily stunned, then their faces lit up with excitement. However, they were also puzzled. In previous years, Marshal Tianpeng either offered verbal commendations or no rewards at all. Yet this year, he was being so generous. These Xianxian pills were sufficient to elevate their cultivation by a small realm. "We thank the Marshal," they said, departing the Tianpeng mansion. Lin Xian then turned to the original Tianpeng's secluded cultivation chamber. With the heavenly winds now past, he could finally calm his mind and devote himself to his training. Since his last visit to the heavenly river, he had not had the opportunity to cultivate, and now he had accumulated over 1,000,000 years of Taoist energy. Naturally, such an accumulation was insufficient to ascend to the realm of human immortals. However, he possessed 2 7-turn Xian immortal pills and had recently comprehended the profound principles of the creation and transformation method. Surrounding the cultivation chamber of the original Master Tianpeng were arrays designed to gather spiritual energy, resulting in an endless influx of celestial essence every day. Lin Xian sat cross-legged within the chamber, simultaneously channeling the creation and transformation technique and accessing the system's repository to utilize his accumulated energy. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged into Lin Xian's body. The impact of over 1,000,000 years of Taoist energy was extraordinarily intense, akin to boundless waves crashing against his physical form and soul. At the same time, crackling sounds erupted from within him, causing his entire body to tremble. In an instant, Lin Xian, who had reached the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, experienced an explosive surge in power, breaking through his bottleneck and entering the tribulation realm. Boom! Just as he stepped into the early stage of the tribulation realm, several bolts of thunder descended from the heavens above. A necessary tribulation that one must endure when breaking through to this realm. Successfully navigating it would lead to immortality, while failure would result in utter annihilation. Sensing the impending danger from above, Lin Xian activated the creation and transformation technique, forming a protective barrier around himself. The 36 transformations of the Celestial General served as a method for cultivation, while the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends were meant for overcoming tribulations. In the past, Sun Wukong had spent 7 years in the mountain of the peach of immortality, consuming the fruits that elevated him to the pinnacle of the harmonization realm. Fearing the thunder tribulation, he delayed his breakthrough. It was only after receiving the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends from Patriarch Bodhi that he successfully traversed the tribulation realm and attained immortality. Boom! As the thunder tribulation struck, Lin Xian's body shuddered slightly, but with the barrier protecting him, he remained unscathed. Nevertheless, the accumulated Taoist energy continued to surge within him. After withstanding this thunder tribulation for a brief period, his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the tribulation realm. Soon, even more formidable thunder began to coalesce above him. Lin Xian ignored it and continued to advance, swiftly reaching the late stage of the tribulation realm. At that moment, his 1,000,000 years of Taoist energy finally depleted. With a resounding boom, Lin Xian's body trembled, and the creation and transformation technique once again enabled him to withstand the third thunder tribulation. Glancing at the 7-turn Xian immortal pill before him, Lin Xian immediately seized one and swallowed it. Chapter 13. The second victim of the tribulation, the 7-turn Xian immortal pill, crafted by celestial alchemists, proved its worth. The moment Lin Xian ingested it, its effects spread throughout him, accompanied by an unbearable surge of heat in his dantian. As if it were about to explode, This sensation was reminiscent of Sun Wukong pilfering a vast quantity of elixirs from the furnace of the Supreme Lord. Had it not been for the protective aura of the creation and transformation technique, Lin Xian might have already burst apart. With a sudden surge, Lin Xian's aura skyrocketed, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the tribulation realm. At that moment, thunder erupted above him, and thousands of bolts rained down, creating a terrifying spectacle that even made Lin Xian break into a cold sweat. The 4 stages of the tribulation realm saw increasing intensity and density of thunder. And this was the most formidable of them all. Boom! The torrential thunder enveloped Lin Xian completely, shattering his surrounding barrier in an instant. However, thanks to the creation and transformation technique, a new barrier quickly formed around him. Thus, under the relentless assault of the thunder, the barrier shattered and reformed repeatedly, over 100 cycles. After this prolonged onslaught, the thunder gradually dissipated, and Lin Xian's body underwent a profound transformation. He felt himself becoming lighter, his soul more ethereal, and his consciousness expanded to encompass a 1,000-mile radius. A surge of magical power enveloped him. Human immortal? After some time, Lin Xian opened his eyes, a joyful expression illuminating his face. At this moment, he was no longer a mere mortal. Now, he needed to consolidate his cultivation. Lin Xian glanced at the remaining 7-turn Xian immortal pill and stored it away. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lin Xian exited the chamber. The Tianpeng star remained as tranquil as ever. From this day forward, he would remain in seclusion, quietly developing his strength. Lin Xian chuckled softly to himself as he mentally established a few rules. First, he would see no one unrelated to his endeavors. Second, he would not attend any inconsequential gatherings. Third, he would eliminate anyone who attempted to lead him astray. Fourth, he would never invest in a swine fetus. Never. Fifth, he would forever remember these 4 rules. In the heavens, a single day equated to a year on earth. While merely a few months had passed for Lin Xian, the world below had undergone significant changes. Since the emergence of Sun Wukong, he had lived amidst nature, consuming vegetation and drinking from springs, befriending wolves and tigers, and indulging in a carefree existence. Eventually, he joined a troop of monkeys, continuing his revelry. In this state of indulgence, he stumbled upon the water curtain cave arranged by the Buddhist sect, and subsequently became the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain. Time passed, and he embarked on a quest for immortality. Yet, all of this unfolded under the watchful eye of the Buddhist sect. He traveled to the western Bulhazhou, ascended Mount Fangsuan, and found Patriarch Bodhi, who had been waiting for him. Upon the arrival of the rightful heir, Patriarch Bodhi was overjoyed and immediately began a 7-year period of training, rather, nurturing. Not long after Sun Wukong settled in the Crescent Moon and 3 Stars Cave, the heavenly court appeared peaceful, with countless deities paying homage. However, within the hearts of the Jade Emperor and other high-ranking authorities lay a sense of foreboding. They were acutely aware that the monkey had begun his training and would soon create chaos in the heavenly palace. How could they not be anxious? Shortly after the morning court session, an emaciated old man arrived riding a crane. "Greetings, Supreme Lord." The deities quickly bowed. Seeing that it was the Supreme Lord descending from the 33 heavens, the Jade Emperor rose to greet him, anticipating new tidings. Has the Supreme Lord come regarding the calamity of the journey to the west? Indeed, the Supreme Lord alighted from the crane and continued. The Western Buddhist sect has orchestrated this calamity to spread their teachings far and wide. Not long ago, the first victim of the tribulation has already entered the teachings of Suputi. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow. He was already aware of this news. Has the Supreme Lord discerned the identity of the second victim? Unable to contain his curiosity, the Jade Emperor inquired further. The Supreme Lord's gaze flickered as he slowly spoke. The timeline has reached the point of discernment. It is none other than Marshal Tianpeng, the foremost of the 4 saints under the North Polar Ziwei star. Simultaneously, I have also gleaned some insights about the third victim. The myriad changes in the world are all governed by the heavenly order. Attaining the level of the Supreme Lord, capable of deciphering the heavenly principles and uncovering the secrets of fate, was a mere trifle. Marshal Tianpeng, I never expected it to be him. The Jade Emperor steadied his thoughts. Not long ago, he had dispatched Marshal Tianpeng to manage the waters of the heavenly river, and he had yet to reward him. Who is the third victim? The Jade Emperor inquired again. The Supreme Lord shook his head. The timeline has not yet reached a discernible range. I only know that this individual is also from the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, The Jade Emperor's brows knitted tighter, and he lamented. 2 consecutive victims of the tribulation are from my heavenly court. Is the heavenly order attempting to weaken our path? The heavenly order is inevitable. We cannot alter it. The Supreme Lord sighed. Listening to the conversation between the Jade Emperor and the Supreme Lord, the other deities exchanged glances, murmuring anxiously. They began to feel uneasy. If even the esteemed Marshal Tianpeng could become a victim of the tribulation, then the likelihood of them becoming victims was not insignificant. Behind an exquisitely carved screen, Chang'e was preparing to present a dance upon receiving the decree, in the midst of changing her attire. Upon hearing of the Supreme Lord's arrival and learning that the second victim was Marshal Tianpeng, her heart sank, and her complexion turned pale. Why him? Could it be that his absence during this time is the reason behind it? Tears welled up in Chang'e's eyes. It wasn't just Chang'e who was concerned. In a corner of the Lingxiao Palace, the attentive Zhuan Lian, who had been caring for the Liuli lamp, was equally startled upon hearing this news. To his astonishment, it was none other than Marshal Tianpeng. Furrowing his brow, Zhuan Lian suddenly had a realization. No wonder the marshal had previously mentioned the calamity. Could he have known about this all along? Wait, why did the marshal advise me to be cautious? Could I be the third candidate for the calamity? Impossible. It must be a mere coincidence. Even someone as simple-minded as Zhuan Lian understood the implications of such a calamity. At best, it meant arduous toil and numerous tribulations. At worst, it signified utter destruction of body and soul. This was no trivial matter. I must remain alert, utterly vigilant, and cannot afford any mistakes. Zhuan Lian recalled Lin Xian's previous words. Before long, Taishang Laojun departed, and the morning court session concluded prematurely. Zhuan Lian returned to his residence, quietly penned a letter, placed it in a starry Liuli bottle, recited a spell, and hurled it towards the North Star. The bottle soared into the void and soon vanished from sight. At the Tianpeng Star, within the Tianpeng residence, Lin Xian found rare moments of leisure, sipping celestial tea in the courtyard while admiring the blooming flowers and the twinkling stars of the Milky Way. Before long, a bottle shattered the void and fell from above Lin Xian's head. His consciousness spread over a 1,000-mile radius, and he immediately sensed it, reaching out to catch it in his hand. What the heck? A drifting bottle in the journey to the West World. A starry drifting bottle, how sophisticated. He opened the cap and extracted the note within. Upon seeing the words letter from Zhuan Lian, personally opened by Marshal Tianpeng, Lin Xian immediately rose from his reclining chair. Chapter 14. The delayed commendation from the Jade Emperor. It truly was Zhuan Lian's letter. It seems I did not misjudge him, Lin Xian thought as he unfolded the letter. Ever since managing the Tianhe, he had kept a low profile, avoiding unnecessary movement and inquiries into worldly affairs, striving to avoid attracting trouble and giving the Jade Emperor any reason to demote him. Yet, despite this, others still plotted against him. The content of the letter confirmed his suspicions. Taishang Laojun had deduced that he was indeed the second candidate for the calamity. Lin Xian's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he resumed his position as if nothing had happened. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. For now, he could only respond as events unfolded. The next day, as Lin Xian prepared to enter his secluded training chamber, a servant rushed in to report, "Marshal, the Heavenly Court has dispatched Wenxiu Star to summon you." Lin Xian paused, his expression revealing displeasure. Why come now, just as I am about to enter seclusion? Even a fool would understand that Wenxiu Star was sent by the Jade Emperor. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Lin Xian's mind. Ding! A new plot has been triggered. The Jade Emperor has sent Wenxiu Star to summon you to the Lingxiao Palace. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Refuse to go, dismiss Wenxiu Star, and continue to remain low profile. Reward: 1 golden cudgel. Option 2. Agree to go, meet the Emperor, and discern his views on the calamity. Reward: a complete set of the heavenly ultimate gathering spirit formation. Lin Xian lowered his head in contemplation. The Jade Emperor wishes to see me? This is significant. While I can forego meeting others, avoiding the Jade Emperor could lead him to fabricate a charge of disrespect, resulting in my demotion to the mortal realm. Moreover, the golden cudgel is merely a postnatal spiritual treasure. I already possess the superior Qingjing rake. What use have I for a golden cudgel? After much deliberation, he chose the second option. Understood. You may leave. Lin Xian gestured to the servant and proceeded to welcome Wenxiu Star. At the entrance stood an elegant elder clad in scholarly robes. Wenxiu Star, it has been a long time. Lin Xian greeted with a smile and a respectful bow. Once you star, holding a golden scroll that clearly bore the Jade Emperor's decree, smiled back and replied, "Indeed, it has been quite a while. You still look as gallant as ever, Marshal." Lin Xian secretly rolled his eyes. "What do you mean by long time? I've never seen you before." However, knowing that once you star was merely delivering the decree, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. "Marshal Tianpeng, I am here on behalf of the Jade Emperor to convey his decree for you to attend court tomorrow," once you star stated. Lin Xian's gaze flickered. "Oh, what does the Jade Emperor wish to discuss with me?" "It is in recognition of your merit in managing the Tianhe waters. The Jade Emperor has specifically instructed me to summon you for commendation," once you star replied, handing the decree to Lin Xian. Lin Xian accepted it, his expression revealing a faint smirk as he watched Wen Xiu star depart. "Commend me? It has been so long since the event, and now they come to commend me. Clearly, there are ulterior motives at play." Contemplating how to address the situation at court tomorrow, Lin Xian turned and returned to his residence. Within the expansive training chamber, Lin Xian accessed the system warehouse and glanced at the accumulated spiritual energy. During this time, several friends of the original Tianpeng had visited, all celestial beings, and the system had issued various task options. Yet, adhering to his cautious approach, Lin Xian had not entertained them. The ultimate reward from the system was an astonishing 12 million years of spiritual energy. 12 million years of spiritual energy was indeed remarkable. Lin Xian focused his thoughts and extracted 5 million years for use. Spiritual energy is not a physical object. Its extraction equates to immediate utilization. A powerful aura surged through his meridians, and the familiar sensation indicated his cultivation was steadily advancing. Mid-stage human immortal. Late-stage human immortal. Pinnacle of human immortal. Reaching the pinnacle signifies hitting a bottleneck, and this time, it took a full half-hour to break through. Lin Xian found his 5 million years of spiritual energy nearly depleted. Having experienced the rapid expenditure of resources before, he now felt the consumption of spiritual energy was similarly swift. With a flourish, he felt his cultivation rise to the initial stage of Earth Immortal. After adjusting the chaotic mana within him, Lin Xian extracted the remaining spiritual energy from the warehouse. Since spiritual energy directly enhances cultivation, it does not require the operation of transformation techniques. Previously, he had only used them to withstand the calamity. As a humming sound resonated within him, Lin Xian's cultivation swiftly ascended from the initial stage of Earth Immortal to the mid-stage. Ultimately, after using 520,000 years of spiritual energy, he barely transitioned into the late stage of Earth Immortal. "Damn, it's really not durable," Lin Xian chuckled wryly. However, he had a backup plan. With a flick of his hand, the 7-turn Xianxian Dan, which remained from his previous tribulation, appeared before him. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. His goal was the celestial immortal realm. The higher his cultivation, the harder it would be for others to discern his true strength. Moreover, with the court assembly tomorrow, surrounded by hundreds of celestial beings and thousands of scrutinizing eyes, wouldn't it be easy for him to reveal his hand? This time, he employed the transformation technique once more. After 2 hours, as the divine light faded and his aura stabilized, Lin Xian finally concluded his practice. Slowly opening his eyes, he sensed a tremendous transformation within himself. At that moment, he had become a celestial immortal. Yet, in the 3 realms, a celestial immortal was merely an insignificant being, comparable to the 7 fairies, yet slightly stronger than ordinary celestial soldiers. Just as Lin Xian was savoring the changes in his body, a piercing voice suddenly echoed from outside the chamber. "Tianpeng Marshal, come out." The harsh sound waves shattered the silence of the chamber like particles undergoing transformation, startling Lin Xian. He glanced around. What the heck? The original owner's chamber has no soundproofing. Realizing this, Lin Xian suddenly understood. It is not that the secret chamber is soundproof, but rather that the person calling out has employed a sound transmission spell. Wait, that voice, how does it sound so familiar? Lin Xian's face reflected confusion as he immediately expanded his divine consciousness. When his awareness enveloped the individual, Lin Xian was taken aback once more. Good heavens! How could it be this troublemaker? What on earth is she doing here? At that moment, above the entrance of the Tianpeng Manor, a graceful figure clad in a pristine white dress appeared, her beauty unparalleled. She stood upon a cloud, her silken garments billowing elegantly, exuding an air of celestial grace. It was none other than the moon goddess, Chang'e. "Tianpeng Marshal, come out quickly." She called again upon seeing Lin Xian's reluctance to emerge. Earlier, she had knocked on the manor's door, but the attendants had refused her entry, claiming that the marshal was unavailable for visitors. Yet, she had urgent matters to discuss with Lin Xian and could not simply depart. In desperation, she resorted to the sound transmission spell, hoping to coax Lin Xian out personally. After a while, Lin Xian finally snapped out of his stupor and hurriedly exited the secret chamber. Just as he stepped out, an attendant approached with news. Reporting to the marshal, the moon goddess Chang'e is outside, insisting on seeing you. Pay her no mind, Lin Xian replied without hesitation. The attendant was left utterly baffled. Chang'e, the most beautiful being in the heavenly realm, was someone countless celestial officials longed to meet, and yet the marshal dismissed her so casually? Chapter 15. Please, Chang'e, stop overthinking. The attendant was rendered speechless, unable to fathom his marshal's thoughts. Chang'e had come personally, and he refused to meet her? Was this not a sign of isolation? Lin Xian could sense the attendant's confusion and cast a disdainful glance in his direction. You know nothing. To put it simply, this is a tactic of feigned indifference. To elaborate, Chang'e might well be a temptress sent by the Jade Emperor to lure me. I cannot fall for such a ruse. The attendant, feeling helpless, could only retreat. Tianpeng, if you do not come out soon, do not expect to see me again. Chang'e's voice echoed, reverberating throughout the Tianpeng manor. Lin Xian inwardly cursed. Who would want to see you? However, continuing like this was not a viable option. Prolonged silence would inevitably lead to idle gossip within the manor, and such rumors reaching the heavenly court would be detrimental. After a moment of waiting, without receiving any mission from the system, Lin Xian sent a sound transmission. Could you be quieter? Do you wish to bring about my demise? The sound transmission was distinct from a regular one. It could only be heard by Chang'e, with no one else nearby catching a word. Upon hearing Lin Xian's voice, Chang'e initially felt joy, only to be struck by confusion. How could Tianpeng be harmed? I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Although she was uncertain why she might be a source of harm to Lin Xian, she ultimately withdrew her spell and responded through sound transmission. Tianpeng, I do not understand why you have been avoiding me lately. Whether your feelings for me are genuine or feigned, I must inform you of something monumental regarding your future. Upon hearing the news in the Lingxiao Palace, Chang'e had intended to inform Lin Xian immediately. However, she was delayed due to a dance she had to perform for the Jade Emperor. It must be about the impending tribulations, Lin Xian remarked nonchalantly. Chang'e was taken aback. How do you know? Who told you? Do not concern yourself with who informed me. From now on, do not seek me out again, and do not bring me trouble. Upon hearing this, Chang'e felt a sudden sting in her nose, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Why are you crying? Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. He was not adept at comforting women, especially a celestial being. Chang'e, with her tear-filled eyes, wept like a delicate flower, causing Lin Xian to feel inexplicable sympathy. Dear Tianpeng, I understand your meaning. When you say you do not wish for me to be troubled, it is because you have become one destined to face tribulations. And you do not want to involve me, right? Rest assured, I will not give up on you. I, Chang'e, am not afraid of being burdened by you. Such heartfelt words nearly swayed Lin Xian. Yet, he could not be so easily moved. He was left speechless. I beg you, Chang'e, please stop overthinking. I merely wish for you to refrain from causing me trouble. It has nothing to do with fearing for your safety. Was this woman foolish, uttering such enticing words as if she wanted the Jade Emperor to catch me in a trap? Lin Xian felt exasperated. However, seeing Chang'e in such a vulnerable state, he refrained from speaking too harshly. Enough of the tears. You are thousands of years old and still act like a young girl. Lin Xian attempted to comfort her. Return for now. When I have the opportunity, I will seek you out. Really? You will come find me? Chang'e, through her tears, suddenly smiled. Lin Xian continued with insincere reassurances. I mean every word. You must trust me. Yes, I understand, dear Tianpeng. I will wait for you. With that, Chang'e turned away reluctantly. Sighing as he watched Chang'e depart, Lin Xian felt utterly disheartened. Was this truly a celestial being who had lived for over 1,000 years? She behaved like such a naive fool. Just as he had finally persuaded Chang'e to leave, more celestial beings began to arrive, those who had previously been in the Lingxiao Palace. Upon learning that the Tianpeng marshal was the second one destined for tribulations, they sought to inform Lin Xian. Once, they had been close friends of the Tianpeng marshal. However, the Lin Xian who had crossed over was a stranger to them, leading him to dismiss their presence. The following morning, clad in gleaming silver armor, Lin Xian arrived at the Heavenly Court. At the South Heavenly Gate, the King of Growth, upon seeing Lin Xian, could not help but taunt. "Oh, if it isn't Tianpeng. You seem to lack spirit after such a long absence." Lin Xian frowned. The King of Growth's words were rather irksome. Beside him, Lin Xian's attendant conveyed through sound transmission, "Marshal, the King of Growth is close with Li Jing and has become increasingly disrespectful." Lin Xian merely smiled slightly, choosing not to respond. Previously, he had discussed matters of the Heavenly Court with his attendant and was aware of the ongoing discord between the Tianpeng Marshal and the King of Li. One was of the naval forces, the other of the land. Could they truly coexist? Opting not to stoop to their level, Lin Xian raised the imperial decree before the King of Growth, shaking it in front of him. "I have come at the behest of the Jade Emperor to present myself. Good dogs do not obstruct the way. Step aside." With that, he strode confidently through the South Heavenly Gate. Behind him, the King of Growth gritted his teeth in frustration. Yet he was powerless to retaliate. While he did not mind what others said about him, being called a mere gatekeeper was deeply insulting. The 4 heavenly kings guarded the 4 cardinal gates. In truth, he was indeed a gatekeeper. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a complete set of the Infinite Spirit Gathering Array and randomly gained 300,000 years of cultivation. Please check your inventory. As soon as Lin Xian entered the South Heavenly Gate, the system's voice resonated in his mind. The previous rewards had just been credited. Moments later, Lin Xian arrived at the Lingshao Palace. The heavenly drum had yet to sound, and the Jade Emperor had not yet ascended to court. Inside the Lingshao Palace, the celestial officials were still engaged in casual conversation. Upon Lin Xian's arrival, some conversations abruptly ceased. The celestial officials turned their gazes towards him, revealing an array of peculiar expressions. Previously, even when relations were merely cordial, celestial beings would exchange pleasantries with the Tianpeng Marshal. However, now that he had become a destined individual, they seemed to fear contamination by fate, their gazes turning cold. Among them, only the king of the pagoda, Li Jing, approached Lin Xian, a faint cold smile gracing his lips. "Long time no see, Tianpeng Marshal. How is your health these days?" Lin Xian raised his gaze and saw a middle-aged man with a stern countenance, holding a delicate pagoda. Recognizing him as Li Jing, he remarked, "There's no need for you to worry, Lord Li. I can handle 10 of you without breaking a sweat. Are you threatening me?" Li Jing's displeasure was palpable. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. "You must be hard of hearing. I never uttered such words." It was evident that both of them were immortals. Yet the banter about physical prowess was clearly intended to provoke. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was still lacking, he knew when to feign ignorance and when to play the part. Unaware of his impending doom, he still dares to challenge me. This remark did not come from Li Jing, but from Neza, who, in his unrestrained manner, nearly divulged sensitive matters. Li Jing hastily covered Neza's mouth. Lin Xian cast a sidelong glance at Neza, a cold smile gracing his lips. The young deity, appearing no taller than a meter or so, donned a thick layer of smoky makeup and wore a slanted belt, his attire a riot of colors, giving off an impression of eccentric flamboyance. Far from a charming child, he resembled a rebellious misfit. Chapter 16. Inciting discord between Li Jing and his son observing Neza's appearance. Lin Xian's face was filled with mockery. "Ah, third prince, what is this garish ensemble? Oh, I nearly forgot. Your physical form is that of a millennium-old lotus. When you severed flesh from mother and scraped bones from father, does it still hurt? Shut your mouth." Li Jing's fury ignited at these words. This matter was a sore spot for both him and Neza, a topic that should remain untouched. Lin Xian, however, chose the worst moment to bring it up, and the mere mention of it sent Neza into a rage. "What are you saying? I will kill you." In an instant, Neza's anger surged, his magical aura flaring. Had Li Jing not intervened, he might have rushed at Lin Xian without hesitation. Alert! The host has performed admirably, detecting a new plotline regarding the relationship between Li Jing and his son. Please make one of the following choices. First, withdraw peacefully, avoid trouble, and remain inconspicuous, earning a reward of 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Second, sow discord and incite conflict between them, which would greatly benefit the host's future, earning a scroll of the map of nations. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. The system's task options posed a dilemma. On one hand, there was an urge to maintain a low profile, yet on the other, there was a desire to stir the pot, seemingly encouraged by the system. Wasn't this contradictory? However, The allure of the rewards was too tempting to resist. I choose the second option, Lin Xian declared. Please advance the plot. Damn, Lin Xian inwardly cursed, then turned his attention back to Neza, adopting a villainous demeanor. Look at you, third prince, in such a cowardly state. Whatever happened to your defiant spirit of my life is mine to command. Have you become a timid mouse, frightened of your father's delicate pagoda? Tiangong refrained from speaking out of turn. Li Jing interjected, his tone filled with admonition. It was common knowledge that Neza harbored resentment towards his father for having perished once, having attempted patricide on multiple occasions. The Buddha, in his wisdom, had gifted Li Jing the delicate pagoda to suppress Neza. Over time, Neza's once fiery spirit had been subdued by the fear of the pagoda's might. Nevertheless, Lin Xian pressed on with his taunting. Look at your father. His fear betrays a guilty conscience. Tiangong, let bygones be bygones. My son and I have reconciled, and our past grievances have long been resolved. Li Jing's countenance darkened, his eyes narrowing with resentment as he glared at Lin Xian, who had seized upon his vulnerability. Tiangong, let us move past this. You should attend the court. The giant spirit god interjected on Li Jing's behalf. Lin Xian paid no heed to the giant spirit god, relishing the satisfaction of Li Jing's discomfort. After all, it was Li Jing who had instigated trouble upon his arrival. Neza's eyes reddened, recalling a past filled with painful memories. Father, do you truly hold this tower as a safeguard against me? He turned to Li Jing, his gaze brimming with hatred. Lin Xian had successfully incited discord. Li Jing, sensing the shift, paled and stammered, Son, what are you saying? We are bound by blood. Why would I guard against you? I don't believe you. If you're not wary of me, then why do you carry that tower every day? Neza retorted, gritting his teeth. Li Jing's heart sank, his grip on the delicate pagoda trembling slightly. The two stood at an impasse. Neza's hatred for his father clashed with Li Jing's fear of being overthrown, embodied in the very pagoda meant for protection. Lin Xian laughed inwardly, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. He maintained a facade of silence, but transmitted a thought to Neza. Do you still wish for revenge? If so, I can assist you in seizing that delicate pagoda. While others remained oblivious, Neza's expression shifted, contemplating Lin Xian's offer. After a moment of thought, he replied, For years, I have longed for vengeance. If that is the case, I will look for an opportunity to assist you. Excellent. They forged an agreement. Alert. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a scroll of the map of nations and randomly receiving 100,000 years of cultivation. Please check your inventory. As the system rewards were dispensed, Lin Xian nonchalantly moved aside. Son, you must not overthink this. Those with ulterior motives wish to exploit this moment to incite discord between us. Do not fall for their trickery. Li Jing consoled Neza, unaware of their clandestine agreement. Neza's fiery disposition began to wane as he glanced at Li Jing, a cold smile emerging. Li Jing was startled. The look in Neza's eyes mirrored that of the past, the same murderous intent that had once aimed at him. At that moment, both harbored ulterior motives. Not far away, the Jade Emperor had yet to arrive, and Lin Xian grew increasingly impatient, just as he contemplated his next move. For figures traversed the crowd of deities, making their way directly to Lin Xian. Upon seeing the four dragon-headed figures, Lin Xian's eyes flickered with recognition. The four sea dragon kings? Indeed, it was they. Usually, they maintained a close relationship with the Marshal of Heaven, and upon noticing Lin Xian, they approached him. They had witnessed Lin Xian's provocation of Li Jing and his son. When it came to Neza and the Dragon clan, their enmity was well established. Particularly, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, whose son, the third Dragon Prince Ao Bing, had met his demise at Neza's hands, felt a sense of satisfaction at Li Jing and Neza's expressions. Tiangong, Ao Guang said, bowing his hands, preparing to speak. Yet Lin Xian preemptively placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, Greetings, my brother. Do you know when the Jade Emperor will convene? Ao Guang was momentarily taken aback by the familiarity but eventually replied with a smile. There's no need to rush, Tiangong. The Jade Emperor will arrive shortly. Lin Xian's dissatisfaction grew. Shortly, the horses would be exhausted before he arrived. Alert. Detecting a new plotline. The Dragon clan has a grudge against Li Jing and his son. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Should the host seek to ally with the four sea dragon kings? Please make one of the following choices. First, the four sea dragon kings are unattractive. I do not wish to associate with them. Neza's feud with the Dragon clan has nothing to do with me. Let them cause a ruckus, and it would be even more entertaining to incite further conflict. Reward: 1 drop of Pangu's essence. Second, forge an alliance with the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, as the White Dragon Ao Lai and the River Dragon King are also fated beings, which could prove beneficial in the future. Reward: 1 world egg and an additional scroll of the World Atlas. Lin Xian blinked, feeling as though the system had grown increasingly sentient. Even a casual inquiry could trigger a new plotline. Moreover, what on earth is the world egg? And with an additional gift? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian naturally chose to befriend the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas. I choose the second option. After making his choice, Lin Xian lifted his gaze towards the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and communicated through divine thought. My 4 brothers, do not overthink this. I was summoned by the Jade Emperor in haste, and I am uncertain as to the purpose of his summons. His intention in feigning ignorance was merely to gauge the attitudes of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, to see if they were willing to disclose the truth. If they were forthcoming, it would be well. If they harbored ulterior motives, there would be no need for camaraderie. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings exchanged glances. It was the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, who responded through divine thought. To be frank, the Jade Emperor summoned you ostensibly to commend your governance of the Heavenly River, but in truth, it pertains to the matter of the calamity. Chapter 17, The Infamous Tai Bai Jinxing. The Heavenly General is now truly the harbinger of calamity. It is the will of the Heavenly Tao, immutable by any. Thus, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings dared not speak of such matters openly to Lin Xian and could only communicate in secret to avoid entanglement in karmic consequences. Seeing that they spoke candidly and with sincerity, Lin Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. Do you know, apart from myself and that monkey, who else is designated as a harbinger of calamity? Lin Xian continued to feign ignorance. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings were not surprised that he was aware of the monkey from Flower and Fruit Mountain, for after the onset of the calamity, most celestial beings had been keeping a watchful eye, and news traveled swiftly. I do not know, Ao Run, the West Sea Dragon King, interjected. According to the Supreme Lord Laozi, the timeline is extensive, and we have yet to fully glimpse it. But it has been calculated that a third harbinger of calamity is still among us in the heavenly court. Lin Xian nodded. It appeared they were unaware of the curtain-lifting general. In fact, I received another piece of news from the Buddhist realm yesterday, Ao Guang stated nonchalantly. What news? The other 3 Dragon Kings looked at Ao Guang in astonishment, as did Lin Xian. With narrowed eyes, Ao Guang continued through divine thought. It is said that among the Buddhists, another harbinger of calamity has emerged, seemingly the second disciple of the Buddha, Tathagata. The second disciple of Tathagata, that must be Jinshanzi. The 3 Dragon Kings were taken aback. The fact that even a trusted confidant of the Buddhist hierarchy had become a harbinger of calamity indicated that no one in the 3 realms could remain unaffected. Most were preoccupied with their own circumstances. Lin Xian remained impassive. He was already aware of this. To promote Buddhism, Tathagata had sent Jinshanzi to gather disciples and spread the teachings eastward. Jinshanzi was indeed a pivotal figure in this calamity. Currently, that is all the information I possess. Heavenly General, I am uncertain how the Jade Emperor will address you. You must prepare accordingly, Ao Guang advised, looking at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. After a moment's contemplation, he said, in truth, I also have knowledge of other harbingers of calamity. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings were momentarily taken aback. They could naturally conceive of other harbingers. They feared such calamity might strike close to home, as they too did not wish to be caught in its grasp. With a demanding expression, Ao Guang chuckled. I implore you, Heavenly General, do not withhold this from us. We, the Dragon Clan, will keep it under wraps. Indeed, Heavenly General, in the face of impending disaster, we should unite, Ao Qin added. Lin Xian surveyed the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and said, in that case, I will share a brief overview. The Dragon Kings immediately focused their attention. My 4 brothers, I have heard that aside from the 4 of you, there is a sister named Ao Fu, who has married the king of the Jing River and has borne 9 sons. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings nodded in unison. Lin Xian continued. I have also heard that the Jing River King is of rather dull wit. This is not a favorable trait, and you must support him, lest your lives be in jeopardy. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings were taken aback. Lin Xian's sudden revelation was quite clear. The Jing River King, being of limited intellect, had remained in his minor position and had yet to be promoted. His status was even lower than that of his 8 sons, signifying a rather dismal existence. Thus, he could easily become a harbinger of calamity and meet his demise in the ensuing tribulation. Then, Lin Xian turned his gaze towards the West Sea Dragon King. Ao Run. I have heard that your third son, Ao Lai, is betrothed to the daughter of the king of 10,000 saints, Princess Wanxing. Ao Run's expression shifted dramatically. Could the calamity involve his own son? With an enigmatic smile, Lin Xian, resembling a sage from beyond the world, continued, "Do not fret, Ao Run. Simply remind your son to be mindful of the color of his hat. Moreover, the pearl bestowed upon you by the Jade Emperor must be well guarded." The color of the hat? The 4 Sea Dragon Kings took a moment to comprehend. Ao Run stared at Lin Xian in shock, unwilling to believe his words. Yet he could not dismiss the veracity of Lin Xian's information. "Thank you, Heavenly Brother, for sharing this with us. We shall certainly proceed with caution from now on. Since you have imparted this knowledge, you shall henceforth be our brother. Should any brother encounter difficulties, we will surely lend our support without hesitation." The 4 Sea Dragon Kings expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received a world egg, along with an additional world manual, and a random reward of 200,000 years of cultivation. Please check your storage. Upon receiving the reward, Lin Xian immediately entered his storage. The world egg, a core component for cultivating a personal realm. The world manual, a guide for nurturing my own world. Lin Xian pondered, perplexed. Did the system intend for him to create another world, achieving a feat akin to Panga's separation of heaven and earth? Before he could delve into the contents of the world manual, a sudden sound of bells and drums resonated, accompanied by celestial music. The celestial beings hurriedly returned to their positions. It was time for the Jade Emperor's court assembly. Lin Xian was ushered aside by the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from behind the screen, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. The Jade Emperor bore a solemn expression, exuding an aura of righteousness, commanding respect without uttering a word. The Queen Mother, too, was poised and dignified, embodying the essence of the 3 realms matriarch. As they settled into their seats, the assembled deities bowed deeply, respectfully welcoming the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. "Rise," the Jade Emperor spoke calmly. The celestial beings lifted their heads. Then the Jade Emperor inquired, "Is there any matter to be reported today?" "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report." "Proceed." Occasionally, celestial officials stepped forward to present their reports. Among the crowd, Lin Xian's gaze flickered. Was this the court assembly of the heavenly court? It was quite similar to that of a terrestrial emperor, merely addressing matters of public welfare and karmic entanglements. If one were to draw distinctions, it would be that a terrestrial emperor solely concerns himself with the stability of his realm, while the Jade Emperor's purview is considerably broader, encompassing the order of the 3 realms and the cycle of existence. After some time, the formalities seemed to conclude. "Where is Heavenly General?" the Jade Emperor suddenly inquired. Lin Xian steadied himself and stepped forward, slightly cupping his hands. "I am here." The Jade Emperor's gaze flickered as he regarded Lin Xian below. Lin Xian, unwavering, met the gaze of Hao Yin. It was peculiar. Logically, news of the calamity should have reached his ears by now, yet he remained so composed. The Jade Emperor felt an inexplicable sense of curiosity. Regardless of who it was, during times of great peril, one would typically display considerable agitation. Even celestial beings would likely plead with the Jade Emperor. Yet, since ascending to the heavenly throne, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother had seldom directly intervened in worldly matters, fearing the repercussions of karmic entanglements. During this time, the Jade Emperor, with his quasi-saintly perception, had long been aware that many celestial beings had visited the residence of Heavenly General Lin Xian. It was inconceivable that Lin Xian was oblivious to the matters concerning the harbingers of calamity. With this in mind, the Jade Emperor decided to speak plainly and observe Lin Xian's reaction. "Heavenly General," the Jade Emperor began, "not long ago, you achieved notable success in governing the Heavenly River, and I have summoned you today to extend my commendation." Lin Xian remained silent. As Lin Xian remained composed, the Jade Emperor turned to the nearby Taibai Jinxing and inquired, "Jinxing, how do you believe I should reward the Marshal Tianpeng?" Taibai Jinxing flicked his whisk and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, it is said that during the Marshal's governance of the Heavenly River, he was influenced by an unknown beam of light, resulting in a breach in the dam and nearly causing a star from the Heavenly River to fall to the mortal realm. Therefore, I believe he should not be rewarded but rather punished for his incompetence in managing the waters." After speaking, Taibai Jinxing cast a cold glance at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was taken aback by these words. This cunning Bajie jinxing, summoned by the Jade Emperor under the pretense of a reward, had turned the situation into one of guilt and deserving punishment. Lin Xian's expression darkened. This Bajie jinxing was indeed treacherous. With the impending calamity and himself being designated as a victim, it was astonishing that Bajie jinxing would so blatantly distort the truth and add insult to injury. Was this not a ploy to find a reason to demote him and ensure his downfall? Your Majesty, the interference from the beam was entirely unforeseen, and the Marshal had no prior knowledge of it, so it should have nothing to do with him. I implore you to see reason, spoke the Dragon King of the East Sea as he stepped forward. Bajie jinxing's displeasure was evident. Oh, according to Dragon King Ao Guang, if the heavenly river flooded due to this incident, it should have nothing to do with the Marshal? He continued, displaying an unyielding demeanor. The Marshal is entrusted with the important task of governing the heavenly river by your grace, and now you claim he bears no responsibility? I merely state the facts. Jinxing. Why bring up matters that did not occur? Ao Guang, unafraid of Bajie jinxing's pressure, replied. Moreover, the Marshal remained calm in the face of danger, sealing the breach in the dam and intercepting the falling star, thereby averting a catastrophe. This should be deemed a merit rather than a fault. Lin Xian listened quietly, feeling a sense of gratitude towards the Dragon King for his defense. Bajie jinxing was left speechless. He had intended to use the principle of an innocent man suffers for possessing a treasure against the Marshal, but he had not anticipated the East Sea Dragon King's intervention. Even as a favored minister of the Jade Emperor, he found himself at a loss. On the other side, Li Jing and his son remained silent, as Li Jing was aware that he was in Lin Xian's debt and dared not speak out. Enough of this quarrel. I shall render my judgment, declared the Jade Emperor, interrupting both jinxing and Ao Guang. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, as per Ao Guang's assertion, the Marshal's governance of the heavenly river has merits, and he has successfully prevented a catastrophe from befalling the mortal realm. Thus, I shall bestow upon the Marshal a set of exquisite jade armor as a reward. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lin Xian said, bowing respectfully. Just then, a celestial soldier presented a radiant set of jade armor before him. In Lin Xian's eyes, this exquisite jade armor, while a treasure, was not particularly valuable. After accepting the armor, he cast a glance at Bajie jinxing. It seemed he would need to exercise greater caution in the future. Having always been meticulous, Lin Xian now realized the true nature of scheming. Bajie jinxing's tactics were nearly insurmountable. In truth, the Jade Emperor had his own intentions, contemplating whether to use this incident as an excuse to demote the Marshal. However, the reasoning felt somewhat contrived, likely to be met with resistance, and thus he did not heed Bajie jinxing's suggestions. Then, the Jade Emperor turned to Lin Xian once more and said, Marshal Tianpeng, this matter is settled. But there is another issue I believe you have heard about. The assembly of deities, including Lin Xian, fell silent. Could it be that the Jade Emperor would openly discuss the impending calamity? Your Majesty speaks of the matter of the designated victim? Lin Xian cautiously inquired. Under normal circumstances, the Jade Emperor would not broach such a topic directly. He could simply find an excuse to demote him without much effort. After a moment of reflection, Lin Xian harbored a singular suspicion that his arrival had disrupted the cosmic order, affecting every facet of the journey to the west. The Jade Emperor nodded and then sighed. The Marshal has served diligently in my celestial court, yet he has unexpectedly become the designated victim. I truly regret this, but the will of the heavens is beyond my control. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. The sudden shift in tone caught him off guard. However, after a moment of contemplation, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Continue your performance. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother had long resided in their lofty abodes, unwilling to be entangled in worldly affairs. How could they allow a mere Marshal to alter their true intentions? It should be understood that within the celestial court, deities were countless. Should one Marshal depart, another would rise in his stead. The court would remain unchanged, and the heavenly river would continue to flow. But the Marshal could be replaced at will. Observing the Jade Emperor's sudden display of sympathy, Lin Xian's expression turned peculiar. The Jade Emperor's motivations were clear. He sought to gauge whether Lin Xian was willing to voluntarily participate in the calamity. Should he show willingness, perhaps he would avoid the worst fate. If not, he would be forced into a predicament. After weighing his options, Lin Xian replied coolly, Your Majesty need not concern yourself with my well-being. Does this mean the Marshal is willing to partake in the calamity? The Jade Emperor seemed intrigued. Lin Xian inwardly chuckled. What did he think? This marshal had sworn never to descend into the mortal realm, and thus participation was out of the question. Since you wish to play the sympathy card, I shall employ a strategy of delay. Lin Xian responded, Your Majesty, the calamity is merely a trial, a form of cultivation. For me, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. However, I shall take some time to consider, as this matter significantly impacts my future. Using this tactic, he hoped to buy time and instill hope in the Jade Emperor. When the Emperor grew impatient, he would devise another plan. Then let the Marshal consider it at his leisure. The Jade Emperor continued his charade. If you choose to descend, I can facilitate connections to ensure your safety. Indeed, Lin Xian bowed. However, do not take too long to respond. I require a prompt answer, the Jade Emperor added. He thought to himself, since the Marshal was the designated victim, he would inevitably descend, so he would grant him time to prepare mentally. After Lin Xian replied, he retreated. If there is nothing further, we shall adjourn, the Jade Emperor addressed the gathered deities. Lin Xian was eager to leave this place of uncertainty, so he promptly exited. The Dragon King of the Four Seas followed closely behind. Initially, he had wished to learn more about the Dragon Clan. But Lin Xian's vague and chaotic remarks did not reveal anything substantive. To divulge everything would only raise suspicions. Upon exiting the southern heavenly gate, Lin Xian bid farewell to the Four Seas Dragon King and then proceeded to his chariot, heading directly towards the Tiangong star. Meanwhile, Li Jing took Neza to inspect the four great heavenly gates. However, at this moment, Neza's demeanor towards Li Jing was no longer marked by the previous respect. Where once they had shared a unified purpose, now the father and son harbored their own ulterior motives, and the trust they had once built had completely evaporated. Within the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, some celestial officials had already departed, yet a few remained, discussing various matters. Your Majesty, I do not understand why we do not utilize the water governance incident to directly demote the Marshal to the mortal realm. Tai Bai Jinxing inquired of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow and replied coolly, Let him have some time to contemplate. After all, he is destined to become the designated victim. If he willingly accepts, it will save me considerable effort. The Jade Emperor declared, Let us apply pressure from all sides to compel him to fulfill his destiny. After a moment of contemplation, he added, However, there is no need for haste. The Buddhist sect has mentioned that the golden cicada must reincarnate to confront his fate, yet I have not received any news regarding his departure. Moreover, it is said that the golden cicada must endure 10 cycles of reincarnation before he can unlock the true calamity. 10 cycles may span at least 500 years, or even 1,000. There remains ample time. It is entirely up to your Majesty's arrangements. The Star of Venus nodded in agreement. Though internally, he felt a sense of helplessness. Is it a long time? Not in the least. A day in heaven equals a year on earth. Have you calculated that? The Jade Emperor cast a glance at the Star of Venus and continued, Venus, discreetly observe Marshal Tianpeng. Should he show no intention of confronting his fate, employ some means to compel him. Yes, your Majesty, replied the Star of Venus, bowing once more. Meanwhile, Marshal Lin returned to his residence, astonished at the rewards he had garnered from his visit to the Lingxiao Palace. Sitting within his abode, he surveyed the numerous items in his system warehouse. First, he examined the World Atlas. With a mere thought, a volume surged forth from the warehouse, materializing before him. The contents of the World Atlas were illustrated with totems and textual annotations, depicting in exquisite detail the evolution from primordial chaos to the birth of Pangu, the ascension of pure energy, and the descent of turbid energy, culminating in the formation of all things. Lin's heart stirred with realization. The system had bestowed upon him the Chaos Heart and the Primordial Pearl from the outset, followed by the World Heart and the World Atlas. It was clear that its intentions were far from simple. Now, having perused the World Atlas, he understood that the system aimed for him to create another world. The ambition of this system is indeed grand. Although Lin had traversed into the journey to the west, his initial desire was merely to survive. Now that the system harbored such lofty aspirations, he too must keep pace with its ambitions. However, the items he had acquired thus far were insufficient to nurture chaos. Possessing the Primordial Pearl, the Chaos Heart, and the World Heart, he still required the Primordial Purple Chi, Chaos Pearl, Panga's Essence, and embryonic forms of flesh among other crucial components. With the World Atlas returned to its place, Lin then retrieved the map of mountains and rivers. This map was a treasure of innate spirit. At first glance, it appeared to be an unremarkable painting, yet within it lay mountains, rivers, flora, fauna, and all details rendered with striking vividness. If one were to infuse their consciousness and examine it closely, it revealed a self-contained world where all beings underwent the cycle of life and death. Lin was taken aback and took a moment to regain his composure. With a flick of his finger, he infused his magical essence into the map, instantly refining it. From henceforth, the Jade Emperor would undoubtedly urge him to confront his fate. But this treasure could afford him some delay. A smile graced Lin's face as he lifted the map of mountains and rivers and waved it with a single hand. Suddenly, the map transformed into countless manifestations, instantly enveloping the entire Tianpeng residence. An uproar ensued throughout the estate. Several attendants and maids gazed in astonishment at the transformed landscape outside, their hearts filled with inexplicable shock. Good heavens, what is that? Surely it must be an illusion. I am in the Tianpeng residence. Yet how have I come to the mortal realm? No, this is still the Tianpeng residence. But why has the outside changed so dramatically? Confused glances were exchanged among the people, as some even ran throughout the estate, utterly convinced they remained in the Tianpeng residence, yet bewildered and unfamiliar with the external changes. The map of mountains and rivers descended, revitalizing the previously desolate Tianpeng star, filling it with vibrant life and the sweet sounds of nature. Some attendants dashed out of the gates, sprinting toward the distant mountains. After a long while, these attendants, drenched in sweat, looked up to see the mountains, seemingly close at hand, yet they could not reach them. Upon turning back, they found the Tianpeng residence just as near, having only moved a mere step away from the gates after an entire hour of running. Issue my command. Henceforth, no one is to step out of the residence even a half step. If someone arrives for non-essential matters, refuse them entry. Suddenly, Lin's voice boomed like thunder above the entire Tianpeng residence. The crowd was startled and quickly bowed in response, saying, "Yes, Marshal." After issuing his orders from the secret chamber, Lin's consciousness returned to the system warehouse, where a reward awaited him, a formation known as the Heaven and Earth Limitless Gathering Spirit Array. What distinguishes this array from other gathering formations? Lin pondered, aware that the residence of the original Marshal Tianpeng was already shrouded in countless layers of magical formations. Within this cultivation chamber, there were also hundreds of gathering spirit formations. Layer upon layer of these formations had gathered nearly half of the spiritual energy surrounding Tianpeng star and its vicinity, resulting in a remarkably dense spiritual atmosphere. Upon glancing at the description, he found it stated merely a 100-fold cultivation world. 100-fold cultivation? Lin was momentarily dumbfounded. The speed of such cultivation was beyond his imagination. Only through personal experience could he grasp its magnitude. With that thought, Lin refined the array, and with a flick of his consciousness, array diagrams, flags, bases, and focal points flew forth instantaneously. The materials for the Heaven and Earth Limitless Gathering Spirit Array were numerous, and at this moment, it was not limited to Lin's unique cultivation chamber or the entire Tianpeng residence, but rather encompassed the entirety of Tianpeng star. It was hard to fathom the incredible power of a formation spread across an entire star. Lin, realizing the vastness of the array, stepped outside the Tianpeng residence, isolating the map of mountains and rivers with his consciousness. He then circled the entire Tianpeng star, completing the array's setup. The moment the array was finished, a humming sound resonated as boundless powers of heaven and earth descended. Not long after, when Lin returned to the Tianpeng residence, streams of spiritual energy began to cascade down. As time passed, the influx of spiritual energy grew ever denser. Lin activated his cultivation technique, attempting to sense the amount of spiritual energy. This initial attempt left him astounded. The density of spiritual energy surrounding him exceeded all his expectations. If the spiritual energy on Tianpeng star previously equated to 10 times that of the mortal realm, then now it was a full 1,000 times denser. Indeed, it was a 100-fold cultivation world. The system had not deceived him. Not rushing into cultivation, Lin began to meticulously gauge the range of spiritual energy accumulation. My goodness, is the range truly so vast? Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. The gathering range of the Heaven and Earth Limitless Gathering Spirit Array did not encompass merely Tianpeng star, but the entire Polaris domain. This meant that a significant portion of the spiritual energy from the entire Polaris domain had been drawn to Tianpeng star. Meanwhile, the star of Ziwei, Deputy Commander Tianqiao, General Haisha, General Jinwu, and the entirety of the 100,000 Heavenly River Water Army stationed there found their cultivation disturbed. They sensed that the spiritual energy in the surrounding atmosphere was slowly dissipating, as if the end of the Dharma age had arrived. Inside the cultivation chamber, Lin erupted into joyous laughter. Such an abundance of spiritual energy is simply exhilarating. The majority of the spiritual essence from the entire Polaris domain had been amassed within his chamber, saturating the atmosphere to a terrifying degree. Almost as if it were turning into a liquid state, Lin settled cross-legged upon a cushion, retrieving the accumulated Tao essence stored in his warehouse. As a being of celestial rank with profound foundations, the Tao essence he required was far from trivial. Upon using the Tao essence, a tremendous wave surged forth, washing over his body and soul. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this essence was entirely exhausted. Lin was left utterly dumbfounded. He is currently unable to break through even a minor realm, with only a slight enhancement in his aura. Such meager progress in his cultivation merely serves to itch his ambitions. Left with no choice, he can only cultivate slowly. He immediately began to channel the chaotic origin energy, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of the surrounding world surged down like a torrential storm. After 3 hours, a loud sound erupted from Lin Xian's body, and his entire being was enveloped in radiant light. His cultivation had advanced from the early stage of the celestial immortal to the mid-stage. At this moment, outside the Tianpeng star, several streaks of light suddenly flew in from all directions. "Brother, you are here too?" General Haisha and General Jinwu rushed over from a distance, immediately noticing that Tianxiu was also flying toward the direction of the dense spiritual energy. Seeing the two, Tianxiu laughed heartily. "Aren't you just like us?" For some unknown reason, the concentration of spiritual energy in our cultivation area has suddenly diminished. "Brother, do you know what is happening?" Jinwu turned to Tianxiu. Tianxiu scratched the scar on his face and said, "I was just about to ask you." Thus, the three of them simultaneously turned their gazes toward the direction of Tianpeng star, exchanging peculiar looks. The spiritual energy has vanished from our side. Yet the Marshal's residence is exceptionally rich in it. "We might as well go and investigate," Tianxiu suggested. "Indeed, let's go see Big Brother," the others agreed. "From what I've heard from Second Brother and Third Brother, news about Big Brother facing tribulations has spread like wildfire. We haven't visited him yet." As they spoke, the three figures transformed into streaks of light and sped toward Tianpeng star. Just as they were nearing their destination, a figure in gray robes suddenly appeared before them. Facing away, with flowing silver hair, this figure was not an elder, but a youth. Upon seeing this person, the three immediately flew over and bowed. "We greet you, Lord Ziwei Star." Lord Ziwei Star acknowledged with a nod, not turning around, clearly already aware of their presence. "May I ask, Star Lord, have you also sensed the anomaly in the surrounding spiritual energy?" Tianxiu inquired. Changes. Lord Ziwei Star replied cryptically, gazing down at Tianpeng star and murmuring to himself. The three were left perplexed. Ziwei pointed downward. "Look at the current state of Tianpeng star. What changes do you observe?" "Changes?" The three paused, then focused their gaze on Tianpeng star. As they scrutinized the unfamiliar landscape, they were immediately taken aback. What on earth? Tianpeng star looks different. For thousands of years, they had regarded Marshal Tianpeng as their elder brother, dedicating themselves tirelessly to him, and thus they were well acquainted with Tianpeng star. What had it once been like? Cold, desolate, devoid of vitality. However, now the peaks stood tall, rivers flowed endlessly, flora thrived, and insects, fish, birds, and beasts flourished everywhere, resembling a paradise on earth. More importantly, the spiritual energy here was far denser than before. Now that Tianpeng was the chosen tribulation bearer of the heavenly Tao, he would never willingly accept his fate. The transformation of Tianpeng star and the gathering of spiritual energy here could very well indicate a shift in the heavenly Tao itself. Ziwei, possessing cultivation at the level of a quasi-saint, and second only to the Jade Emperor, could naturally probe the heavenly Tao. "Let us descend and investigate," Ziwei said. The three promptly followed. Just as they entered Tianpeng star, inside the cultivation chamber of the Tianpeng residence, Lin Xian had sensed the arrival of someone at Tianpeng star ever since the formation of the grand gathering of spiritual energy array. Why has Ziwei come? And Tianxiu and the others? Lin Xian wondered, but as he pondered, realization dawned upon him. Ding! Detection of Lord Ziwei, star visiting Tianpeng star. Would you like to meet him? Please make the following choice. Option 1. Go to meet him. Reward of 3 8-turn Xian immortal pills. Option 2. Continue in seclusion, no visitors. Reward of 3 innate Rin water peaches. 8-turn Xian immortal pills? Lin Xian licked his lips. 107-turn Xian immortal pills could not compare to a single 8-turn Xian immortal pill. I choose the first option, Lin Xian declared. If it were only Tianxiu and the others, he might have chosen not to meet them, but with the presence of his superior, Ziwei, it seemed inappropriate to avoid him. Moreover, the rewards were essential. He urgently needed to enhance his cultivation, and the value of the 8-turn Xian immortal pills far surpassed that of the peaches. Ending his meditation, Lin Xian stepped outside. Simultaneously, he expanded his consciousness and manipulated the map of mountains and rivers, clearing a path for Ziwei and the others amidst Tianpeng Star's mountains and rivers. Greetings, Star Lord, Lin Xian said as he emerged from the residence, bowing respectfully. Tianpeng, have you set up a special gathering array here at Tianpeng Star? Ziwei descended, followed by Tianxiu and the others. Lin Xian feigned shock, glancing around before shaking his head, boasting, I had no idea. It suddenly feels much more spiritually rich. And what has caused such a drastic change in Tianpeng Star? He mused, knowing full well he could not speak the truth. Ziwei paused, realizing it wasn't him. Clearly, changes were indeed afoot. He refrained from probing further and walked directly into the Tianpeng residence. Big brother, you genuinely do not know about the changes in Tianpeng Star? Tianxiu and the others inquired curiously as they walked. I do not know, Lin Xian replied earnestly. In the reception hall of the Tianpeng residence, Ziwei appeared to sip tea while secretly extending his consciousness to meticulously sense the changes throughout Tianpeng Star, seeking any clues. After a moment, Ziwei glanced at Lin Xian, who wore an innocent expression, and asked, Tianpeng, with your tribulation approaching, what are your thoughts? I have yet to give it much thought. Lin Xian did not directly refuse. Subconsciously, he remained cautious of Ziwei and his 3 brothers. Noticing Lin Xian's wariness, Ziwei furrowed his brow, clearly aware of their mutual distrust. After a moment of contemplation, Ziwei bit his lip as if making a decision, and directly addressed Lin Xian, Tianpeng. Do you know who truly held power in the heavenly court at the establishment of the Dao sect after the function? Lin Xian blinked. Is it not His Majesty the Jade Emperor? No, Ziwei shook his head with a bitter smile. At the inception of the heavenly court, the true power was held by me, the great Emperor Ziwei. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was taken aback, while Tianxiu and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. The great Emperor Ziwei, once second only to the hegemon GFA in the West, held a high position after the function, commanding respect from many immortals. An unsettling premonition arose in Lin Xian's heart. If the Jade Emperor were to learn that Ziwei was discussing such sensitive topics in his residence, it would certainly invite accusations of rebellion. Chapter 21. The arrival of the Tai by Golden Star. If such matters were overheard, it would be a grave misstep. However, recalling that the original Tianpeng had arranged certain formations around the residence to conceal celestial secrets, Lin Xian's anxiety eased. Since Ziwei dared to speak of such matters before them, it seemed he did not fear the scrutiny of the heavenly court. Lin Xian was curious. If Ziwei had once been the true power holder of the heavenly court, how had it later fallen into the hands of the Jade Emperor? Yet, considering that Ziwei felt comfortable expressing his thoughts to him, it suggested that Ziwei did not regard him as an outsider and was perhaps even at odds with the Jade Emperor. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Ziwei smiled faintly and continued, at that time, the power was indeed in my hands, but I was not the ruler of the 3 realms. That title belonged to the Jade Emperor. At that time, the Jade Emperor was sidelined, lacking any real authority. Later, he established the 4 sovereigns to gradually siphon my powers away. After saying this, Ziwei fell silent and turned his attention to Lin Xian. Lin Xian could hardly miss Ziwei's implication. Since the other party had revealed his thoughts, it was only fitting that he share some of his own genuine reflections. Based on Lin Xian's understanding of the journey to the West world, the establishment of the 4 sovereigns by the Jade Emperor was intended to assist him. In the northern realm, we have the great Emperor Ziwei, while in the southern reaches resides the great Emperor Changsheng, the great Emperor Goqing, and the Empress of the Earth. Notably, both Changsheng and Goqing are intimately associated with the Jade Emperor. The title of the Earth Empress is but a mere facade. The true Earth Empress has transcended the cycle of reincarnation and possesses a status far superior to that of the Jade Emperor, making it implausible for her to willingly serve as a subordinate emperor. The establishment of the four sovereigns has gradually stripped Zy of his true authority. As it stands, apart from the four divine beings of the north managing the heavenly river, there are no other subordinates left. Tianchao exchanged glances with his companions, and he spoke first. Brother, you are aware that the four of us have been together long before we took charge of the heavenly river, and we have continuously assisted the Star Monarch. Yet we have scarcely encountered the Jade Emperor. Haisha's countenance bore a frown as he added, I just wonder if this time we can continue to stand by your side. Brother. Lin Xian steadied himself and gazed at the three of them, pondering whether trust was warranted. Zy's loss of power may be a point of trustworthiness. The three of them, particularly Tianchao, had shown a degree of recklessness since his arrival, even neglecting to bow before the commander. However, he had later single-handedly prevented the stars from falling, which had somewhat elevated Lin Xian's impression of him. Upon reflection, had it not been for Tianchao's close relationship with the original Tianpeng, how could he have dared to act so freely in front of the commander? Thus, it could be said that he was not untrustworthy. After weighing his thoughts, Lin Xian smiled and remarked, in truth, I do not wish to part ways with everyone so easily. My prior promise to consider before the Jade Emperor was genuine, yet I am still uncertain. Ultimately, Lin Xian refrained from expressing his true thoughts. Tianpeng, you are in the Tianpeng Star, yet you truly do not understand why it has changed? Zy's face displayed a hint of disappointment. Lin Xian maintained his composure, oblivious. If that is the case, the sudden influx of spiritual energy on Tianpeng Star is indeed a remarkable transformation. Zy then laughed, addressing Tianchao. Tianchao, given the rich spiritual energy here, you might consider bringing your 100,000 troops to train on Tianpeng Star. Yes, Tianchao responded. Lin Xian was momentarily dumbfounded. To station 100,000 Heavenly River soldiers on Tianpeng Star? What if the Jade Emperor learned of this and presumed I harbored treasonous intentions? Not long after their conversation, Zy prepared to depart. As for Tianchao and his companions, they promptly returned to summon the 100,000 water troops, intending to train on Tianpeng Star. Before leaving, Zy specifically handed Lin Xian a jade box. Last time, I received 3 9-turn mysterious immortal pills from the Supreme Lord, of which I have used 2. This remaining one is a gift for you. Lin Xian's breath caught in his throat. A 9-turn mysterious immortal pill? More precious than the 8-turn variety. The Supreme Lord had spent 49 days refining a batch, yielding only 3. Now, the Star Monarch gifted one to him. This pill alone spoke volumes of Zy's affection for Lin Xian. Thank you, Star Monarch, for your kindness, Lin Xian said, cautiously accepting the jade box. Watching Zy depart, Lin Xian turned and entered the secret chamber. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 8-turn mysterious immortal pills and randomly obtaining a Deluo Golden Immortal Experience card. After waiting so long, he finally acquired a Deluo Golden Immortal Experience card. Lin Xian felt a surge of joy, continuing his cultivation. He consumed 1 8-turn mysterious immortal pill, and with the surrounding abundant spiritual energy, his cultivation swiftly ascended from the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm to the late stage, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. After achieving immortality, one must still traverse the stages of human immortal, earth immortal, celestial immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, and Deluo golden immortal to attain sainthood. At this moment, Lin Xian stood but a step away from the golden immortal realm. Approximately 1 hour after Zy and the others departed, an elder, accompanied by several celestial generals, stealthily approached Tianpeng Star, clad in a white Taoist robe and wielding a whisk. The elder exuded an air of celestial grace. He was indeed the Tai Bai Jinxing. He had come at the Jade Emperor's behest to investigate Lin Xian's movements. What has happened to Tianpeng Star? Upon witnessing the transformation of Tianpeng Star, Tai Bai Jinxing was momentarily stunned. He hastily began calculating with his fingers, his expression filled with confusion. This is undoubtedly Tianpeng Star. He then turned to a nearby celestial general, inquiring, Is this not Tianpeng Star? The celestial general also appeared bewildered. Is it or is it not? The junior general was equally uncertain. Tai Bai Jinxing's face darkened with concern. He was utterly baffled, while the celestial generals around him shared his confusion. Let us descend and investigate. In truth, Tai Bai Jinxing was convinced that this was indeed Tianpeng Star, albeit altered in appearance. How did that insidious little pest end up here? From afar at Tianpeng Manor, Lin Xian immediately sensed the presence of Tai Bai Jinxing and his entourage. Naturally, with the landscape and national map encompassing the entirety of Tianpeng Star, any outsiders entering would be akin to stepping into his domain. How could he remain unaware? Meanwhile, Tai Bai Jinxing expanded his consciousness to probe the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. He then seated himself upon a large stone and instructed the celestial generals nearby. I shall rest here for a moment. You all go investigate the whereabouts of Commander Tianpeng and report back promptly if you find anything. The junior general complied. As he spoke, the celestial generals turned and stealthily made their way toward Tianpeng Manor. An hour later, Tai Bai Jinxing grew impatient, glancing toward Tianpeng Manor with a sense of puzzlement. It has been over an hour. Why have they not returned? Another hour passed. Finally, the celestial generals returned. But Tai Bai Jinxing noticed that they were drenched in sweat, panting heavily, as if they had undergone a taxing ordeal. What in the world happened? Tai Bai Jinxing was utterly bewildered. Chapter 22. What transpired? Tai Bai Jinxing gazed at the celestial generals before him, struggling to comprehend the situation. Had he not dispatched them to investigate Commander Tianpeng's whereabouts? Why did they appear utterly exhausted? With a mind full of questions, Tai Bai Jinxing inquired, "What is the matter? Did I not send you to gather intelligence?" Reporting to the Golden Star, we indeed sought to uncover news regarding Commander Tianpeng. One celestial general replied respectfully. Tai Bai Jinxing's eyes brightened. What did you discover? Speak quickly. We found nothing. Tai Bai Jinxing's expression darkened immediately. You spent 2 full hours running back and forth, and in the end, you tell me you found nothing? His nostrils flared with anger. The celestial general pointed toward the direction of Tianpeng Manor, gasping for breath as he explained, Golden Star. There is something peculiar about the path to Tianpeng Manor. We ran for an hour without making any progress, and out of desperation, we had to return. An hour to run there, and an hour to return. Tai Bai Jinxing's expression shifted to one of confusion. How can this be? The distance to Tianpeng Manor is less than 500 miles. With our celestial abilities, we could traverse that in the blink of an eye. How could we not reach it? Within the secret chamber of Tianpeng Manor, Lin Xian laughed heartily. The landscape and national map was entirely under his control. It was indeed improbable for them to reach. After another hour, Tai Bai Jinxing noticed that the celestial generals had rested sufficiently and declared, "Rise and follow me. I shall see what is so peculiar about this path." The celestial generals had no choice but to rise and accompany him. After some time, Tai Bai Jinxing furrowed his brow. He examined the surroundings, but found no abnormalities, yet they still could not reach Tianpeng Manor. I refuse to believe this. We shall run until we reach Tianpeng Manor today. Tai Bai Jinxing commanded. Upon hearing this, the celestial generals behind him nearly spat blood. They had already attempted this and had found it futile. They had run for an hour without success. Within the secret chamber, Lin Xian's consciousness was akin to a pair of watchful eyes, aware of every movement and nuance within the landscape and national map. At this moment, he quietly gazed at Tai Bai Jinxing and the others. Upon seeing them rushing towards his residence, he immediately focused his thoughts, causing mountains and rivers, as well as lakes, to converge towards Tai Bai Jinxing and his companions. Thus, they endeavored to reach Tianpeng Fu, traversing mountains and crossing rivers, even sailing across seas. However, contrary to their expectations, the closer they aimed to reach Tianpeng Fu, the further away it seemed. Another hour passed. Amidst the mountains and rivers, Tai Bai Jinxing and his companions continued to run, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, displaying exhaustion on their faces. Jinxing, how much longer must we run? Tianjiang inquired. How far are we from Tianpeng Fu? Tai Bai Jinxing countered. Approximately 450 miles. What? Tai Bai Jinxing halted, a look of disbelief crossing his face. We have run for half a day and covered nearly 50 miles. Jinxing, considering how long we've been running, why not simply fly over? Someone suddenly suggested. Tai Bai Jinxing was taken aback, realizing that he had almost forgotten he was a celestial being. Consequently, after running fruitlessly for half a day, they took to the skies, continuing their journey toward Tianpeng Fu. Yet, all of this unfolded under Lin Xian's control. Whether they ran on the ground, burrowed underground, swam in the water, or flew in the sky, it was of no consequence. If Lin Xian wished for them to arrive, they could do so in the blink of an eye. If he did not want them to reach their destination, they would never arrive. After a prolonged period, Lin Xian grew weary of the game, and at that moment, the voice of the system echoed. Ding! detected that the host has triggered a new plot. Tai Bajie Xing has come to inquire about the host's impending tribulation. Please make the following choices. First, warmly welcome Tai Bajie Xing and honestly express your thoughts. Reward: 1,000,000 years of Dao cultivation. Second, expel Tai Bajie Xing without consideration of the consequences. Reward: a heavenly Dao ring. Lin Xian let out a cold laugh. Impending tribulation? What a farce. He silently chose the second option. Then he looked again at the entrance of Tianpeng Fu. Tai Bajie Xing and his companions had paused for quite some time, not advancing further, seemingly engaged in conversation. I refuse to believe there exists such a peculiar place. I must reach Tianpeng Fu today, Tai Bajie Xing declared, irritation evident on his face. The celestial soldiers surrounding him wore grim expressions. Jin Xing, shall we continue? They had endured enough torment from Lin Xian. Of course we must continue, follow me. Tai Bajie Xing exclaimed, taking to the air, and the others quickly followed suit. This time, they did not stubbornly head towards Tianpeng Fu, but instead ascended to the heights. In the void, Tai Bajie Xing looked down upon Tianpeng Fu, which now appeared to be within arm's reach. Directly to Tianpeng Fu to meet Tianpeng, Tai Bajie Xing commanded. Subsequently, the group fixed their gaze on Tianpeng Fu and dove down. Previously hindered by mountains and lakes, they had now learned to be clever. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and Tai Bajie Xing was determined. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several streaks of light sped downward. What is happening? Not long after their descent began, Tai Bajie Xing sensed something amiss. As they rapidly descended, the surrounding clouds also swiftly receded behind them, and then nothing further occurred. Tianpeng Fu was close at hand, yet they could not land. Aya, I am going mad. Tai Bajie Xing roared inwardly. The celestial soldiers beside him were equally distressed, their hearts breaking even more than Tai Bajie Xing's. Why can't we reach it? Ultimately, Lin Xian retracted his magical powers. Tai Bajie Xing and his companions exhibited expressions of relief. Finally, they had landed. Standing at the entrance of Tianpeng Fu, Lin Xian instructed his attendants to open the door and stepped outside. Tianpeng Marshal, you must confess, was all of this orchestrated by you? Tai Bajie Xing immediately questioned Lin Xian. Lin Xian feigned innocence. What happened just now? Tai Bajie Xing's expression darkened. Stop acting coy. If you do not clarify the situation, I will report you to the Jade Emperor, and you will be charged with treason. Lin Xian shrugged. Old Tai Bai, do not place the blame on me so readily. If you continue to act unreasonable, I may lose my temper. Am I the sort to act without reason? Tai Bajie Xing's eyes flickered, knowing he lacked evidence to make accusations. Thus, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Let us put this aside for now. I inquire about your thoughts on the impending tribulation. Tai Bajie Xing resumed his lofty demeanor. Lin Xian replied, I have yet to come to a decision. You have yet to decide? When will you be ready? To be frank, this tribulation is unavoidable. You must face it. There is no choice. Tai Bajie Xing boasted. Lin Xian chuckled, lifting his head with an indifferent expression, fixing his gaze on Tai Bajie Xing, and calmly replied, Old Tai Bai, you are infuriating. What? Tai Bajie Xing was momentarily taken aback. You are infuriating, Lin Xian repeated. The surrounding celestial soldiers gasped in shock. Tai Bajie Xing was left dumbfounded. Turning to a nearby celestial soldier, what did he just say? The soldier, awkwardly, replied softly, Jin Xing, the Tianpeng Marshal is insulting you. Tai Bajie Xing finally grasped the situation. Such vulgarities had not crossed his ears for millennia, and hearing them now felt somewhat foreign. In an instant, Tai Bajie Xing was consumed by rage. He pointed an accusing finger at Lin Xian. Tianpeng Marshal, how dare you insult me? Since achieving immortality, no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner, especially during his time beside the Jade Emperor, where everyone treated him with respect and deference. Now, to be insulted for the first time, and in such a vulgar manner, was intolerable. How dare you insult me? I, the illustrious Tai Bajie Xing. Tai Bajie Xing attempted to reason with Lin Xian. Old Tai Bai, you are the offspring of a howling dog. Lin Xian insulted him again, remaining completely unfazed and composed. How dare you? Tai Bajie Xing was livid, feeling his blood pressure rise. He wished to retaliate against Lin Xian, yet feared the Jade Emperor's wrath. Lin Xian shrugged. Very well, let me witness how my newly trained dog barks. At that moment, Tai Bajie Xing's fury reached its peak, his vision blurred, nearly causing him to faint. Fortunately, celestial soldiers beside him reacted swiftly and propped him up. You. Tai Jin Xing's eyes were bloodshot, trembling in anger, his words barely coherent. He yearned to unleash his wrath upon Lin Xian. However, when I reflect inwardly, I realize that I am a celestial being, revered by countless individuals, having endured numerous tribulations and cultivated myself to this day. I possess a refined education, quality, and demeanor. Thus, uttering such base language feels inherently wrong. It is a sentiment that cannot be expressed. What? Do you still wish to remain? Do you find my words insufficiently harsh? Lin Xian regarded the Star of Tai Bai with indifference. The Star of Tai Bai, tears welling in his eyes, exclaimed, Marshal Tianpeng, I have come at the behest of the Jade Emperor to seek you, yet you treat me thus and wish to drive me away. You must be tired of living. Lin Xian coldly smiled and retorted, at the behest of the Jade Emperor? Where's the decree? The Star of Tai Bai froze, realizing he had no decree. Without a decree, do not speak carelessly, or I shall accuse you of falsely relaying imperial orders. Let us see if the Jade Emperor punishes you. Lin Xian continued to sneer. What if you are a favorite of the Jade Emperor? In the presence of all the heavenly officials, would he truly distort right and wrong? You are quite bold. We shall take our leave. Knowing that remaining would yield no benefit, the Star of Tai Bai rose and flew away. Lin Xian waved from a distance. Farewell, old Tai Bai. As you age, fly slowly. Be careful not to fall into my open toilet and chew on something unsavory. My toilet is quite exposed. He could not resist a parting jest. The Star of Tai Bai trembled, nearly plummeting from the clouds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully driving away the Star of Tai Bai. You have received a heavenly Dao ring and a random reward of 800,000 years of cultivation. Please check your storage. What is the heavenly Dao ring? Lin Xian entered his residence, bewildered. Upon accessing his storage, he examined the description of the heavenly Dao ring. It conceals divine secrets within a radius of 500 miles, rendering those below the quasi-saint level unable to pry into them. It is indeed a ring that conceals divine secrets, much to Lin Xian's astonishment. Within the original Tianpeng residence, there were indeed numerous items that concealed divine secrets, such as formations, treasures, and techniques, all at his disposal. However, these items could only be hidden from those below the Tai Golden Immortal level. A Deluo Golden Immortal could easily discern his actions. Thus, Lin Xian was always wary of the prying eyes surrounding him, preventing him from acting recklessly. Now, by a stroke of fortune, he had acquired a ring that even quasi-saints could not penetrate. As the saying goes, in the current world of journey to the west, quasi-saints are abundant, and Deluo are as common as dogs. With this ring, he could momentarily escape the limelight, as those above the quasi-saint level had yet to notice him. After refining it, Lin Xian wore it on his hand. Simultaneously, from various realms, gazes that had previously sought to spy on the Tianpeng residence suddenly seemed to lose their direction, as if blinded. At that moment, Lin Xian felt a profound sense of security, akin to a child who, after wearing open-crotch pants, is now clad in proper trousers, banishing all feelings of embarrassment. Entering his secret chamber, Lin Xian resumed his cultivation. In the heavenly court, the Star of Tai Bai entered the Lingxiao Palace in a state of disarray. The other celestial beings, upon seeing his condition, expressed their astonishment. Jin Xing, what has befallen you? The Jade Emperor also turned to the Star of Tai Bai. His expression peculiar. What had this Star of Tai Bai experienced to appear so flustered? I pay my respects to the Jade Emperor. The Star of Tai Bai, with a mournful countenance, bowed deeply, then rose to speak, to report to the Jade Emperor. I recently sought out Marshal Tianpeng to inquire about the impending tribulation, only to be met with unwarranted humiliation. I beseech the Jade Emperor to intercede on my behalf. As he spoke, tears glistened in his eyes, nearly spilling over. The surrounding celestial beings, upon hearing this, suddenly realized, so, the Star of Tai Bai has encountered trouble with the Tianpeng. The Jade Emperor was taken aback, pondering, what kind of provocation could have so unsettled the usually composed Star of Tai Bai? After a moment's reflection, he asked, what sort of humiliation did he inflict upon you? The Star of Tai Bai lifted his head to describe it, but his memories of the prior encounter flooded his mind. He found it too unbearable to articulate. How could one convey such a situation? If he could articulate it, he would not have been left speechless by the insults. After much contemplation, the Star of Tai Bai realized he could not possibly explain it to the Jade Emperor. Forget it. Let it be as if nothing occurred. The other celestial beings exchanged bewildered glances, pondering what sort of experience could leave the Star of Tai by so tongue-tied. Some of the more lewd-minded officials even cast glances toward the Star of Tai Bai's posterior. Surely, it cannot be related to that. Chapter 24. The River of Heaven's Army stationed Jin Xing. What indeed transpired? Speak, and I shall seek justice for you, the Jade Emperor said, regarding the Star of Tai Bai with an odd expression. The Star of Tai Bai swallowed his pride and responded, "It is nothing, truly nothing." On his way here, he had intended to voice his grievances to the Jade Emperor, to properly reprimand Marshal Tianpeng, yet upon meeting the Jade Emperor, he found such matters difficult to broach. The Jade Emperor sighed, "Very well. If you choose not to speak, I have no reason to force you." The Star of Tai Bai bore the burden alone. The Jade Emperor and the celestial beings thought, "This fellow is indeed peculiar, wanting to speak, yet holding back. Could it be that something in his physical form is amiss?" Unable to voice his troubles, the Star of Tai Bai could only swallow his words in silence. After a while, the Jade Emperor noticed the Star of Tai Bai's complexion had improved and gently cleared his throat, asking, "Jin Xing, did you gather any insights from your visit to Tianpeng's residence? How does Marshal Tianpeng regard the impending tribulation?" To report to the Jade Emperor, Marshal Tianpeng remained steadfast in his previous stance, having given it no consideration. The Star of Tai Bai's face still bore a look of grievance. "Oh." The Jade Emperor stroked his drooping brows, pondering. "This cannot continue. All living beings seek to cultivate and pursue longevity, desiring to live freely and happily. As for the tribulation, even a fool knows what it entails, and naturally, no one wishes to confront it. Since Tianpeng is unwilling to face it, we must compel him. The will of heaven cannot be resisted." The Jade Emperor clenched his teeth, as if making a decision. As the ruler of the three realms, he did not wish to be the villain and incur karmic retribution. Yet if someone were to act against heaven's decree, and he were to be drawn into it, he would have no choice but to take on the role of the villain. The Star of Tai Bai immediately perked up, looking at the Jade Emperor and asking, "What do you intend to do?" If it meant dealing with Tianpeng, he was willing to do anything. Otherwise, the humiliation would remain unavenged. The Jade Emperor replied coolly, "If he contravenes the heavenly laws, I shall have just cause to demote him to the mortal realm, and he shall naturally face his tribulation." The Star of Tai Bai's expression darkened. Hadn't they missed the perfect opportunity to reward Tianpeng previously? Now, trying to find a fault in Marshal Tianpeng would be much more challenging. After some thought, the Star of Tai Bai suggested, as the saying goes, "Strike at the snake's 7 inches. If we aim to catch Tianpeng at a disadvantage, we must exploit his weaknesses." The Jade Emperor's eyes flickered slightly as he replied, "In that case, having worked alongside Marshal Tianpeng for so long, what weaknesses does he possess?" It was well known that Tianpeng was lustful, lazy, and somewhat greedy. The Star of Tai Bai chuckled. Tianpeng's character is well understood among the heavenly officials. It has become common knowledge. Yet, they do not realize that this Tianpeng is not the same as the one they once knew. They were familiar with the previous Tianpeng, but the current Tianpeng was Lin Xian. While the heavenly court pondered how to ensnare Lin Xian, far away on Tianpeng's star, Lin Xian was immersed in his cultivation. At this moment, he radiated light as his cultivation level surged once more. Thus, Lin Xian's cultivation had ascended to the golden immortal realm, a level that most heavenly officials also occupied, with the next tiers being Tai Golden Immortal and Luo Golden Immortal. As a celestial being specializing in decisive actions, Tai Bai Jinxing naturally embodies the essence of a Tai Golden Immortal. Having just stepped into a new realm, he required time to consolidate his power, unable to break through immediately. Lin Xian operated the transformation and primordial essence technique while breathing deeply to gather his focus. Time slipped by unnoticed. Gradually, a series of presences entered Lin Xian's perception, encroaching upon the domain of Tianpeng's star. They have arrived so swiftly. I can only hope they do not bring me trouble, Lin Xian thought with a grimace. The newcomers were none other than Tianxiu and his companions. At this moment, Deputy Commander Tianxiu, along with Generals Haisha and Jinwu, each rode magnificent celestial steeds, leading the way. Behind them, a vast assembly of the Tianhe Water Army followed, stepping through the void in their gleaming silver armor, their demeanor solemn and their formation impeccably disciplined. A sight both formidable and awe-inspiring as they descended upon Tianpeng's star. Upon witnessing the drastic changes in the environment of Tianpeng Star, the Tianhe Water Army was momentarily taken aback. However, as they detected the rich spiritual energy saturating the area, excitement began to spread among them. In contrast to their superiors, they yearned for power even more fervently. The higher their cultivation, the more elevated their status within the ranks, for no one, regardless of their ascension, would willingly accept the role of a mere soldier. Upon their arrival at Tianpeng Star, they quickly organized themselves, and only then did Tianxiu and his companions soar toward the Tianpeng mansion. With no other choice, Lin Xian stepped out from his secluded chamber. Meanwhile, while Tianxiu and his companions traversed the landscape, Lin Xian manipulated the flora and terrain, deliberately refraining from obstructing their path, allowing them to reach the Tianpeng mansion with ease. "Greetings, Commander," the trio bowed upon seeing Lin Xian. Lin Xian gestured for them to rise. Tianxiu stood, clasping his hands in respect. "Elder brother, as per the orders of the Ziwei Star Lord, the entire Tianhe Water Army has been stationed at Tianpeng Star. Please instruct us on how to proceed." Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, sensing an implication of rebellion in Tianxiu's tone. Rebellion? With his current strength, such thoughts were premature. Yet, Lin Xian understood that a rift with the heavenly court was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. "Remember, you have only come here to train due to the abundant spiritual energy of Tianpeng Star, and this has nothing to do with me. Do you understand?" Lin Xian reminded them. The trio appeared perplexed. "Yes, it has nothing to do with you, right? Isn't this the arrangement of the Ziwei Star Lord?" Tianxiu quickly grasped the situation. "Understood, elder brother. We are here solely to train due to the rich spiritual energy of Tianpeng Star, which is unrelated to the Marshal." Tianxiu articulated with a sudden clarity. "Very well," Lin Xian nodded. "Proceed with your training and refrain from engaging in other matters. Do not disturb me. Go." "Yes, elder brother," they replied, retreating from the Tianpeng mansion. Once they returned to their makeshift camp, Tianxiu and his companions wasted no time, immediately commencing the arrangement of troops and the training of soldiers. A day passed in this manner. On this day, Lin Xian was deep in meditation when he suddenly sensed the approach of two unexpected guests to Tianpeng Star, Wenxiu Star and Wuqiu Star. Lin Xian's lips curled into a faint smirk. Outside Tianpeng Star, Wenxiu and Wuqiu Stars glided through the cosmos. As they drew near, they paused to survey the celestial body below. "Is this Tianpeng Star? It seems different from before," Wuqiu Star, a robust figure, remarked, bewildered, directing his query to the elegant elder beside him. "Wenxiu Star, was it like this the last time you came to summon the Tianpeng Marshal?" Wenxiu Star hesitated. "No, it was not like this during my last visit." "How peculiar," Wuqiu Star replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. Wenxiu Star smiled knowingly. "Let us not concern ourselves with these changes. We are here on official orders to observe the Tianpeng Marshal. Should he be remiss in training his troops, we shall document the evidence with the Haotian mirror, ensuring we can hold him accountable later." Their purpose for arriving was indeed this. Chapter 25. The deception of Wenxiu Star. The original Tianpeng was notoriously known for his laziness within the heavenly court. Typically, it was Tianxiu and his companions who trained the Tianhe Water Army, while the Tianpeng Marshal idled away, either socializing or indulging in frivolities. Given the Tianhe Water Army fell under his command, the Jade Emperor had previously chosen to turn a blind eye before the impending calamity. However, according to celestial laws, both the Tianpeng Marshal's Tianhe Water Army and the troops under the command of the pagoda-bearing Li Jing were required to conduct drills and formations daily without fail. Neglecting this duty would result in consequences. Taibai Jinxing had astutely recognized this, advising the Jade Emperor to use the pretext of laziness to bring the Tianpeng Marshal to account. This served a dual purpose: to justifiably arrange for the Tianpeng to face his reckoning and to caution Li Jing against neglecting his own military training, an exquisite twofold strategy. Consequently, the Jade Emperor praised Taibai Jinxing as a clever strategist and entrusted the task to Wenxiu Star and Wuqiu Star, also providing them with the Haotian mirror. Outside Tianpeng Star, Wuqiu Star laughed heartily. "Did not Taibai Jinxing inform us earlier that the Tianpeng Marshal remained at Tianpeng Star, neglecting his training? We shall confront him and catch him in the act." Indeed, Wenxiu Star concurred, chuckling. "The 100,000 Tianhe Water Army typically resides at Tianfu Star. We shall catch him unawares." With that, both burst into laughter. Despicable. Within the Tianpeng mansion, Lin Xian had been monitoring their every move and soon found himself chuckling. What a coincidence! The 100,000 water troops are right here at Tianpeng Star. Lin Xian felt a surge of anger towards Wenxiu Star. Only recently had he exchanged pleasantries with him when delivering the imperial edict, and now he had transformed into the very person destined to face the reckoning, setting a trap for Lin Xian to fall into. It became evident that one must not only consider a person's credentials and friendship, but also their character. Ding! The system has detected that the host has triggered a new plot. Wenxiu Star and Wuqiu Star have come on orders to observe the training of the Tianhe Water Army. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Defy the order and expel the two, asserting that the Jade Emperor has no authority over whether I train or not. Reward: 10 ginseng fruits. Option 2. Comply with the Jade Emperor's order, welcome the two, and allow them to inspect the training situation. Reward: a complete set of nightmare reincarnation array. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Lin Xian's mind, and he promptly chose the second option. Soon after, he observed Wuqiu Star summon forth a mirror-like object into his palm. With a flourish, Wuqiu Star's magical energy surged, causing the exquisitely adorned mirror to ascend and rapidly expand, casting a radiant light reminiscent of the setting sun, enveloping Tianpeng Star in its glow. Let us descend to find the Tianpeng Marshal, Wuqiu Star called out. With that, the two figures transformed into streaks of light, shooting toward the Tianpeng mansion. This was the Haoyan Mirror, a primordial treasure once bestowed upon the Jade Emperor by Hongjun Daozu. Lin Xian gazed at the mirror, recalling his previous readings on it. At this moment, the Haoyan Mirror began its recording. Lin Xian refrained from using the landscape of mountains and rivers to impede Wenxiu Star and Wuqiu Star, allowing them to land normally. After all, this was the Haoyan Mirror, and they were here on official business. Should he toy with them recklessly, he would undoubtedly face the consequences of deceiving the sovereign. Of course, that was not all. The Jade Emperor possessed quasi-saint cultivation. Should he recognize the landscape of mountains and rivers through the Haoyan Mirror, it would spell trouble. In the blink of an eye, Wenxiu Star and Wuqiu Star arrived at the gates of the mansion. Marshal, Wenxiu Star and Wuqiu Star have arrived, a servant announced. Understood. Show them in, Lin Xian instructed. Not personally greeting them this time, knowing well they had come seeking trouble. Shortly, the two entered the reception hall. Wenxiu Star, Wuqiu Star. Lin Xian acknowledged them with a slight nod, remaining seated. The marshal is too courteous, they replied in unison, their smiles appearing more like masks than genuine expressions. However, it soon became awkward for them. Lin Xian had not arranged any seats for them, leaving them standing while he leisurely sipped his tea as if nothing was amiss. Wenxiu Star, already feeling guilty, immediately turned pale. Marshal Tianpeng, you, the Wuqiu Star, a rough and tough figure, could not hide your displeasure at Lin Xian's demeanor. He had intended to inquire why they were not afforded seats, but Lin Xian preemptively interrupted him. Holding his cup of tea, Lin Xian casually asked, "Did the Jade Emperor send any imperial edicts for the two-star lords during your visit to my Tianpeng residence?" Wenxiu Star smiled faintly, replying, "Indeed. The Jade Emperor has given directives." Thus, while Lin Xian sat comfortably, Wenxiu Star and Wuqiu Star remained standing. Logically, their ranks far exceeded that of Marshal Tianpeng, and being treated in this manner left them both unsettled. "Oh," Lin Xian inquired further, "what edict does the Jade Emperor convey?" "The Jade Emperor has commanded us to inspect the Marshal's military training records," Wuqiu Star said, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "I see," Lin Xian replied, feigning enlightenment, and then produced a ledger with a flick of his wrist. Aware of their intentions, he had prepared this document in advance. Wuqiu Star accepted the ledger and began to peruse its contents. This military training record served as a certification, bearing the seals of the Marshal, the Tiger Talisman, and other generals. Should any seal be missing, it would indicate that its owner had not participated in the training. As Wuqiu Star flipped through the pages, he eventually reached today's date and noted with dismay that none of the seals were absent. The lack of missing official seals implied that Lin Xian had not neglected his military training, thus denying them any leverage against him. Contemplating, Wenxiu Star displayed a shrewd expression and addressed Lin Xian, "Marshal Tianpeng, since your military training records are so complete, why did I find the Tianfu Star eerily quiet when I went to inspect the training situation there? It seemed devoid of any military activity. What is the explanation for this?" The Tianfu Star was, after all, the training ground for the Heavenly River Navy. Wenxiu Star and Wuqiu Star had indeed visited the Tianfu Star earlier. Lin Xian smiled faintly and countered, Did the two-star lords notice any unusual fluctuations in spiritual energy while traveling through the Polaris domain? Wen Xiu-star hesitated, acknowledging that he had indeed perceived a difference. The spiritual energy in other areas of the Polaris domain was noticeably less potent than that of Tianpeng's star. Wu Xiu-star interjected, "What does that prove? You have military training records, but did not engage in actual training. Such remarks should not be made lightly. Wu Xiu-star, falsely accusing me carries consequences," Lin Xian said, setting down his cup and raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. The rich spiritual energy of Tianpeng's star prompted my subordinate, Vice Marshal Tianxiao, along with the two generals, to bring their troops here for training. I surmised that the density of spiritual energy directly affects the training progress, thus I acquiesced. "You mean the Heavenly River Navy is not stationed at Tianfu Star, but at Tianpeng Star?" In that moment, both Wen Xiu-star and Wu Xiu-star were taken aback, rendered speechless. They had anticipated a straightforward opportunity to catch him in the act. "In that case, Marshal Tianpeng, why not take us to witness the training in action? It would aid us in reporting back to the Jade Emperor," Wen Xiu-star suggested with a hint of resignation. Wu Xiu-star chimed in, "Yes, Tianpeng, please lead us to observe." With no other recourse, they had to comply. After completing the inspection, if it turned out Tianpeng was indeed conducting training, they would have to return and report their findings. Lin Xian stood up and replied nonchalantly, "Of course, you may accompany me." With that, he led Wen Xiu-star and Wu Xiu-star out of his residence. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xian guided them upon clouds to a remote mountain area. Looking around, they were greeted by the sight of the Heavenly River Navy clad in gleaming silver armor. Under the command of Tianxiao and others, engaged in formations, practicing, or honing their magical skills, the atmosphere charged with vigor and shouts echoing across the terrain. Upon Lin Xian's arrival, Tianxiao and the others immediately noticed and saluted towards the sky, exclaiming, "We greet the commander. Continue your training, do not mind me." Lin Xian instructed telepathically. Yes. The troops resumed their exercises. Lin Xian turned to Wen Xiu-star and Wu Xiu-star, smiling lightly. "What do you think, esteemed Star Lords? Is the intensity of my training sufficient, or does it require enhancement?" "No need, no need," Wu Xiu-star responded awkwardly. "Training must be gradual. It cannot be rushed." "This is quite satisfactory." As a seasoned warrior, Wu Xiu-star was familiar with such scenes. Lin Xian was indeed training diligently, without a hint of negligence. Having initially sought to find fault with Lin Xian, Wen Xiu-star, now seeking an escape route, praised, "Excellent, truly excellent. The Heavenly River Navy possesses such spirit. It is indeed a testament to the glory of our heavenly realm. Then, we shall not interrupt Marshal Tianpeng's training further. We will return to the heavenly court to report." Wen Xiu-star said, bowing respectfully. Lin Xian smirked inwardly, "Esteemed Star Lords, do you not wish to rest at my residence before your journey?" "Not at all. We must not delay, for we bear the sacred mandate," they hastily declined. At this juncture, they could no longer afford to linger. Observing their departure, Lin Xian returned to his residence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Nightmare Reincarnation Array and randomly obtaining the Heavenly Law of Divine Manifestation. Please check your inventory. Watching Wen Xiu-star take the Haotian mirror and leave in a dejected state, Lin Xian revealed a triumphant expression. He had anticipated the Jade Emperor's maneuver, which is why he had not declined the arrangements made by the Ziwei Star Lord. Entering the system inventory, Lin Xian began to examine the newly acquired array. He was curious about this reward. The Nightmare Reincarnation Array sounded grand and sophisticated, though he was unsure of its properties. After a brief moment, Lin Xian's expression shifted to one of realization. This array was a maze. Outsiders who intruded would quickly lose their way. Over time, as they failed to find direction, their minds would gradually unravel, leading them into a half-dream, half-awake state, reliving past experiences as if caught in a cycle of reincarnation. Cruel, truly cruel, Lin Xian muttered to himself. This array was indeed far more ruthless than others, offering no swift death, but rather forcing one to repeatedly endure past sufferings, tormented without escape. Its power rivaled that of the 10 great arrays from the primordial era. Lin Xian marveled. In the past, certain arrays gained notoriety due to frequent appearances, while others, though rarely seen, were by no means weak. Why wait? Let us set it up, Lin Xian resolved, unwilling to allow disturbances in his residence. He exited and ascended into the heavens, surveying Tianpeng Star below. With a thought, Vast quantities of array materials began to materialize. The Nightmare Reincarnation Array comprised 360 main array flags, 360 bases, 360 focal points, along with countless other components. Go. Under Lin Xian's mental command, all items soared into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Every object swiftly found its designated location, encircling the entire Tianpeng star. As the formation was completed, its formidable power immediately manifested. In an instant, an abundance of celestial energies descended, transforming the environment surrounding Tianpeng star. Vast cosmic nebulae emerged, and the formation flags and bases hidden in the void seemed to vanish into thin air. The purpose of a maze formation is to obscure one's presence at that moment. Had it not been for the divine consciousness controlling the formation, Lin Xian would have felt himself succumbing to its allure. After completing this task, Lin Xian traversed layers of cosmic nebulae and returned to his residence, beginning his study of the divine art of manipulating heaven and earth. Meanwhile, within the Lingxiao Palace, the officials reported to the Jade Emperor, "Your Majesty, General Tianpeng is indeed training his troops and shows no signs of laziness. We cannot find any faults with him." The stars of Wenxiu and Wuqing bowed respectfully before the Jade Emperor Haoyan. "This is impossible. You do not understand General Tianpeng as I do. How could he be this diligent?" Bai Jingxing exclaimed, disappointment evident in his eyes. Above the celestial assembly, the Haoyan mirror spun in the air, displaying scenes of the Tianhe Water Army engaging in military drills. The Jade Emperor, his expression impassive, gazed at the images and remarked, "If that is the case, we must consider other strategies." Suddenly, the Jade Emperor's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the reflections in the mirror. "Where's this? Is this not the Tianfu star?" he inquired. Wenxiu star promptly replied, "Your Majesty, this is Tianpeng star." "But this is not Tianpeng star," the Jade Emperor responded, his brow furrowed in confusion. Bai Jingxing interjected, "This is indeed Tianpeng star. I previously mentioned to your Majesty that it has undergone a sudden transformation. Even General Tianpeng himself is unaware of the changes." Wuqing star then elaborated, "Currently, the spiritual energy of Tianpeng star is abundant, and General Tianpeng has instructed the Tianhe Water Army to train there for this very reason." "Oh," the Jade Emperor mused thoughtfully. He examined the mirror's images closely, sensing a vague familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint its source. Of course, had Lin Xian not altered the landscapes, the Jade Emperor would have never recollected it. Simultaneously, during the military drills on Tianpeng star, Bai Jingxing appeared to be deep in thought. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Yes, a rebellion is brewing. His eyes lit up with inspiration as a clever scheme formed in his mind. Chapter 27. Is Tianpeng planning a rebellion? Indeed. Bai Jingxing was quite the clever little rascal. He immediately proposed a cunning plan to deal with Lin Xian. Bowing respectfully to the Jade Emperor, he declared, "Your Majesty, I have a brilliant strategy to hold General Tianpeng accountable." The Jade Emperor, who had been at a loss, perked up at Bai Jingxing's words. "Speak quickly." With a mysterious smile, Bai Jingxing continued, "Your Majesty, we could leverage the transfer of the Tianhe Water Army to Tianpeng star as a pretext." "Elaborate," the Jade Emperor requested. Somewhat puzzled, Bai Jingxing explained, "What could be General Tianpeng's intention in relocating 100,000 soldiers to his doorstep? Your Majesty should consider this carefully." The Jade Emperor pondered. And then a sudden realization struck him. "Rebellion?" "Precisely," Bai Jingxing exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "We can use this as grounds to accuse General Tianpeng of rebellion, revoke his celestial status, and banish him to the mortal realm, naturally leading him to face his fate." The Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This indeed appeared to be a sound strategy. General Tianpeng, reluctant to face his fate, would be compelled to act under pressure. In that case, why not draft a decree immediately, ordering Li Jing to go forth and escort General Tianpeng to the heavens? Bai Jingxing suggested emphatically. Meanwhile, Wenxiu star, contemplating Bai Jingxing's plan, suddenly changed his demeanor and hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, rebellion is a grave matter. I urge you to reconsider, lest it leads to calamity." Bai Jingxing grew anxious. "What is there to deliberate? We have solid evidence. If we declare General Tianpeng a rebel, he is indeed a rebel. But what if General Tianpeng truly rebels?" Wenxiu star countered, maintaining his composure. "Even if Li Jing arrives with a decree, General Tianpeng may defy it. Would that not lead to chaos in the heavens?" "Does he dare?" Bai Jingxing retorted, his indignation palpable, just as Wenxiu Star and Taibai Jinxing were embroiled in their heated argument. The Jade Emperor's expression suddenly shifted as he considered Wenxiu Star's words, a chill running down his spine. Rebellion? That could not be allowed. The Jade Emperor reflected. If General Tianpeng harbors no intent of rebellion, and I press too hard, he may act out of desperation, truly rebelling, which would be a grave mistake. The heavenly forces were divided between Li Jing and General Tianpeng. Years ago, Hao Yan entrusted military power to Li Jing, establishing the Tianhe Water Army not only for the governance of the river, but also to counterbalance Li Jing's influence, preventing him from becoming a threat. Hao Yan was no fool. He understood the intricate dynamics at play. Once, he was the sovereign of the three realms, yet due to the real power residing with the Emperor of the Ziwei, he found himself sidelined. After much scheming, he established the four sovereigns to reclaim much of his authority. Now, the military power of the Tianhe Water Army lay with General Tianpeng, whose immediate superior was the Emperor of the Ziwei. Reclaiming that power would not be a simple task. Should General Tianpeng indeed rebel, it would lead to significant losses for the heavens, while the Buddhist sect observed from the sidelines, ready to exploit the chaos, threatening to dominate the situation. This would spell disaster. Enough arguing. The Jade Emperor interrupted Taibai Jinxing and Wenxiu Star. Your Majesty has come to a conclusion? Taibai Jinxing asked eagerly. No, this tactic should only be employed as a last resort. Let us consider alternative strategies, the Jade Emperor replied, his brow furrowed. Taibai Jinxing felt deflated. His brilliant plan had been overlooked. Glancing at Wenxiu Star with a resentful glare, he remained silent. The Jade Emperor, now apprehensive, turned his attention to the gathered deities and called out, "Where are the great King Toda, Prince Neza, and the giant spirit god?" Three figures stepped forward from the assembly. At your service, Li Jing and his son, alongside the giant spirit god, bowed in unison. You three are to gather 30,000 celestial troops and set forth immediately to the vicinity of the North Star, conducting troop exercises while keeping a close watch on General Tianpeng. The Jade Emperor commanded. Your Majesty, why the need to observe General Tianpeng? Li Jing inquired, puzzled. Neza and the giant spirit god shared the same confusion. In truth, all the scheming against General Tianpeng had been conducted in private by the Jade Emperor and Taibai Jinxing, unbeknownst to the other deities. Naturally, if the subordinate officials learned of the Jade Emperor's various plots against General Tianpeng, it would tarnish his reputation and ability to command respect in the future. Keep a close watch on General Tianpeng and the Tianhe Water Army. Should there be any unusual activity, report immediately. I accept the decree, Li Jing responded, grasping the underlying implications. The Jade Emperor's intention behind sending them was to counterbalance General Tianpeng and prevent any potential rebellion. Thus, Li Jing and the others exited the southern heavenly gate to assemble the celestial troops for their journey to the North Star, leaving the details of their mission unspoken. Subsequently, Taibai Jinxing began devising further strategies for the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, shall we test General Tianpeng's greed next? The Jade Emperor inquired. How shall we conduct this test? Taibai Jinxing chuckled conspiratorially. We could request 3 9-turn return to origin pills from the old lord, suggesting that General Tianpeng bestow them upon his subordinates Tianqiu, Haisha, and Jinwu as a reward for their hard work and training. Your Majesty, consider this. We reward the subordinates of Tianpeng, yet neglect to grant anything to Tianpeng himself. This action could potentially win over Tianqiu and his associates, while also serving as a means to test Tianpeng. Should Tianpeng succumb to greed and attempt to hoard the 3 9-turn returning essence pills for himself, we would have just cause to accuse him. Upon hearing the proposal from the Star of Wealth, the Jade Emperor could not help but feel a surge of interest. To dare to monopolize the elixirs bestowed by the Emperor was indeed a crime severe enough to strip the Marshal Tianpeng of his celestial rank. This was a clever strategy. The Star of Wealth echoed in agreement. Noticing the absence of dissent from the Star of Literature, the Jade Emperor promptly dispatched the Star of Wealth to the Doshui Palace in the 33 heavens to request the 9-turn returning essence pills from the Supreme Lord. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, residing in the Tianpeng residence, swiftly mastered the divine ability of transforming heaven and earth. He stepped outside, utilizing his mastery over the map of mountains and rivers, and in the blink of an eye, appeared in a secluded corner of Tianpeng Star. Thereafter, he unleashed the transforming heaven and earth technique. Boom! Lin Xian's form suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant towering 100 zhang, surveying the surroundings. Previously, during his governance of the Heavenly River, he had employed a great Luo Golden Immortal Experience card, which allowed him to execute the transforming heaven and earth technique with remarkable ease. At that time, he had reached the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal Cultivation, a level capable of manifesting most divine abilities. However, after a decline in his cultivation, he was no longer able to wield those powers. After some time, Lin Xian concluded that it was time to return to cultivation. He reverted to his true form and, with another blink, found himself before the entrance of the Tianpeng residence. Entering a secret chamber, Lin Xian retrieved a mysterious stone box adorned with exquisite patterns, discovered in the private treasury of the former Tianpeng. He had been preoccupied with water management and had not opened it until now. With his fingers weaving a spell, a surge of potent energy flowed into the stone box. Snap! The box emitted a sharp sound, and the previously sealed lid revealed itself. Lin Xian lifted the lid, unveiling an ancient tome inscribed with the words Tianpeng Great Method. Driven by curiosity, he opened it. The Tianpeng Great Method, also known as the Northern Emperor's Ghost Suppression Method, contained a spell known as the Tianpeng Incantation, followed by the names of the ghostly deities of Fengdu's 6 palaces. Realization dawned upon Lin Xian. It was pertinent to note that Marshal Tianpeng, apart from managing the Heavenly River, was occasionally dispatched to the underworld to guard Fengdu City, ruled by the Emperor of Fengdu, an incarnation of the Star Lord of the Purple Tenuity. Historically, the underworld had been governed alternately by the Taoist and Buddhist sects, with the Taoists led by the Star Lord of the Purple Tenuity and the Buddhists by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, due to the Mother of the Earth's embodiment in reincarnation. She could not directly oversee matters, prompting both sects to position their followers in the underworld. In a more favorable light, both sects aimed to liberate sentient beings. In a less favorable light, they sought to expand their followers, almost wishing to inscribe their doctrines into the very essence of all living beings, guiding them from birth towards the Tao or the Buddhist path. The Tianpeng Incantation within the Tianpeng Great Method was designed to suppress malevolent spirits in the underworld. Closing the Tianpeng Great Method, Lin Xian continued to explore the box. Soon, he extracted a talisman, a large seal, a bell, and a measuring rod. Infusing his consciousness, he refined each item, quickly comprehending their purposes. The talisman was named Tianpeng Talisman, the seal Tianpeng Seal, the bell, golden all over, produced a disconcerting sound that echoed through the soul, known as the Tianpeng Bell, and the measuring rod was called Tianpeng Ruler. All these items were intended for combating the malevolent spirits of the underworld, which was not without its own turmoil. As rebellious spirits often rallied against the tortures of the 18 levels of hell, necessitating the occasional intervention of Marshal Tianpeng to restore order. Several hours later, Lin Xian had thoroughly memorized the Tianpeng Incantation and the names of the ghostly deities of Fengdu's 6 palaces. He then ingested an 8-turn profound immortal pill, drawing forth the abundant spiritual energy from the surrounding cosmos, and began his cultivation of the transformative technique. A day later, a silver-armored legion appeared near the North Star region, a grand procession spanning the vast expanse of the void. At the closest point to Tianpeng Star, Li Jing and his companions halted their advance. Neza, giant spirit god, you two are in charge of arranging the troops, Li Jing instructed, turning to them. Remember, focus solely on military drills and do not concern yourselves with other matters. If any rebellious forces from the Heavenly River dare to challenge us, strike them down mercilessly. Do you understand? His dissatisfaction with Lin Xian had festered to the point that he now deemed the Heavenly River forces as rebels. Understood, Your Majesty, giant spirit god bowed in compliance. As for Neza, with a blade of grass in his mouth, he seemed indifferent, as if he had not heard Li Jing's command. Li Jing's breath caught. Since the last incident when Lin Xian had stirred up discord, a rift had formed between him and his son, leading to their estrangement. He was now perpetually wary of Neza, fearing an ambush. Conversely, Neza was equally cautious of Li Jing, apprehensive that Li Jing would use the Linglong Tower to suppress him. Observing Neza's demeanor, Li Jing furrowed his brow and then turned to Giant Spirit God, instructing, Giant Spirit God, ensure Neza is well looked after while I keep watch over Marshal Tianpeng. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Giant Spirit God replied. With that, Li Jing, cradling the Linglong Treasure Tower, made his way towards Tianpeng Star alone. Shortly after, Li Jing approached Tianpeng Star. Humph, Marshal Tianpeng, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament, he sneered. Gazing down at the landscapes of Tianpeng Star, the scene before him had already been described by the star of literature, thus he was not surprised. However, as he raised his eyes to scrutinize the direction of Tianpeng's residence, he was met with layers of ethereal starry clouds, vibrant and colorful, obscuring his view. What is this? Li Jing was taken aback. With his vision blocked, he could not discern the happenings on Tianpeng Star. Initially suspecting an issue with his eyesight, he instinctively rubbed his eyes, only to find the starry clouds growing denser. Meanwhile, within the Tianpeng residence, having just experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, Lin Xian sensed an impending visitor and ceased his practice, exhaling slowly and opening his eyes. Li Jing, the towering king, what brings him here? Lin Xian pondered with mild astonishment. Realizing that it must be a scheme orchestrated by the Jade Emperor to ensnare him, Lin Xian comprehended the situation. Although he remained unaware of the 30,000 heavenly soldiers lurking even further from Tianpeng Star, at that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! A new plot has been triggered. The towering king Li Jing, accompanied by Prince Neza and giant spirit god, leads 30,000 heavenly soldiers under the pretense of military drills, lying in ambush in the North Star region, to monitor you and prevent any rebellion. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Lead 100,000 heavenly river troops to launch an assault, annihilating the 30,000 heavenly soldiers and capturing Li Jing, Neza, and giant spirit god. If they believe I will rebel, then I shall truly rebel, claiming my fate is in my own hands, opposing the heavenly court, and receive a 9-turn golden pill as a reward. Option 2. Ignore them, allowing the 30,000 heavenly soldiers to prance about at your doorstep, while I sit quietly in the yellow court, observing the blooming and fading of flowers, detached from worldly affairs, and receive the 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability as a reward. Lin Xian was taken aback. The Jade Emperor still suspected him of rebellion, sending Li Jing with heavenly soldiers to maintain balance. Fortunately, the system had detected this. At this juncture, he certainly could not choose the first option, as it would play directly into their hands. His current strength was insufficient for rebellion. It was still too early. Thus, he opted for the second choice. Lin Xian made his decision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability and randomly receiving 150 years of cultivation. Please check your inventory. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the system's promptness in issuing rewards. Should he toy with Li Jing? Stroking his chin, a mischievous grin crept onto his face. After all, tormenting Li Jing was justifiable, given that they belonged to opposing factions and confrontation was inevitable. Meanwhile, Li Jing boldly charged into the swirling nebula before him, expecting to glimpse the splendor of the Tianpeng Star beyond. However, a sudden movement within the nebula transformed into a peculiar beast that lunged at him with its jaws agape. Startled, Li Jing hastily evaded, but in doing so, he lost his sense of direction. The nebula enveloped him, swirling in every direction, inducing a hypnotic effect that dulled his senses. Chapter 29. You've caused trouble again. Li Jing unwittingly wandered into the nightmarish reincarnation array, yet all of this was orchestrated under Lin Xian's watchful eye. In the void, as Li Jing gazed at the writhing nebula, his expression grew increasingly dazed. What on earth was happening? He shook his head vigorously, attempting to awaken from the trance. But every glance at the nebula sent him spiraling back into confusion. How was it that he felt so dizzy? This cycle of disorientation persisted for an indeterminate time until he succumbed to the heaviness overtaking him. Who am I? Where am I? What has occurred? After grappling with these bewildering questions, Li Jing regained his senses, only to find his surroundings transformed. A gentle breeze brushed past, revealing that he stood upon a rocky outcrop, with a tumultuous sea before him and a town behind. The entrance to the town bore the imposing inscription, Shintang Pass. Suddenly, 2 towering water columns erupted from the sea, followed by 2 figures emerging from the depths. A child, riding atop a colossal dragon, unleashed a flurry of punches upon its head. The dragon let out a resounding roar as its mountainous tail swept toward the child. With a swift motion, the child summoned a vast crimson ribbon that ensnared the dragon. Binding it tightly, "Little worm, I shall send you to the afterlife today," the child bellowed, raising a mystical ring to smash it down upon the dragon's head. With a thunderous crash, the dragon plummeted from the sky. The child, not yet satisfied, unleashed a barrage of blows upon the weakened creature, even flaying its skin and dissecting it alive. Ha ha ha. The child cackled, clutching a piece of dragon's sinew, exclaiming, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." Witnessing this spectacle, Li Jing's anger surged. "Neza, you've caused trouble." The child was none other than Neza, who turned to face Li Jing with a proud, defiant laugh. At that moment, more water columns surged forth from the sea, as 4 elder dragons stirred the waters, creating towering waves. "Neza, return my son's life," roared Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East. "Your child has slain my dragon prince, and you shall pay the price." With that, the colossal waves rushed toward Chintang Pass, inundating it and bringing suffering to countless citizens. Li Jing shouted in vain, utterly powerless to intervene. The cacophony of the tsunami, the dragon's roar, and Neza's maniacal laughter abruptly faded. Li Jing snapped back to reality, only to find himself still suspended in the void, the nebula continuing to writhe around him. Again, he was bewildered. Within the nightmarish reincarnation array, no matter how strong his spirit, he could not resist the relentless cycle of hypnosis. Soon, he succumbed once more. Again, he witnessed Chintang Pass, the sea, and Neza flaying the dragon prince Ao Bing. Li Jing's rage boiled over as he shouted once again, "Neza, you've caused trouble again." Why did he say again? He paused, then saw the scene of the Dragon Kings flooding Chintang Pass. Before long, he regained his senses, only to find himself back in the void. Yet, moments later, he was plunged into the cycle once more, witnessing Neza slaying the dragon, and he bellowed, "Neza, you've caused trouble yet again." Once more, he regained consciousness. Once more, he succumbed. Once more, he witnessed Neza's onslaught against the dragon, roaring, "Neza, you've caused trouble again and again." Thus, Li Jing spiraled through this tormenting cycle countless times, his sanity teetering on the brink as he became increasingly despondent, his eyes vacant and tormented by the relentless ordeal. Below, within the Tianpeng Palace, Lin Xian remained unfazed, continuing his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, Li Jing had cycled through this torment thousands of times. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared in the distant void, heralding Neza's arrival, who had sneaked out while the giant spirit god was training. The moment Neza appeared, Lin Xian sensed it and raised his gaze toward the horizon. A spectacle was about to unfold, as a faint smile graced Lin Xian's lips. Upon arrival, Neza immediately spotted Li Jing nearby and soared towards him. As he drew closer, he realized Li Jing lay in the void, utterly disheveled, his eyes vacant, occasionally shouting as if he had lost his mind. Neza was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen Li Jing in such a state. Below, Lin Xian mused to himself, "Should I take away Li Jing's Linglong Pagoda and allow Neza to eliminate him now?" However, this thought was quickly dismissed. After all, this was Tianpeng Star. Li Jing was a powerful deity of the heavenly court, wielding considerable authority. If he were to perish at his doorstep, even if the killer was not himself, the Jade Emperor would be enraged and would surely seek to blame Lin Xian. Thus, Lin Xian chose to remain a spectator, observing the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Neza, still in shock, realized he had come seeking an opportunity to ambush Li Jing, but now, seeing Li Jing in such a dismal state, he hesitated to act. Just as he wavered, the surrounding nebula enveloped Neza, severing his escape route. As Neza regained his composure, he found himself ensnared in the hypnotic embrace of the nebula, gradually succumbing to its effects. Moments later, he too entered the cycle of illusions. In the realm of heaven and earth, fierce winds howled, with the 4 sea dragon kings thrashing amidst the clouds. The East Sea Dragon King shouted, "Neza, return my son's life." Behind him stood Li Jing and countless citizens of Chintang Pass. "Dragon King, I am willing to exchange my life for his. Please spare the people of Chintang Pass," Neza proclaimed, standing resolute. "Neza, you are nothing but a calamity, a monster. Had I known this would come to pass, I would have slain you the moment you were born." Li Jing thundered from the crowd, filled with fury. Meanwhile, the townsfolk glared at Neza, their faces void of compassion. He was a harbinger of disaster, bringing ruin not only to others but also to himself. Such an aberration should not be allowed to live. Countless cold words pierced Neza's heart like icy daggers. On the other side, the East Sea Dragon King coldly regarded him. "Neza, if you take your own life to atone, I shall no longer trouble the citizens of Chintang Pass." Neza furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of his misdeed in slaying Ao Bing. He turned to face the indifferent Li Jing and the townsfolk. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I will bear the consequences of my actions. My body and flesh were given to me by my parents. Today, I shall repay them with my own flesh and blood. From this day forth, I shall have no further ties with you." With that, he raised his sword and drew it across his throat. "Am I dead?" In that moment, Neza was engulfed in profound anguish as his body crumpled into a pool of blood. In the blink of an eye, Neza found himself standing in the void, witnessing Li Jing beside him, frantically shouting as if mad. Recalling the earlier scene, an overwhelming fear gripped Neza. His face contorted in terror. Yet, before long, he was once again drawn into the depths of despair. The previous scene replayed, surrounded by cold, indifferent gazes, even his father. Li Jing watched from afar with disdain. Neza unsheathed his sword and took his own life, collapsing in a pool of blood, murmuring, "I have died once again." As his mind regained consciousness, Neza was drenched in sweat, only to find himself once more ensnared in the cycle of reincarnation. Again, he lay in a pool of blood, whispering, "I have died yet again." This ceaseless repetition drove him to the brink of despair. Chapter 30. The Gangster's Possession. The Celestials clash within the halls of the Heavenly Pavilion. Lin Xian observed the peculiar behavior of Li Jing and Neza, a look of confusion etched upon his face. What had transpired between this father and son that led to such a sudden transformation? The nightmare reincarnation array could only disorient intruders, plunging them into despair, with their experiences veiled from outsiders. At that moment, Li Jing would occasionally bellow in rage, then fall into a stupor, akin to a drunken man, his mood swinging wildly. Neza, in turn, would burst into tears, his face awash with sorrow, reminiscent of someone grappling with profound depression. Perhaps, Lin Xian mused. The intricacies of Li Jing and Neza's tumultuous relationship lay within this turmoil. Before long, the two struggled closer together, ultimately back to back, and they regained their senses. Li Jing turned to face Neza, his countenance filled with fury. Neza, too, glared at Li Jing, his face twisted with hatred. "Neza, you calamity. You have caused trouble yet again. I shall slay you." Li Jing roared in anger. Neza retorted coldly, "Li Jing, your constant thoughts of killing me have led me to perish yet again for your Qintang Pass." The two plunged into a fierce scuffle, devoid of any magical prowess or divine artifacts, engaging in a raw and tangible battle. The enmity between father and son ignited into a fiery clash, each landing blows upon the other without mercy. Lin Xian, watching quietly below, revealed a bemused expression. This father-son duo was indeed a peculiar sight, quarreling and exchanging blows without a moment's hesitation. In a short span, both emerged battered and bruised, their faces swollen, teeth knocked out. Yet, as immortals, they possessed boundless strength, continuing their fight without pause. Meanwhile, the giant spirit god, having noticed Neza's disappearance, was filled with urgency. He yearned to search for him personally. Yet with 30,000 heavenly soldiers unmonitored, he could not leave. After careful consideration, he decided to lead a search party. Soon, they arrived at the vicinity of the Heavenly Pavilion. Upon entering, they fell within Lin Xian's surveillance. Seeing the 30,000 soldiers arrive, Lin Xian paused momentarily. Li Jing's army had intruded upon his territory without the Jade Emperor's decree, which provided him ample justification to rally the Celestial Navy to repel the invaders. However, Lin Xian chose to remain passive, observing. Upon the giant spirit goddess' arrival, he quickly spotted Li Jing and Neza locked in their combat, and was left bewildered. What on earth? Why are these two fighting? Not only was the giant spirit god astounded, but so were the 30,000 heavenly soldiers behind him. Their leaders were engaged in a fierce battle before the eyes of their subordinates, a most inappropriate spectacle. The 30,000 soldiers were divided into 3 battalions, one comprising Neza's spear wielders, another of Li Jing's archers, and the last of the giant spirit god's shield bearers. As the giant spirit god observed the ferocity of Li Jing and Neza's fight, he rushed forward, intending to mediate. However, he inadvertently stumbled into the nightmare reincarnation array, thus becoming ensnared within the cycle of illusion. Uncertain of what he had experienced, the giant spirit god began to lash out at anyone in sight. Thus, the battle between Li Jing and Neza escalated into a chaotic free-for-all. The 30,000 soldiers, caught in confusion, rushed to intervene, only to succumb to the torment of the reincarnation illusion and join the fray. As such, chaos reigned around the heavenly pavilion, with everyone sporting bruises, lost teeth, and blood streaming through the air, painting a scene of utter devastation. In the secret chamber of the heavenly pavilion, Lin Xian could not help but exclaim in delight. How remarkable! The celestial beings of the heavenly court are engaged in battle. Surely, the gangsters do not create such a spectacle. Just as he was engrossed in the scene, a notification appeared. Beep. A new plot has been triggered. The Kuemu Wolf, one of the 28 constellations, arrives under the Jade Emperor's decree. Please make the following choice. First, meet the Kuemu Wolf. As one of the tribulation bearers of the 99 trials, he may befriend him, rewarding a chaos pearl. Second, dismiss the Kuemu Wolf. A mere Kuemu Wolf is not worthy of my attention, rewarding 7 Huangzhongli. Why has the Kuemu Wolf arrived? Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. I choose the first option. With a swift motion, Lin Xian manipulated the nightmare reincarnation array, conjuring a multitude of nebulae to obscure the ongoing chaos involving Li Jing and the others. Before long, a man with a pale complexion, an aquiline nose, and clad in an orange robe approached Heavenly Pavilion, carefully cradling a jade box as if fearing it might drop. Damn that Jade Emperor, using me as a pawn. The Kuemu Wolf muttered under his breath. Upon sighting the Heavenly Pavilion below, he couldn't help but shudder. Under the Jade Emperor's orders, he was to deliver 3 9-turn return essence pills to the 3 subordinates of the Heavenly Marshal while using the Haotian mirror to record the entire process as a test of the Heavenly Marshal's greed. This matter was not originally his concern. However, as the others, Tai-Bai Jinxing and Wincuxing, refused to come, the Jade Emperor assigned him the task. Recalling Tai-Bai Jinxing's flushed face upon returning to the Lingxiao Palace, as if he had endured some unspeakable torment, the Kuemu Wolf felt a chill of apprehension. Whatever happens, happens. Gritting his teeth, he flipped his hand, sending the Haotian mirror soaring, which instantly cast its reflection upon the Heavenly Pavilion. He then descended, still holding the jade box. However, halfway down, he was startled by the cacophony of a fierce battle surrounding him. Surveying the area, he found no apparent abnormalities. The Kuemu Wolf frowned in confusion. Could it be an illusion? After pondering, he dismissed it and continued his descent toward the Heavenly Pavilion. Since the Kuemu Wolf was on a mission, Lin Xian did not impede him and allowed him to land before the gates. Lin Xian stepped forward, scrutinizing the Kuemu Wolf before greeting him with a smile. I did not expect to see you, Brother Li Xiong. Please, come in. The Kuemu Wolf was taken aback. He had a mediocre relationship with the Heavenly Marshal, so how could the latter know his true name? Before the deification war, he was indeed called Li Xiong. Later, during the war, he perished tragically in the formation of the myriad immortals. Fortunately, his soul returned to the underworld, and through reincarnation, he became one of the 28 constellations, the Kuemu Wolf. After a moment's thought, he bowed in response, saying, Your Excellency, you flatter me. The Kuemu Wolf is unworthy of such honor. Lin Xian chuckled, quickly moving to support him. In my eyes, all beings are equal, and those who come to my Heavenly Pavilion are esteemed guests, regardless of their status. The Kuemu Wolf felt a wave of surprise wash over him, and as he noticed Lin Xian's cordial demeanor, his tension began to dissipate. However, unbeknownst to him, the scene of Li Jing, Neza, the giant spirit god, and the 30,000 heavenly soldiers engaged in their chaotic brawl was being meticulously recorded by the Haotian mirror. Chapter 31. The Kuemu Wolf's Dilemma. Brother Li Xiong, please take a seat. Servants, bring tea. Entering the reception hall, Lin Xian gestured for the Kuemu Wolf to sit, then instructed the attendants to serve tea. The Kuemu Wolf sat down somewhat awkwardly. Lin Xian waved his hand, smiling. No need for formality, dear brother. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? A hint of nervousness lingered in the Kuemu Wolf's heart as he lifted the jade box slightly, saying, I have been sent by the Jade Emperor to deliver pills. Oh, pills for me. Kuemu Wolf quickly shook his head, pleading with the Marshal not to be angered. This box contains 3 9-turn return to origin pills, but they are not for the Marshal. They are intended for Deputy Marshal Tianchao and Generals Haisha and Jinwu. What is this? Sending pills only to Tianchao and them while neglecting Tianpeng? Kuemu Wolf felt somewhat embarrassed. The reward pills did not include him, and it seemed that the Jade Emperor and the Star of Venus were behind this. Lin Xian, with a cold smile in his heart, thought, well, if they want to give it, then so be it. These 9-turn return to origin pills can only strengthen the soul and cannot enhance cultivation, so they are of no use to me. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian smiled lightly at Kuemu Wolf, saying, Brother, do not mention it. This is the will of the Jade Emperor and has nothing to do with you. We, the subjects, do not dare to speculate on the Emperor's intentions, do we? Kouemu Wolf nodded repeatedly, agreeing with the Marshal's words. In a corner of Tianpeng's star, Tian Chao, Haisha, and Jinwu were observing military drills when suddenly 3 thunderous voices echoed in their ears. Tian Chao, hurry to Tianpeng Mansion. Haisha, hurry to Tianpeng Mansion. Jinwu, hurry to Tianpeng Mansion. As long as they were within the map of mountains and rivers, Lin Xian could project his voice to any corner. The 3 were initially taken aback, then recognized the call of their elder brother. Let's go and see what the matter is, Tian Chao said, and the 3 hurried toward Tianpeng Mansion. A moment later, within the mansion, the 3 glanced at Kouemu Wolf, who was seated there. Tian Chao clasped his hands and asked, Elder brother, what do you need us for? You have worked hard in your drills, and the Jade Emperor has specially sent Kouemu Wolf to deliver 3 9-turn return to origin pills. You should thank Kouemu Wolf. Lin Xian said, 9-turn return to origin pills? The 3 displayed expressions of astonishment. The Supreme Lord Laozi spent 49 days refining a furnace, yielding only a few, making them incredibly precious. Tian Chao and the others had only received the much less valuable 5-turn return to origin pills before. Thank you, Kouemu Wolf. The 3 bowed in gratitude. You're too polite, Kouemu Wolf said cautiously. Each took a pill, and Lin Xian then allowed them to return to the temporary military camp. Kouemu Wolf felt a mix of uncertainty. The Star of Venus had said that Tianpeng was greedy and would surely hoard the 3 pills for himself. Yet, he had clearly observed that Tianpeng had not even blinked when Tian Chao took the pills. It seemed that Tianpeng was not as greedy as they had claimed. This thought added an inexplicable sense of goodwill toward Lin Xian in Kouemu Wolf's heart. Since the task was complete, Kouemu Wolf planned to take his leave. But Lin Xian suddenly called out to him, Brotherly Xiong, why the haste? Why not sit down and chat with me for a moment? Kouemu Wolf felt reluctant to refuse and sat down, asking, what would the Marshal like to discuss? Lin Xian smiled and said, Is it not said that the 3 realms are rather unstable lately? The calamity has already begun, and I too will soon face it. I wonder what plans Brotherly Xiong has. Li Xiong dared not conceal his thoughts, admitting that he only wished to remain peacefully in the heavenly court, not wanting to go anywhere else. Kouemu Wolf, however, did not hold back either. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Brotherly Xiong, I've heard that there is a renowned maid in the fragrant pavilion, quite beautiful, and you have long admired her. Is that true? Kouemu Wolf was startled. Why did Tianpeng suddenly bring this up? Moreover, very few knew about his relationship with that maid. How did the Marshal from Tianpeng Star know? Noticing Lin Xian's amiable demeanor, Kouemu Wolf felt a wave of anxiety. Could it be that Tianpeng intended to cut in on his love affair? There was indeed some truth to it. Li Xiong had once visited the fragrant pavilion to oversee the preparations for the peach banquet and had inadvertently noticed that the maid had cast more than a few glances his way, which led to their subsequent interactions. Lin Xian, enlightened, remarked, So, you fell in love simply because she looked at you a few times in the crowd? The love of gods is indeed so pure. He then said, This matter of romantic affection is not something I am inclined to meddle in, but with the calamity approaching, seeing your honest nature, I wish to offer you a few words of caution. Would you be willing to listen? Upon hearing this, Kouemu Wolf was momentarily stunned. So Tianpeng was not coveting his girlfriend. However, how could his affair with the maid in the fragrant pavilion possibly relate to the calamity? Was it possible that one day, he too would become one of the calamity's victims? Kouemu Wolf was reluctant to engage with the calamity and definitely did not wish to become that wretched victim. Yet at this moment, with Lin Xian bringing it up, he became cautious. I wish to hear. Please enlighten me, Marshal. Kouemu Wolf quickly rose and bowed deeply. Lin Xian immediately stepped forward to assist him, signaling for him to sit down. Lin Xian continued, to evade the calamity. Your only option is to sever ties with that maid from the fragrant pavilion. You are aware that your relationship contravenes heavenly decrees. What? You want me to sever ties? Kouemu Wolf broke out in a cold sweat. This was too difficult. I cannot betray my beloved. Lin Xian waved his hand, indicating for Kouemu Wolf to calm down. If you truly cannot do it, then proceed discreetly. Just ensure that this matter does not reach the ears of the Queen Mother. Otherwise what? Kouemu Wolf asked, agitated. Otherwise, you and that maid from the fragrant pavilion will surely face calamity and misfortune. Lin Xian concluded, that is all I have to say. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. After all, I too am fated to face the calamity, and I cannot gain anything from you. Lin Xian said nonchalantly. Naturally, no one understood the calamity better than Lin Xian. Kuemu Wolf, entangled with the maid from the fragrant pavilion, was punished by the Jade Emperor, losing his celestial status, and was left with no choice but to descend as a demon, becoming the yellow robe monster. The maid from the fragrant pavilion, yearning for the mortal world, was soon schemed against by the heavenly court and met her demise. Subsequently, under the designs of the Buddhist sect, she was reincarnated as a princess of the Baoshan kingdom, only to encounter Kuemu Wolf again, leading to one of the 81 tribulations. I believe you. How could Kuemu Wolf not believe in matters concerning the calamity? To be honest, I was sent here by the Jade Emperor to test whether the Marshal harbored any greedy intentions. I did not expect the Marshal to be unlike what they described. I admire you, Li Xiong. Oh, Lin Xian smiled faintly. He had anticipated these events long ago. All right, you may go back to report to the Jade Emperor. I have said what I needed to say. How you proceed from here is up to you. With that, Kuemu Wolf rose, bowed in gratitude, and departed from Tianpeng Mansion. Meanwhile, Lin Xian glanced at Li Jing and others still battling in the sky, then discreetly moved the surrounding obscuring nebulae aside. When Kuemu Wolf arrived, he was immediately struck by the chaotic scene. Chapter 32. Simply absurd. Kuemu Wolf was momentarily bewildered. Li Jing and Neza were actually fighting each other, first exchanging blows, then inexplicably joining forces to attack the giant spirit god. The surrounding celestial soldiers were also embroiled in a chaotic brawl. Celestials fighting? Kuemu Wolf was astounded. He had never witnessed such a scene before. You are celestial beings, not hoodlums. What is this fighting in front of someone else's door? Kuemu Wolf was at a loss for words. He knew that the Jade Emperor had sent Li Jing here to train the troops. But the Emperor did not instruct them to engage in combat. Furthermore, it was utterly absurd that Li Jing and his son were also fighting. It was simply ridiculous beyond measure. Kuemu Wolf could not remain idle. First, he took away the Haoyan mirror, then quickly plunged into the chaotic crowd, attempting to mediate. The Nightmare Rebirth Array, under Lin Xian's control, did not affect Kuemu Wolf. He rushed to Li Jing and Neza's side, unleashing a surge of magical energy to separate the two. King Li, Third Prince Neza, what are you doing? Kuemu Wolf shouted at them. The shout jolted both awake. What on earth is going on? Li Jing and Neza exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Oh dear, perish all of you. On the other side, the mighty giant spirit god opened his mouth, lunging at Neza. What the hell, a rabid dog? Neza, momentarily stunned, swiftly executed a sweeping kick that struck the giant spirit god squarely in the face, sending him flying. Li Jing frowned slightly and immediately leaped in front of the giant spirit god, sternly demanding, Giant spirit god, what are you doing? What on earth has happened? The giant spirit god, coming to his senses, looked disoriented. Li Jing cast a disapproving glance at the giant spirit god, whose face was bruised and swollen, resembling a glutton. Whether it was anger or embarrassment, he pushed the giant spirit god aside, and, employing his divine communication ability, bellowed to the heavens, cease this at once. Instantly, a tremendous wave of magical energy surged forth. Almost in an instant, the 30,000 heavenly soldiers present felt a jolt in their minds, coming to a halt. What on earth is happening? Ouch, who the hell hit me? As the heavenly soldiers regained their composure and observed their disheveled hair, battered armor, and bruised faces, they collectively fell into a state of confusion. Li Jing, observing their disarray, shouted, What are you all doing? Ahem, beside him. Kuemu Wolf coughed a couple of times, and then asked, Lordly, what are you all up to? Li Jing glared at Kuemu Wolf, unable to deduce the situation after much contemplation. Meanwhile, the giant spirit god remarked, Weren't we sent by the Jade Emperor to covertly keep an eye on Marshal Tianpeng? How did we end up fighting? Li Jing and Neza finally recalled the purpose of their presence. Angrily, Li Jing turned to the giant spirit god, exclaiming, Did I not instruct you to practice with Neza and avoid coming to Tianpeng Star? The giant spirit god looked aggrieved, explaining, It was Prince Neza who slipped away. And I couldn't rest easy, so I brought my men to search for him, only to forget everything afterward. Li Jing then glanced at Neza, intending to say something. But upon seeing Neza's apparent fury, he swallowed his words. This was utterly embarrassing. His subordinates had fought amongst themselves on someone else's territory. If word got out, how would he face the world? Li Jing's expression darkened as he surveyed Tianpeng Star below, knowing that with Tianpeng's cultivation level, he must already be aware of the situation. What a disgrace, a truly colossal embarrassment. Kuei Mu Wolf sighed, stating, Lordly, you should consider how to explain this to the Jade Emperor. The Haotian mirror seems to have recorded everything. What? Li Jing, Neza, and the giant spirit god turned pale. Reflecting on the situation, Li Jing hastily produced a piece of postnatal spiritual treasure and presented it to Kuei Mu Wolf with a smile, saying, Brother Kuei Mu, I hope you can keep this matter to yourself. Seeing Li Jing attempting to bribe him, Kuei Mu Wolf expressionlessly pushed the item back. Kuei Mu, are you truly going to inform the Jade Emperor? Li Jing's brow furrowed. Kuei Mu Wolf replied indifferently, Lordly, it's not that I am unwilling to assist, but I only possess a third of the authority over the Haotian mirror and cannot erase the records within it. You should act wisely. Li Jing's countenance grew even graver. The Haotian mirror was the Jade Emperor's personal treasure, and given the Jade Emperor's quasi-saint level, it was nearly impossible for anyone below the great Luo Golden Immortal to delete records from it. Let us depart and sincerely apologize to the Jade Emperor. Perhaps he may show leniency, Kuei Mu Wolf advised with a sigh. Clearly, it was unrealistic to continue lurking in the North Star region. Li Jing, feeling resigned, glanced at Neza and the giant spirit god and commanded, Withdraw. We shall plead for forgiveness at the Lingxiao Palace before the Jade Emperor. The group remained silent. Below, within the Tianpeng mansion, Lin Xian clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. Having dealt a blow to Li Jing and his son, the sensation of revenge was exhilarating. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Chaos Pearl and randomly obtaining the ability to turn stone into gold. Please check your inventory. Glancing at his inventory, Lin Xian smiled knowingly. With the Chaos Pearl in hand, he was one step closer to creating his own world. However, he was quite curious about the ability to turn stone into gold, so he promptly took it out for study. Since achieving the Golden Immortal level, he learned things rapidly. In just one day, he had mastered the core of the stone-to-gold ability. With a flourish, Lin Xian performed the necessary gestures and lightly tapped a nearby pebble, which instantly transformed into a dazzling gold, altering its very nature. Lin Xian eagerly picked it up for inspection. Wow, it truly turned into gold. I'm going to strike it rich, he exclaimed, excitement etched on his face. With this skill, would he not possess an endless supply of wealth? However, it wasn't long before Lin Xian began to feel that this ability was somewhat superfluous. Here I am, a celestial being, and I still need gold, a mundane object? In the heavenly realm, such things are merely ornamental. Lin Xian sighed in frustration. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, Li Jing, Neza, and the giant spirit god lingered outside the Lingxiao Palace, their swelling faces yet to subside, hesitating to enter, to confront the assembled immortals in such a state. Wouldn't they be the subject of ridicule? Li Jing's sense of shame was still quite strong. Kuei Mu Wolf, however, had already entered, bowing deeply before the Jade Emperor. I report to the Jade Emperor that the elixirs have been delivered to Tianpeng Star. Upon seeing Kuei Mu Wolf's return, the Star of Venus was almost more excited than the Jade Emperor himself. Convinced that Tianpeng could not escape the clutches of greed and eager for the Jade Emperor to issue a decree to bring Tianpeng before him. The Jade Emperor too seemed somewhat moved, gazing at Kuei Mu Wolf and inquiring, did Tianpeng consume the 3 elixirs alone? He did not. I personally witnessed him summon 3 subordinates to distribute the elixirs among them. Kuei Mu Wolf disclosed without reservation. What? The Star of Venus was immediately dumbfounded. Chapter 33, I Want to Be Alone. Tianpeng actually did not consume the elixirs alone. The Star of Venus was astonished. The Jade Emperor, doubting the report, extended his hand, and the Haotian mirror immediately flew into his grasp. The Haotian mirror recorded everything, and he intended to view it personally. Your Majesty, the Haotian mirror also recorded some events concerning Li Jing and the others. It would be wise for you to prepare mentally before viewing, Kuei Mu Wolf cautioned. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's expression momentarily froze. Had he not dispatched Li Jing to monitor Marshal Tianpeng? What could they possibly be up to? After some thought, he abandoned the idea of showing the records to all the immortals. The mirror displayed chaotic scenes of heavenly soldiers fighting amongst themselves, with Li Jing, Neza, and the giant spirit god all caught in the fray. More absurdly, it even depicted the heavenly soldiers teaming up against Li Jing. Subordinates attacking their superior. What kind of order was that? The Jade Emperor's face darkened immediately. Soon after, the image shifted to reveal Kuei Mu Wolf, who seemingly had not witnessed the chaos, landing on Tianpeng Star, where Tianpeng summoned Tianxiu, Haisha, and Jinwu, to receive the 9 turns returning origin elixir. Marshal Tianpeng had not fallen into his trap. Instead, it was Li Jing and his companions who, for no apparent reason, fought amongst themselves on Tianpeng's territory in utter disgrace. The Jade Emperor's expression gradually hardened, ultimately becoming bewildered. This incident would surely provide ample fodder for ridicule among Tianpeng's celestial army. Li Jing and his companions had not only lost face, but the Jade Emperor would also share in their disgrace. Thankfully, Kuei Mu Wolf's timely warning prevented the immortals from witnessing the debacle. Otherwise, Li Jing would have had to abandon his position in the heavenly court and seek a different existence altogether. Your Majesty, what did you see? The Star of Venus inquired cautiously. Nothing of significance. The Jade Emperor forced a smile, striving to maintain an appearance of calmness, and then declared, "Send a decree instructing Li Jing and the others to withdraw from the North Star region and return to see me." The quick-witted Kuei Malong hastily remarked, "Your Majesty, Li Jing and the others are waiting outside the hall." Aware of the gravity of the situation, I took the liberty of bringing them back. Let them in. Soon, Li Jing and his companions timidly approached the Lingxiao Palace. The celestial beings were taken aback by the bruises and disfigured expressions on their faces. What could have transpired to leave Li Jing and his companions in such a state? The crowd was puzzled, and some celestial officials could not suppress their laughter. First, there was the flustered Bajie jinxing returning from the Tianpeng Star, and now it seemed that Li Jing and his companions had fared even worse, beaten to the point where even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. By the heavens, Bajie jinxing exclaimed upon seeing their condition, unable to contain his expletive. The Jade Emperor widened his eyes in disbelief, rendered speechless by the sight of these mighty deities reduced to such a state. Li Jing and his companions, overwhelmed with shame, lowered their heads. Previously, they had felt a sense of pride under the gaze of the celestial beings, but now, under such scrutiny, it felt as though a multitude of venomous insects were gnawing at them, rendering them utterly uncomfortable. The humiliation was unbearable for Li Jing, who wished he could vanish into a hole. "Your Majesty," Bajie jinxing said, gesturing toward Li Jing and the others, at a loss for words. "Your Majesty," Li Jing echoed, casting a pained look toward the Jade Emperor, unable to voice his suffering. "Do not disturb me. I wish to be alone," the Jade Emperor replied, turning away to retreat behind the screen for some solitude. The weight of the situation had struck him profoundly, leaving his spirit wounded. Thus, Li Jing and his companions stood like statues in the Lingxiao Palace for over 2 hours. Eventually, the Jade Emperor re-emerged. "Toda King, Neza, and the giant spirit god. I summoned you for military training, yet you gathered to brawl. What punishment do you deserve?" The Jade Emperor, having pieced together some aspects of the situation, glared at Li Jing and his companions. "I acknowledge my mistake. I implore your Majesty for mercy." Li Jing quickly knelt down. Neza and the giant spirit god, fearing retribution, also fell to their knees, pleading for leniency. "Humph. The repercussions of your actions are severe. How can I grant you mercy?" The Jade Emperor declared. "Summon Li Jing, Neza, and the giant spirit god, bind them with Peepa bones, take them to the immortal execution platform, punish them with 1,000 strikes of the dragon bone whip, and confine them in the heavenly prison for 49 days. They shall be released upon completion of their sentence." Upon hearing this, Li Jing and his companions nearly fainted. Having already endured a beating, they now faced more punishment, this time from the dragon bone whip, a torment that penetrated one's very soul, unbearable even for deities. "Your Majesty has not revoked your celestial status. That is the greatest kindness," Bajie jinxing chimed in, eager to curry favor with the Jade Emperor. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Li Jing and his companions said, bowing their heads as they were escorted out of the Lingxiao Palace by celestial soldiers. "Your Majesty, the attempt to test Tianpeng has failed, and Li Jing and the others have erred again. What shall we do next?" Bajie jinxing inquired of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor cast a sidelong glance at Bajie jinxing, responding coolly, "Did you not mention that you had a clever plan to ensure Tianpeng would err?" Bajie jinxing grinned. "Humans can endure laziness and greed, but they cannot resist beauty. Your Majesty might consider sending the 7 fairies to entice Tianpeng. Given his lecherous nature, he is certain to falter." The Jade Emperor frowned at the mention of the 7 fairies. They were exquisite beauties favored by the Queen Mother, and if she were to learn that he sought them for such purposes, she would likely object. After some deliberation, the Jade Emperor decided to give it a try. As the greater good was at stake, He had no other recourse if Tianpeng did not respond to the calamity. If there is nothing else today, you may all withdraw, the Jade Emperor said, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to leave the Lingxiao Palace, heading toward the Yaoqi. In the Yaoqi realm, the Queen Mother and several maidens were gathering flowers. Upon the Jade Emperor's arrival, the maidens quickly knelt, greeting him. "Rise," the Jade Emperor said, gesturing for them to stand before addressing the Queen Mother. "What brings you here, Your Majesty?" she inquired. "It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to borrow the 7 fairies for a time," the Jade Emperor replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. The Queen Mother was momentarily speechless. "What do you need the 7 fairies for?" The Jade Emperor had no choice but to reveal the truth. "I see. I shall call for them at once." The Queen Mother responded without hesitation. The Jade Emperor was taken aback by her lack of opposition. "Your Majesty, you must expedite Tianpeng's response to the calamity. I do not wish to become entangled in his fate," the Queen Mother expressed with evident disdain. On Tianpeng's star, Lin Xian sat in a secluded chamber, having consumed the previously acquired 9-transformation mysterious immortal pill. Though only a single pill, it was far more precious than the 9-transformation returning yuan pill, which Lin Xian had previously disregarded. Now, shortly after ingesting the pill, he felt a surge of power within him. He sensed a breakthrough was imminent. Chapter 34. The Arrival of the 7 Fairies. In truth, Lin Xian had already reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. He had been patiently consolidating his strength, not rushing to advance, and now his internal power had become exceedingly refined. The astonishing 100-fold cultivation speed afforded by the Heaven and Earth Infinite Spirit Gathering Array had enabled him to progress from a mere mortal to his current state in a remarkably short time. After consuming the pill, Lin Xian immediately began channeling the creation and transformation convergence technique, while the boundless spiritual energy from the surrounding environment surged toward him. He harmoniously absorbed all the spiritual essence, converting it into magical power. After a day had passed, Lin Xian's aura intensified, finally reaching a critical threshold. Boom! His body quaked, and his soul became exceptionally clear, with his magical power multiplying several times over, releasing an energy 100-fold stronger than that of a golden immortal from his dantian. Moments later, Lin Xian's aura gradually began to recede. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Thus, he transcended into the Tai golden immortal realm. At this level of cultivation, he could now stand shoulder to shoulder with Tai Bai Jingxing, Li Jing, and even Erlang Xinyang Jian. With this elevation in power, Lin Xian's confidence surged. Yet he knew it was still not the opportune moment to confront the Jade Emperor. To avoid calamity, he would need to rely on cunning or strive to become a great Luo golden immortal. Achieving that level without the aid of pills would likely require a considerable amount of time. Lin Xian strolled through his estate, feeling an immense sense of elation. That day, he calculated with his fingers, gazing at the sky as he murmured, "If my calculations are correct, that foolish monkey's 7-year term at the Fangtsuan Mountain's Shiyue Star Cave is drawing to a close." Just days prior, the curtain-raising celestial had delivered news that they had located Sun Wukong. Lin Xian had been following the developments closely. Soon, the 3 realms would become the stage for Sun Wukong's antics. As he pondered how to teach that troublesome monkey a lesson, Lin Xian suddenly sensed a presence approaching from the horizon. Simultaneously, a voice from his system echoed in his mind. "Ding! A new plot has been triggered. The 7 fairies have arrived at Tianpeng Star. Will you go to welcome them? Please make the following choice. Option 1. Do not go to welcome them. What is so special about the 7 fairies? My Chang'e is far more beautiful. Send them away and receive the reward of 100 successful dragon-catching hands. Option 2. Welcome them with courtesy, uphold etiquette, and set a new standard. The 7 fairies are also celestial beings. A gentleman cannot disregard beautiful women. You will earn the reward of a binding technique." Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Xian nearly choked. What does it mean to understand? Just because a beauty appears, must something happen? Furthermore, what do those 2 asterisks signify? System, do not presume to understand human nature. I am a person of integrity. Lin Xian was left speechless. At present, the arrival of the 7 fairies signifies little good fortune, yet it would be rather impolite to send them away abruptly. As the system suggests, how could a gentleman dismiss beautiful women? Such behavior lacks courtesy. As for whether to entertain the 7 fairies, Lin Xian had resolved against it. The use of the national map and the nightmare reincarnation array had already been taxing enough for Tai Bai Jingxing and Li Jing. If employed repeatedly, the Jade Emperor would inevitably harbor suspicions, believing it to be the result of his own machinations. Thus, he decided to let them come and observe their antics. Lin Xian then selected the second option. Outside Tianpeng's star, graceful figures glided through the void, their steps delicate as they approached. Dressed in garments of red, black, yellow, green, azure, white, and purple, they possessed enchanting forms that captivated the eye, their arms adorned with flowing silk of various hues, each face of flawless beauty. The visitors were none other than the 7 fairies, each possessing her unique appearance and personality, said to be the 7 adopted daughters of the Queen Mother. Upon their descent, the eldest in red turned to her 6 younger sisters, reminding them, "Remember, when we meet Marshal Tianpeng, refrain from speaking out of turn. Our goal is to entice him into making a mistake, thus completing our mission." "Understood, elder sister," the 6 fairies nodded in unison. With that, the 7 colorful figures descended upon Tianpeng's star, unaffected by the surrounding nebulae. As they landed, Lin Xian was already standing at the gate, offering a polite bow. "Your Excellencies, I apologize for not welcoming you properly." The 7 fairies responded with radiant smiles. The eldest in red returned the courtesy, saying, "Marshal, you need not be so formal. We have come uninvited and may have disturbed you." "Not at all." Lin Xian gestured for them to enter. As each fairy passed by, Lin Xian was enveloped by an extraordinary fragrance, inwardly marveling at their unparalleled beauty, rivaling even Chang'e. He mused that had he been the one to settle them in the peach blossom garden instead of that foolish monkey, how different things might have been. Lost in thought, Lin Xian unconsciously licked his lips. Meanwhile, a gatekeeper, noticing Lin Xian's peculiar expression, asked in confusion, "Marshal, what are you thinking?" Lin Xian shot him a glance. "Mind your own business." Inside the grand hall, Lin Xian instructed the attendants to serve tea. Observing the 7 enchanting fairies seated around him, he felt a surge of vitality in his Tianpeng residence. After a brief exchange, Lin Xian could not pry from them the purpose of their visit. Thus, he directly inquired, "May I ask why the 7 fairies have come to my Tianpeng residence?" The eldest in red appeared to have prepared her excuse, smiling as she replied, "We are merely wandering about, and upon accidentally passing by Tianpeng, we decided to stop in for a visit." Lin Xian nodded, though inwardly he scoffed at their flimsy excuse. The eldest in red, noticing Lin Xian's silence, continued, "We have heard that the Marshal's Tianpeng star has undergone significant changes recently, and we wish to explore." Lin Xian feigned a troubled expression, replying, "Unfortunately, my 10,000 Heavenly River troops are currently training on Tianpeng star. I fear you may be disturbed. It would be best for you to refrain from visiting." The eldest in red furrowed her delicate brows, considering for a moment before adding, "Actually, we have another task from the Queen Mother to record rare flora from various regions for specimens." "Oh," Lin Xian feigned enlightenment, realizing the fairies had a mission. "In that case, I shall not hinder you. I will summon my subordinates to grant you some respite." "Thank you, Marshal," the eldest in red said as she rose to bow. After a brief moment, the 7 fairies, finding no direct means to entice Tianpeng, exited the residence and made their way toward the distant mountains. Meanwhile, outside Tianpeng's star, Bajie Xing stealthily approached. Yet, Lin Xian sensed his presence immediately. Bajie Xing. Lin Xian's gaze flickered, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had surmised that the 7 fairies were sent by the Jade Emperor. Chapter 35. The subtle thoughts of the one in purple. The weaknesses of human nature are laziness, greed, and lust. Lin Xian had previously navigated these pitfalls with ease. Now, the Jade Emperor had dispatched the 7 fairies to test him, which amused Lin Xian greatly. In the original tale, Tianpeng was demoted for his flirtations with Chang'e, making him particularly sensitive to such matters. The 7 fairies wandered aimlessly within his national map. Lin Xian contemplated relocating them far away, seeking tranquility. However, with Bajie Xing observing from above, he refrained from doing so. Indeed, upon the arrival of Bajie Xing, he cast a cold laugh at the sight of Tianpeng's star below, declaring, "I refuse to believe you can withstand the allure of the 7 fairies this time." With a flick of his hand, the Haotian mirror appeared before him. "Go." The mirror spun into the air, its surface enveloping every corner of Tianpeng's star. Having set up his surveillance, Bajie Xing settled onto a cloud, reclining leisurely while whistling. "How leisurely you are, Bajie Xing," Lin Xian thought, irritation brewing within him. He then subtly stirred his thoughts, causing a swirling nebula to drift toward Tai Bajie. Initially engrossed in the vastness of the heavenly river, Tai Bajie was startled by the sudden appearance of the nebula, his brow furrowing. What is this? Rising to his feet, he glanced around, only to discover the colorful nebula swirling around him, encasing him in a dizzying spectacle. Before he could express his confusion, he found himself overwhelmed by drowsiness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld several scantily clad maidens frolicking in the water, playfully beckoning him with flirtatious gestures. By the heavens! Tai Bajie gulped, his eyes widening. The maidens sent him playful kisses, igniting a flush upon his cheeks and a surge of heat throughout his body. No, I am a celestial being. He hastily shut his eyes, invoking the name of the celestial lord. Forgive me. Chang'eng, come play with us. The maidens continued their playful taunts, stimulating his senses. Tai Bajie's eyes flew open in astonishment. How do they know my true name? He peered closer, recognizing the familiar faces of his past loves. Having cultivated for countless years, he had once traversed the mortal realm and encountered several cherished companions. Yet, in pursuit of immortality, he had severed those ties, focusing solely on his ascetic practices and ultimately disappointing those beloved souls. Now, seeing those familiar visages stirred memories long buried. With the passage of time, the need to sever emotional bonds faded, and Tai Bajie found himself captivated, unable to look away. Ladies, wait for me. I am coming. Under the enchantment of the nightmare reincarnation array, he lost all sense of identity and dove into the water, shedding his garments. However, upon his approach, the maidens, startled, swiftly fled into the distance. Ladies, why are you running? Wait for me. At this moment, the celestial being Tai Bajie was oblivious to the concept of shamelessness, pursuing a young maiden with an expression of unseemly lewdness. Below, Lin Ming promptly closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the sight. It was painfully glaring, far too glaring. His mind was filled with questions about the experiences of this ancient man. How could he be so brazenly unclothed? Having lived for several millennia, was he so devoid of shame that he could gallivant in the heavens? Lin Ming chose to disregard it and redirected his attention to the 7 fairies. At this moment, the 7 fairies were frolicking among the mountains and rivers, reveling in their delightful escapade. However, unbeknownst to Lin Ming, the 7 fairies were engaged in a telepathic exchange, deliberating on how to summon him. What do we do now? We managed to come out, yet Marshal Tianpeng has not appeared, the eldest sister in red pouted, her face full of discontent. Just then, the 7th sister in purple suddenly had a bright idea and said, why don't we send someone to invite Tianpeng over? We can claim that there are many rare flowers and herbs on Tianpeng's star that we cannot identify, and ask for his assistance. This was indeed a splendid idea. The eldest sister felt a surge of joy and turned to the 7th sister. You are the one among us with the highest return rate. Why not you go? The 7th sister immediately covered her mouth, chuckling at the praise. Flattered, she responded, very well, elder sister, I shall go invite Tianpeng. With a determined gesture of her delicate fist, she turned and made her way toward the residence of Tianpeng. Within the Tianpeng residence. Oh, why has that purple-clad fairy returned? Lin Ming exhibited a puzzled expression. He had a vivid recollection of this purple-clad fairy. There was a tale of one of the 7 fairies, who, enamored with a mortal named Dong Yong, was forcibly separated by the Queen Mother upon discovering their liaison. Eventually, countless magpies were moved to build a bridge across the Milky Way, allowing the lovers to reunite. It was uncertain whether this purple fairy recognized Dong Yong. Why have you returned, fairy in purple? Lin Ming inquired as he observed her entrance into the grand hall. The purple-clad fairy, with a sweet smile and bright eyes, explained, Marshal, we have discovered many rare flowers and herbs on Tianpeng's star that we cannot identify, hence we have come to seek your guidance. As the master of Tianpeng's star, you wouldn't want to admit you are unfamiliar with its flora, would you? Her approach was utterly ingenious. Lin Ming felt it inappropriate to decline, so he acquiesced. Very well, I shall accompany you for a brief stroll. Merely a stroll, as long as he refrained from any improprieties. He believed the Jade Emperor would have no objections. Soon, he led the purple fairy out of the residence. Fairy in purple, do you know Dong Yong? Lin Ming ventured to inquire during their walk. Dong Yong? Who is he? The fairy responded, her face a picture of confusion. Realizing she was unaware of Dong Yong, Lin Ming clarified, Dong Yong is, of course, your future husband. My future husband? How could that be? I am a celestial being. The purple fairy expressed her disdain. Lin Xian smiled lightly. If you do not believe me, you may consult the god of marriage. The fairy blinked, eyeing Lin Xian with suspicion. Marshal, how do you know my future husband is named Dongyong? I merely guessed. He replied nonchalantly. Humph. The purple fairy scoffed. Lin Xian chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Nevertheless, his words had subconsciously struck a chord within the fairy. Having served the Queen Mother since she could remember, she had never experienced the mortal realm, only hearing tales from other deities about the joys and sorrows of human life. Over time, she had harbored a desire to descend to the human world, but opportunities had eluded her. As they walked, Lin Xian inadvertently caught a glimpse of the fairy's delicate, porcelain-like hands, and he was momentarily taken aback. Such exquisite, dainty hands, truly perfect and flawless. The purple fairy, possessing keen senses, raised her hands and provocatively asked, Marshal, do you find my hands beautiful? Lin Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It was blatantly clear she was attempting to entice him. Indeed, they are quite dainty. You are indeed a master of weaving, he replied awkwardly. Oh, that was not my intention, she pouted, extending her hands towards him. Marshal, feel for yourself. Besides being fair, my hands are also very smooth. Lin Xian was taken aback by her sudden advance and quickly retreated, frowning. Please, fairy, maintain your decorum. The purple fairy's cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly stepped back. Lin Xian sighed in relief, narrowly avoiding her seduction. He cast a glance at her, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. If it were not for the Jade Emperor's celestial mirror observing from above, he would have long since taken all 7 of them under his wing. Before long, Lin Xian rejoined the other fairies. Observing around him, he found the 7 fairies were either collecting flowers or playfully engaging with one another, completely devoid of any sense of urgency regarding their tasks. However, the eldest sister in red pretended to call Lin Xian over, peppering him with questions. Feel free to inquire as you wish, he thought, but she deliberately maintained physical contact, attempting to provoke him into a misstep. Lin Xian, however, was resolute in evading their advances, feeling quite exhausted from dodging the flirtations of 7 beautiful maidens. Not long after, they discovered a serene lake. From a distance, the lake mirrored the azure sky, appearing exceptionally clear and pristine upon closer inspection. What a clean lake! The 7 fairies exclaimed in awe, resting their chins in their hands as they gazed at the glossy surface. Lin Xian, however, could only smirk to himself. This lake was part of his own realm. How could it not be immaculate? Indeed, such a pristine lake. It would be wonderful to take a dip, one of the fairies mused. What a splendid idea. I haven't bathed in 3 hours. I feel rather unclean, another one chimed in. The eldest sister in red added, yes, we feel unclean. Even Marshal Tianpeng may not appreciate it. Shall we wash ourselves? The 7 fairies quickly reached a consensus. Lin Xian was left bewildered. Bathing within his domain without him witnessing their nudity was an impossibility. Yet, he could not voice his concerns, leaving him in a state of resignation. Ahem, you may bathe. I shall take a look ahead, Lin Xian declared, clearing his throat. Yes, move further away, and do not peek. The fairies glanced back at him. However, the eldest sister shook her head. Marshal, you must not wander too far, otherwise, we may lose sight of you. The purple fairy suggested, how about this? Marshal need not turn away, simply face away from us while we bathe, as long as you do not peek. After exchanging glances with her sisters, they all nodded in agreement. Lin Xian inwardly cursed, thinking, who would want to see you? I am a man of integrity. While his thoughts ran wild, he maintained a smiling faade. Very well, I shall sit beneath this tree, facing away from you. Thus, with Lin Xian's back turned, the 7 fairies draped their garments over a tree trunk and one by one entered the water. Lin Xian sat cross-legged under the tree, his demeanor oddly peculiar. Before long, his nose began to bleed. It was said that this was the world of the Mountain and River Society chart, and he could sense every nook and cranny. Avoiding temptation was nearly impossible. Alas, the torment of only being able to see but not touch, Lin Xian murmured softly. As the 7 fairies frolicked in the water, Lin Xian, under the tree, felt restless and uneasy. No, these fairies harbor ill intentions. I must employ some tactics to ensure they do not have it easy. Lin Xian wore a mischievous grin. After some thought, he formed a gesture with his fingers and softly recited an incantation. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing a leaf above him to flutter and transform into a soaring eagle. The eagle took flight, circling above the lake. The 7 fairies were frolicking in the water when suddenly they spotted an eagle soaring overhead, startling them. Where did that eagle come from? Quickly, get away. They waved their arms in unison, attempting to shoo the bird away. Lin Xian, standing on the shore, couldn't help but smile mischievously. However, the eagle swooped down towards the bank, extending its claws and snatching away the fairies' garments. Oh no, our clothes have been taken by the eagle. The fairies were thrown into a panic. Without their garments, how could they possibly leave? The eagle seemed to flaunt its prize, flying over the lake with the clothes, infuriating the fairies who pounded their chests in frustration. Unable to contain themselves, they turned their pleading gazes towards Lin Xian on the shore. Marshal, the eagle has taken our clothes. Please help us retrieve them. Red-clad fairy shouted. Lin Xian hesitated, torn between turning around and maintaining his decorum. I cannot turn around. For doing so would offend the 7 fairies with my gaze. The fairies exchanged glances, frowning. You have a chance to look, yet you won't take it. How overly serious. They had to maintain a facade of modesty, refraining from openly suggesting he could look without concern, as that would be too revealing. At that moment, the eagle, circling above, suddenly tore the garments into shreds, which fell like confetti. The 7 fairies were left in shock. It was over. Their clothes were utterly destroyed. How could they venture out without attire? They collectively looked to Lin Xian once more. Marshal, our clothes are ruined. Please help us find some replacements. What? How could this happen? Just wait a moment. I shall fetch you some garments. Lin Xian said, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he flew towards the Tianpeng mansion. An eye for an eye, this is simply delightful. Inside the mansion, Lin Xian searched through a heap of garments, pondering which to select. Alas, he realized there were no suitable clothes for women in his abode. Frustrated, he glanced at a nearby maid. Marshal, what can I do? The maid felt uneasy under his gaze, her face flushing. Do not be alarmed. I merely request your garments. No? Fetch me 7 clean dresses for the fairies. Lin Xian nearly caused a misunderstanding. The maid, blushing, hurried away. Shortly thereafter, she returned, arms laden with dresses. Very well. You may leave now. Lin Xian glanced at the garments, leisurely sipping tea, showing no immediate intention of delivering them. Hey, just wait a moment. Thus, the 7 fairies were left to wait in the water. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. Lin Xian still had not arrived. And the fairies grew increasingly anxious. Sister, why hasn't Tianpeng arrived yet? My skin is nearly turning white from the water. Purple-clad fairy complained, rubbing her delicate arms. Red-clad fairy furrowed her brow. This wretched marshal. Why does it take him so long to fetch clothes? Are we to remain here indefinitely? The fairies all looked distressed. Without clothing, they could not ascend the shore. Moreover, as night fell, the water grew colder, making their prolonged immersion unbearable. Let us wait a little longer. If Tianpeng does not come soon, I will weave some garments from the leaves of the trees. Red-clad fairy sighed. Just as the fairies were on the verge of despair, Lin Xian finally appeared. My apologies, everyone. I couldn't find suitable garments, so please make do with these maids' dresses. He draped the clothes over a tree branch and turned his back, walking away. After all this time, could it be that Tianpeng is searching for the perfect attire for us? I suspect so. He is so upright that he dares not even glance our way. He must have been busy all this time. Indeed, it seems we misjudged Tianpeng. His mansion is filled with men, thus he had no women's clothing for us. Which accounts for the delay. He could have simply grabbed a few random garments. Instead, we've been left to linger in the water for so long. The fairies exchanged thoughts telepathically while gathering their clothing from the shore. Once they were dressed, Lin Xian boldly turned around. Ladies, the hour is late. Why not stay at the mansion tonight and discuss matters in the morning? The 7 fairies exchanged glances. This could be an opportunity tonight, one said. Very well. Let us spend the night here, and we shall return to the heavenly court tomorrow to report to Mother. Red-clad fairy spoke up, and the others regarded Lin Xian with bright, eager eyes. Under the scrutiny of their intense gazes, Lin Xian felt a sense of suffocation. They were no longer mere fairies. They resembled a pack of wolves. Upon returning to the mansion, Lin Xian had arranged a sumptuous banquet for the fairies. Dear guests from afar, do not hesitate. Enjoy to your heart's content, he proclaimed generously. However, as he looked around, he realized the 7 fairies were all dressed in identical maid's attire, making it impossible for him to discern one from another. They were all so beautiful that it was overwhelming. Thank you, Marshal. When we return to the heavenly court, we shall certainly speak highly of you before the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor. Red-clad fairy raised her glass. To the marshal. With a smile, Lin Xian lifted his cup and drank it down in one go. Marshal, I too raise a toast to you. Another fairy stood, offering her respects. Very well. Lin Xian drank again. Wow, the marshal truly has a remarkable capacity for alcohol, exclaimed a fairy after another round. As the night progressed, Lin Xian noticed the fairies becoming increasingly intoxicated, their inhibitions fading. Red-clad fairy subtly signaled to her sisters to toast Lin Xian again. Lin Xian was well aware of their intentions, but remained unperturbed. Ah, they wish to intoxicate me to bend my will. They shall find that such tactics will not succeed. He secretly consumed an antidote to alcohol, rendering him impervious to the effects of the drink. Meanwhile, the 7 fairies, after consuming several cups, began to slur their words and act foolishly. Red-clad fairy admonished her sisters, if you cannot hold your liquor, drink less. She frowned at the sister who was becoming overly rowdy. We intended to intoxicate Tianpeng, yet it seems we have only succeeded in getting ourselves drunk. Lin Xian pretended to be slightly tipsy, waving his hand with a laugh. Do not blame the fairies, it is entirely my fault. One cannot have friends without sharing a drink, yet I seem to have knocked down a whole bunch. Red-clad fairy was astonished by Lin Xian's extraordinary tolerance for alcohol. She had previously inquired about his drinking abilities from the water god, who indicated that Tianpeng was not a heavy drinker. Yet here he was, downing cup after cup without showing any signs of inebriation. I shall toast to you again, Marshal, Red-clad fairy declared, unconvinced. After consuming several more cups, she slumped over the table, nearly out of commission. Next, the second sister, the Zao-clad fairy, approached to toast him. After downing another 10 cups, she too collapsed onto the table, unconscious. Following her, the third sister in yellow also approached, and after 10 cups, although still somewhat aware, she could no longer drink. The green-clad fairy followed suit, and after another 10 cups, she rushed outside to vomit. Soon, the other fairies, Qing, Su, and Zi, each offered Lin Xian 10 cups of wine. And after their turns, the purple-clad fairy became ill and vomited profusely. By this point, all 7 fairies had succumbed to the effects of the alcohol, while Lin Xian remained entirely unaffected. Quickly, assist the 7 fairies to their quarters to rest, he instructed, feeling no inclination to continue the festivities, as they had lost their purpose. Thus, several maidservants helped the fairies to a side chamber to recuperate. Lin Xian, on the other hand, returned to his private chamber to continue his training. In the depths of the night, the elder sister in red slowly sat up, her fingers forming a spell, and in an instant, a delicate stream appeared at her fingertips. As the intoxicating effects dissipated from her body, she quickly regained her senses. Following that, she assisted her other sisters in sobering up, and soon, they all regained consciousness. She had intended to take advantage of the situation to get the drunken Tianpeng to misbehave, thus slandering him, but alas, it was they who became inebriated first. The elder sister in red cast a displeased glance at her 6 companions, who had no words of defense. Having failed to intoxicate Tianpeng, they found it difficult to concoct an excuse for slander. The following day, in the grand hall, Lin Xian smiled gently as he observed the 7 celestial maidens entering, inquiring, "Ladies, did you sleep well last night?" The 7 maidens exchanged awkward glances. "Very well. Thank you for your hospitality, Marshal." The elder sister in red stepped forward and clasped her hands, stating, "We should not linger. We must take our leave today." "In such a hurry? We have urgent matters to attend to and must report back to the Queen Mother," she continued. Lin Xian nodded, escorting the 7 maidens out of the gates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the spell of immobilization and randomly receiving 3 million years of Taoist cultivation. Please check the warehouse for your reward. With a huff, Lin Xian watched the 7 celestial maidens soar into the sky, then turned and walked back inside. Above, the planet Venus was still in pursuit of its fruit. Upon the arrival of the 7 maidens, they instantly spotted the distant Venus, quickly turning away, their faces flushed with embarrassment. "Venus, how bold you are," the elder sister in red frowned. "Ladies, do not run. I am coming," Venus exclaimed, his eyes filled with excitement as he rushed towards them. Ah, rogue. The 7 maidens were instantly alarmed, chased around by Venus under the glare of the Haotian mirror. Chapter 38. Venus, what have I done? Elder sister, this Venus is too audacious. He is not even wearing clothes. Ze blushed. Indeed, he appears composed. Yet his heart is filthy and vile, another chimed in. Exactly. He accuses Tianpeng of being lecherous, yet he possesses the same nature, the maidens complained as they ran. The elder sister in red's brow furrowed. He was desperate and shameless. Let us blindfold ourselves and teach him a lesson, then report him to the Jade Emperor, she declared. The other maidens nodded in agreement. As they spoke, the 7 of them took out strips of cloth to cover their eyes. Ladies, I am coming. Venus chuckled lewdly. Strike him, the elder sister in red shouted. In an instant, they dispersed their divine senses and charged towards Venus, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Although Venus was a Tai golden immortal, he was currently ensnared in a nightmare, completely oblivious to his celestial status. The 7 maidens were not to be trifled with. Their magic surged, and each blow possessed the power to shatter mountains. As they began their assault, Venus cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, allowing the 7 to unleash their fury upon him. Ah! Venus exclaimed in pain, yet he uttered, how exhilarating. You ladies are so fierce. I quite enjoy it. The maiden's expressions darkened. So, you relish being abused, do you? Strike him harder. The elder sister in red commanded without mercy. Before long, Venus was bruised and swollen, barely recognizable. How dare you show disrespect to the 7 celestial maidens? I shall ensure you cannot rise for the next several millennia. Finally, the elder sister in red sensed the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick to Venus's groin. The impact was tremendous. Ah! Venus let out a heart-wrenching scream, his face contorted, veins bulging, and eyes bloodshot, as if subjected to countless brutal blows. Below, Lin Xian's expression twisted in response. He could feel the heart-wrenching pain even from a distance. In truth, Venus had already regained consciousness. He just had not reacted before receiving that kick. Now, hunched over and clutching himself, his face was a mask of agony. His voice hoarse, eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. After a moment, he managed to collect himself, only to realize the 7 celestial maidens surrounding him. Ladies, I just noticed I am completely unclothed, he stammered, hastily retrieving clothing from his storage space. What just happened? Venus asked, sensing the impending trouble, embarrassment flooding his expression. Slap. The elder sister in red tore off her blindfold and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Venus, I never expected you to be so depraved. The other maidens approached, each delivering a slap of their own. What have I done? Venus questioned, bewildered, clutching his face. Trying to deny your misdeeds now that you are clothed? The maidens glared at him in anger. Enough of this nonsense. Let us take him back to the heavenly court for the Jade Emperor to deal with. The elder sister in red declared, producing a whip and fastening it around Venus's neck. The other maidens followed suit, securing their whips around him as they flew towards the heavenly court. As they passed the Haotian mirror, the elder sister in red paused momentarily, then swiftly stowed it away. In the heavenly court, as they approached the southern heavenly gate, the king of growth noticed the 7 maidens dragging an oddly shaped being behind them and inquired, Ladies, who is this? Venus, the elder sister in red replied. What? The king of growth's expression shifted to one of surprise. What has happened to Venus? He recalled the earlier encounters with Li Jing and his companions, who, despite their injuries, were still recognizable. Yet Venus appeared utterly unrecognizable. Venus remained silent, overwhelmed by shame, lacking the strength to defend himself. Within the Lingxiao treasure hall, the celestial beings gazed in shock at Venus, particularly his awkward posture, which twisted their expressions in sympathy. His movements seemed to echo their own pain. What happened? The Jade Emperor inquired, frowning. The elder sister in red returned the whip and bowed before the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Reporting to the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, this Venus, enough. The Jade Emperor interrupted. Upon seeing Venus in such a state, he instinctively knew that another failure had occurred. Bring me the Haotian mirror, he commanded. The elder sister in red hesitated but ultimately retrieved the mirror. The Jade Emperor took it, intending to project it into the sky but paused, deciding to inspect it himself. The mirror would undoubtedly reveal images of the 7 celestial maidens enticing the Marshal Tianpeng, and if the other celestial beings witnessed it, both he and the Queen Mother would lose face. The mirror displayed scenes of the 7 celestial maidens conversing with the Marshal in his abode, juxtaposed with Venus lying on a cloud. It was a peculiar sight. Venus, while lying there, suddenly stood up, lewdly discarding his clothing and running naked through the void. Upon witnessing this, the Jade Emperor was left speechless. The Queen Mother noticed the Jade Emperor's strange expression and leaned over to take a look. Upon doing so, her face flushed crimson. Disgraceful. Ugh. She quickly turned away. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened. Previously, Li Jing and his companions had inexplicably gone mad and fought. And now Venus was doing the same. This indicated that there was likely something amiss in the starry realm surrounding Tianpeng. The Jade Emperor soon pinpointed the source of the problem. Then, the mirror revealed a scene of the 7 celestial maidens bathing, although Marshal Tianpeng was nearby. He did not glance their way, maintaining an air of utmost propriety. Upon witnessing this scene, the Jade Emperor could not restrain his thoughts and discreetly magnified the image within the mirror several-fold. Clarity ensued, and a fervent glow ignited in his eyes. The spectacle was exceedingly alluring, sending a warm rush through him, causing a trickle of blood to escape from his nostrils. "Your Majesty, why are you bleeding?" the Queen Mother inquired, her expression one of surprise. The celestial beings below regarded the Jade Emperor with astonishment. What could he have seen that rendered him unable to contain himself, his expression seemingly one of bliss? Ahem, it's nothing. The Jade Emperor coughed lightly, wiping away the blood. This segment was too tantalizing to discard. It must be preserved, he contemplated. He then beheld the 7 fairies intoxicated within the pavilion of heaven. Is there potential here? The Jade Emperor's spirits lifted. With the 7 fairies inebriated, surely the Marshal of Heavenly Garrison ought to take some action. Otherwise, it would be utterly unacceptable. However, the scene revealed no indication of the Marshal's interference with the 7 fairies. Chapter 39. The Return of the Monkey. How could the 7 fairies be so inebriated while he remains indifferent? Is he lacking in intelligence? The Jade Emperor silently cursed. Such a splendid opportunity had been squandered. After deliberation, he arrived at a conclusion. The Marshal of Heavenly Garrison was likely impotent? Indeed. Observing that the 7 fairies encountered no trouble with the Marshal, the Jade Emperor immediately dismissed any notions of incriminating Lin Xian. The scene continued. The next day, the 7 fairies bid farewell to Lin Xian, only to encounter the star of Venus in the heavens. This portrayal was even more provocative than the last. The star of Venus, barely clad, pursued the 7 fairies relentlessly. Was this not a form of teasing? The Jade Emperor's composure faltered. If the Marshal of Heavenly Garrison had refrained from taking action against the 7 fairies, how could the aged star of Venus not exercise restraint? This was utterly outrageous. What a disgrace, the Jade Emperor muttered. Retrieving the Haotian mirror, he glared at the star of Venus. You dare to tease the 7 fairies? Do you not fear the consequences? What? The Queen Mother could no longer remain seated. The 7 fairies were her most cherished daughters. And now they were pursued by this old rogue. The celestial beings erupted in uproar. To tease the 7 fairies was no trivial matter. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. The star of Venus bowed his head, having anticipated this outcome, and offered no rebuttal. The Jade Emperor, uninterested in further discourse, shouted towards the palace entrance. Summon the guards. Subject the star of Venus to the punishment of the Peep of Bone. Deliver him to the execution platform. Administer 1,000 strikes of the dragon bone whip. And imprison him in the celestial prison. Without my decree, he is not to be released. Yes. Several celestial soldiers promptly entered the palace. Strike him fiercely, the Queen Mother added, her expression one of disdain. The star of Venus turned ashen. Just prior, he had mocked Li Jing and others. Now, this calamity had swiftly befallen him. Soon, he was escorted to the execution platform, his back pierced by the Peep of Bone, his cultivation sealed, and his hands bound with celestial restraints. A burly man, bare from the waist up, approached with the dragon bone whip, which was adorned with barbs. Crack, crack. From a distance, the whip lashed against the star of Venus, flesh and blood scattering as he howled in agony. Though he was a golden immortal, each strike would immediately heal his wounds. After 1,000 lashes, the star of Venus had long since lost consciousness and was dragged into the celestial prison. Within the prison, Li Jing and others were taken aback as the star of Venus was brought in. Then a look of derision spread across their faces. Humph, star of Venus. Who would have thought you would meet this fate? Li Jing remarked with a smile. The star of Venus, his face ashen, said nothing. Time passed gradually. The Jade Emperor temporarily set aside his punitive measures against Lin Xian. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, in the western Bolnyo Huzhou, within the Fangsuan Mountain and the Shiyue 3 Stars Cave, an elder of ethereal demeanor turned his back to a monkey with a bristling face and thunderous mouth. Go forth, go forth. Master, where shall I go? Sun Wukong gazed at Su Puti's back, bewildered. Su Puti replied, from whence you came, to where you shall go. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. Your journey will undoubtedly incite trouble. Do not disclose your identity as my disciple. Should you utter even a single word, I shall reduce you to ashes, ensuring your eternal damnation, the master said coldly. Fear filled Sun Wukong's face. I would never dare to mention my master's name. With no other option, he bowed in reverence, bidding farewell to Su Puti, and with a leap, he soared towards the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Upon returning to Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong discovered that monsters were oppressing his monkey kin. Inquiring further, he learned that the perpetrator was called the Chaos Demon King. Enraged, Sun Wukong soared upon his clouds towards the lair of the Chaos Demon King. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, the Jade Emperor gazed at Flower Fruit Mountain through the Haotian mirror, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. The so-called Chaos Demon King was, in fact, a creature unleashed by the Jade Emperor to test Sun Wukong's strength. Witnessing Sun Wukong quickly defeat the Chaos Demon King, the Jade Emperor's expression froze. By heaven, this monkey is formidable. If, according to Lao Juan's plan, he acquires the Rui Jingu Bang, what chaos could ensue? The Jade Emperor inwardly gasped. Although Sun Wukong's cultivation was currently that of a golden immortal, his mastery of the 8-9 profound arts, combined with his ability to traverse the wind with the cloud somersault and the enhancement of the Rui Jingu Bang, likely placed his true power at the level of a Tai golden immortal. The Jade Emperor contemplated carefully. This cannot stand, while the heavenly court harbors many strong beings. Should Sun Wukong be provoked, even if we were to vanquish him, the heavenly court would inevitably suffer losses. Moreover, Lao Jun has warned that Sun Wukong is a destined challenger arranged by the heavenly Tao, and he must not perish. At present, the only course was to feign Sun Wukong's strength, ensuring his safe passage into Lao Juan's 8 trigrams furnace, ultimately allowing the Buddha to arrive and subdue him. The Jade Emperor meticulously plotted, for Lao Jun had previously informed him that Sun Wukong must undergo refinement in the 8 trigrams furnace to purge the demonic essence within him. As Sun Wukong bore the bloodline of the former ruler of the demon realm, Dong Huang Tai Yi, a lineage of authentic demon heritage. Once the demonic essence was thoroughly refined, he could be entrusted to Buddha's care. Afterward, the heavenly court would have no further concerns. These plans had long been discussed by Lao Jun with the 2 saints of the West. The Jade Emperor took a deep breath, then turned to the 4 Seas Dragon Kings and King Yama below. Let matters proceed as I decree. Should any discrepancies arise, report immediately to the heavens. We accept the decree, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings and King Yama replied, bowing, before departing to the mortal realm. Before long, a lotus platform radiating infinite brilliance gently descended from the heavens. The Jade Emperor's gaze flickered towards it. Upon the lotus platform stood a solemn woman clad in simple garments. Her forehead was broad, exuding kindness, with a halo of golden light revolving behind her. One hand cradled a jade purity vase, while the other formed a gesture of respect, slightly bowing towards the Jade Emperor, the Bodhisattva of compassion. The Jade Emperor's demeanor remained tranquil. Your Majesty, it has come to my attention that the Marshal of Heavenly Garrison has been delaying his response to the impending calamity. The Bodhisattva inquired softly. The Jade Emperor's heart leaped. Is the Buddha's order for someone? He thought. Is it too hasty? He smiled and responded, indeed. I have exhausted every means, but have been unable to compel him to descend. Upon hearing this, the Bodhisattva's brow furrowed. The Marshal of Heavenly Garrison's reluctance to respond is quite concerning. As it happens, Sun Wukong has returned to Flower Fruit Mountain and will soon wreak havoc in the Dragon Palace and the underworld, subsequently causing turmoil in the Heavenly Court. Perhaps Your Majesty should send the Marshal of Heavenly Garrison to guard both the Dragon Palace and the underworld. Should any issues arise, the responsibility will fall upon him. Thus, it serves a dual purpose, a most favorable arrangement. The Jade Emperor's eyes brightened. Unexpectedly, Guanyin devised such a cunning strategy. This move was indeed treacherous, placing pressure on both sides of Tianpeng, ultimately leaving no choice but to comply with the calamity. Let it be as the Bodhisattva wishes. The Jade Emperor remarked with a smile. In theory, the Heavenly Court was orchestrating a performance, specifically aligning with Sun Wukong to follow a certain process. However, errors were inevitable. What if Sun Wukong went on a rampage and mistakenly harmed a high-ranking official of the Heavenly Court? Or if he inadvertently damaged a crucial facility, such as the dam intercepting the Heavenly River or the sea-calming pearl within the 4 Seas? or even the three-legged golden crow imprisoned within the sun. Any slip in this delicate balance could spell disaster for the three realms. As the sovereign of the three realms, should disaster strike, even if he wished to remain uninvolved, the flames of karma would inevitably descend upon him, a terrifying prospect indeed. Thus, sending Tianpeng was a necessary precaution. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, Tianpeng could intervene, and should any mishap occur, responsibility could be placed upon him. However, to avoid disrupting the carefully laid plans, Tianpeng had to remain in the shadows. Watching Guanyin depart, the Jade Emperor gazed into the distance, his expression vacant. The series of plans had been meticulously arranged, awaiting Sun Wukong's entrance. After an indeterminate period, the Jade Emperor finally responded. Beside him, the South Pole Immortal, with a prominent bump atop his head, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, before Sun Wukong stirs trouble in the Heavenly Palace, I have a strategy to test Tianpeng." "What strategy? Speak quickly," the Jade Emperor urged. Turning his attention to the South Pole Immortal, who was indeed the South Pole Longevity Emperor, a trusted confidant of the Jade Emperor alongside the Emperor of the Dipper. In the past, they had aided him significantly in reclaiming control of the Heavenly Court from ZY. At this moment, the South Pole Immortal was fully aware of the Jade Emperor's schemes to compel Tianpeng to descend to face calamity, and he was supportive of this plan. "I have heard that Chang'e of the Moon Palace shares a past with Tianpeng and has visited his residence," he suggested. "And what of that?" the Jade Emperor asked, puzzled. "I sense their relationship is unusual." Tianpeng's indifference towards the seven fairies may stem from his heart still holding onto Chang'e. "I propose we send Chang'e to Tianpeng's star to seduce him. He may very well take the bait." "Oh," the Jade Emperor's eyes brightened. If this task could be accomplished so effortlessly, he would not have to strain over Tianpeng's matters. As for overseeing Sun Wukong's actions in the mortal realm, he had plenty of capable generals. "Then I entrust this task to you, Immortal," he continued. "Proceed to Tianpeng's star and be vigilant. I suspect there may be a mysterious formation there aiding Tianpeng in stalling for time, with Li Jing and the Star of Venus having previously fallen victim there." The Jade Emperor was not naive. He had his suspicions. "Understood," the South Pole Immortal replied with a smile before departing. Meanwhile, as Lin Xian diligently practiced on Tianpeng's star, the South Pole Immortal appeared in the Moon Palace of the Moon Star. Under the sacred laurel tree, Wu Gang tirelessly chopped away at the tree. The South Pole Immortal paid him no mind, patiently waiting for the Jade Rabbit to report. Before long, Chang'e gracefully emerged, welcoming the Immortal with a bow. The South Pole Immortal observed her, his eyes flickering slightly, and asked, "Dear Fairy, what troubles you of late? Your countenance seems rather wan." Since being turned away by Lin Xian, Chang'e had not been in good spirits, and indeed appeared somewhat haggard. "It is nothing," she replied, her gaze lowered. The South Pole Immortal chuckled coldly. "It must be because of Tianpeng, correct?" Startled, Chang'e immediately defended herself. "You jest, Immortal. Ni Chang and Tianpeng are unrelated. How could I be drained because of him?" Chang'e was no fool. Such matters were against celestial laws. She could not easily admit to them. Moreover, the South Pole Immortal was a trusted aide of the Jade Emperor. With a slight smile, the South Pole Immortal did not press further. Entering the Moon Palace, they exchanged pleasantries before he finally stated, "Since you have no ties with Tianpeng, it only indicates that he harbors feelings for you. Why not take advantage of this and assist me in tempting Tianpeng? If he violates heavenly regulations, my task will be accomplished." "Absolutely not." Chang'e stood abruptly. She understood the true purpose of the South Pole Immortal's visit all too well. There was no way she would conspire against Tianpeng. The South Pole Immortal, in his foolishness, had revealed the truth to Chang'e, making her even less likely to assist him. To his dismay, his expression darkened, and he warned, "Fairy, do not be ungrateful. I come on the Emperor's orders to discuss this with you. If you refuse, it would be seen as disobedience to the decree, and you must consider the consequences." Chang'e retorted coldly, "If we speak of disobedience, it is you who defies the decree, for I have received no such order from the Jade Emperor. Furthermore, if the Emperor's command is to force Tianpeng into calamity, such a notion would be utterly absurd and contrary to reason." The South Pole Immortal's complexion darkened. Such actions were far from honorable. Should they be exposed, the embarrassment would be minimal compared to the loss of the Jade Emperor's authority. If that occurred, managing the Heavenly Court would become an arduous task. The Jade Emperor's ascendancy was built on both strength and prestige. Without the latter, no one would heed his commands. plunging the heavenly court into chaos. Chang'e, please consider your words carefully, he implored. Chang'e, with a cold smile, replied, I understand the principle of do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. Surely, you comprehend this as well? The South Pole Immortal's anger surged. He never imagined Chang'e would side with an individual destined for calamity rather than collaborate with him. You will regret this, he warned, leaving in frustration. After his departure, Chang'e raised her gaze towards the direction of the heavenly river, revealing a long-lost smile. It seemed her brother Tianpeng was right. The heavenly court would go to great lengths to bring him down to face calamity. No, I shall not go out and cause trouble for my brother. I will simply wait for him to come find me. In the unseen realm, a tacit understanding had been established between her and Lin Xian. In the void, the South Pole Immortal slapped himself. With Chang'e absent, his plan had effectively failed. He had confidently assured the Jade Emperor that this scheme would succeed. Yet the first step faltered with Chang'e. How foolish of me to boast, he chastised himself, delivering another slap. He soared through the void rapidly. If this strategy was unviable, he had another plan. After a considerable time, he reached the skies above Tianpeng's star. If I transform into Chang'e, Tianpeng surely will not notice, he mused, glancing down before transforming into her likeness. Below, Lin Xian was taken aback. What is this old man up to, turning into Chang'e? Is he attempting to seduce me? At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Lin Xian began to deliberate whether to play a trick on this South Pole Immortal. Chapter 41. Unashamedly Bold, Beep. A new plot has been triggered. The South Pole Immortal has transformed into Chang'e to seduce the host. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Indulge the false Chang'e. After all, a man transformed into a woman is still a woman. Engage with her, only to be falsely accused of harassment and subsequently banished by the Jade Emperor to face calamity. Reward, copper head and iron arms. Option 2. Reject the false Chang'e. Let the vile creature perish. I shall not fall for this trick, remaining unscathed while leaving the Jade Emperor powerless. Reward, Chaos Saint Body. Choices presented. Lin Xian was momentarily bewildered. He felt that the system was becoming increasingly emotional, almost to the point of absurdity. Is it for both genders? Lin Xian, fully aware of his identity as a good socialist youth with impeccable values, could never engage in such perverse actions. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the second option. Lin Xian felt a wave of speechlessness. You may play your tricks, South Pole Immortal, but I shall not fall for your schemes. Smirking, Lin Xian stepped out of his residence, preparing to confront this false Chang'e. Simultaneously, he employed a telepathic communication technique to inform the three warriors training in the deep mountains. This time, the South Pole Immortal had not brought the Haotian mirror of the Jade Emperor, leaving Lin Xian uncertain of his motives. Thus, he summoned witnesses, just in case the counterfeit Chang'e resorted to false accusations against him. It was crucial to note that the South Pole Immortal had reached a quasi-saint level of cultivation, and Lin Xian dared not confront him head-on. The three warriors, Tian Xiao and his companions, arrived at the heavenly pavilion in an instant, summoned by Lin Xian's thoughts. Brother, what do you need us for? They greeted Lin Xian with respect. Lin Xian's expression shifted. In a moment, Chang'e will arrive. You three shall remain by my side, ready to testify should she attempt to harm my reputation. The three exchanged confused glances, unaware of the relationship between Tianpeng and Chang'e. Nor did they know that a false Chang'e was approaching. However, feeling it inappropriate to inquire further, they all respectfully replied, We will follow your arrangements, brother. Before long, under Lin Xian's guidance, the false Chang'e, transformed by the South Pole Immortal, gracefully alighted at the gates of the heavenly pavilion. Greetings, fairy, Lin Xian offered a courteous bow. The false Chang'e's eyes gleamed. Did the marshal already know I would come? Lin Xian was taken aback. The South Pole Immortal's observations were quite astute. He certainly could not admit that he had sensed her arrival through the nightmarish reincarnation array and the River and Mountains national chart. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xian smiled and replied, I had just returned from military training and saw the ferry descending, hence I awaited your arrival. Is that so? The false Chang'e feigned realization. Immediately, Lin Xian politely welcomed her into the residence. Inside the grand hall, attendants served tea. The false Chang'e frowned as she waved her sleeve, spilling the tea everywhere. Lin Xian, feigning shock, asked, What is the meaning of this, fairy? The false Chang'e gazed at Lin Xian with a furrowed brow, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears. Brother Tianpeng, has our relationship grown distant? Lin Xian pretended to be bewildered. What do you mean by that, fairy? The false Chang'e, wiping her tears, said in a delicate voice, you treat me with such formality. Are you intentionally distancing yourself from me? I have been deeply devoted to you. Is this how you repay me? The three companions of Tian Xiao listened in confusion, realizing that Chang'e harbored feelings for their marshal. To receive the affection of the Chang'e fairy was a fortune of several lifetimes. Yet, Lin Xian was utterly perplexed. The performance of this false Chang'e was commendable, nearly rivaling an Oscar-winning actor. Fine, since you are such a skilled performer, I shall indulge your theatrics and see what tricks you can conjure. With a pained expression, Lin Xian replied, Fairy, we meet only once a year, and once I borrow the Laurel Divine Powder, I leave. How could I know you have feelings for me? I beg your forgiveness. You do not know? The false Chang'e looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. She had intended to deceive him, but did not anticipate that he would not fall for her ruse. Lin Xian shook his head in response. The false Chang'e's expression changed. Very well, listen closely. I have admired you for a long time. Tianpeng, you wouldn't look down on me, would you? Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. You false Chang'e, who do you think you are? Why should I be interested in you? I hold only respect for the fairy, with no improper thoughts, he retorted. The false Chang'e grew anxious, forcing herself to remain calm before asking, Tianpeng, am I beautiful? Lin Xian replied flatly, no, you are quite ugly. But my beauty ranks among the finest in the heavenly court. Many celestial officials have pursued me, but I have turned them all down. Do you truly not consider me? Lin Xian replied firmly, I do not consider you. Tianpeng, how can you feel nothing for me? You must have some issue, she pressed. What issue? Lin Xian inquired. The false Chang'e stamped her foot, you know, in the male sense. What aspect of being a man? Lin Xian asked, feigning ignorance. The false Chang'e cursed inwardly. You Tianpeng, what are you pretending for? No one can act as skillfully as you. Lin Xian replied, I am indeed pretending, but not in a showy manner. Thank you. In a verbal spar, Lin Xian recognized that none could outmatch him. Ultimately, the false Chang'e, feeling cornered, gracefully approached Lin Xian and suddenly grasped his arm. What is the fairy doing? Release me at once. This is inappropriate. With her embrace, Lin Xian felt a wave of nausea. Fairy, I have treated you well. Yet you choose to betray me. If you continue like this, I shall inform the Jade Emperor that you are harassing me, Lin Xian warned. Then go ahead. Dare to report me. The false Chang'e began to throw a tantrum, discarding all reason. Lin Xian placed his hand in front of her, but before he could apply force, she dramatically exclaimed as she stumbled backward. Ow, that hurts. She quickly regained her footing and glared at Lin Xian. Humph, Tianpeng, since you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. I shall go to the Lingxiao treasure hall and accuse you of harassing me. With that, the false Chang'e dashed out. Lin Xian frowned. The South Pole immortal truly had no shame. For now, he could only allow her to leave. After all, with his current cultivation level, he could not restrain a quasi-saint like the South Pole immortal. This Chang'e, aware that her brother was a calamity bearer, still engaged in such antics, was clearly up to no good. Heisha cursed as the false Chang'e retreated. Zhen Wu chimed in. Brother, you are a calamity bearer now. If the Jade Emperor finds a reason to accuse you, you will have no choice but to descend to the mortal realm. Should we pursue her? Tian Xiao quickly asked. Lin Xian shook his head. No need. When the Jade Emperor sends someone to summon me, you can testify on my behalf. The three nodded in agreement. Indeed. It was not long before several heavenly soldiers arrived, bearing a holy decree to summon Lin Xian. Accompanied by Tian Xiao and the others, he proceeded to the heavenly court. Chapter 42. An unresolved matter within the Lingxiao treasure hall. Tian Xiao, Heisha, and Zhen Wu followed Lin Xian forward. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother sat above, surrounded by numerous deities. On the other side, the false Chang'e, transformed by the South Pole immortal, stood quietly. Marshal Tianpeng, did Chang'e say you behaved improperly towards her? The Jade Emperor's face was stern as he looked down at Lin Xian. Lin Xian inwardly scoffed. This was a trap set by the South Pole immortal and the Jade Emperor. With a calm smile, Lin Xian replied, Your Majesty, I did not harass Chang'e. It was she who harassed me. Do not listen to the marshal's nonsense. I am pure and virtuous, still a maiden with a sense of shame. How could I shamelessly harass Tianpeng? The false Chang'e shot a cold glare at Lin Xian. Unfazed, Lin Xian stated, Your Majesty, what I say is the truth. It is Chang'e who lies. I have 3 subordinates who can testify on my behalf. The 3 warriors stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the Jade Emperor. Tian Xiao then asserted. Your Majesty, Tianpeng has not lied. The one lying is Chang'e. The Jade Emperor merely responded with a grunt. The three exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what the Jade Emperor's response meant. After a long pause, the Jade Emperor spoke again. Marshal Tianpeng, you lack evidence. Your subordinate's words alone cannot prove your innocence. How could Chang'e, a woman, accuse you without reason? Look at the assembly of officials. How many would believe your words? They would sooner trust Chang'e than you. Lin Xian remarked, furrowing his brows. It was evident that the Jade Emperor intended to lay blame upon him. Indeed, he possessed no concrete evidence. And if Chang'e sought to frame him, he found himself powerless. Moreover, the three subordinates of Tian Xiao would merely be perceived as his allies, which did not constitute valid proof. However, the Jade Emperor was now acting unreasonably, leaving Lin Xian at a loss. After all, reasoning with someone devoid of reason was itself absurd, which was the very reason Lin Xian had allowed Chang'e to depart freely before coming to the Lingxiao Palace of his own accord. Nevertheless, Lin Xian was no mere trivial character. He cast a sidelong glance at the smirking false Chang'e and addressed the Jade Emperor, Your Majesty. I possess additional evidence that can demonstrate Chang'e's attempt to frame me. What excuses do you have left? Present them all, the false Chang'e sneered. The Jade Emperor's expression turned skeptical. Tianpeng, what other evidence do you possess? Lin Xian pointed at the false Chang'e and declared, Your Majesty, my evidence lies in the fact that this Chang'e, who seeks to slander me, is not the true Chang'e. The genuine Chang'e should currently reside within the Guanghan Palace. What? Several officials around them displayed astonishment. The revelation that Chang'e was not who she appeared to be and was merely a transformation was shocking. The South Pole Elder, possessing the cultivation of a quasi-saint, could disguise Chang'e so skillfully that most would fail to discern her true identity, even deceiving the Jade Emperor himself. At that moment, the false Chang'e, transformed by the South Pole Elder, felt a chill run through her. She regarded Lin Xian with surprise, thinking, how could this be? I am a quasi-saint, and this Tianpeng is merely a Tai golden immortal. How could he possibly see through my disguise? The three subordinates of Tian Xiao exchanged glances, equally astonished. They had never anticipated that the Chang'e they had seen for so long was, in truth, a facade. The Jade Emperor's gaze flickered uncertainly before he spoke. Tianpeng, do not speak carelessly. How can you prove that the fairy Chang'e is not the real fairy Chang'e? Quite simply, we can use the demon-discerning mirror to unveil the truth. Lin Xian replied, Do not trust Tianpeng. He is merely stalling for time. The false Chang'e exclaimed anxiously. Lin Xian turned away, sneering, Fairy Chang'e, are you afraid? The Jade Emperor's expression shifted slightly as he replied, That demon-discerning mirror is a treasured item of the heavenly king Li Jing, who is currently imprisoned in the heavenly prison and thus cannot be retrieved. Since we are temporarily unable to ascertain Chang'e's true identity, I propose another method. We shall go to the Guanghan Palace and summon the real Chang'e for a confrontation, Lin Xian persisted. The Jade Emperor scrutinized the false Chang'e closely, and doubts began to surface in his mind, especially since he had yet to encounter the South Pole Elder. Lin Xian continued, If neither method can confirm that this Chang'e is indeed the true Chang'e, then her accusations against me regarding the harassment of Chang'e cannot hold water either. Meanwhile, the false Chang'e's expression grew increasingly grim. Her meticulously crafted plan had faltered at this juncture. Should Lin Xian successfully prove that she was not the true Chang'e, she would be utterly humiliated. After a moment's thought, the false Chang'e hastily communicated with the Jade Emperor, Your Majesty, perhaps we should just let this matter go. The Jade Emperor stared blankly at the false Chang'e before replying through thought. So, you are not the true Chang'e, but rather the Elder? The false Chang'e's expression darkened. She refrained from responding, feeling it was too humiliating. Since this matter cannot be proven, let us dismiss it. The Jade Emperor, after all, sought to protect the South Pole Elder, who was his confidant. Lin Xian's previous words had, in a way, provided him an escape. With both parties at an impasse, Lin Xian smirked inwardly, reflecting that had he not been limited in strength, he would have long since exposed the sham of these deities. As the false Chang'e bowed to the Jade Emperor, she declared, Your Majesty, since we cannot ascertain the truth, I shall concede. I take my leave. Watching her depart, Lin Xian exchanged a knowing glance with Tian Xiao. The false Chang'e exited the Lingxiao Palace and soon transformed back into the South Pole Elder's true form after flying for some time. Alas, another failure. The South Pole Elder lamented, leaning on his staff. Master, I had no idea that Chang'e was indeed your disguise. Tianchao emerged from the clouds nearby. The South Pole elder was taken aback and quickly warned, Tianchao, this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Rest assured, master. I have merely come to witness and will not disclose anything. Tianchao chuckled before returning to the Lingxiao Palace. Within the Lingxiao Palace, Lin Xian bowed to the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Not so fast, the Jade Emperor called out immediately. Lin Xian turned back, surprised by the Emperor's request. Tianpeng, the first to face tribulation from the Buddhist realm, Sun Wukong, has returned from his training yesterday. I have conferred with the Buddhist realm regarding his impending chaos in the Heavenly Palace. The Jade Emperor explained the details of his collaboration with Buddhism to accompany Sun Wukong through the process. Tianpeng, I now assign you a task. Lin Xian clasped his hands. Please, Your Majesty, enlighten me. The Jade Emperor continued. You are to go to the East Sea Dragon Palace and the underworld to keep watch, secretly monitoring Sun Wukong. If he follows our planned route, all is well. However, should he deviate from the path, apprehend him at once. Do you understand? I understand. Lin Xian replied with a bow. He was acutely aware of the implications. After all, Sun Wukong's plundering of the Dragon Palace, his dealings in the underworld, and the subsequent chaos in the Heavenly Palace were all orchestrated by the Heavenly Court. It could be said that from the moment of his birth, Sun Wukong had been ensnared in the machinations of the Heavenly Court and Buddhism. The Jade Emperor's intention was clear. If Sun Wukong deviated from the plan, Lin Xian was to suppress him to prevent further complications. Yet, Lin Xian remained cautious, wondering if the Jade Emperor might also be plotting against him. Chapter 43. Infiltrating the Dragon Palace. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the chaotic sacred body and randomly received 10 million years of cultivation. After accepting the imperial edict, Lin Xian exited the Lingxiao Palace and headed directly towards the Polaris domain with Tianchao and the other two. According to the Jade Emperor's instructions, he aimed to make arrangements for the Tianhe Water Army before descending to the mortal realm. Following his departure, control over the Tianhe Water Army would fall to the Purple Tenuity Star Lord. Within the Tianpeng residence, Tianchao, Haisha, and Jinwu regarded Lin Xian with concern. Brother, if you leave just like this, what if you cannot return in the future? Tianchao inquired. Indeed, brother, the Jade Emperor seeks to force your tribulation. If you are absent during this time, what if the Jade Emperor takes the opportunity to co-opt us? Haisha, though brash, was quite astute. Jinwu added gravely, brother, exercise caution once you descend to the mortal realm. Do not fall into the Jade Emperor's trap. Lin Xian observed the three, his expression equally serious. After spending time together, he was convinced that they were trustworthy subordinates. Yet, he had to leave them behind, unable to take them along. As long as the Jade Emperor cannot find any incriminating evidence against me, he has no authority to prevent my return, Lin Xian said with a faint smile. As for the command of the Tianhe Water Army, whether it will be mine in the future is of little consequence. What matters is whether you will remain loyal to me. Though Lin Xian trusted the three, he did not intend to reveal all his secrets. No matter where our elder brother may be, we three pledge to follow him unto death, Tianchao swore earnestly, with Haisha and Jinwu echoing his sentiments. Indeed, Lin Xian nodded, appreciating their camaraderie. Reflecting on the original Tianpeng, he realized he had underestimated the former Tianpeng marshal. The former Tianpeng had indeed been lecherous, lazy, and insatiably greedy. However, he had taken good care of his three brothers, who, in turn, held unwavering loyalty towards him. Within the heavenly abode of Tianpeng, aside from the precious Qinqin golden rake and other necessities for cultivation, Lin Xian had no further items to carry. The boundless formation of the gathering spirit and the map of the mountains and rivers must remain, lest it arouse the suspicion of the Jade Emperor. Just as Lin Xian was tidying up and preparing to depart, the Star Lord Ziwei arrived. I pay my respects to the Star Lord. Lin Xian offered a slight bow to his superior. With silver hair dancing in the wind, Ziwei smiled and said, Tianpeng, be cautious upon your departure, and remember to keep in touch. Lin Xian then presented a carved tiger talisman to Ziwei. By entrusting this talisman to Ziwei, it signified that the vast army of the Heavenly River would henceforth heed Ziwei's direct commands. With matters arranged, Lin Xian soared from Tianpeng Star. This was his first journey since his arrival in this realm, and as he glanced down at Tianpeng Star, then forward to the flowing waters of the Heavenly River, He softly called out, "Collect." Instantly, the materials for the hidden nightmare reincarnation formation flew before him. With another wave of his hand, he gathered them up. As he descended to the mortal realm, this formation might prove useful. Passing through the 9 heavens, he entered the 4 great continents of the mortal realm. Lin Xian recalled the 3 realms map he had studied and transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the eastern sea. The sea wind howled and the waves surged. After several hours, as Lin Xian stood above the eastern sea, a thunderous roar of a dragon echoed across the skies. Following that, a colossal dragon surged from the ocean's surface. The dragon hovered in the air for a moment before flying directly towards Lin Xian. As it approached, the massive dragon transformed into a middle-aged man with a dragon's head and human body. Accompanying him were numerous dragon offspring and other sea creatures. Little Dragon pays respects to the Marshal of Tianpeng, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, alongside his family, deeply bowed to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, replying, "You are too kind, Dragon King." Afterward, Ao Guang led Lin Xian into the sea and straight into the Dragon Palace. Without a drop of water touching Lin Xian's body. Beep. A new plot has been triggered. The Jade Emperor has sent the host to the mortal realm to monitor Sun Wukong. The first stop is the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Remain behind the scenes and have Ao Guang cooperate with Sun Wukong's process. If all goes well, that is fine. If there are unforeseen circumstances, immediately suppress Sun Wukong. Reward: mastery of water laws. Option 2. Personally engage with Sun Wukong to disrupt the Heavenly Court's plans. Reward: 100,000 years of cultivation. Upon entering the Dragon Palace, Lin Xian heard the system's voice. The choice presented was compelling, and Lin Xian quickly discerned it. The first option offered mastery of water laws, while the second merely promised 100,000 years of cultivation, an undeniable disparity, clearly urging Lin Xian towards the first option. Did the system want me to follow the process? Lin Xian pondered. He remembered well the trouble Sun Wukong had caused upon his emergence, vowing to confront the monkey whenever he had the chance. Yet now the system seemed to suggest avoidance. After a moment of contemplation, he chose the first option. Thus, he resolved to heed the system, seeking victory with caution to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence for the Jade Emperor. Unexpectedly, the marshal arrived a few days earlier than anticipated, demonstrating exceptional diligence. The dragon-headed man Ao Guang summoned tea and, smiling, addressed Lin Xian. "Not long ago, I received the decree of your arrival." Lin Xian, however, answered evasively, "I am merely here under the Jade Emperor's command to monitor Sun Wukong. Unless an unforeseen situation arises, I shall not interfere with the calamity. Regardless, the marshal will always be a distinguished guest of my Dragon Palace." Ao Guang responded courteously, then added with a grin, "Consider your stay here as a leisurely visit to the mortal realm. I shall arrange for your comfort in the Dragon Palace's side hall, where you may rest peacefully. Furthermore, should you wish to explore, I can send my offspring to accompany you, ensuring your experience is worthwhile." "Thank you, Dragon King," Lin Xian replied, somewhat taken aback by Ao Guang's hospitality. Subsequently, Ao Guang guided Lin Xian through the Dragon Palace. It was undeniable that the Dragon Palace was as magnificent as the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. The dragon race, having survived the great calamity of the Pangu era, despite their current decline in power, remained wealthier than nations. Their innate tendency to hoard treasures had evolved into a repository that no outsider could enter. After touring the entire Dragon Palace, Ao Guang finally led Lin Xian to his temporary residence, a grand palace even more splendid than his own Tianpeng residence. After delivering Lin Xian to his quarters, Ao Guang bowed and said, "Later, I shall prepare a banquet to honor you, and I hope you will grace us with your presence. No need. From this day forth, you need not concern yourself with me. Simply accompany Sun Wukong through the process." Lin Xian countered, offering no concession to Ao Guang. On the one hand, he had his own matters to attend to. On the other, his presence must not disrupt the plans of the Heavenly Court. After all, Sun Wukong's visit to claim the treasured iron of the Dragon King was imminent. Chapter 44. Being schemed against from all sides. Once Ao Guang departed, Lin Xian entered the palace, and at that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Beep. Congratulations, host. You have attained mastery of water laws and randomly received the divine ability transforming beings into soldiers. Please check your warehouse." Lin Xian closed the door to his chamber and immediately accessed the system warehouse. The warehouse contained over 10 million years of cultivation. The materials for the nightmare reincarnation formation, as well as the newly acquired chaos, sacred body, and mastery of water laws. Although over 10 million years of cultivation appeared substantial, it could only elevate him by a small realm. In contrast, the chaos, sacred body, and mastery of water laws provided immediate capabilities. With a thought, Lin Xian activated the chaos, sacred body, feeling a violent surge of energy emanate from within. The accompanying pain prompted him to employ the transformation of the primordial essence technique, which subdued the discomfort. This chaos, sacred body bore resemblance to Panga's flesh. The transformation of the primordial essence technique, known as the 9 turns mysterious skill, was the foremost cultivation method of the primordial era. The synergy of both enhanced Lin Xian's true power, propelling it to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal level. Despite his actual cultivation being at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, Chaos Sacred Body, Lin Xian marveled inwardly, realizing it surpassed the refinement of hundreds of drops of Pangu's essence blood. After calming the turbulent energy, he promptly utilized the mastery of water laws. Instantly, Lin Xian's spirit vibrated intensely. Where the body had been affected before, now it was the soul. In an instant, a unique ability embedded itself deep within his spirit, a profound understanding of the water laws. The original Tianpeng had excelled in underwater combat due to this comprehension, while Sun Wukong's grasp of the water laws was merely superficial, rendering him inept in aquatic battles. Several hours later, Lin Xian finally acclimated to his control over the water laws. He exited the palace, noticing a host of shrimp soldiers and crab generals stationed at the entrance. After a moment of hesitation, he transformed into a stream of clear water, stealthily slipping away amidst the ocean currents. With mastery of the water laws, he could merge with water, coupled with the invincible transformation technique of the transformation of the primordial essence. He was entirely concealed from sight, even evading detection by the mirror of revealing demons. Before long, Lin Xian arrived at the rear of the Dragon Palace. This was the true forbidden zone of the dragon race, where outsiders were strictly prohibited, and even the 4 sea dragon kings lacked the authority to enter without the Jade Emperor's permission. After advancing a short distance, Lin Xian soon encountered several formidable guardians stationed at this sacred ground. These dragon race warriors emanated a thick aura, clearly not to be trifled with. However, Lin Xian had no intention of entering. After observing for a while, he quietly departed. Moments later, he reappeared on the surface of the sea. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of items surged forth from the warehouse. Instantly, mist enveloped the sea, coalescing into swirling clouds, while the items that had been released vanished without a trace. After completing this task, Lin Xian returned. In the past 2 days, apart from the 3 meals, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang had not sought Lin Xian again. Remaining in the shadows, Lin Xian felt uneasy about revealing himself. He found the weight to be quite dull. The Jade Emperor had assigned him this task, which he could undertake or disregard. Yet he worried about the unpredictable actions of that Monkey King. An idea struck him. He plucked a hair from his forehead and gently blew on it, causing the hair to transform into a small fish that wriggled away toward the palace. In his mind, Lin Xian perceived all the images that the fish encountered. The fish swam around the Crystal Palace, and everything in the Dragon Palace appeared calm as usual. The Monkey King did not show himself. Hesitating for a moment, the fish then swam upward. Upon breaching the surface, the fish leaped several feet into the air, transforming into a bird that flew towards the nearest Ao Lai Kingdom. In the Ao Lai Kingdom, the citizens revered heaven and earth, living harmoniously. The kingdom thrived under the careful governance of its king. The bird landed on a rooftop, observing the bustling military base below. This was the armory of the Ao Lai Kingdom. At that moment, a young man was commanding a group of soldiers to transport a continuous stream of weapons. The bird's eyes glimmered with an almost human expression as it recognized that this man was no ordinary being, possessing at least the cultivation of an earth immortal. In the Dragon Palace, Lin Xian's gaze flickered in sync with that of the bird. Surely, this was someone sent by the Buddhist sect. He never expected that they would account for such a minor detail. Lin Xian maintained a calm demeanor. As night deepened, the young man dismissed all the soldiers guarding the armory and departed himself. The bird remained perched quietly on the roof. Time passed, and suddenly, a monkey with a scruffy face descended upon a cloud, scratching its head and looking around furtively. After ensuring no one was watching, He opened the armory's grand door and entered. Upon seeing the multitude of weapons inside, Sun Wukong was filled with excitement. He immediately plucked a handful of his own fur, chewed it, and, while reciting a spell, transformed the fur into a swarm of small monkeys that tumbled to the ground. Children, let's move, let's move. A multitude of monkeys scrambled to seize the weapons, emptying the armory entirely. Sun Wukong then recited another spell, leading the monkeys straight back to Flower Fruit Mountain, with the bird following closely behind. At Flower Fruit Mountain, dawn broke, and Sun Wukong tossed the weapons onto the ground. Instantly, the monkeys bounced over, eagerly examining the scattered arms. Children, are these weapons sufficient? If not, I shall retrieve more. Hee hee, Sun Wukong laughed. They are enough, they are enough. The monkeys shouted, clamoring for the weapons and beginning to practice joyfully. The next day, while Sun Wukong was training the monkeys, he immediately sensed the arrival of outsiders. Soon, a horde of monsters surged forth, comprised of wolves, tigers, and leopards. These creatures hailed not only from the vicinity of Flower Fruit Mountain, but also from distant regions. A full 72 demon kings, all dispatched by the Buddhist sect to unite with Sun Wukong. In the Dragon Palace, Lin Ming chuckled derisively. The Buddhist sect was indeed meticulous, having summoned the 72 demon kings. The influence of Flower Fruit Mountain was but a drop in the ocean compared to the vast expanse of demonkind. Each of those 72 demon kings commanded significant power, yet they all regarded Sun Wukong with reverence, misleading the monkey into believing he was invincible. This arrogance would stir ambition within him, prompting him to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace and accrue immense merit for the celestial beings. Truly, the plan was intricately devised and thoroughly executed. Days passed, and Sun Wukong, wielding a heavy sword, wore a distressed expression. Observing his discontent, 4 elder monkeys approached him. It turned out that Sun Wukong was dissatisfied with the weapon in his hand. The 4 elder monkeys exchanged glances, seemingly having conspired beforehand, and began discussing the treasures of the East Sea Dragon Palace, trying to entice Sun Wukong to venture there. Lin Ming could not help but laugh heartily. The acting of these 4 elder monkeys was spectacular, though slightly exaggerated. This monkey was indeed easily swayed. After the 4 elder monkeys' persuasion, combined with the flattery from other demon kings, Sun Wukong could hardly contain his excitement. The allure of the Dragon Palace was irresistible. He truly wished to see it. Perched on a nearby treetop, the transformed bird chirped incessantly, amused by the foolishness of the monkey, who could not discern the truth and believed whatever he was told. Moreover, given that he had attained the golden immortal level, how could he possibly wield a weapon meant for mortals? And with such a multitude of monsters and the overwhelming presence of the 72 demon kings, did he genuinely believe they would willingly acknowledge Flower Fruit Mountain as their superior? Lin Ming had serious doubts about the monkey's perception. This foolish monkey was utterly oblivious, with the entire world performing for him, and he remained unaware. He dared to cause a ruckus in the heavenly palace, likely without a shred of understanding regarding his cultivation level. In the initial 6 years at the Crescent Moonstar Cave, Bajie may not have taught him any cultivation techniques, but merely set him to chop wood in the back mountains. In Lin Ming's memory, that mountain was named Rotten Peach Mountain. The peaches within were certainly not ordinary, though they could not compare to the Queen Mother's peaches of immortality. They were imbued with rich spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Wukong consumed these peaches for 6 consecutive years, his cultivation being forcibly elevated to the level of tribulation. Bajie had timed his teachings perfectly, imparting the 8-9 mysteries just before the tribulation arrived. It could be said that, without the 8-9 mysteries, Sun Wukong would have been struck down by lightning long ago. In the following year, he made tremendous strides, breaking through to the golden immortal level. A golden immortal may command respect among the lower realms, but before the celestial beings, they are nothing. After a series of provocations, Sun Wukong's eyes glinted with fervor, and he immediately clamored to seek treasure in the East Sea Dragon Palace. Does the king know how to swim? An old monkey asked eagerly. Sun Wukong chuckled proudly, declaring, I, Sun Wukong, can transform 72 ways. With a single somersault, I can traverse 100,000 miles. What is a mere East Sea to me? Excellent. This hidden river leads directly to the East Sea Dragon Palace. The king can go and return swiftly. As the old monkey spoke, he pointed toward the hidden river beneath the waterfall of Water Curtain Cave. Goodness, they even indicated the route. Sun Wukong blinked in surprise at the hidden river. then addressed the monkey troops, saying, "Children, guard the home well. I shall return shortly." With that, he leaped and plunged into the water. The bird atop the treetops blinked and dove in after him. Did everyone see that? A bird just jumped into the water. Several monkeys were left bewildered. It must be a female bird, captivated by our great king's charm, and followed him. As the bird plunged into the water, it transformed back into a fish, trailing behind Sun Wukong. Before long, Sun Wukong followed the hidden river to the Dragon Palace. Lin Xian was astonished. Why did the path lead precisely to the Dragon Palace? Had it not been for this hidden river, Sun Wukong would have likely lost his way had he recklessly entered the sea. At the entrance of the Dragon Palace, two shrimp soldiers observed closely. Is that the monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain? Indeed, it is he. He has arrived. Hurry and report to the king. With that, one shrimp soldier promptly dashed inside to inform. Upon his arrival, Sun Wukong sought to enter without hesitation, but was quickly obstructed by the remaining shrimp soldier. Halt! Who brought the water here? Sun Wukong scratched his arm and declared, "I am Sun Wukong, the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain, a neighbor of your esteemed Dragon King." Step aside. He tried to proceed, but was met with a stern retort. Stop. Regardless of your identity, you shall not enter without permission after a report. Wait here for now. The shrimp soldier scolded him. Infuriated, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Dare you impede me, old monkey? You seek death." With that, he kicked the shrimp soldier away. After dusting off his hands, Sun Wukong scoffed and swaggered into the Dragon Palace. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This monkey is truly arrogant and unreasonable. Halfway through, he encountered Ao Guang accompanied by numerous dragon sons and grandsons, along with shrimp soldiers and crab generals, coming to greet him. I did not know the celestial being had come. The young dragon regrets the lack of a proper welcome. Please forgive me. Ao Guang, seasoned and astute, though of higher cultivation than the monkey, still bowed lowly to Sun Wukong as per their plan. Sun Wukong stood tall, his demeanor increasingly haughty, and waved dismissively. A trivial matter, trivial matter. With that, Ao Guang led Sun Wukong inside, and the fish controlled by Lin Xian hastily followed. Through this repeated misdirection, Sun Wukong grew ever more arrogant. Even Ao Guang bowed, so who could he fear? Inside the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King ordered a variety of delectable dishes to be served. Sun Wukong, showing no restraint, indulged himself, disregarding the gazes of the other aquatic beings. After dining, Sun Wukong directly stated, "Old dragon, I have recently instructed my descendants to guard the mountain gate, yet I lack a suitable weapon. I have long heard that the Dragon Palace possesses many treasures, and I have come to request a weapon." Ao Guang feigned hesitation before conceding, "Very well. Considering the celestial being is my neighbor, I shall present you with one." With that, a catfish demon brought forth a saber. Sun Wukong merely glanced at it, and shook his head repeatedly. No, I do not know the art of the saber. I previously discarded one." Ao Guang, at a loss, ordered his subordinates to fetch another. Moments later, several fish demons brought forth a steel fork. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he leaped forward to catch it, playing with it for a moment before snapping it in two. "Alas, too light, he declared, discarding the broken fork in exasperation. In a distant corner, Lin Xian observed quietly through the little fish. The unfolding scene was nothing short of a farce. The previous saber was merely an ordinary blade, and this steel fork was just a low-tier magic weapon, hardly worthy of mention. To enhance the act's authenticity, Ao Guang feigned distress. "O celestial being, this steel fork weighs 3,600 pounds. How could you break it so easily?" Sun Wukong interrupted coldly. Could it be that the old Dragon King is reluctant to part with his treasure? Not at all. Ao Guang acted submissively, promptly instructing his subordinates to fetch another. After a brief moment, a group of fish demons carried forth a halberd. Ao Guang, with a smile, presented it. "Celestial being, please look. This halberd weighs 7,200 pounds, the heaviest weapon in my Dragon Palace. Would you care to try it?" Sun Wukong was taken aback and immediately jumped to grasp it. Weighing it in his hands, he began to twirl it. Although merely a low-tier treasure, it still weighed 7,200 pounds. As he played with it, the waters of the Dragon Palace surged, causing some aquatic beings to feel dizzy. After a while, Sun Wukong cast the halberd to the ground, claiming, "Still too light, not suitable." Ao Guang hastily lamented, "Celestial being, this is indeed the heaviest weapon we possess. There are no others." "Huh, old fool, do you think I am a mere child of 3? Sun Wukong sneered. If you do not present a fitting weapon today, I shall overturn your dragon palace. Chapter 46. Why is the monkey so arrogant? Witnessing this scene, even Lin Xian, who was watching from the sidelines, could not help but frown. Sun Wukong was excessively overbearing. The gifts of treasures were a gesture of goodwill, and withholding them was his right. Yet, he audaciously threatened to topple the dragon palace. However, the heavenly court's plan was to render Sun Wukong arrogant and ignorant. After all, the higher one is lifted, the harder one falls. Initially, Lin Xian had felt some sympathy for Sun Wukong, considering he had been schemed against by the celestial beings and remained oblivious. Yet, upon witnessing this spectacle, he lost any desire to assist him. This monkey was far too arrogant, utterly infuriating. Without experiencing the harshness of society, one cannot comprehend the malice of human hearts. Thus, Lin Xian continued to observe from the shadows. Celestial being, there truly are no other weapons here. Perhaps you could seek elsewhere? Ao Guang continued his act of victimhood. No, I am determined to find a weapon in your dragon palace. Hurry and fetch one. Sun Wukong declared, reclining on the dragon throne while peeling a banana. Seeing that his performance was convincing, Ao Guang signaled to the dragon mother and dragon daughter nearby. They quickly approached and suggested, Great King, why not let the celestial being try the sea-calming divine iron? Ao Guang immediately shook his head. No, that is a pillar left by Diyu during his water control. It serves no purpose. Regardless of its utility, if the celestial being can lift it, let him take it. If he cannot, we are powerless. With that, Ao Guang nodded and approached Sun Wukong with a smile. There is a sea-calming pillar, celestial being. You may wish to take a look? Sun Wukong had overheard their conversation. That pillar weighs 13,500 pounds, impossible to lift. Is that so? Take me to see it, he exclaimed, instantly intrigued. Ao Guang promptly led Sun Wukong to a deep part of the sea. Indeed, there stood a tall pillar rising from the ocean. Upon seeing it, Sun Wukong's spirit surged. What a treasure! What a treasure! If only it were a bit smaller. His eyes sparkled with excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, the pillar shrank slightly. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong eagerly urged, Smaller, smaller. The pillar diminished considerably. Lin Xian watched quietly from the shadows, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. He had long been aware that this golden cudgel had been sent in advance by the Buddhist sect, purportedly belonging to Patriarch Bodhi. During his time at Mount Fengsuan, Su Puti had discreetly collected several strands of Sun Wukong's hair and, through great magical power, refined them into the golden cudgel. Hence, at this moment, the golden cudgel obeyed Sun Wukong's commands effortlessly, growing and shrinking at will. Smaller, smaller. Sun Wukong's eyes burned with desire as he continued to call out. Eventually, the pillar transformed into a staff, inscribed with the words Rui Jingu Bang. Sun Wukong burst into wild laughter, stepping forward to grasp it, lifting it effortlessly onto his shoulder. What a treasure! What a treasure! Sun Wukong was immensely thrilled, brandishing the golden cudgel with zeal. As he twirled it, the entire dragon palace trembled, and the surrounding aquatic beings fled in panic. Ao Guang's expression darkened. It was not that he feared Sun Wukong would take the golden cudgel, but rather that such antics would disturb the entire East Sea, potentially triggering a tsunami that could endanger countless lives. Fortunately, the Buddhist sect had foreseen this and had previously entrusted Ao Guang with a sea-calming pearl to prevent any calamity. After a vigorous display, Sun Wukong glanced at Ao Guang and said, Thank you, old Dragon King. Ao Guang immediately bowed. You are too kind, too kind. With such a formidable weapon in hand, Sun Wukong found himself increasingly discontented. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, Since I possess a suitable weapon, why is it that I lack corresponding attire? Dragon King, why not bestow upon me, your humble servant, a piece of armor? Ao Guang was taken aback. Indeed, Guanyin Bodhisattva had left behind a set of garments for him. However, this armor was discretionary. It could be given to Sun Wukong or withheld, depending on whether the latter expressed a desire for it. This armor was considered a treasure, and naturally, Ao Guang wished to avoid parting with it if possible. Yet, now that Sun Wukong had broached the subject, he feigned reluctance, stating, I have no clothing. Perhaps the immortal should inquire elsewhere? Sun Wukong scoffed, asserting that it was far better to sit in one place than to wander between houses. The clothing was a necessity. Ao Guang shook his head once more. In that moment, Sun Wukong, brimming with arrogance, approached Ao Guang, poking him twice on the head with his staff. Listen here, old dragon. Do not refuse a toast only to drink a penalty. It is no small feat for me to visit, so do not create unnecessary trouble for yourself. His tone was undeniably domineering. Upon hearing this, Albuan's anger surged, nearly boiling over. The surrounding dragon offspring could scarcely contain themselves, restless with anticipation. Sun Wukong's audacity had reached new heights. Albuan, seething with rage, struggled to suppress his fury. For thousands of years, despite the dragon clan's waning power, he, as the leader of the Four Seas, had never endured such humiliation. To be threatened by a mere golden immortal was indeed a profound disgrace. Had it not been for the celestial plan, he would have erupted in fury long ago, for he was indeed a Tai golden immortal. Very well. My three brothers happened to have a set available. Albuan finally gritted through clenched teeth. Observing Albuan's conflicted demeanor, Sun Wukong's expression grew more mocking as he jested. I shan't journey to the West Sea or the North Sea. If you wish to go, you may carry me along. Albuan's frustration flared anew. There is no need for the immortal to travel. My little dragon possesses a divine drum and a celestial bell. If there is a pressing matter, a gentle strike will summon my three brothers in an instant. Sun Wukong's eyes brightened. If that is the case, why not ring the bell at once? Soon, the bell echoed, and the drum was struck. Before long, Arwen, Aoshuan, and Aochin arrived, drawn by the sound. What is it, elder brother? The three dragons, upon seeing Sun Wukong, understood the situation but continued to humor Albuan's performance. Albuan recounted the events that had transpired. Now it makes sense, they responded, as if prepared. Stepping before Sun Wukong, and each revealing an item in hand. I present to you a pair of cloud-walking shoes made of lotus silk. I offer a suit of golden chainmail. What a coincidence. I also have a crown of phoenix wings and purple gold, which I shall present to you as well. These three items were indeed treasures left by Guanyin Bodhisattva. Sun Wukong gazed at the exquisite armor, his pride swelling. Quickly, help me don these. The expressions of the three dragons shifted. Sun Wukong was treating them as mere servants. Nevertheless, they assisted in adorning him with the armor. Once completed, Albuan let out a silent sigh of relief. With both weapon and armor acquired, he could finally send the Monkey King on his way. He approached Sun Wukong and inquired, Immortal, are you now satisfied? Quite satisfactory, Sun Wukong replied, yet he once again seated himself upon the dragon throne. Albuan's face paled. Why was this monkey still lingering? At that moment, Sun Wukong spoke casually, Old Dragon King, I have heard whispers of a forbidden area deep within your dragon palace. Upon hearing this, not only did the Four Seas Dragon King's faces change, but even Lin Xian, hidden in the shadows, wore an expression of shock. According to the plan, Sun Wukong was supposed to leave upon acquiring the golden staff and armor, but how did he come to know of the forbidden area within the palace? What could he be plotting? The Four Seas Dragon Kings were taken aback. This element was not part of their original plan. What now? The calamity had unexpectedly shifted. The forbidden area was not the Dragon Clan's treasury, but a place deep within the palace, a domain even Albuan was forbidden from entering. It was, in fact, the Dragon Prison, where all malevolent dragons had been imprisoned since the Dragon Han Calamity. During the Dragon Han Calamity, the three clans competed fiercely, leading to the extinction of the Qilin and Feng lineages, leaving the Dragon Clan in a weakened state. Consequently, they retreated to the Four Seas, no longer vying for supremacy in the world. However, this was merely a fade. The true reason was to guard the dragon prison and prevent the malevolent dragons from breaking free of their seals. In later generations, no one comprehended that the dragon prison had been established by the Dragon Clan itself. Throughout the ages, from the witch and demon calamity to the deification calamity, despite the shifts in dynasties and changes in rulers, it persisted. Why? Because those malevolent dragons had their minds tainted by the primordial demon gods. They could not be slain by deities, and sages were reluctant to intervene, even to this day. Now, Sun Wukong's inquiry regarding the dragon prison could not help but stir their hearts. Even Lin Xian, lurking in the shadows, began to feel restless. He had studied the chronicles of the primordial era and was aware of these matters. Was my presence causing the variables in the journey to the west to escalate? Lin Xian pondered silently. At last, he comprehended why the system had intentionally guided him to follow the plan. According to the choices presented by the system, should I not directly intervene now to suppress that foolish monkey? Yet, it was not the right time. Sun Wukong was merely inquiring and had not yet acted outside the plan. If I were to intervene now, the Jade Emperor would certainly hold me accountable for disrupting the plan. After much deliberation, Lin Xian decided to wait and observe. Inside the Dragon Palace Hall, Sun Wukong appeared transformed, his demeanor teasing as he fixed his gaze upon the four seas dragon kings. This monkey seemed entirely different, as if privy to numerous secrets. Albuan steadied himself and forced a smile. Immortal, you jest. There are no forbidden areas within the Dragon Palace. Sun Wukong replied with a cold smile, but chose not to pursue the topic further. Rising from his seat, he hoisted the golden staff and headed toward the palace exit. The four seas dragon kings were left speechless. It seemed the plan had returned to its course. Sun Wukong was departing without further complication. Just as they began to relax, Sun Wukong, who had initially ventured out to sea, stealthily returned. That old man spoke of a forbidden area in the Dragon Palace. It must be over here. He mentioned treasures of greater power. I wonder if it is true. Sun Wukong mused, his gaze fixed on the rear of the palace, and he leaped forward. Behind him, a small fish closely followed. As he approached, the guardians stationed in that region immediately sensed Sun Wukong's presence, disregarding the calamity. Upon seeing him, they swiftly employed a communication spell. Leave at once. This is the forbidden area of the Dragon Palace. No idle folk are permitted to trespass. The voice reverberated like thunder. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was initially startled, then let out a derisive chuckle. The audacious four seas dragon kings dare to deceive me. Once I unveil the treasures within this forbidden area, I will settle the score with them. With that, he hurled his golden staff. In an instant, the staff grew to an enormous size, plummeting toward the designated area. To infringe upon the dragon clan's forbidden ground is a grave offense. Seeking death. The dragon guardians below snorted in unison, chanting incantations and unleashing their combined might upon the descending staff. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful energies struck the base of the golden staff, causing it to soar back into the air. Dare to obstruct me? You are the ones courting death. Sun Wukong was evidently unwilling to concede. He considered himself invincible. Even in the face of the terrifying fluctuations below, he charged forth with youthful audacity. Speaking thus, he recited a mantra, transforming into an ancient giant ape. The colossal beast swiftly darted forward, striking down at the ascending golden rod with a mighty palm. Bang! The golden rod plummeted once more, this time with a force exceeding 100 times that of before. The gathering dragon warriors hastily summoned their powers to resist. Yet this time, they could not withstand the onslaught. Their energies shattered instantly, and the golden rod continued its rapid descent, prompting the dragon warriors to scatter like pillars of water in retreat. With another resounding bang, the golden rod plunged deep into the earth. This was dire. Quick! Alert the four seas dragon kings. The dragon warriors, witnessing this scene, turned ashen. They had guarded this forbidden ground for millennia, only to be breached by an intruder. This was a grave matter. Among them, one indeed possessed the strength of a Tai golden immortal, yet he was powerless to resist. Though Sun Wukong was merely a golden immortal, with the golden rod in hand, and having mastered the 72 transformations, his true power had far surpassed that of an ordinary Tai golden immortal. On the surface of the sea, towering waves surged hundreds of feet high. Below, whirlpools erupted, their might astonishing, as they pulverized the aquatic creatures unable to escape, blood quickly spreading in all directions. The giant ape, transformed from Sun Wukong, showed no signs of relent. Gripping one end of the golden rod, he began prying it downward, intending to unearth the massive stone slab sealing the forbidden ground beneath. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless chains hidden within the earth were shattered, revealing a glimpse of the true nature below. Within lay a torrent of magma, pulsating ominously with terrifying energy. Within the Dragon Palace, the four seas dragon kings were alarmed. The thunderous sound of the golden rod piercing the ground had already roused them. What is happening? Ao Guang furrowed his brow. No sooner had he spoken than several dragon warriors rushed in. Bad news, Dragon King. A monkey with a hairy face and thunderous voice has breached the forbidden ground, and we are no match for him. What? Sun Wukong has not left? He has dared to intrude upon the dragon abyss forbidden ground. The four seas dragon kings widened their eyes in shock. Had they known, they would have personally seen that calamity star off. They had been negligent. Hurry, we must stop him. If those malevolent dragons are unleashed, the consequences will be unimaginable. With that, the dragon warriors hastened toward the forbidden ground. Inside the forbidden realm, The giant ape chanted incantations once more, and in an instant, his power surged exponentially. Treasure, come forth to this old sun. Sun Wukong thought of the rumored treasure, baring his teeth and straining against the golden rod, prying it downward. Finally, one of the chains sealing this place snapped. A massive stone was shifted aside by Sun Wukong. With a whoosh, the giant ape reverted to Sun Wukong's true form. And with a thought, the golden rod shrank rapidly as he soared toward the enormous opening. Stop! Not far away, the Four Seas Dragon Kings, accompanied by countless dragon warriors, rushed over. Sun Wukong turned with a disdainful smile and swiftly dove inside. Chapter 48. The demon race does not deceive their own kind. Where is the treasure? Where is it? Sun Wukong ventured deeper into the dragon abyss, scanning his surroundings. Lava flowed tumultuously around him, and the scorching air assaulted his face. After only a few steps, he sensed several gazes fixated upon him. These eyes exuded an ominous aura, causing even the fearless Sun Wukong's heart to shudder. Humph! Who dares to posture before this old sun? Come forth and meet your doom. He peered around, but found nothing amiss. Suddenly, the flowing lava parted, revealing 3 enormous dragon heads emerging from the molten depths, 2 male dragons and 1 female. Startled, Sun Wukong quickly cast his golden rod before him and bellowed. What are you 3 doing hiding here? Come out and fight. Humph! Truly a fearless one, the female dragon scoffed. The other 2 dragons joined in with mocking laughter. It has been ages since we sensed the presence of a living being. It feels rather delightful. What species are you? You look quite grotesque. The 3 dragons scrutinized Sun Wukong from head to toe. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong bristled, retorting, take a good look. Your grandfather's son is the beautiful monkey king of the Water Curtain Cave in Flower Fruit Mountain. Where is the ugliness? This was the first time he had been called ugly. What kind of aesthetic was this? Did they have a problem with their vision? Yet the 3 dragons did not engage in a dispute with him. A monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain, is it? What brings you to the Dragon Abyss? One male dragon inquired. Dragon Abyss? Is this not your dragon palace's forbidden ground? Sun Wukong expressed his confusion. The forbidden ground is indeed the Dragon Abyss, and the Dragon Abyss is the forbidden ground. Sun Wukong frowned, implying that there were no treasures to be found. Treasures? The 3 dragons exchanged glances. The female dragon then smiled, saying, we can offer you treasures, but you must first break the chains binding us and release us, and we shall grant you your wish. Is this for real? Sun Wukong's eyes brightened. Indeed, indeed. The demon race does not deceive their own kind. The dragon race originally separated from the demon race. Very well. Upon hearing of treasures, Sun Wukong's intellect momentarily waned, and he coldly retorted to the 3 dragons, if you deceive me, I shall ensure your brains splatter. He raised the golden rod. Where are the chains? The 3 dragons exchanged glances filled with mockery, then trembled their bodies. Instantly, the surrounding lava parted, revealing their immense forms. They were entwined with several black iron chains, each inscribed with glowing runes that firmly restrained them. At their heads, bodies, and tails, 3 locks were present. They had experimented numerous times, discovering that if one of the locks was attacked, it would immediately shift positions. Only one lock could break the seal. Therefore, the assault had to be precise, or none of them would escape. Our chains are sealed by magical words. If we act recklessly, we will be unable to break free. However, through our persistent efforts over the years, we have comprehended the magical words to some extent. The weakness of the mechanism may lie in that 3rd lock. You should try it first, said the female dragon. Sun Wukong's eyes flickered thoughtfully before he swung his rod down upon the 3rd lock. Bang! Sparks flew, and the 3rd lock shattered instantly. This side. Seeing that their elder brother's chain was broken, the 2nd dragon grew excited. Sun Wukong immediately rushed over and struck again, breaking the 2nd lock as well. Me too. The female dragon's expression grew even more animated. Sun Wukong swung his rod down once more. Crack! The final chain shattered. Haha, we're free. We're free. The 3 dragons roared with laughter, their bodies shaking as the chains binding them snapped away and their confinement vanished. The feeling of freedom was exhilarating. I never want to be chained here again. I want to go out. The 3 dragons writhed with excitement. Hey, what about the treasures you promised me? Sun Wukong felt forgotten and grew irate, shouting. The 3 dragons, upon hearing this, finally turned to look at Sun Wukong. What treasure? We don't even have any. The female dragon snorted disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's fury ignited. You dare to go back on your word? Prepare to meet your end. With that, he charged forward, brandishing the golden rod. Bang! As Sun Wukong charged forward, he barely had time to swing the iron rod in his grasp before a massive dragon tail swept toward him, sending him flying. How audacious! Do they not know who we are to dare demand treasures from us? If I do not slay you, consider it a stroke of luck. The three-headed dragon, exuding a formidable aura, writhed and moved toward the exit. Not far away, Sun Wukong found himself embedded in a massive boulder, his face flushed and his head buzzing. Is it possible that I am not their match? Sun Wukong stared in disbelief as they departed. He had always been lauded as invincible, roaming freely and domineering wherever he went. Yet, at this moment, doubts began to creep in. Were it not for the fact that he was born of the stone nurtured by Nuwa, with a naturally robust physique, he might have already been reduced to ashes. That old man deceived me. Sun Wukong seethed internally. Outside the forbidden zone, the Four Seas Dragon Kings hastened to the scene. This is bad. The shackles have been broken, and the three-headed dragon is about to emerge. Ao Guang was alarmed as he saw the colossal dragon gradually swimming out of the exit. The rest of the dragon clan also turned pale. Not far away, Lin Xian rushed over, though he had been overseeing from behind the scenes. If he did not intervene now, the Jade Emperor would surely seize the opportunity to hold him accountable. Upon seeing Lin Xian arrive, the Four Seas Dragon Kings and the Dragon Clan members promptly saluted. We pay our respects to Marshal Tianpeng. Lin Xian waved his hand. Although the situation with Sun Wukong had taken a turn, their immediate priority was to contain the imprisoned dragons before addressing the matter of Sun Wukong. Indeed, we must first seal this entrance, Ao Guang declared, turning to the assembled dragons. Their clan had a long-standing spell known as the Form and Intention Lock, designed to confine the dragons of calamity. Though its efficacy had waned over time, its power remained. At this moment, the dragons began to chant the incantation in unison, their boundless magic surging. Suddenly, divine inscriptions appeared before each dragon, emanating a golden light. These ancient characters, born from primordial chaos, possessed immense strength. As soon as the golden inscriptions manifested, they surged forth, merging with others, transforming into several segments of script that intertwined to seal the dragon prison's exit. In the Buddhist tradition, there are true word seals forming strings of scriptures, while in Taoism, there are incantations that create strings of talismans, illustrating that Buddhism is rooted in Taoism. Look, the three-headed calamity dragon is breaking free. That wretched monkey has undone their shackles. Ao Run suddenly shouted. Do not hold back, we must suppress them. Ao Guang gritted his teeth. At that moment, the entire dragon clan sprang into action, while Lin Xian observed from the sidelines. Chapter 49. Marshal Tianpeng takes action. The Four Seas Dragon Kings guarded their respective realms, each overseeing a dragon prison. Within each prison were 9 cages. The three-headed dragon recently released by Sun Wukong was merely one of these cages. Though they had been sealed for millennia, their power had not diminished significantly, and their minds had been tainted by ancient deities and demons. If released, devastation would surely follow. Lin Xian began to ponder. Should the unexpected events of the journey to the west involve anyone? Should it not be himself? How had it come to be this monkey? At this moment, the dragon clan surrounded the dragon prison's exit, their magic rapidly depleting. The golden inscriptions at the entrance shimmered, sealing it tightly. However, continuing in this manner was not a solution. If Sun Wukong were to unleash his demonic nature and free all 9 dragons imprisoned within, it would compel even the saints to intervene. Indeed, before long, the first 3 calamity dragons approached. Is that a talisman seal? The female dragon, peering through a crack, spoke coldly. You younglings dare obstruct our escape? Ao Guang narrowed his eyes, responding without courtesy. You would do well to return quietly and not stir up chaos in the 3 realms. It would not bode well for you. Do you not recognize your elders? As members of the dragon clan, is this how you treat us? Enough. Your minds have been tainted by the chaotic demons. I will not trust you. The surrounding dragon kin gazed in astonishment, for those below were dragons that had existed since the era of Dragon Han. Countless eons had passed, yet their formidable presence remained. If you refuse our hospitality, you shall face punishment. The female dragon scoffed, turning to fly back. The dragons were stunned, believing their father had intimidated them into submission. Yet, the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. It turned out they were gathering strength to break through the talisman seal at the entrance. Boom. The massive head of the female dragon was the first to collide with the seal, causing the surrounding dragons to tremble. Then, with two cracking sounds, Lin Xian swiftly turned to see that two segments of the ceiling inscriptions had developed cracks. The Four Seas Dragon King's expressions shifted dramatically. This is dire. Our form and intention lock spell is significantly weaker than it was over 100,000 years ago. Weakness or not, we must cast it, otherwise. How will we suppress them? All four of them were of the golden immortal level. Yet at this moment, even with all their might, they could not alter the course of events. Boom. Another violent collision occurred. This time, it was the male dragon, striking with even greater force, causing three segments of the talisman seal to shatter. Soon after, another collision ensued, and almost instantaneously, the entire talisman seal crumbled to dust. This is not good. The surrounding dragons instinctively recoiled. With the seal breached, the three calamity dragons soared forth from the entrance one by one. The Four Seas Dragon Kings retreated in fear. The three calamity dragons coiled above, exhilarated, for they were finally free. They then approached with cold gazes directed at the Four Seas Dragon Kings. I warned you that obstructing our path would lead only to death. You shall all perish. The female dragon declared, her expression twisted with malice. Brother, second brother. Sister is displeased. Let us slaughter these short-sighted fools. These foolish younglings shall meet their end. With that, their magic surged forth, and as fellow dragons, they hesitated not to strike down their kin. However, just as they prepared to make their move, three columns of water suddenly spiraled in from all directions, ensnaring their massive dragon bodies. The three calamity dragons turned to see a seemingly unremarkable human youth. The human was Lin Xian, who was currently manipulating the water columns. You seek death. The female dragon shot a glance at Lin Xian. Yet Lin Xian paid her no heed, with a flick of his other hand. Sun Wukong was drawn from the dragon prison, ensnared by the water columns. Upon witnessing this, the Four Seas Dragon Kings rushed into the dragon prison to check. Fortunately, the other 8 cages remained intact, and Ao Guang breathed a sigh of relief. Who are you to capture me, Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong, caught in the water columns, found himself powerless to retaliate. Nevertheless, his arrogance remained, oblivious to the grievous error he had committed. Lin Xian, disinterested in engaging in further dialogue with Sun Wukong, subtly gestured, sealing his mouth with a stream of water. Now was not the time for lessons. The three calamity dragons, robust and powerful, showed clear signs of breaking free from the water columns. The surrounding dragon clan members gazed in astonishment at this scene, clearly recognizing that Lin Xian's ability to wield such power indicated his profound mastery over the water element. After all, Marshal Tianpeng had long governed the heavenly river, making it unsurprising that he had achieved such depth in understanding the water element. However, upon observing their own circumstances, even the strongest of the Four Seas Dragon Kings, who had resided in the Four Seas for ages, had not reached such a level of mastery. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the three calamity dragons broke free from their restraints and turned to launch themselves at Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian remained unfazed as he raised both hands. With a resounding splash, numerous water columns emerged, directly entwining around the colossal bodies of the three-headed dragon, pulling them back. The three-headed dragon immediately frowned. The mother dragon narrowed her eyes, her long eyelashes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, as she coldly regarded Lin Xian, inquiring, "Who are you?" Beside her, Ao Guang exclaimed with excitement, "He is the current marshal of the Heavenly River." Heavenly River? The three dragons were taken aback. They evidently misunderstood the situation. This Heavenly River was not the same as the one in the primordial era, as the current Heavenly River in the Three Realms was but a mere drop in the ocean compared to its ancient counterpart. Your cultivation is merely at the initial stage of the golden immortal. If it weren't for your mastery of water laws, how could you possibly contend with us? Indeed, if you are capable, come out to sea and fight. Do you dare? Lin Xian smiled slightly. Very well. The three dragons were momentarily stunned. Was it truly that simple to deceive this so-called marshal of the Heavenly River? The dragon kings of the Four Seas quickly approached to dissuade him. Marshal, no. If you venture out to sea, they will undoubtedly escape. Fear not. I have my own plans, Lin Xian replied with a smile, and with that, he leapt into the air, soaring towards the ocean's surface. Simultaneously, the three-headed dragon was also dragged upwards by the water columns. Splash, splash, splash. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian and the three dragons appeared at the ocean's surface. Following closely, The dragon kings of the four seas and other dragon clans also soared forth. Lin Xian gazed at the three-headed dragon, calmly stating, "How shall we play this? I shall accompany you to the end." At this moment, the three-headed dragon broke free from the water column's constraints and coldly laughed at Lin Xian, with the mother dragon mocking. "Next, let us see how you play. We three shall accompany you." Her tone was sharp, exuding an air of dominance. For the situation was now in their favor outside the sea. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xian raised his hands once more, and with a crashing sound, the surrounding ocean erupted with dozens of massive water columns. Chapter 50. The scheme fails. Currently, Lin Xian had mastered the water laws. Whether in the ocean or beyond, even in places devoid of water sources, he could conjure water from thin air using his divine consciousness. At this moment, dozens of water columns encircled him, and his momentum surged once again. Kill him. Annihilate him. The three-headed dragon, upon witnessing this, spiraled through the air before lunging towards Lin Xian. Freed from the water's constraints, they felt lighter. Yet, despite this, Lin Xian's water columns still surrounded their dragon bodies, and just as they approached him, the columns suddenly tugged, pulling them back. "Damn it!" The mother dragon roared in frustration. The larger the water columns grew, the more difficult it became for them to break free. After a strenuous effort to escape, they were ensnared once more. This repeated struggle nearly stripped the three-headed dragon of their tempers. Around them, the dragon kings of the four seas sighed in relief upon witnessing this scene. As long as the three-headed dragon remained under Lin Xian's control, they could report to the heavenly court and capture them all at once, thus securing a significant merit. However, Lin Xian did not share this sentiment. At this moment, the Jade Emperor was likely watching from above, eagerly waiting for the three-headed dragon to escape from his grasp, so he could punish Lin Xian and demote him to the mortal realm. "Humph, you think yourself remarkable? Just because the old dragon is not showing his might. Do you take me for a mere insect?" The mother dragon continued, "Brothers, stop playing with him and directly strike down this so-called Marshal of the Heavenly River. We shall ascend to the upper realms and seize control of the three realms." As she spoke, the three-headed dragon seemed ready to get serious. Immense magical energy overflowing from their bodies, their aura rising several levels, and a terrifying pressure radiating outwards for thousands of miles. Boom, boom, boom. The towering water columns were instantly shattered. What? Ao Guang and the other dragons were stunned. "Quick, form a formation. Find a way to restrain the three of them." Ao Guang shouted urgently as Ao Run, Ao Shun, and Ao Qin immediately took to the skies. "It's pointless. Forming a formation is no longer useful," Lin Xian remarked, glancing at the dragon kings of the four seas. They froze midair. "How arrogant. Let us show you the true prowess of our trio." The three-headed dragon sneered from a distance. Lin Xian's gaze shifted from the shocked face of the Dragon King to the three-headed dragon, coldly stating, "They have unleashed the divine demonic power within them. Their true strength has likely reached the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The Marshal speaks the truth. They are called the Dragon of Karma not merely for their malevolent thoughts, but also due to the dormant divine demonic power within them. Once this power is unleashed, their strength will surge." Ao Guang was aware of this aspect as well. "You all step back. Allow me to handle this," Lin Xian declared, spreading his arms wide, causing the surrounding ocean for hundreds of miles to churn violently. "Charge! Charge! Charge!" The three-headed dragon immediately twisted their massive bodies, charging towards him. The Dragon King of the Four Seas commanded the sea tribes to retreat, clearing the battlefield for Lin Xian. Lin Xian focused his mind. Splash! 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 Dozens of enormous water columns surged forth from the ocean's surface, attacking the three-headed dragon while simultaneously slowing their advance. Aware that the water columns could no longer pose a significant threat to the three-headed dragon, Lin Xian manipulated the columns to delay them, retreating in tandem. A fine mist gradually enveloped the area. "Ha ha ha, you are no match for us three. Surrender now." The mother dragon cackled coldly as she saw Lin Xian fleeing. Without hesitation, the three of them charged towards him. In an instant, the mist formed a cloud that engulfed the retreating Lin Xian. Soon, the clouds multiplied and expanded, rapidly spreading over 100 miles of ocean. When the three-headed dragon beheld this scene, they were momentarily bewildered. They too were swallowed by the clouds. And as they sought to release their divine consciousness to discern their surroundings, they discovered that their divine sense had completely failed at that moment. Below, the dragon kings of the four seas and numerous sea tribes were also left dumbfounded. This sudden appearance of clouds rendered them unable to perceive the situation within. This is likely a technique employed by the three-headed dragon. The marshal is probably in grave danger inside, Ao Qin expressed, filled with concern. Ao Guang appeared flustered as well. You all stay here. I will report this matter to the Jade Emperor immediately. The Sea tribes nodded in agreement. As Ao Guang executed a cloud-summoning spell, he soared towards the heavenly court. Before long, he spotted a group of heavenly soldiers in the distance among the clouds. Upon nearing, he realized that besides the heavenly soldiers, there were also the Southern Pole Immortal, the 4 heavenly kings, the 9 luminary star lords, and the 28 constellations. This entourage was clearly led by the Southern Pole Immortal. Greetings, Immortal, Ao Guang began, but the Southern Pole Immortal interrupted him. Indeed, the Jade Emperor is already aware of this matter and has dispatched us to quell the disturbance. That is splendid news, Ao Guang exclaimed with joy. The Southern Pole Immortal was a quasi-saint, making it easy for him to deal with the three-headed dragon. However, Ao Guang was unaware that the Southern Pole Immortal had been watching the commotion from above, and had only decided to descend upon seeing the Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Guang arrive. On the ocean surface, the massive cloud resembled an ominous storm cloud, enveloping the area. Meanwhile, Ao Qin and the other dragons anxiously awaited Ao Guang's return with news. Yet in the next moment, they beheld a figure emerging from the cloud. The figure walked slowly out of the mist, gradually revealing its true form. It was none other than the Marshal of the Heavenly River. Marshal? The dragon clan was taken aback. Lin Xian's gaze flickered. Where is Ao Guang? Ao Qin quickly replied. Brother has gone to the Heavenly Court to summon reinforcements. Marshal, is it truly you? Are you unharmed? Lin Xian did not respond, instead looking towards the horizon. Indeed, he spotted a rapidly moving cloud, upon which were several tiny figures. Before long, the South Pole Immortal arrived with a host of celestial soldiers. Upon seeing Lin Xian unharmed, the South Pole Immortal's expression momentarily faltered, clearly astonished by Lin Xian's survival. Ao Guang also spotted Lin Xian and swiftly descended from the clouds. How is it possible that the Marshal is unscathed? He exclaimed in disbelief, then curiously inquired, where has the three-headed demon dragon gone? At that moment, Ao Guang was not alone in his confusion. Countless gazes, including that of the South Pole Immortal, were filled with perplexity. According to the plan, the Marshal should have either been gravely injured or fled. The South Pole Immortal was to suppress the three-headed demon dragon and return to the Heavenly Court to report. Subsequently, the Jade Emperor would summon the Marshal, demoting him for failing in his duties. Yet, at this moment, all plans had unraveled. The Marshal stood unharmed, having neither sustained injuries nor escaped, and the three-headed demon dragon had mysteriously vanished. Moreover, the South Pole Immortal, even after deliberately extending his divine sense to probe the cloud, found himself thwarted, unable to discern any details. Despite being a quasi-saint, he was left utterly in the dark regarding the cloud's contents. Lin Xian, where has the three-headed demon dragon gone? Did you release it? The South Pole Immortal turned to Lin Xian with an accusatory gaze. Lin Xian shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't it right here? With a flourish of his sleeve, the massive cloud gradually dispersed, revealing 3 figures within. Chapter 51. A beating before discussion. One may speak freely, but one must be wary of slander, Lin Xian remarked, hands clasped behind his back, casting a confident glance at the South Pole Immortal. To the latter, however, this demeanor appeared mocking. The figures emerging from the cloud were, in fact, the three-headed demon dragon released by Sun Wukong, now transformed into 2 men and a woman. The South Pole Immortal's eyes widened in astonishment with his cultivation. He could not remain oblivious. The surrounding dragon kin were equally enlightened, realizing that the cloud was a ploy devised by Lin Xian, who had retreated only to lure the three-headed demon dragon into its trap. Indeed, the demon dragon was ensnared, and the cloud dissipated to reveal its true form. Now, they knelt in fear, their expressions a mix of terror, shrouded in dark energy. Only Lin Xian understood that the 3 dragons had entered his nightmarish reincarnation array, reliving the dread they had experienced when confronting the chaos demon god, thus now dominated by fear, caught in a perpetual cycle. Ao Guang, why not seal them back while you have the chance? Lin Xian suggested, prompting Ao Guang to react. Is it time to do so? He asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Fear not. They are paralyzed with fright and will not dare to resist, Lin Xian reassured him. Ao Guang blinked. signaling the dragon kin behind him to approach cautiously. Seal. As the incantation flowed forth, numerous runes emerged. Simultaneously, Ao Guang produced 3 sets of shackles, fastening them onto the 3-headed demon dragon. The runes then descended, embedding themselves in the shackles. With a hum, the shackles trembled gently as boundless power enveloped them, imprisoning the trio. Take them back, Ao Guang grinned, and the dragon kin collectively sighed in relief. The greatest threat finally resolved. A few dragon warriors advanced, seizing the shackles and pulling forcefully, causing the 3-headed demon dragon to awaken abruptly, realizing they were once again confined. Their expressions turned ashen with despair, having narrowly escaped. They found themselves shackled once more. The dragon kings of the 4 seas reinforced the seal at the exit of the dragon prison. And then Ao Guang emerged from the water, smiling at Lin Xian and the South Pole Immortal. Marshal, immortal, for heavenly kings and esteemed star lords. May I offer a humble drink in the palace? The South Pole Immortal, still in a daze, was roused by Ao Guang's words. He glanced at Lin Xian, feeling an indescribable discomfort. The release of the demon dragon and the framing of the marshal were integral to his plan, yet it had been effortlessly thwarted by the marshal, leaving him feeling humiliated. Moreover, how could a mere Tai golden immortal intimidate the 3-headed demon dragon? Immortal? Lin Xian smiled at the South Pole Immortal. His face darkened. Now that the turmoil has subsided, I shall take my leave to report back to the heavenly court. As for that Sun Wukong, it will be up to you, Marshal, to handle him. Should any further mishaps occur, the Jade Emperor will surely punish you. With a wave of his hand, the South Pole Immortal departed, followed by the celestial beings soaring towards the 9th heaven. Lin Xian's gaze flickered. He sensed that the South Pole Immortal harbored secrets, as if something was being concealed from him. Could it be another scheme set by the Jade Emperor? With such doubts lingering in his mind, he plunged into the sea. Not far away, Sun Wukong struggled in the water, bound by its currents. Marshal, what shall we do about Sun Wukong? Ao Guang inquired. Ignore him. Let us drink. Lin Xian replied. Within the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas respectfully toasted to Lin Xian, their demeanor filled with reverence. After revealing the matter concerning the Jinghe Dragon King and the West Sea's 3rd prince, they were filled with gratitude. However, this time, Lin Xian had single-handedly controlled the demon dragons within the dragon prison, a feat they could not achieve, leaving them in awe. As they drank merrily, Ao Guang leaned closer to Lin Xian. Marshal, as you advised, I have reminded the Jinghe Dragon King. He is now quite obedient. But I am uncertain of the next steps. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. No rush. Let him remain stable for a few centuries. Ao Guang nodded in agreement. Moments later, the West Sea Dragon King approached. Marshal, my 3rd son, Ao Lai, is unruly and disobedient. What shall I do? Lin Xian paused. He does not wish to part from Princess Wansheng. Indeed, the Wansheng Dragon King is of our kin, and I cannot force him. It is quite a predicament. Sighed the West Sea Dragon King, Ao Run. Lin Xian waved his hand again. Do not worry about Ao Lai. Even if he faces tribulations, there will be room for maneuver, unlike the Jinghe Dragon King, whose mistakes could jeopardize his life. Be patient. I will find a way to save your son. After a round of hospitality, Lin Xian departed from the Dragon Palace with Sun Wukong in tow. His clandestine mission at the Dragon Palace had concluded, and it was time to return to the task at hand, given the unforeseen developments surrounding Sun Wukong. On the shores of the East Sea, Lin Xian cast Sun Wukong onto the ground. The latter remained ensnared in the water's grip, thrashing about, clearly still defiant. Lin Xian paid him no mind, for at that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! New plot triggered. Sun Wukong remains ensnared in the machinations of the celestial beings. Please make the following choice. First, reveal the truth to Sun Wukong, allowing him to decide his future path, with a reward of 3 drops of Panga's essence. Second, conceal the truth from Sun Wukong, proceeding with the plan, allowing him to continue facing tribulations, with a reward of the star-collecting technique. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Concealing the truth from Sun Wukong would merely aid the Buddhist sect in advancing the journey to the West's calamity. Once Sun Wukong entered into tribulations, he would not be far behind. Deceiving others was tantamount to harming oneself. Such tactics were inadvisable. Now, it all rested on Sun Wukong. Whether he accepted the tribulations or not would depend on his own decision. I choose the first option, Lin Xian declared. Then, he cast a glance at the writhing Sun Wukong. This monkey is far too arrogant. A beating is in order. With a subtle mental command, the water binding Sun Wukong dissipated. Finally standing, Sun Wukong glared furiously at Lin Xian. You little rascal, how dare you bind me? Today, I shall make you taste the wrath of my staff. With that, he retrieved his golden rod from his ear, brandishing it, and swung it toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood quietly, and as the golden staff drew near, he effortlessly grasped it with a single hand, holding it firmly. Seeing that he could not budge the golden staff, Sun Wukong was filled with astonishment. How could this be? I am the unparalleled Monkey King. No one is my match. How have you accomplished this? Sun Wukong glared at Lin Xian with a grim expression. Lin Xian snorted coldly, but offered no reply. In a flash, he appeared before Sun Wukong and delivered a punch to his face. How dare you strike me? I will make you pay, Sun Wukong shouted, rushing at Lin Xian with the golden staff. However, Lin Xian merely shifted slightly, seized Sun Wukong by the neck, and snatched the golden staff from him, tossing it aside. With a resounding thud, he landed another punch, sending Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. Unrelenting, Lin Xian mounted Sun Wukong and unleashed a flurry of punches upon his face. Sun Wukong cried out in despair. You interfered with my affairs when I governed the heavenly river. Consider this a recompense for your transgressions. On the day Sun Wukong was born, golden light streamed into the court of the dippers, nearly causing the waters of the heavenly river to overflow. Lin Xian vowed to deal with the monkey sooner or later. Yet, to be fair, this monkey proved remarkably resilient. Despite the beating he received, he suffered no visible injuries. Merely feeling pain and crying out, Lin Xian was taken aback. Truly worthy of the stone gifted by Nuwa. His flesh was as strong as an ordinary great Luo golden immortal. Nevertheless, Lin Xian had no intention of sparing him. Your arrogance and disregard for others necessitate this lesson in humility. There are always greater powers beyond your own. Just because I choose to be courteous does not imply weakness. It is merely a sign of my discretion. Should you climb higher while disregarding my kindness, that is your folly. With that, Lin Xian summoned his power again, striking the monkey's face without an ounce of pity. For him, Sun Wukong's youthful bravado warranted a taste of the harsh realities of the world. Ah, it hurts. Please, no more. Sun Wukong wailed, having never encountered such humiliation before, being struck while powerless to retaliate. Have you erred? Lin Xian paused to ask. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Old son, how old are you? Lin Xian's brow furrowed, and his fists fell once more. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow landed like a heavy hammer, and Sun Wukong cried out for mercy. Stop. I am little son. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Only then did Lin Xian relent. After a moment's thought, he tightened his fists again and unleashed another barrage. Ah, please, no more. I understand my mistake. Each pounding left Sun Wukong in tears, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness that nearly drove him to despair. You know nothing. You breached the dragon clan's sacred ground and released the 3 calamity dragons. Were it not for me, would you still be alive? Lin Xian exclaimed. I did not intend to. I was deceived into releasing them. Have you erred? Lin Xian continued his assault, knowing full well he could not kill him. I was wrong. I should not have blindly trusted others. It nearly caused a catastrophe. Little son knows his fault. Sun Wukong clutched his head, sobbing uncontrollably. Good, now call me father. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. Lin Xian raised his fist again. Did you not hear me? Father, please don't hit me. Lin Xian finally withdrew his fist and stood up, his satisfaction evident as he gazed at Sun Wukong. The monkey was simply too mischievous. A good thrashing had evidently resolved all issues. Sun Wukong shakily rose to his feet, only to find Lin Xian's eyes fixed upon him, sending a wave of terror through him. Go pick up your staff, Lin Xian commanded. With a grimace, Sun Wukong hurried to retrieve the golden staff. Stand straight, shoulders back, chin up. Thus, the monkey held the staff, standing rigidly before Lin Xian like a pillar. After a lengthy pause, Lin Xian finally inquired, You mentioned being deceived. Who was it? Sun Wukong, with a serious expression, replied, An old man with a large head. He said his surname was Liu and claimed there was a treasure in the Dragon Palace's forbidden area, even drawing me a map. Could it be the Southern Polar Immortal? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Who else but the Southern Polar Immortal would fit that description? At that moment, he realized that Sun Wukong's release of the Calamity Dragons was not a mere accident, but rather a deliberate act orchestrated by someone, namely, the Southern Polar Immortal. who sought to sow chaos and cause Lin Xian trouble. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. The Jade Emperor truly went to great lengths. He then glanced at Sun Wukong and handed him a notebook. Sun Wukong accepted it, noticing the crooked characters spelling out Journey to the West. A look of confusion crossed his face. Some matters are lengthy to explain, so I documented them for you. It would be best for you to read it yourself. Journey to the West? Sun Wukong opened the book and began to read. This notebook had been prepared by Lin Xian, recounting the story of Journey to the West based on his memories, albeit with slight modifications, particularly emphasizing the schemes against Sun Wukong by the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect. After reading halfway, Sun Wukong looked up in bewilderment. Is the Sun Wukong in this story really me? Who else could it be? Lin Xian shot him a glance. Is this true? Is this the fate I, little son, will face in the future? How tragic. Initially, Sun Wukong was engrossed in the story, but as the protagonist began to resemble him more closely, he furrowed his brow. Cursed Heavenly Court, cursed Buddhist sect. To accumulate merit, they resort to such unscrupulous means, he exclaimed, seething with anger. The Buddhist sect has no shame, using others as pawns and causing countless deaths. Upon reading this, Sun Wukong pounded his chest in frustration, trembling with rage. He was inherently good-hearted and had merely been misled before causing such calamity. Now, realizing the future death toll resulting from the Buddhist sect's ambitions, which would not spare even deities, he broke down in tears, wailing to the heavens. After a long while, Sun Wukong finally calmed down. He grasped his staff and began to walk toward the eastern sea. Lin Xian quickly called out, "Where are you going?" Sun Wukong turned his head and said, "I have decided to return the golden staff and my armor to the eastern sea, then retreat to my flower fruit mountain and never emerge again. You are merely evading. Do you think the Buddhist sect will leave you alone?" Sun Wukong turned back, despair etched on his face. "Then what should I do?" Lin Xian chuckled coldly. "Of course. You must give them a taste of their own medicine and make their lives difficult. But my strength is lacking. I am merely a golden immortal, unable to contend with those deities and Buddhas." After reading Journey to the West, Sun Wukong gained a rudimentary understanding of the cultivation system and felt panic at the thought of having previously pretended to be strong before many powerful beings. Lin Xian's expression darkened as he approached and gave Sun Wukong a light smack on the back of his head. Confucius said, "Do not panic. You now know the future. Are you afraid you cannot change your fate?" Sun Wukong blinked. "What should my next step be?" Lin Xian smiled knowingly and flipped his hand, revealing two palm-sized rectangular mirrors. "These are mobile phones I invented. They contain formations. When you need to contact me, you can send messages or call me directly. The signal will harness the power of heaven and earth to reach my phone. Do you understand?" Sun Wukong shook his head, indicating his confusion. Lin Xian playfully struck him on the back of the head. "Your mind is filled with nonsense. Watch my demonstration." With that, Lin Xian opened two mobile phones and began to teach the monkey step by step how to use them. Chapter 53. The Jade Emperor fails again. This so-called mobile phone was, in essence, an ordinary magical mirror. A while ago, Lin Xian, feeling idle, had a sudden inspiration upon seeing the mirror. In a world devoid of mobile phones, he found it rather dull and pondered whether he should create one. Initially, it was merely a whimsical thought, but upon further investigation, he indeed found a way. This world was imbued with magical arrays, which released various extraordinary powers through the energy of heaven and earth. As a tiny golden immortal, learning those runes and spells was as effortless for him as eating. Subsequently, he inscribed the runes for signal transmission into the mirror. Once the array was activated, it immediately connected to the energies of the universe. Thus, the mobile phone was born. Lin Xian was elated at the prospect. If mobile phones could proliferate in the Journey to the West universe, he would undoubtedly reap immense rewards. Before long, Sun Wukong had grasped the fundamental operations of the phone. "Remember, my number is 888888, and yours is 222222. To reach me, simply dial my number." After imparting this knowledge, Lin Xian handed one of the phones to Sun Wukong. The monkey, filled with curiosity, regarded Lin Xian with profound admiration. Indeed, there are always greater beings beyond oneself, Sun Wukong mused. Lin Xian waved him off, saying, "Go on, wait for the underworld to come for your soul. I shall await you there." Sun Wukong was taken aback. "You want me to go to the underworld?" Lin Xian promptly gave him another playful slap on the back of the head, instructing, "Do as I say without question." With that, Sun Wukong left, staff in hand, sulking away. Watching Sun Wukong's retreating figure, Lin Xian stepped forward and vanished into the horizon. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 drops of Panga's essence blood and randomly gained 100,000 years of cultivation. Please check your inventory. The reward was issued. At that moment, Lin Xian also arrived in the underworld. Fengdu City, majestic and imposing, exuded a grand aura. Compared to the cities of the mortal realm, it appeared desolate yet imbued with an eerie darkness. Marshal Tianpeng had once been a general guarding Fengdu City. Upon his first arrival, Lin Xian felt a sense of strangeness. This place was too chilling, with the intermittent sounds of ghostly wails that sent shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, the ghostly gate swung open, and a troop of spectral soldiers knelt before Lin Xian. We pay our respects to the marshal. Lin Xian felt a jolt. These spectral soldiers indeed had a fearsome appearance. Rise, he commanded, gesturing for them to stand. Take me to see the city lord. Right this way, Marshal, they replied, leading him through the ghostly gates into a grand hall. In the hall sat a white-haired youth, poised and dignified. Lin Xian approached, bowing deeply. Tianpeng pays respects to the Star Lord. The figure seated above was none other than the Ziwei Star Lord, but this was merely a projection. His true identity in the underworld was the Emperor of Fengdu, the ruler of Fengdu City. The two of us are old friends, no need for excessive formality, Ziwei said with a smile, gesturing for Lin Xian to take a seat. Was your journey to the East Sea smooth? Indeed, Star Lord, the trip was relatively uneventful, though there were a few setbacks along the way. What happened? Ziwei's gaze sharpened. Lin Xian hesitated briefly, then recounted the details of the South Pole Immortal's covert instructions to Sun Wukong to unleash the karmic dragon. Bang! Upon hearing Lin Xian's account, Ziwei slammed his palm on the table before him. This is utterly outrageous. They dare to resort to such insidious means to coerce you. Lin Xian felt a warmth in his heart. Ziwei had always stood by him. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, the South Pole Immortal bowed before the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, Sun Wukong has already departed from the East Sea. It seems everything is proceeding according to plan. Now we await his arrival in the underworld. The Jade Emperor nodded, continuing, I wonder what the Buddhist sect is scheming. Insisting on having Sun Wukong draft some false ledger of life and death. Why not just let him ascend to the heavenly court? Perhaps they wish to eliminate all his defenses, allowing him to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace without a care, the South Pole Immortal suggested. Once he drafts the ledger of life and death, Sun Wukong will believe he has transcended the cycle of reincarnation, free from all constraints, and at that point, he will become ever more reckless. The surrounding deities began to murmur among themselves. Soon after, when Sun Wukong wreaks havoc in the heavenly palace, they too would be implicated. What they did not know was that at this moment, the Jade Emperor was secretly communicating with the South Pole Immortal through his divine sense. Immortal, has everything proceeded smoothly? Did Marshal Tianpeng make any mistakes? The South Pole Immortal's expression shifted, and he replied, Your Majesty, as per your instructions, I arranged for Sun Wukong to enter the Dragon Palace's forbidden area and released the karmic dragon. Does that mean you subdued the karmic dragon? I can use this as a reason to punish Tianpeng? The Jade Emperor's eyes brightened. No, the South Pole Immortal shook his head. The released karmic dragon was subdued by Marshal Tianpeng. What? His strength has grown so formidable? The Jade Emperor could hardly believe it. They had failed to ensnare Tianpeng. Instead, he had subdued the karmic dragon, earning merit without incurring guilt. Thus, their plan had once again ended in failure. The South Pole Immortal's expression was also grim as he sighed. It seems Tianpeng possesses a set of formations capable of binding enemies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such strength. The Jade Emperor understood. After a long pause, he looked at the South Pole Immortal and continued, I implore you, return to Flower Fruit Mountain once more. Find a way to incite some trouble for Sun Wukong in the underworld. I refuse to believe that Tianpeng can resolve this a second time. Understood. With that, the South Pole Immortal exited the southern heavenly gate, heading straight for the mortal realm. Flower Fruit Mountain, with its picturesque scenery and thunderous calls, was now teeming with monsters practicing military formations, the scale overwhelming. At the summit, Sun Wukong sat on his throne, drinking in solitude. Having experienced numerous events recently, his mood was quite dismal, especially as he contemplated Lin Xian's predictions of his future, a bleak path ahead. He felt a profound sense of loss. In a secluded hollow, the South Pole Immortal appeared out of thin air. With a wave of his hand, a red-bottomed horse monkey, guarding Sun Wukong, sensed something and stealthily approached the South Pole Immortal. The South Pole Immortal smiled at the red-bottomed horse monkey. Suddenly, the red-bottomed horse monkey transformed back into a leaf and fluttered away with the wind. Following this, the South Pole Immortal himself transformed into the original red-bottomed horse monkey, sneaking up beside Sun Wukong. This red-bottomed horse monkey was one of Sun Wukong's mounts, possessing a rank of great authority among the monkey tribe, making it an ideal guise for the South Pole Immortal to approach Sun Wukong unnoticed. Sun Wukong remained completely oblivious. At that moment, a monster hurriedly reported, "Great King. Good news. 6 more great demons have arrived outside Flower Fruit Mountain, seemingly seeking an alliance." Sun Wukong's spirit jolted. The 6 demon kings have truly come? Chapter 54, Sun Wukong. I will be the eldest brother. Marshal Tianpeng mentioned that I would form a brotherhood with the 6 demon kings. Is it true? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. Great King, we have now gathered 72 demon kings at Flower Fruit Mountain, and our influence in the demon realm is ever growing. The South Pole Immortal, in the guise of the red-bottomed horse monkey, flattered him in a whisper. Sun Wukong turned to glance at him. Suddenly, without warning, he slapped the South Pole Immortal's face. You didn't need to tell me. I already knew. Sun Wukong cast a cold glance at him, a mocking smile creeping into his heart. Although he was unaware that the red-bottomed monkey before him was a transformation of the Antarctic Immortal, he knew that many of his recent troubles had been instigated by this very creature. Thus, he began to suspect that this red-bottomed monkey was an undercover agent planted by the Celestial Court and the Buddhist sect. In light of this, he decided to turn the tables and deal with this spy accordingly. Meanwhile, the Antarctic Immortal found himself momentarily bewildered. What on earth? Why was the monkey attacking himself? Sun Wukong had inexplicably slapped him, a profound humiliation for the Immortal. Yet, for the sake of the Celestial Court's plans, he suppressed his anger. Let us go and meet the 6 demon kings, he muttered. Oblivious to the unfolding drama, Sun Wukong led a throng of monkeys out of the mountains. Indeed, at the foot of the mountain, a formidable assembly of 6 demons approached from all directions. As they drew near, Sun Wukong's face filled with astonishment. Among the 6, he recognized the infamous Bull Demon King, the Flood Dragon King, the Rock Demon King, the Lion Trojan King, the Monkey King, and the Huron King. All as described in the classic Journey to the West. Greetings, great Monkey King. The 6 demon kings bowed in unison. Sun Wukong thought to himself, since Marshal Tianpeng had not replied to him, he might as well proceed according to their plan. He smiled and returned the greeting. I pay my respects to the 6 demon kings. The Bull Demon King laughed heartily. Indeed, as the rumors have suggested, Flower Fruit Mountain is a land of strength and valor. Our gathering here is surely a wise decision. Sun Wukong reciprocated the courtesy, leading the 6 demon kings to Flower Fruit Mountain. In the Water Curtain Cave, the 6 demon kings showcased their prowess, leaving Sun Wukong in awe. Their cultivation and strength were indeed as formidable as Lin Ming had described, comparable to his own. At that moment, Sun Wukong felt his phone vibrate and hastily pulled it out to check. The demons watched in confusion as Sun Wukong revealed a mirror-like device. A smile graced his face upon reading Lin Ming's message. Just then, the transformed Antarctic Immortal approached again, chuckling. The demons of Flower Fruit Mountain have infused new life into their ranks. This is commendable. I propose that you all become sworn brothers with my lord, feasting and sharing bountifully. Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Wukong swiftly slapped him again, leaving the Immortal utterly perplexed. Why did Sun Wukong consistently harbor such disdain for him? Sun Wukong shot him a glance and retorted, What I, old Sun, choose to do does not require your input. Your eagerness is unwarranted. Does the great Monkey King need to cede his position to you? The Antarctic Immortal, suppressing his fury, quickly knelt, pleading, Forgive me, great King, forgive me. He felt utterly despondent. Had he known this would happen, he would not have come personally. The Bull Demon King stepped forward, Great Monkey King, do not be angry. I believe we should heed his suggestion. Let us 7 demon kings become sworn brothers, ensuring mutual support. Indeed, great Monkey King, let us swear brotherhood, echoed the others. Yes, let us unite as one, and fear no foe. The Rock Demon King and the Lion Trojan King chimed in. Sun Wukong steadied himself, smiling, since we are all in agreement. Let us proceed with the oath. The 7 demon kings gathered at the entrance of the water curtain cave, where a stone tablet inscribed with the words Flower Fruit Mountain, a land of fortune, water curtain cave, a heavenly abode stood prominently. Brothers, let this stone tablet witness our oath as we become sworn brothers, Sun Wukong proposed. The other 6 demon kings nodded in agreement, knowing it was merely a formality. As a small demon presented wine to the 7 demon kings, they stood shoulder to shoulder. The bull demon king began, heaven above, earth below, we 7 demon kings now pledge brotherhood, sharing in hardships and fortunes, big brother bull demon. Before he could finish, Sun Wukong interrupted, no. The title of big brother should belong to the strongest among us. I, old Sun, am the mightiest, and thus, I shall take the position of big brother. The words left the 6 demon kings astonished. This was not part of their plan. The bull demon king was rendered speechless. Had they not agreed he would be the big brother? The Antarctic immortal stood off to the side, equally bewildered. This monkey was truly unpredictable. Had Marshal Tianpeng divulged something to him? The immortal wondered, but it seemed implausible. Even if Sun Wukong knew he was a destined challenger, he would still be ensnared by their schemes. Amidst their uncertainty, the 6 demon kings exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. The great monkey king is right. His strength is unparalleled, and he should be our big brother. The bull demon king appeared quite magnanimous. In truth, they all understood that regardless of who held the title, it was merely a formality. As long as their plans proceeded smoothly, such minor changes were inconsequential. Thus, Sun Wukong and the bull demon king switched places, with Sun Wukong, once ranked 7th, now assuming the position of the eldest among the 6 demon kings. After the oath was concluded, the 7 demon kings celebrated with joyous revelry, leaving the disguised Antarctic immortal in a state of disarray. The 6 demon kings had been dispatched by the Buddhist sect, and he could not reveal his true identity. Therefore, he decided to quietly slip away while they were engrossed in their festivities, making his way to the underworld. In the realm of the dead, the 10 Yama kings bowed in unison upon his arrival. Now restored to his true form, the Antarctic immortal addressed them. When shall we act? The king of hell stepped forward. The immortal waved his hand. Do not inquire of me. Follow the directives of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He seemed somewhat displeased. At that moment, a monk holding a rosary in one hand and a staff in the other emerged from the shadows, walking with an ethereal grace, each step surrounded by a 1,000-leaf blue lotus. It was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The Antarctic immortal cast a sidelong glance at him, but chose not to engage. How could he feel good after being slapped twice by Sun Wukong? Ksitigarbha, feeling snubbed, coldly declared, Yama King, immediately dispatched the ox head and horse face, along with the black and white impermanence, to Flower Fruit Mountain to retrieve Sun Wukong, in accordance with the plan. Yes, the Yama King found himself in a difficult position, torn between the Taoist and Buddhist factions, both of which he had to appease. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, feeling discontented, unintentionally drank too much. Shortly thereafter, the black and white impermanents emerged from the shadows. With a flick of their dark chains, they pulled his soul from his body, still drunkenly swaying. Sun Wukong stumbled along as he was escorted into the underworld. Chapter 55. The True Register of Life and Death. Sun Wukong, with chains around his neck, wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, he spotted a gate inscribed with the 3 characters, Ghost Gate. He was still in a daze as the ox head and horse face guided him through. Before long, an imposing city came into view, and Sun Wukong's intoxication began to fade. He looked up to see a sign reading Netherworld. Having crossed the Ghost Gate, I have indeed been summoned to the underworld, he exclaimed, shocked. This matched precisely with the records in Lin Xian's manuscript. In that moment, everything Lin Xian had predicted came to fruition, leaving Sun Wukong's lingering doubts entirely dispelled. It was at this juncture that he truly trusted the words of Marshal Tianpeng. He felt his phone vibrate again, and hastily pulled it out to check. Lin Xian sent a message. You have entered the underworld. Sketch the register of life and death. This is the message sent to him by Lin Xian. Sun Wukong's gaze flickered, and he abruptly yanked at the chain in his hand. The ox head and horse face, along with the black and white impermanents, were instantly startled and turned around. Sun Wukong glared at them and said, Isn't this the abode of King Yin? What brings you here to drag me along? To draw up the register of life and death, they naturally needed an excuse. The white impermanence quickly replied, Your lifespan has come to an end. We have been ordered to bring you back. Do not resist. Huh. Sun Wukong felt a surge of anger and pulled at the chain, stating, I, Sun Wukong, have long transcended the three realms and am no longer bound by the five elements. How can you still drag me back? Death is death. When I arrive in the underworld, the judge will decide my fate. Move aside. Without further ado, several ox-head and horse-face figures tugged at the iron chain, attempting to pull Sun Wukong in. Yet, at this moment, they found themselves utterly incapable of moving him. Sensing the right moment had arrived, Sun Wukong swiftly retrieved his golden staff from his ear, and with a few blows, the ox-head and horse-face, along with the black and white impermanents, were sent into a state of utter disarray. Inside the hall of Yama, a ghostly soldier rushed in, exclaiming, "Disaster, my lord! That fierce-faced thunder god has killed many of our ghostly soldiers and has already entered." "I understand. Return now," King Yama replied, taking a deep breath. He turned to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva behind him, his face grim with concern. "Bodhisattva, Sun Wukong has slain many of my subordinates. Has he not exceeded our plans?" The Ksitigarbha, appearing unfazed, replied that a few ghostly soldiers meant little. As long as the hall of Yama remained intact, it was no great concern. King Yama furrowed his brows. How could the Ksitigarbha, who also had ghostly soldiers, speak so dismissively? Before long, Sun Wukong strode into the hall, staff in hand. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva retreated into the Tsiun Palace, while the King of Hell, along with the other 9 Lords of Hell, rushed over, faces filled with panic, pleading, "Great Immortal, please show mercy." Sun Wukong, however, remained unyielding, declaring, "I am Sun Wukong of the Water Curtain Cave on Flower and Fruit Mountain. How dare you attempt to seize my soul? Great Immortal, please calm your anger. There are many with the same name in the world. It must have been a mistake by the underworld officials." Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed as he called for the Book of Life and Death. Soon, the tome was presented before him. Glancing at the pile of books, Sun Wukong mused, "These registers of life and death are all forgeries. They are of no use. So I might as well destroy them all." With that, he chanted the incantation for obliteration. Boom, boom, boom. The false registers instantly turned to ashes. Witnessing this scene, the 10 Lords of Hell were drenched in cold sweat. King Yama was filled with terror. How could Sun Wukong act so unpredictably? He couldn't even be bothered to sketch the registers before destroying them all. Inside the Tsiun Palace, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, the destroyed registers were not authentic. Had they been real, the underworld would lose its very purpose. At this moment, the South Polar Immortal also lurked in the shadows, contemplating whether to use Sun Wukong's destruction of the registers to condemn Lin Xian. After all, the deception could go unnoticed. Sun Wukong then approached King Yama's throne, showing no intent to depart. What was he planning? Why was he still there? The 10 Lords of Hell exchanged bewildered glances. This was not how the plan was supposed to unfold. At this point, King Yama approached with a forced smile. "Great Immortal, you have destroyed the Book of Life and Death. Shall we let this matter pass?" Sun Wukong glanced at King Yama. If the Book of Life and Death were truly gone, would you still stand here with such composure? His refusal to leave was due to his anticipation of Lin Xian's message. Meanwhile, within the city of Fengdu, Lin Xian sat beside Zuwai, quietly observing the situation in the hall of Yama. Ding! The system has detected that the host has triggered a new plot. Sun Wukong has now entered the underworld. Please make the following choice. First, allow Sun Wukong to leave, following the heavenly plan to grant him amnesty, rewarding him with 1,000,000 years of Taoist merit. Second, let Sun Wukong remain in the underworld, engaging in actions beyond the plan, rewarding him with a strand of primordial purple chi. Lin Xian's gaze flickered. The last time, the heavenly court thwarted his plans. This time, he decided to disrupt their scheme, leaving them momentarily bewildered. "I choose the second option." After making his choice, he promptly took out his phone and sent a message to Sun Wukong. Inside the hall of Yama, Sun Wukong lounged with his legs crossed, appearing utterly relaxed. Ding! His phone rang, and he hastily checked it. After reading the message, he scanned his surroundings and immediately dashed toward a hidden door. Witnessing this, not only the 10 Lords of Hell were alarmed, but even the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, stationed in the Tsiun Palace, could no longer remain calm. For that hidden door led to the Hall of Life and Death, where the true Book of Life and Death resided. With a crash, Sun Wukong struck the door of the Hall of Life and Death open. Instantly, blinding light burst forth. Within this hall, a structure resembling a library floated, densely packed with uniformly bound books. As the saying goes, The heavenly scripture seals the divine ranking, while the earthly scripture is the book of life and death. The true book of life and death is an earthly scripture, difficult to destroy. What do you intend to do, Sun Wukong? The 10 lords of hell followed in, their expressions grim. It was a slap in the face. The fake book of life and death they had just offered was destroyed, only for the true book of life and death to be found. In the shadows, the South Polar Immortal sighed inwardly, realizing that his plan to punish Lin Xian had once again failed. Sun Wukong turned with a cold smile, pulling King Yama closer. So you dare to deceive me? King Yama was taken aback, stammering, I didn't. If not, then what is this book of life and death? Sun Wukong exclaimed, extending his hand to summon a book from the floating shelves. Great Immortal, please reconsider. Such actions disrupt the balance of yin and yang. Stand down, and your soul shall be returned to you. The 10 lords of hell were in a panic, urging him to halt. This was the genuine book of life and death. If Sun Wukong were to act recklessly, it would spell disaster for both realms of existence. Yet, Sun Wukong paid them no mind. With a flick of his wrist, he sent King Yama flying aside while he opened the book of life and death, scrutinizing its contents closely. Chapter 56. The Unfathomable Past and Present. Seeing Sun Wukong sitting there, flipping through the book of life and death, King Yama approached and signaled to the other 9 lords of hell to gather. Keep a close watch on Sun Wukong. If he seeks the judge's pen, do not give it to him. Should he attempt to destroy the book of life and death, we must act together. King Yama communicated telepathically, and the other lords nodded in silent agreement. It was not that they could not defeat Sun Wukong. Rather, they did not wish to disrupt the plans of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Of course, should Sun Wukong attempt anything drastic, they would not hesitate to intervene. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva also left the Tsiyun Palace, transforming into a ghostly soldier to observe Sun Wukong's every move, prepared to act at any moment. As for the South Polar Immortal, though he could have intervened personally, he instead made his way to the city of Fengdu. Inside the Grand Hall of Fengdu, Zy smiled as she saw the South Polar Immortal enter. Immortal, your visit is a great honor. I apologize for not receiving you properly. Your Majesty, there is no need for such formality. Our celestial statuses are equal. I have simply come to find Marshal Tianpeng, the South Polar Immortal replied, glancing at the seated Marshal Tianpeng. There is no need for you to be anxious. Marshal Tianpeng will not act unless absolutely necessary, Zy added. Lin Xian raised his head to look at the South Polar Immortal, asking, why do you seem so flustered? Flustered? I am concerned for you, the South Polar Immortal replied, furrowing his brows as he scrutinized Lin Xian. Everything is under control. Why would I be flustered? Lin Xian shrugged. The South Pole Immortal was anything but courteous. With a furrowed brow, he pointed at Lin Xian and warned, if any trouble arises with Sun Wukong, be wary of the Jade Emperor's wrath. Lin Xian merely cast a sidelong glance at him. Zy observed the contrasting states of Lin Xian's calm demeanor and the South Pole Immortal's anxiousness, and promptly communicated telepathically. Tianpeng, do you truly have confidence that Sun Wukong won't cause any major disturbances? There is no need for concern, Star Lord, Lin Xian replied, raising his gaze towards Zy. At that moment, his phone buzzed. He quickly took it out to check. Sun Wukong, Marshal, your name is not listed in the Book of Life and Death. What should we do next? Lin Xian's eyes glimmered. Sun Wukong had no intention of destroying the book. He was merely assisting in verifying whether Lin Xian's name was present. Now he was aware that indeed, the book contained the information of Tianpeng, but that name belonged to Bian Zhuang, while he himself was Lin Xian. This indicated that his soul was not confined within the realms of the 3 realms and 5 elements. A wave of joy surged within him. As long as he did not expose himself, even the saints beyond the primordial chaos could not touch him. After contemplating, Lin Xian sent a message back to Sun Wukong. In the Hall of Life and Death, Sun Wukong closed the book, and upon reading Lin Xian's response, tossed it to King Yama before striding out with his staff. The 10 kings of hell took the book, and a sigh of relief escaped their lips. Surely, he would leave now. It is indeed easier to invite a deity than to send one away, and sweat dripped from the brows of the 10 kings of hell. However, their relief was short-lived, as a ghost soldier rushed over, exclaiming, My lord, trouble has arisen. Sun Wukong has stepped onto the bridge of forgetfulness. What? The 10 kings of hell were taken aback and hurriedly made their way to the bridge. At that moment, Sun Wukong had unknowingly arrived at the bridge of forgetfulness. From a distance, he beheld an endless river of blood, where countless malevolent spirits floundered amidst their anguished cries. At the bridge stood a stone of reincarnation. Sun Wukong paused momentarily before placing his palm upon it. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and after a long while, it subsided. Strange. I can see my past, present, and future, yet why can't I discern anything clearly? Sun Wukong pondered, then took out his phone to relay his discovery to Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian, upon reading the message, found himself equally perplexed. Logically, souls should be able to see their past lives on the stone, yet Sun Wukong could perceive nothing. After a moment's thought, he sent another message back to Sun Wukong. At the Bridge of Forgetfulness, Sun Wukong gazed across to the other end, where a graceful maiden sat, presumably Meng Pe. To pass through her realm was to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Whoever you are, leave quickly. This place is not for you. Meng Pe seemingly noticed Sun Wukong and called out. Ignoring her, Sun Wukong did not approach the bridge, but made his way directly towards the city of unjust death. Shortly thereafter, the 10 kings of hell and Judge Cui arrived at the bridge. Meng Pe, where has Sun Wukong gone? King Yama, glancing at the cycle of reincarnation behind Meng Pe, asked in astonishment. He hasn't reincarnated, has he? Meng Pe smiled faintly and pointed in the direction of the city of unjust death. How peculiar. Why has he gone there again? The 10 kings of hell were left bewildered. Just then, another ghost soldier rushed in, reporting, My lord, calamity has struck. Sun Wukong has opened the gates of the city of unjust death, and the malevolent spirits within are clamoring for rebellion. What? The 10 kings of hell were left dumbfounded. Quickly, summon the ghostly soldiers and generals. We must quell this unrest. King Yama shouted, turning to Bian Chengwang, 6th brother, you oversee the city of unjust death. Hurry and summon Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. No need, I am already here. A ghost soldier transformed into Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's likeness. The 10 kings of hell were startled, realizing the Bodhisattva had been beside them all along. Come with me to the city of unjust death. With a wave, Xitigarbha led the 10 kings to the gates of the city. Marshal Tianpeng. Upon arrival, they spotted a figure standing ahead. Meanwhile, the South Pole immortal approached, his expression filled with disdain, primarily directed at Lin Xian. Moments ago, he had been seated in Fengdu City, yet now he had promptly arrived at the city of unjust death. Let us go, we wish to reincarnate. The spirits shouted. If you do not allow us to leave, we shall revolt. The echoes of the malevolent spirits within the city rang out, demanding to escape. These spirits had met untimely deaths in the mortal realm and could not reincarnate until their natural lifespan was completed. However, life within the city of unjust death was fraught with suffering. Return. You have not completed your time. You cannot reincarnate. King Yama's voice resonated across the city of unjust death. Yet, the outcry from the spirits surged once more. Lin Xian soared into the air, scrutinizing every corner of the city. Moments later, Sun Wukong swaggered out from the gates, wielding his staff, followed closely by a throng of malevolent spirits. Return. I can barely protect myself. I cannot take you with me. Sun Wukong darted away, shedding his tail, and approached the 10 kings of hell. With astonishment, they gazed at him, while Sun Wukong merely grinned, remaining silent. Upon seeing Sun Wukong emerge, Lin Xian produced a bell in his hand. With a gentle shake, the sound reverberated, echoing into the ears of the residents of the city of unjust death. As the bell chimed, an eerie sound like an incantation startled the spirits, causing them to grimace in fear. Lin Xian possessed a myriad of methods to discipline these denizens of the underworld. Are you not going in? His voice echoed above the city. Hearing the bell's uncanny resonance, many malevolent spirits, already terrified, retreated inside. Yet, a considerable number remained eager, attempting to rush toward the Bridge of Forgetfulness, for crossing it meant they could reincarnate. The city of unjust death was akin to a prison, where they languished as if years passed. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. The spirits within the city had either taken their own lives or fallen victim to murder. All had met accidental deaths, their souls unable to find rest, thus exiled to the city of unjust death. They could not reincarnate until their natural lifespan concluded. As the Marshal of Tianpeng, Lin Xian was obliged to suppress the chaos. Noticing some spirits remained oblivious to their peril, he summoned a ruler, which flew forth with a thought. Simultaneously, Lin Xian recited the Tianpeng incantation. With each swing of the ruler, The spirits who rushed forth were instantly obliterated. Reduced to ash, those trailing behind were struck with terror at the sight. Living is far better than being scattered, they realized. Having failed to preserve their lives in life, they now yearned for reincarnation in death. With this thought, the remaining spirits hurriedly fled back into the city. At this moment, the 10 kings of hell, accompanied by a multitude of spectral soldiers and ghostly generals, arrived at the gates of the city of the wronged. "Repair the gate," roared King Yinluo. Immediately, a significant number of spectral soldiers rushed over to mend the entrance. As for Lin Xian, he descended and addressed Sun Wukong, saying, "You shall no longer flaunt your strength and cause trouble. Return to your corporeal form swiftly, or your body in the mortal realm shall grow cold." Upon finishing his words, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. Sun Wukong blinked a couple of times, fully aware that Lin Xian was hinting at him. "Humph. Should you dare to recklessly meddle with souls again, I, the great sage, shall not spare you." With a feigned gesture of retreat, Sun Wukong turned and walked towards the ghost gate. This time, the 10 kings of hell personally escorted Sun Wukong out of the gates of the underworld, feeling relieved only after his departure. What a false alarm. Sun Wukong had returned to the mortal realm. The southern extreme celestial old man stepped forward and laughed heartily. "Thank you all. Now that Sun Wukong's journey through the underworld has concluded satisfactorily, everyone has cooperated well." The 10 kings of hell bowed in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Xian harbored a cold smile within. Sun Wukong had only returned to the mortal realm by following orders, and had he lingered a while longer, who knew what chaos might ensue? "Since that is the case, I shall take my leave," the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva declared, performing a Buddhist salutation to everyone before vanishing. The southern extreme celestial old man then glanced at King Yinluo, continuing, "According to our plan, tomorrow morning, you shall ascend to the heavenly court to report about Sun Wukong." King Yinluo's expression soured, for Sun Wukong had seen through the matter of the false life and death register. "Can't you find another excuse? After all, that monkey has caused quite a stir in the underworld." Indeed, the 10 kings of hell replied in unison as they withdrew. Subsequently, the southern extreme celestial old man turned to Lin Xian, congratulating him. "The task assigned to you by the Jade Emperor has finally been accomplished." Observing the departing figure of the southern extreme celestial old man, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It was evident that he had set a trap for himself. Yet he spoke with such audacity. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a strand of primordial purple energy and randomly gained 100,000 years of cultivation. Please check your storage." Shortly after the reward was issued, Sun Wukong called. Lin Xian took out his phone, and Sun Wukong's face appeared on the screen. The backdrop being the water curtain cave of Flower and Fruit Mountain. "Marshal, I've wandered around the city of the wronged, yet I found no clues about myself. Could it be that you were mistaken?" Sun Wukong inquired. Lin Xian smiled gently. "It was merely a speculation, without evidence to prove your past life." "What should I do next?" Sun Wukong asked. "Wait at Flower and Fruit Mountain. The heavenly court will send someone to invite you shortly, to appoint you to an official position." Sun Wukong's eyes brightened immediately, exclaiming, "What? The heavenly court wishes to appoint me? That sounds splendid. I like it." "Do not rejoice too soon. If you ascend, you will merely be a minor official. Await my further instructions." After ending the call, Lin Xian fell into deep contemplation. He had previously considered whether Sun Wukong might possess remnants of past life memories. However, after allowing Sun Wukong to roam the underworld, he found not a single trace of evidence. "Have I perhaps indulged too much in a Chinese odyssey?" Lin Xian mused, raising an eyebrow slightly. Unwilling to accept this, he decided to explore the underworld once more. As the marshal of the heavenly canopy, he could traverse anywhere in the underworld, and upon sighting the ghostly soldiers, they all knelt in reverence. Nevertheless, he yielded no results. As he passed by the city of the wronged, Lin Xian intended to return to Fengdu to bid farewell to Ziwei when he suddenly noticed a cluster of graves below. This graveyard spanned 100 miles, disordered and chaotic, resembling a mass burial site. Shadows flitted about as the scarlet-haired demon king patrolled the area. Lacking the original owner's memories, Lin Xian was unaware of this place. So he descended and seized the demon king, inquiring, "Where is this?" "Marshal, have you forgotten? This is the blood basin of suffering," the scarlet-haired demon king replied. Lin Xian suddenly realized. He then patted the scarlet-haired demon king, signaling him to leave. Subsequently, he stealthily slipped into the blood basin of suffering, commencing his search for clues. Before long, he spotted an inscription on a gravestone. Grave of the Demon King Sun Wukong. Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. This was an astonishing discovery. It should be noted that Sun Wukong had just returned from his studies with the Bodhi Master. So who was this deceased Sun Wukong? With questions swirling in his mind, he extended his spiritual awareness, infiltrating the grave. Inside, there was no coffin, but rather a cramped chamber, within which a phantasmal figure was locked away. The figure swayed unsteadily, as if a gentle breeze could disperse it. At Lin Xian's level of cultivation, he could discern immediately that this phantasm was a remnant soul. This remnant soul could not reincarnate, possessing only the memories of a past life that still lingered within. Through the memories contained in that remnant soul, Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock. This remnant harbored an earth-shattering secret, and remarkably, it was connected to Sun Wukong. My suspicions were indeed correct. Sun Wukong possesses not only this life, but also memories of a past life. Lin Xian mused internally. Chapter 58. The Remnant Soul. All living beings possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. To have the 3 souls without the 7 spirits is to be a fool. The soul can bear the physical form, while the 7 spirits solely carry memories. In this moment, Lin Xian discovered that this remnant soul was merely one of Sun Wukong's 7 spirits. Were it not for the shackles binding it, it would likely have dissipated by now. The memories carried by this remnant soul seemed to date back hundreds of years, recounting the tale of a stone monkey born from heaven, who sought immortality overseas and later returned to Flower and Fruit Mountain. Yet this monkey refused to be constrained, gathering lower realm demons to assault the heavenly court, aiming to seize the Jade Emperor's throne, even besting the Buddha, Tathagata. However, later, due to his deep affection for the fairy Zixia, he fell into the Buddha's trap and ultimately met his demise. The fairy Zixia was then taken by the Buddha, transformed into a wick and enduring the torment of flames for eternity. Was this a past affair between Sun Wukong and fairy Zixia? Lin Xian was astonished. He had not expected that the Buddha's scheme for the journey to the west had begun hundreds of years prior. Sun Wukong's defiance disrupted their plans, leading to everything falling apart. Consequently, the journey to the west calamity had to be restructured. Thus, Sun Wukong was reincarnated, reborn as the stone monkey. However, the Sun Wukong of his previous life was birthed from a genuine celestial stone, a stone that had existed since the dawn of chaos, far more potent than any remnants left by Nuwa. After all, Flower and Fruit Mountain itself is the ancestral vein of the 10 continents, the source of the 3 islands. The monkey could have evolved into a supreme being akin to Tianpeng, yet he was forcibly restrained by the 2 Western saints, unable to transform. Later, when the journey to the west calamity arrived, it shattered his confinement, allowing him to be born. Unexpectedly, this monkey was too powerful to control. Thus, the scheming led to his demise, reincarnating into the remnants of Nuwa's stone. Yet in this life, the monkey was far inferior to his former self, utterly weak. Lin Xian, upon uncovering this memory, found himself unable to calm his heart for a long time. After a considerable while, he used his powers to capture the remnant soul, sealing it within a small vial before quietly departing. Regrettably, this remnant soul could only restore Sun Wukong's past memories, but could not reinstate his former strength. To be cautious, he decided to keep it close for future opportunities to present it to the monkey. Upon returning to Fengdu, Lin Xian bid farewell to Zy and then proceeded directly to the heavenly court. Within the Lingshao Palace, Lin Xian glanced at the Jade Emperor above and slightly clasped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, Sun Wukong has followed the plan, first causing a ruckus in the Eastern Sea, then in the underworld. He has now taken residence at Flower and Fruit Mountain." "Very well, let it be." The Jade Emperor gestured dismissively. This time, the intention behind sending Lin Xian to oversee matters from behind the scenes was to find an opportunity to catch him in a misstep. However, unexpectedly, Lin Xian had been so cautious that he had left him with no chance to exploit. At this moment, the Jade Emperor felt quite displeased upon seeing Lin Xian. Lin Xian remained silent, yet a sense of pride swelled within him. "You cannot harm me," he thought. At this moment, the chaos in heaven instigated by Sun Wukong was imminent. The Jade Emperor had summoned most of the deities residing far overseas. If nothing else transpired, they were to await in the Lingshao Palace to prepare for the impending calamity. Just as he was patiently waiting, someone suddenly tapped Lin Xian on the shoulder. Upon turning, he was pleasantly surprised to find Tian Xiu, Haisha, and Jinwu standing before him. "You have also come," he inquired. Tian Xiu whispered. The Jade Emperor summoned all the deities. So naturally, we had to come. What of the river army? They remain at the Tianpeng Star, overseen by 10 minor generals, so there should be no issues. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. It was preferable that other deities did not manage the river army. Otherwise, he would be compelled to relinquish command of that force. Not far off, Chang'e was watching Lin Xian, initially displeased, but then unexpectedly cast a flirtatious glance his way. Lin Xian shivered at the audacity of such an act beneath the Jade Emperor's watchful gaze. Thus, he promptly turned his head, opting to ignore her. Chang'e, witnessing his dismissal, stomped her foot in frustration. Shortly after, Wan Lian stealthily approached Lin Xian, wearing a cheerful expression. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and communicated telepathically. Have there been any updates recently? Wan Lian shook his head. It has been quite peaceful lately, no news to report. That is good to hear, Lin Xian replied, patting his shoulder. Time passed. A day had elapsed in the mortal realm, while merely half a stick of incense had burned in heaven. At this juncture, two figures entered the Lingxiao Palace, the Dragon King of the East Sea and King Yama. Your Majesty, they began, but the Jade Emperor, feeling slightly anxious, interrupted them, demanding they be succinct. There have been no complications, I trust? Ao Guang and King Yama shook their heads in unison, affirming that all was proceeding according to plan. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to summon that Monkey King from the mortal realm. The Jade Emperor then turned, furrowing his brow, and inquired, Where's the Great White Star? Beside him, the South Pole Elder remarked, It seems the Jade Emperor has forgotten. The Great White Star, along with Li Jing, Neza, and the Giant Spirit, remains imprisoned in the heavenly prison. The Jade Emperor was taken aback. He had been so preoccupied observing the mortal realm that he neglected to release the Great White Star. Quickly, send someone to liberate them. After a brief interval, the Great White Star and Li Jing finally ascended to the palace. However, they were markedly different from before, appearing particularly awkward. The previous events at Tianpeng Star had caused them to lose face in the heavenly court, and they now felt the scrutinizing gazes of every deity upon them. The Jade Emperor's irritation flared as he beheld them. Great White Star, heed my command, he barked. The Great White Star promptly bowed. I am here. You are to descend to the mortal realm and summon that monkey from the Water Curtain Cave in Flower Fruit Mountain. Ensure there are no mistakes. I shall obey, he replied, bowing once more before swiftly exiting the Lingxiao Palace. No longer favored by the Jade Emperor, the Great White Star felt an overwhelming sense of dread at the memory of his past indiscretions with the 7 fairies. Knowing that if the Queen Mother were to discover his past, she would surely wish him dead. The Jade Emperor, maintaining a stern countenance, conjured the Haotian mirror with a flick of his wrist. The mirror shimmered, projecting a beam of light into the sky. Simultaneously, the scene of the Great White Star arriving at Flower Fruit Mountain materialized. The Haotian mirror had its limitations. It could only provide real-time views of the mortal realm, rendering it impossible to observe the surrounding celestial realm directly. This was why Lin Xian had previously needed to accompany the Great White Star to Tianpeng Star with the mirror to record events. As the real-time imagery manifested, the assembled deities gazed upward. At that moment, the Great White Star was surrounded by a throng of monkeys, being pulled and pushed until he was brought before Sun Wukong. Who are you, and what business do you have at my Flower Fruit Mountain? Sun Wukong inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the Great White Star. The Great White Star, donning a smile, approached Sun Wukong. Just as he was about to speak, slap, Sun Wukong delivered a resounding slap across the Great White Star's face. The Great White Star was momentarily stunned. Who permitted you to act so frivolously before me? Sun Wukong's piercing gaze challenged him. Meanwhile, the celestial beings watching this unfold were equally bewildered. Why had Sun Wukong resorted to slapping someone without provocation? The Jade Emperor shared their confusion. What was happening? Why had Sun Wukong struck the Great White Star? This was utterly unexpected. Among the deities, the South Pole Elder's expression darkened, as he recalled the stinging humiliation he had endured at the hands of Sun Wukong on Flower Fruit Mountain. At this moment, only Lin Xian reveled in the spectacle, amused by Sun Wukong's antics. It took the Great White Star a while to recover from the shock of the slap. My king, one should not strike those who greet you with a smile, he said, gazing at Lin Xian with a dazed expression. Sun Wukong rubbed his palms together and replied nonchalantly, Apologies, but I dislike those who behave mockingly before me. The celestial beings were rendered speechless. Sun Wukong's arrogance was overwhelming. The Great White Star, undeterred, bent his body to explain his purpose. Slap. Yet another slap echoed through the air. Covering his face, the great white star exclaimed, "My king, what was that for?" "Keep your distance. Your presence repulses me," Sun Wukong stated bluntly. At this, the great white star's face flushed crimson with indignation. This was a blatant insult. A mere beast had the audacity to despise his appearance. It seemed that the disdain was mutual. The great white star suppressed his desire to retaliate, stepping back. "My king." Perhaps this could, but before he could finish, a banana peel flew through the air, landing squarely on his face. Blinking in surprise, he removed the peel, his teeth gritting in frustration. How infuriating! How dare he endure such humiliation? Sun Wukong remained unfazed. "I do not appreciate sycophants. I preferred you when you first descended from the clouds, exuding an air of celestial grace. Please return to that form." Above, the assembled deities were rendered speechless. This was simply a monkey. Who did he think he was? The great white star, wearing a forced smile, felt his dignity slipping away. He straightened, attempting to assert an imposing presence. "Great Monkey King, I am the great white star of the West, here on the Jade Emperor's decree to summon you to heaven and register you as an official." "Oh, you wish to appoint me?" Sun Wukong's interest piqued. "Indeed." The great white star responded with a slight smile. Sun Wukong's mind raced, recalling the Marshal of the Heavenly Canopy's prior suggestion that he ascend to heaven. Thus, he readily accepted, leaping into the air. "This is splendid. I am indeed inclined to this." He then turned to the other monkeys, continuing, "Children, continue your practice. Once I settle in heaven, I shall bring you along." The monkeys erupted in cheers, eagerly complying. Seeing the matter resolved, the great white star recited an incantation, and a cloud materialized beneath him. Sun Wukong leaped up beside him, and together they ascended to heaven. After a brief moment, Sun Wukong scratched his ears and anxiously exclaimed, "Too slow, too slow. At this rate, when shall we reach the heavenly court?" With that, he leapt into the air, riding his cloud and hastily making his way to the heavenly court. "Wait for me, great sage," called Bai jinxing from behind, but Sun Wukong paid him no heed. Before long, he arrived at the southern heavenly gate, only to be confronted by the likes of the King of Growth and a host of heavenly soldiers blocking his path. "Who dares to trespass in the sacred realm of the heavenly court? Depart at once," bellowed the King of Growth. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, retorting, "Bai jinxing summoned me to the heavens, claiming I was to be granted a celestial title. Why do you obstruct me?" He scoffed, "Without a decree from the Heavenly Emperor, no outsider may step foot into the heavenly court." Infuriated by this hindrance, Sun Wukong unleashed a swift slap, leaving a crimson mark on the King of Growth's face. The king had intended to merely delay him until Bai jinxing arrived, but he never anticipated the monkey's explosive temper. "How dare a mere wild demon strike me?" The King of Growth seethed with indignation. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, he could hardly bear such humiliation. Just as he was about to retaliate, Sun Wukong struck again, declaring, "I am soon to receive my celestial title. Do you dare challenge me?" The King of Growth stood frozen. For if it were not for the edict of the Jade Emperor, he would never allow such an affront to his dignity. "Oh, I see that look in your eyes. You truly are defiant. Would you like to test your strength?" Sun Wukong sneered, pulling out his golden staff, brandishing it menacingly. "Do not resort to violence, my lord. Please, do not," came Bai jinxing's voice from a distance, as he finally arrived at the southern heavenly gate. "You have come at the right time. I am to be granted a celestial title, yet this fellow dares to bar my entry. Please, set things right," Sun Wukong implored. The King of Growth's expression darkened. It was he who had been wronged, yet now he was being blamed for the altercation. With no choice but to swallow his grievances, he remained silent. Bai jinxing, understanding the situation, subtly signaled the king not to become enraged. He then turned to Sun Wukong with a gentle demeanor, saying, "My lord, do not be hasty. You are new here, and the heavenly attendants do not recognize you. Once the Jade Emperor bestows upon you your title, you will be free to enter and exit at will. No one will dare obstruct you." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, although his gaze towards the King of Growth still held a hint of defiance. Bai jinxing then addressed the king, "Please allow me to escort him within." Acknowledging the Jade Emperor's will, the King of Growth reluctantly stepped aside. Yet, seeing Sun Wukong's smug expression, he felt a simmering resentment that he could not suppress. The heavenly court consisted of 33 layers of celestial palaces and 72 treasure halls, with the Lingshao Palace situated in the 9th heaven. Soon, They arrived at the court. Sun Wukong scanned the assembly of deities, smirking, but upon noticing Lin Xian, a flicker of apprehension crossed his face. Your Majesty, the demon immortal has arrived. Bajie bowed deeply before the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor then inquired, which one is the demon immortal? From a distance, Sun Wukong waved and called out, I am he. Are you the old Jade Emperor? Instantly, gasps of disbelief filled the court, for none had dared to address the Jade Emperor in such a manner before. Beside him, Li Jing frowned and shouted, You wild demon, why do you not bow before the Jade Emperor? Humph. Sun Wukong dismissed him with a wave of his hand, exuding arrogance. The assembled deities regarded Sun Wukong as a true aberration. The Jade Emperor, a figure of immense authority who had endured countless tribulations, was not to be disrespected. Bajie's expression darkened. He had brought this monkey here, and if the Jade Emperor were angered, he would inevitably face repercussions as well. The Jade Emperor, bewildered, thought, not only does he refuse to bow, but he also dares to insult me. How am I to maintain my dignity? Li Jing stepped forward, frowning, and suggested, Your Majesty, this creature is unruly and disrespectful. Why not bind him to the demon-slaying platform and let him feel the sting of the dragonbone whip? Sun Wukong chuckled at this remark. Among the deities, Lin Xian stifled a laugh as well, for while Sun Wukong was indeed tough, Li Jing was the one who had truly experienced the whip's bite. Your Majesty, exercise patience. This monkey is destined to encounter trials. It would be wise to dismiss him swiftly, the Queen Mother advised softly, regaining his composure. The Jade Emperor blinked a few times, adopting a calm demeanor. This Sun Wukong is a demon immortal from the mortal realm, newly endowed with a physical form and unaware of proper etiquette. It is of no consequence. Do you not yet wish to express your gratitude? Li Jing shot a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong, who merely shook his head dismissively. The other deities felt the tension rise, while the Jade Emperor feigned indifference as he turned to Wenxiu and Wuqing, asking, Gentlemen, can you identify any vacant positions that Sun Wukong may fill? Wenxiu stepped forward, clasping his hands. Your Majesty, all positions are currently filled, but the stable steward is in need of a manager. Very well, let Sun Wukong serve as the stable steward. The Jade Emperor decreed, then turned to Sun Wukong. Do you have any objections? Fuming, Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Just as I suspected. They want me to tend to horses. Stealing a glance at Lin Xian, who remained unmoved, he sensed that Lin had other plans. Therefore, he refrained from protest, bowing and saying, Thank you, thank you. Where is the god of wood and virtue? The Jade Emperor inquired. A celestial official emerged from the crowd, bowing respectfully. I am here. Please escort Sun Wukong to the stable steward position. Yes. The god of wood and virtue cast a wary glance at Sun Wukong, but gestured for him to proceed. Lord Stable Steward, please. As Sun Wukong departed, the Jade Emperor nodded silently, feeling that the plan was progressing smoothly. The other deities, too, sighed in relief, though they remained cautious, for the show had only just begun. At that moment, Bajie inquired, Your Majesty, now that Sun Wukong has taken his position, what shall we do next? While they were aware of the plan, the unexpected could always arise. The Jade Emperor stroked his brow pensively and replied, It is not enough to allow the monkey to believe he is invincible. We must orchestrate a grand battle. But Sun Wukong has already been granted a celestial title, does he not? Bajie questioned, perplexed. The other deities, save for Lin Xian, were equally bewildered. The Jade Emperor smiled faintly. This Sun Wukong is prideful. He will not settle for merely being a stable steward. He will inevitably rebel against the heavenly court, and when that time comes, we shall confront him. Instantly, the deities grasped the implications. To subdue Sun Wukong, any celestial being within the court could easily do so, yet the matter intertwined with the celestial order and fate, complicating the approach. While Sun Wukong could act without restraint, the deities had to tread carefully. Among the crowd, Lin Xian listened intently to the discussions, a smirk forming on his lips. Summoning deities was easy, but sending them away was not. He resolved to stir the pot and disrupt the Jade Emperor's plans. Only by disrupting the plans of the calamity could he hope to buy himself a little more time. The longer he had, the greater his opportunities would become. It seemed as though the system had detected Lin Xian's thoughts at that moment. In the next instant, an announcement chimed. Ding! A new plot has been triggered by the host. Sun Wukong has now become the stable master. Please make the following choices. First, create some trouble to buy yourself time for further growth. Reward. 2 million years of cultivation. Second, adhere to the status quo. Coldly watch as Sun Wukong is gradually manipulated, ultimately becoming a puppet of the Buddhist sect. Reward: 3 experience cards of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Before the sound faded, Lin Xian's brows furrowed. Surely, the system was not mocking him. Could the cultivation years be more enticing than the experience cards? And 3 cards at that. With those 3 cards, he could accomplish 3 earth-shattering feats. However, choosing the second option would be in direct opposition to his desires. No one wishes to adhere to the established order. One must embrace madness to truly live. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian chose the first option. 2 million years of cultivation was no small matter. Meanwhile, after arriving at the stable master's office, Sun Wukong realized it was indeed a place for raising horses. As he gazed around, he beheld an endless expanse of grasslands above a sea of clouds, the dark green grass exuding a fragrant aroma that invigorated the spirit. Streams flowed down from the gaps in the heavenly river, weaving through 33 layers of heaven, crisscrossing amidst the lush greenery. It was a place abundant with water and grass, imbued with celestial energy. Within the stables, there were over 10,000 heavenly steeds, all tall and majestic, their coats gleaming. Observing this scene ignited a strong impulse within Sun Wukong to release the heavenly steeds. After all, he had been schemed against. If he was to be wronged, he might as well let the heavenly court experience a taste of loss as well. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Sun Wukong decided to pull out his phone and seek Lin Xian's opinion. Knowing that Marshal Tianpeng was in the Lingxiao Hall, he dared not call, but sent a long string of messages instead. Inside the Lingxiao Hall, Lin Xian was conversing with the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. Ding! He promptly took out a mirror, which left the surrounding Dragon Kings bewildered, but Lin Xian saw a lengthy message within the mirror. The gist of the message was whether to release the heavenly steeds from the stable master's office to create some trouble for the heavenly court. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. If he were to release the heavenly steeds now, would that not play into the Jade Emperor's hands? No, he needed to be prudent. To conserve, to develop stealthily, he must not act recklessly. Thus, Lin Xian immediately replied, "Do not rush, wait. The Jade Emperor will seek you out sooner or later." This was Lin Xian's sole command. Sun Wukong was immediately troubled. How could he not be anxious? He had already been schemed against and now had to tend to horses for them. Such humiliation was unbearable. Yet, he still had to heed Lin Xian's command. After all, in his heart, Lin Xian was a true prophet, far more powerful than those who could merely calculate fortunes. Thus, Sun Wukong reluctantly settled down and began to diligently perform his duties. Chapter 61. Why hasn't he the monkey rebelled yet? The Jade Emperor's plan was to instigate discontent in Sun Wukong, prompting him to rebel against the heavenly court. Lin Xian could not allow him to fall into this trap. His principle was simple. The more they wished for him to err, the less he would comply, driving them to desperation. As long as Sun Wukong remained content in the stable master's office, the subsequent plans of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect would be indefinitely delayed. If the plan could not be executed, the calamity could not proceed. Wouldn't they be anxious? Thus, half a month passed. In the Lingxiao Hall, Bai Jingxing looked at the Jade Emperor with clasped hands and inquired, "Your Majesty, why is that monkey so indifferent? Is he truly willing to tend to horses?" In truth, this was a question that puzzled all the deities. After settling down in the stable master's office, Sun Wukong managed the affairs with remarkable efficiency, meticulously cleaning the steeds, cutting grass, preparing feed, and fetching water. After half a month, the heavenly steeds had grown even more robust and majestic. This left the gods utterly bewildered. Shouldn't Sun Wukong, being so proud, be unwilling to serve the heavenly court in this manner? The Jade Emperor was also feeling a sense of urgency. After all, half a month had gone by with no progress on the calamity plan. Could it be that this monkey was unaware of his lowly status and had been kept in the dark? The Jade Emperor pondered aloud. Why doesn't he inquire about his subordinates? Obviously, if Sun Wukong had known he was merely a horse tender, would he still need to ask? No matter. The monkey was too foolish. Waiting a few more days would be fine, the Jade Emperor concluded. And so, 16 days passed, 17 days, 30 days. A full month went by without any activity from the stable master's office. At this moment, in the Lingxiao Hall, the deities were growing impatient, appearing listless. Some sat on the ground, some gazed blankly at the sky, while others lay sprawled out, snoring loudly. The Queen Mother had long returned to the Yao Pool. The Jade Emperor rested his chin on one hand, his expression dull and weary. Your Majesty, it seems Sun Wukong is not likely to rebel anytime soon. I have decided to inspect the 4 great heavenly gates. Neza stepped forward and bowed. The Jade Emperor quickly came to his senses. Since Sun Wukong ascended, all the deities had remained in the Lingxiao Hall for a month without attending to their duties. He had to admit, he had been overly cautious regarding this calamity. Go on, it is indeed time for an inspection. The Jade Emperor waved his hand. Li Jing promptly stepped forward. Your Majesty, please allow my son and I to accompany you. Granted. With that, the two departed the Lingxiao Hall, albeit rather ungraciously. Just as they left, the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas, the Wind Mother, and the Thunder God hurried over, saying, Your Majesty, it has been a long time since it rained in the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was taken aback. In his quest to orchestrate the calamity, he had completely forgotten this matter. Fortunately, much of the rainfall had been scheduled in advance over the past 20 years, and it did not require the Dragon Kings to intervene personally. Their offspring could handle it. Even so, it had been nearly 10 days since it last rained in the mortal realm. 10 days in heaven equated to 10 years below. Quick, send my decree, let it rain in the mortal realm. The Jade Emperor commanded. Unbeknownst to him, the karmic burden upon him subtly increased, a consequence of the drought causing suffering among the populace. The Dragon Kings promptly descended to bring rain. At that moment, the God of Love also approached, saying, Your Majesty, I have not tied the red threads for the mortals in a long time, leading to an increase in the number of single souls in the realm. Please allow me to leave for a while. The Jade Emperor was moved. Without romantic bonds, the mortal realm would see no new life. Without life, there could be no evolution, and ultimately, the world would face extinction. This was truly terrifying. Quick, go and tie your red threads. The God of Love promptly departed. Before long, the deities, unable to endure the situation any longer, one by one sought permission to leave, and the Jade Emperor granted them all. With Sun Wukong not rebelling, they could not continue to waste time. In an instant, the once crowded Lingxiao Hall was left with only a few scattered deities. Lin Xian stood quietly. Since the Star Lord of Ziwei had yet to transfer the military authority of the river army to him, he had nothing pressing to attend to and could afford to wait. Marshal Tianpeng, the Jade Emperor suddenly turned to Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his head and slightly cupped his hands, saying, I am here. It is time for you to inspect the river. As you command. Lin Xian then bowed and took his leave. Since the Jade Emperor had permitted his departure, he would go. Even if something occurred later, it would not concern him. With that, Lin Xian stepped outside. Just as he exited the southern heavenly gate, he encountered Zhuanglian. Marshal. Zhuanglian bowed to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, then took out a mirror. Zhuanglian, take this. What is this? This is called a phone. From now on, use it to contact me directly, Lin Xian explained, step by step teaching him how to use it. So it was, the young general encountered such a treasure for the first time. With a joyful expression, Wan Lian carefully stowed away his phone. Subsequently, Lin Xian set his course towards the North Pole. After conducting a solitary patrol around the Heavenly River and finding no issues, he returned to the Heavenly Pavilion Star. The Heavenly River's naval forces were still engaged in military exercises, and Lin Xian did not make his presence known. He merely waved his hand lightly, and the map of mountains and rivers returned to his grasp. Suddenly, the entire Heavenly Pavilion Star became desolate. The 100,000 naval soldiers of the Heavenly River were taken aback as their surroundings transformed instantaneously. However, the rich spiritual energy remained, so they paid it little heed. Upon returning to the Heavenly Court, 6 days had elapsed. Lin Xian did not rush to ascend the Lingxiao Palace, but instead went to a secluded spot, where he sent a location to Sun Wukong via his phone. Shortly after, Sun Wukong arrived stealthily. Marshal, what do you require of me? Sun Wukong inquired, his face filled with astonishment as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian flipped his hand, presenting the map of mountains and rivers to Sun Wukong. Hold on to this treasure and heed my command when the time comes. Sun Wukong, who was quite enthusiastic about collecting treasures, examined the map with delight, exclaiming, the map of mountains and rivers, what a splendid treasure. Go now, Lin Xian instructed as Sun Wukong departed, while he returned to the Lingxiao Palace. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor and other deities remained in a state of bewilderment. Some deities entered and exited, seemingly having abandoned their vigilance, each preoccupied with their own affairs. The Jade Emperor occasionally issued decrees, commanding certain deities to act, gradually diminishing his attention towards Sun Wukong. Why hasn't that monkey rebelled yet? The Jade Emperor mused, resting his chin on his hand, chewing on a fruit pit, displaying evident boredom. Observing the Jade Emperor's demeanor, the Star of Venus stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, perhaps I could visit the Horse Monitoring Bureau and disguise myself as a minor official, discreetly providing Sun Wukong with some hints." The Jade Emperor, intrigued, immediately inquired, "What would you say?" The Star of Venus chuckled, "I would inform him that his official rank is lowly and that the other deities treat him poorly. Let's see how he reacts. Surely, this monkey is unaware. Once I speak to him, he will not be able to contain his anger." That sounds splendid. The Jade Emperor quickly gestured for the Star of Venus to proceed with the plan. Chapter 62. Stability at Work and Reluctance to Depart. For over a month, Sun Wukong had not rebelled against the heavens, leaving the Jade Emperor utterly frustrated. Indeed, summoning a deity was far easier than dismissing one. The current situation necessitated a proactive approach to incite the monkey's rebellion. Otherwise, the calamity could not proceed. After the Star of Venus departed, few deities remained in the Lingshao Palace. The Jade Emperor, feeling weary, scanned the area below, and upon fixing his gaze upon Lin Xian, he could not suppress a frown. The monkey's refusal to rebel and the heavenly marshal's delay in responding to the calamity filled him with inexplicable annoyance. "Heavenly Marshal, are there any abnormalities in the heavenly river?" The Jade Emperor asked with evident irritation. Lin Xian responded calmly, "Your Majesty, the heavenly river is peaceful, and moreover, the Lord of the Ziwei Star oversees 100,000 naval soldiers, who are constantly vigilant. Please rest assured, Your Majesty." The Jade Emperor's expression shifted in surprise. He almost forgot that the heavenly river's forces were under the command of Ziwei, leaving the heavenly marshal as merely a figurehead. Nonetheless, the Jade Emperor continued to feel vexed by Lin Xian's presence. "The heavenly river's forces are under your jurisdiction, yet you are not in office. How can I be at ease with you conducting inspections?" Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The Jade Emperor was clearly expressing his displeasure, wishing to rid himself of Lin Xian. Lin Xian, bowing respectfully, replied, "I obey your command. You find me displeasing, but do you think I find you agreeable?" Exiting through the southern heavenly gate, Lin Xian sent a message to Sun Wukong before flying to another location in the celestial realm. Inspections? What a farce," Lin Xian muttered, waving his hand to set up the nightmare reincarnation array around him, before settling into a meditative posture. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to cultivate. In recent days, he had accumulated quite a bit of cultivation experience and had some celestial materials and treasures on hand that would serve him well. At the Horse Monitoring Bureau, the Star of Venus transformed into a servant and entered the premises. As Sun Wukong had yet to rebel against the heavens, all the deities had become utterly relaxed. Due to the prolonged expenditure of magical energy, the Jade Emperor had also put away the Haotian mirror, leading to a lack of attention towards the affairs of the Horse Monitoring Bureau. "Excuse me, my fellow, may I inquire where the horse supervisor is at present?" The Star of Venus approached a servant in the distance. The servant, unable to recognize the Star of Venus, pointed ahead, saying, "The supervisor has gone to the pasture to tend to the horses and will return shortly." The Star of Venus paused, reflecting on how Sun Wukong could be so carefree in tending to the horses. After some contemplation, he made his way towards the pasture, deep within the grasslands. Celestial steeds grazed leisurely. Sun Wukong, meanwhile, was lying comfortably atop one of the horses, chewing on a blade of grass, utterly content. The Star of Venus approached and bowed, saying, "You truly enjoy a life of leisure, my lord." "Speak quickly," Sun Wukong replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. The Star of Venus felt a pang of unease and quickly continued, "I see that you are still young. Why must you be occupied with horse tending? And what business is it of yours?" Sun Wukong retorted disdainfully, "A man's ambition lies in the vast world. Only those who are unambitious engage in such menial tasks. I am one of those unambitious souls," Sun Wukong shot back, leaving the Star of Venus momentarily speechless. The latter, fully aware of his purpose for coming, was not one to give up easily. "You are now the horse supervisor. Tasks like grooming and watering the horses should be left to the servants. Why must you personally attend to them? You could revel in your freedom instead, as the celestial steeds are not yours to manage, as long as you live. Is that not enough?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately turned over. The Star of Venus, believing he had struck a chord with Sun Wukong, hastily approached to assist him down from the horse, wearing a broad smile, ready to continue the conversation. However, Sun Wukong turned back swiftly and struck him across the face. "Are you the horse supervisor? Why do you seem so unfamiliar to me?" Sun Wukong glared at the Star of Venus, a mocking smile creeping across his face. The Star of Venus, clutching his face, felt momentarily bewildered. This monkey was far too mercurial. He could not be easily read. "In response to your lordship, I was just transferred here today." Expecting Sun Wukong to relent, the Star of Venus was met instead with a flurry of punches and kicks. "Just transferred here. And instead of learning how to tend to horses, you focus on flattery and sycophancy? You deserve a beating. Drawing a salary without fulfilling your duties. Only seeking your own pleasure? You deserve a beating. What is wrong with raising horses? Everything begins with small steps. Do you think you can leap to success? Who gave you such confidence?" With every remark, Sun Wukong delivered a fierce reprimand, each statement ringing true and leaving no room for rebuttal. Thus, the Star of Venus suffered both physical and psychological blows. "Who sent you here? Get him sent back. My horse monitoring bureau doesn't accommodate idlers, especially not someone like you." Sun Wukong ultimately kicked the Star of Venus to the ground. The Star of Venus wore a pained expression, as he had initially come to incite Sun Wukong to rebel against the heavens, only to find himself painted as the villain after Sun Wukong's righteous chastisement. With his back turned to the Star of Venus, Sun Wukong declared solemnly, "You may leave." The Star of Venus stood up, pointing at Sun Wukong and chastising him. "You, horse supervisor, have truly lost your sense of decorum. You are nothing more than someone who tends to the horses of the heavenly court. If you do well, you may receive praise. If poorly, you face punishment. Why are you so angry? Do you even understand the rank you hold? To be frank, your title is utterly insignificant, barely on par with the guards stationed at the southern heavenly gate." The Star of Venus erupted in a tirade. "Are you done? If so, be gone." Sun Wukong remained unfazed, exuding an air of indifference. The Star of Venus was rendered speechless. Despite his lengthy diatribe, it had no effect whatsoever. "Humph." With a disdainful snort, he turned and departed from the royal horse monitor. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor gazed at the battered visage of the Star of Venus, momentarily taken aback. "Venus, what on earth happened to you?" The Star of Venus, with a grimace, responded, "It's quite strange. That monkey is so arrogant." Yet my words had no impact on him at all. The Jade Emperor inquired anxiously, "Are you suggesting that Sun Wukong harbors no rebellious intentions?" The Star of Venus nodded and recounted the preceding events in their entirety. The Jade Emperor was bewildered. The Star of Venus had endured a beating without achieving his objective. What to do? He needed to devise another plan to incite rebellion in the monkey. The Jade Emperor grew increasingly anxious. It was one thing for Marshal Tianpeng to be uncooperative, but now Sun Wukong was acting unusually, lingering at the royal horse monitor. Sun Wukong mused, "I, Sun Wukong, am already integrated into the system. My position is stable, so why would I leave?" Thus, days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. As 3 months passed, the Jade Emperor was consumed by worry. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the heavenly realm, Lin Xian opened his eyes after a period of seclusion. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Chapter 63. The Disappearance of the Celestial Steed Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 million years of Taoist cultivation and randomly obtained a heaven-reversing seal. Please check your inventory. The moment his seclusion concluded, he heard the system's voice in his mind. The system's rewards indicated that Sun Wukong's unwillingness to depart from the royal horse monitor had indeed caused a significant disturbance in the heavenly court. His cultivation had also increased considerably, and it was time to plan the next steps. Lin Xian retrieved his phone and sent Sun Wukong a message. Incorporate the celestial steeds into the map of mountains and rivers, then descend to the mortal realm. Awaiting further instructions. After sending the message, Lin Xian did not rush back to the Lingxiao Palace, but instead accessed the system's inventory to review the items he had acquired during his seclusion. This time, he had directly obtained 20 million years of Taoist cultivation, sufficient to elevate his cultivation to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Particularly surprising was the heaven-reversing seal, a postnatal spiritual treasure, which he had unexpectedly received as a random reward. With a fleeting thought, he focused on a strand of primordial purple energy. This primordial purple energy, a natural manifestation of the universe's resonance, served as the foundation of the Tao. With just a trace, one could ascend to the ranks of quasi-saints. However, after the chaos was established, only a few strands remained, distributed by Han Jun to his select disciples, leaving no trace in the world thereafter. This was a valuable asset, but Lin Xian did not intend to use it for personal cultivation. The World Atlas indicated that primordial purple energy was essential for creating a personal world. Once he successfully created his personal world, the primordial purple energy generated would far exceed a mere strand. At present, he had gathered all necessary items to create a personal world, with only the physical embryo yet to be acquired, requiring Lin Xian to search for it in the mortal realm. In the Royal Horse Monitor, Sun Wukong lounged comfortably on the grasslands, utterly content. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he quickly checked the message. Upon reading it, he sprang to his feet. Can I finally descend to the mortal realm? Excitement radiated from Sun Wukong's face. Contrary to the heavenly court's anxiousness, he too felt a sense of urgency. Lin Xian's directive was to drive the celestial steeds into the map of mountains and rivers before he descended. Sun Wukong glanced around and blew into the whistle around his neck. Instantly, all the celestial steeds gathered around him, accompanied by several attendants from the Royal Horse Monitor. My lord, what do you require of us? The attendants asked, puzzled, as they had been tending the steeds perfectly well. Sun Wukong replied, You lot, go clean the stables. I can manage here alone. The attendants were taken aback. Had they not already cleaned it that morning? Do as you're told. Sun Wukong frowned. The attendants quickly bowed and complied. In their minds, Sun Wukong was unpredictable, making it difficult to gauge his mood, since he had issued a command. They felt obliged to obey. Watching the attendants leave, Sun Wukong chuckled to himself and promptly drove all the celestial steeds further away. This was the perfect moment when the heavenly court's vigilance was at its lowest, an ideal opportunity. Soon, Sun Wukong spread out his divine sense to ensure no one was watching, then waved his hand to unfurl the map of mountains and rivers. The size of the map could be altered at will, and to avoid drawing attention, Sun Wukong only expanded it to a radius of 100 zhang. Then, he brandished his whip and began herding all the celestial steeds, which swiftly entered the map of mountains and rivers. After completing this task, he hastily stored the treasure and hurled his golden staff, charging out of the Royal Horse Monitor. Is that our lord? Where is he headed? The attendants panicked as Sun Wukong left, exclaiming, Quick, check on the celestial steeds. In the meantime, Sun Wukong was of no concern to them. He was free to go. He dashed straight to the southern heavenly gate, glancing at the various heavenly guards. Now that he had received the celestial record, none dared to obstruct him. The guards were momentarily perplexed. How had Sun Wukong suddenly emerged from the southern heavenly gate? After a moment of stunned silence, they realized, could it be that Sun Wukong had descended to the mortal realm? The king of growth, now convinced, quickly instructed the nearby heavenly guards and dashed towards the Lingxiao Palace. Your Majesty, that monkey has escaped through the southern heavenly gate. The Jade Emperor was taken aback and immediately asked, Did Sun Wukong descend to the mortal realm? We do not know. We only know he exited through the southern heavenly gate. The Jade Emperor's gaze flickered. Then he calmly commanded, Where are the 1,000-mile eye and the Shunfeng ear? Go quickly and track down Sun Wukong's whereabouts. The king of growth replied, Your Majesty, the 1,000-mile eye and Shunfeng ear have been dispatched to the northern heavenly gate. The Jade Emperor was momentarily stunned. Their recent laxity in monitoring Sun Wukong had resulted in some important deities attending to their own affairs. Venus, quickly head to the northern heavenly gate and convey my command for them to investigate Sun Wukong's movements. The star of Venus hurriedly departed. The Jade Emperor surveyed the surroundings. At such a critical juncture, most deities were conspicuously absent. His gaze landed on the Star of War. Star of War, go and summon all the deities back to me. The Star of War hesitated. The deities were scattered across heaven and earth, and finding them would take time. Nonetheless, he said nothing further, bowed, and exited the Lingxiao Palace. Moments later, a young attendant from the Royal Horse Monitor came rushing in, nearly tumbling over himself. Your Majesty, dire news. The horse keeper has left the Royal Horse Monitor, and all the celestial steeds have vanished. What? The Jade Emperor sprang to his feet, turning to the king of growth. Where are the steeds? Why didn't you stop Sun Wukong when he left through the southern heavenly gate? The king of growth panicked, stammering, Your Majesty, I only saw Sun Wukong himself. I did not see the celestial steeds. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened. Where could the celestial steeds have gone? Could they have simply vanished? At that moment, Lin Xian stepped forward, bowing. Your Majesty, may I go and investigate once more? Given that most deities were absent and no manpower was available. The Jade Emperor's face lit up at Lin Xian's offer. Very well, then, I shall trouble Marshal Tianpeng to make a trip to the Royal Horse Bureau. Lin Xian's lips curled slightly. Exiting the Lingxiao Palace, he headed straight to the Royal Horse Bureau. At that moment, the Royal Horse Bureau was desolate. Devoid of any celestial steeds, the stables eerily vacant. Lin Xian cast a glance around, then soared above the grassland, circling the area but found no heavenly horses, prompting him to descend through the clouds. Ding! A call from Sun Wukong came through. Lin Xian immediately answered. Marshal, all the celestial steeds are now within the mountains and rivers national map. When will you come to collect them? Please keep them safe. After ending the call, Lin Xian calmly exited the Royal Horse Bureau. Chapter 64. Mobilizing to the mortal realm inside the Lingxiao Palace, Lin Xian approached the Jade Emperor and respectfully said, Your Majesty, the celestial steeds from the Royal Horse Bureau have indeed vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this news, the Jade Emperor's expression turned grim. He then looked again at the Growth Heavenly King, incredulously asking, Growth, did Sun Wukong truly go out alone? Indeed, Your Majesty, the Monkey King was by himself. The Growth Heavenly King was drenched in fine beads of sweat, visibly anxious. However, he was not foolish. If Sun Wukong had truly taken 1,000 celestial steeds out through the southern heavenly gate, he would have to stop him at all costs. The Jade Emperor slumped heavily onto the dragon throne. Those celestial steeds bore the bloodline of dragons, and their numbers were exceedingly rare, once teetering on the brink of extinction. Had he not nurtured them with utmost care over the years, he feared there would be scarcely 1,000 left. That damn monkey, how dare he? The Jade Emperor fumed, his anger palpable. Meanwhile, Lin Xian stood quietly to the side, his demeanor calm, as though the unfolding events bore no relation to him. After a while, the star of white Jupiter, along with the heavenly eyes and the heavenly ears, hurried back to the Lingxiao Palace. We pay our respects to Your Majesty. The three bowed in unison. The Jade Emperor, upon seeing the heavenly eyes and heavenly ears, swiftly inquired, Have you ascertained Sun Wukong's whereabouts? The heavenly eyes promptly replied, Your Majesty, Sun Wukong is currently at Huahua Mountain. The Jade Emperor was enlightened. Since Sun Wukong had returned to Huahua Mountain, it confirmed his descent to the mortal realm. With Sun Wukong in the mortal realm, the calamity plan could resume. This was indeed good news. However, the Jade Emperor's concern for his celestial steeds persisted, and he quickly asked, Have you discovered the whereabouts of the celestial steeds? Your Majesty, the celestial steeds should have vanished from the Royal Horse Bureau's grassland. We observed clearly that Sun Wukong went down alone, and there is no sign of the steeds in the entire mortal realm. This was perplexing. The absence of the steeds from the mortal realm suggested they remained in the heavenly realm. The Jade Emperor fell into deep contemplation. Lin Xian could not help but chuckle. The misjudgment of the heavenly eyes had successfully led the Jade Emperor astray. Soon after, a number of deities who had been attending to various matters returned to the Lingxiao Palace. However, the situation remained dire, with the heavenly court severely understaffed, and the star of martial music had yet to return. At this moment, the star of white Jupiter stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, since that monkey has descended, shall we proceed with our plan or search for the celestial steeds first? Both the plan and the search for the celestial steeds must continue. The Jade Emperor glanced at the star of white Jupiter, as if suddenly recalling something, and continued solemnly, Star of white Jupiter, you mentioned last time that 2 unicorn demon kings have attained the level of ghost immortals. Have they passed the heavenly court selection? They passed long ago, Your Majesty. They have been awaiting notification due to the calamity situation. Have them report immediately. I intend to appoint them. Yes, the star of white Jupiter promptly exited. Before long, he indeed returned, leading 2 unicorn demon kings into the Lingxiao Palace. The 2 demon kings, upon their first encounter with the Jade Emperor, quickly knelt and paid their respects. Rise. The Jade Emperor gestured with his hand and continued, As you enter the palace for the first time, I have a task to test you both. Should you pass, you shall be appointed as the great demon kings of the Western Heavenly Gate. Do you consent? We are willing to sacrifice our lives for Your Majesty. The Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction and signaled to the star of white Jupiter. The star of white Jupiter immediately produced an ochre robe, handing it to the 2 unicorn demon kings, and then said, Take this robe to the mortal realm. Feign allegiance to Sun Wukong. he will undoubtedly confer titles upon you, and you shall serve as insiders. Once the matter concludes, you may return to heaven for your promotions." The two demon kings exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Having risen from humble beginnings as lowly demon cultivators to their current state, pretending to defect to Huahua Mountain was not a daunting task for them. The Jade Emperor hastily added, after descending, "Let Sun Wukong declare himself the great sage equal to heaven, to further inflate his arrogance." Observing the two demon kings depart the Lingxiao Palace, the assembled deities exchanged fearful glances. Sun Wukong was already excessively arrogant, daring to confront even deities. If his pride were to swell further, would he not pierce the heavens? Yet, this was necessary for the calamity plan, leaving them with no choice. After a while, Li Jing and his son, along with the giant spirit god, arrived at the Lingxiao Palace. "Your Majesty, we hear that the monkey has descended to the mortal realm?" Li Jing and the others expressed their astonishment. Upon seeing Li Jing and the others, the Jade Emperor slammed his palm on the dragon throne, indignation etched on his face. "Where have you all been? The celestial steeds from the Royal Horse Bureau have gone missing, and you are unaware? What? The celestial steeds are gone? Could it be that the monkey set them free?" Li Jing and the others were equally bewildered. They had merely followed orders to patrol the realms. How had this become their fault? The Jade Emperor turned away, unwilling to explain to Li Jing and the others. Gradually, various deities returned, with the star of martial music running about, finally summoning back most of the deities. "Your Majesty, what is the next step in our plan?" The star of white Jupiter asked. The Jade Emperor pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the assembled deities. "Our next step is to summon Sun Wukong back to heaven." "What?" The deities erupted in an uproar. After considerable effort in allowing Sun Wukong to descend, why summon him back? It is a plan devised by the Buddhist sect. The Jade Emperor felt helpless. He had initially thought the plan was simple and had readily agreed, not anticipating the situation would be far more challenging than expected. He acknowledged this as his oversight, but it was now too late to retract. The assembled deities wore expressions of outrage. "Is the Buddhist sect toying with us? Do not dwell on the futile. To summon Sun Wukong back, we require a legitimate reason." As the Jade Emperor spoke, he looked towards Li Jing and the others. "General Li Jing, Prince Neza, Giant Spirit God, heed my command. I appoint Li Jing as the Grand Marshal of Demon Subjugation, Neza as the great deity of the three altars, and the Giant Spirit God as the vanguard. You shall immediately mobilize to the mortal realm and engage in combat with Sun Wukong. As you command." The three promptly accepted their orders. However, they were all quite puzzled. Was such a grand display necessary to capture but a single Sun Wukong? Even the Giant Spirit God could easily subdue the monkey alone. Yet, the Jade Emperor's next words left them dumbfounded. "Remember, you are permitted only to lose, not to win. This way, there will be justification to summon the monkey back to heaven." The Jade Emperor spoke solemnly. They had thought they could finally vent their frustrations on Sun Wukong, but being restricted to losing and not winning rendered the endeavor less enjoyable. Li Jing and the others appeared dejected. As they departed, the star of white Jupiter approached once more, asking, "Your Majesty, what of the celestial steeds?" The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow. "All remaining deities, go search for the whereabouts of the celestial steeds. Those who find them shall receive a substantial reward." The deities respectfully accepted their orders and exited one by one. Lin Xian followed suit, but instead of searching for the steeds, he sought a secluded place to set up the nightmarish reincarnation formation and took out his phone. Chapter 65. Declaring himself the great sage, not yet ascending to heaven the moment Lin Xian took out his phone. The system seemed to detect his intent and promptly issued new options. Lin Xian's expression shifted slightly. At long last, the system has issued new directives. Otherwise, it might as well have sent Sun Wukong to ascend to the heavens. Ding! A new plot has been triggered by the host. As the heavenly court sends troops to the mortal realm, and the Monkey King declares himself the equal of heaven. Given that the monkey is a fervent admirer of the host, please make the following choice. First, comply with the heavenly court's plan and allow Sun Wukong to continue his ascent, rewarding 30 million years of cultivation. Second, let Sun Wukong revel in the mortal realm for a while longer, delaying his ascension to buy himself some time, also rewarding 30 million years of cultivation. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. The rewards for both options were identical, and the recent increase in cultivation rewards was evident, suggesting an intention for him to rapidly enhance his abilities. The system appeared eager for him to grow stronger, likely anticipating significant events on the horizon. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian refocused on the options before him. The equivalence of the rewards indicated that Sun Wukong could either ascend or remain in the mortal realm, leaving the decision in his hands. Lin Xian's brows arched. Naturally, it was better to remain hidden. Why should he add trouble for the heavenly court when it would not reflect well on his recent efforts? Thus, he chose the second option. As soon as he made his selection, a message arrived on his phone. It was from Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong 222222, Commander. 2 demon kings have arrived with gifts. Should I employ them? Lin Xian smiled slightly and compiled all subsequent instructions into a message to send back. After dispatching the message, he settled into a meditative position, directing his focus toward the system repository, where those formidable 30 million years of cultivation awaited him. This was the reward from the previous encounter, and he resolved to utilize it entirely. In the mortal realm, at Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong withdrew his phone and then turned to the 2 kneeling demon kings before him. You just said you wished to see me. What is it that you desire? One demon king raised his head, smiling as he held up an ochre robe, repeating, We have long heard of the great king's call for talented individuals, yet have struggled to find an opportune moment. Now, having obtained this ochre robe, we wish to present it to the great king. If you do not mind, we ask that you accept us as your humble servants. Oh, Sun Wukong exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He took the ochre robe and gestured for the surrounding monkeys to assist him in donning it. It truly matched him well. Sun Wukong was overjoyed. After reveling in his happiness for a moment, he turned to the 2 demon kings and said, From now on, you shall remain at Flower Fruit Mountain. Thank you, great king. The 2 bowed once again, and one of them stepped forward, saying, Your greatness is unparalleled. Why should you serve the Jade Emperor as a mere horsekeeper? That is a great humiliation. Indeed, Sun Wukong chuckled. The other demon kings stepped forward, asserting, With your capabilities, it would not be an exaggeration to consider you the equal of heaven. Equal of heaven? Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered. The unfolding events mirrored precisely the contents of the message he had just received. The commander truly possessed foresight, he thought in awe. Before turning to the 2 demon kings with a grin, Very well, let me be the equal of heaven. Equal of heaven. Equal of heaven. The surrounding demons echoed, creating a raucous cheer. Soon, the title of the equal of heaven, Sun Wukong, spread throughout all of Flower Fruit Mountain. Meanwhile, several subordinates crafted a banner bearing the 4 grand characters of equal of heaven and hoisted it high above the water curtain cave, creating quite the spectacle. As the demons celebrated Sun Wukong, the 2 demon kings approached again, smiling. Great sage, your grandeur is remarkable. Have you forgotten to bestow us a reward? Sun Wukong's expression darkened at once. He was already aware that these 2 were sent from the heavenly court, so he had only allowed them to remain, but had no intention of employing them further. To his surprise, they had the audacity to seek a reward. Sun Wukong sighed and inquired, What level of cultivation do you possess? Demon immortal. They spoke truthfully. A demon immortal was akin to a human immortal. Though this level paled in comparison to Sun Wukong, it still placed them above the majority of the demons in Flower Fruit Mountain. Very well. I shall appoint you as guardian demon kings, tasked with guarding the water curtain cave. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter, Sun Wukong declared, waving his hand. The 2 demon kings initially rejoiced, but soon their expressions fell. The title of guardian demon king sounded impressive, yet it was merely a position to watch over the cave, ranking even lower than a small monkey demon. Their faces darkened. They had anticipated receiving positions as generals or commanders, only to find themselves relegated to gatekeepers. Sun Wukong clearly lacked the ability to utilize talent effectively, they thought bitterly. However, having already received their titles, they had no recourse but to accept. In truth, Sun Wukong had intended it this way. Ever since he learned of the schemes against him, he had entrusted all significant responsibilities to his monkey kin, even replacing the 4 elder monkeys, Ma Lu and the 2 generals, with others. The 72 demon kings who had come were cast to the outskirts of Flower Fruit Mountain. Among his sworn brothers, he avoided meeting them whenever possible, as none of them were truly sincere. He utilized them only as needed. Currently, his sole trust lay with Lin Xian. Meanwhile, the towering Li Jing, after receiving his orders, returned to his palace, appointed the 3 armies, and led a grand assembly of heavenly soldiers down to the mortal realm. They camped above Flower Fruit Mountain, organizing their troops in formations. Great Spirit, You are the vanguard. Go and confront the Monkey King. Do not forget to inquire about the whereabouts of the heavenly horses. Li Jing commanded the Great Spirit. Yes, Commander, the Great Spirit replied, removing the ornate axe from his back and soaring down. In a short while, he landed at the entrance of the water curtain cave. Looking around, he saw the multitude of demon creatures, transformed from wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards, all brought over from the Buddhist realm. The Great Spirit paid them no mind. He then glanced at the crowd of monkey demons surrounding the water curtain cave and coldly shouted, "Impudent monkey, come forth and meet your doom." His voice echoed thunderously. At that moment, Sun Wukong was resting inside the water curtain cave when a monkey demon rushed in. "Not good, great sage. A formidable general has arrived outside, calling you out." Sun Wukong immediately sat up, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Bring me my armor." Before long, he emerged from the water curtain cave clad in his golden chainmail and cloud-soled boots, standing before the Great Spirit. The Great Spirit bellowed, "Impudent monkey. Do you still recognize me? Are you not the Great Spirit from the heavens?" Sun Wukong chuckled. "I am now the vanguard under the towering King Li Jing, here to subdue you. Surrender at once." Sun Wukong continued to smile. "Why should I submit to you?" The Great Spirit frowned. "You released the heavenly horses and descended to the mortal realm. Are you not guilty? And what of it?" Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. Chapter 66. Confrontation with the Great Spirit. The Great Spirit was left speechless. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong would brazenly admit to releasing the heavenly horses. Observing Sun Wukong's nonchalant demeanor only fueled his ire. Having served in the heavenly court for a millennium, he understood all too well the severity of releasing the heavenly horses, a blatant defiance of celestial authority and a challenge to the very laws governing the heavens. Such audacity was rare among mortals, yet here stood Sun Wukong, unfazed. "I ask you, the total number of heavenly horses under the stable keeper amounts to over 10,000. Where have you sent them?" the Great Spirit demanded. Sun Wukong shrugged. "I have no idea. It seems they simply ran off when I wasn't paying attention, and I came down here without them." "Are you implying that the heavenly horses did not accompany you and remain in the heavenly realm?" "I don't know. I came down alone," Sun Wukong replied, his indifference evident. The Great Spirit narrowed his eyes, realizing that the heavenly horses were indeed still in the heavenly realm. However, the ethereal expanse of the heavenly realm was vast beyond measure, far more so than the mortal realm, making the search for them a daunting task. At present, it seems we must act in accordance with the plan of calamity. The very thought of being confronted by a diminutive monkey infuriates the mighty general of the giant spirit. Yet, he pointed at Sun Wukong and bellowed, "Impudent monkey, your negligence has allowed the celestial steed to escape. Your transgressions are egregious. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." "Is that so?" Sun Wukong's expression turned icy in an instant. He promptly drew out his golden staff, swirling it to the thickness of a bowl, ready to engage in combat. The giant spirit general charged forward, wielding his axe adorned with intricate designs. Sun Wukong met him with his staff. In an instant, the skies darkened, and the earth trembled. The clash between these celestial beings was indeed a terrifying spectacle. The entire flower fruit mountain was enveloped in a tempest of wind and mist. The very heavens shook, causing the myriad demons to tremble in fear, scurrying to hide. While Sun Wukong's monkeykin also fled in terror into the water curtain cave. One concealed profound mysteries, while the other boasted extravagantly. Clouds billowed and dust was cast high. It was a fierce battle, indeed. However, the two guarding the entrance of the water curtain cave, the two horned ghost kings, remained unfazed. As insiders of the heavenly court, they could only hope that the giant spirit general would thoroughly discipline this audacious Sun Wukong. Though Sun Wukong had attained the cultivation of a golden immortal, his mastery of the 72 transformations and the cloud somersault technique, combined with the augmentation of his golden staff, had elevated his power to that of an early-stage Tai golden immortal. The giant spirit general, also a Tai golden immortal, was merely at the initial stage, possessing far fewer techniques than the monkey. Thus, they matched each other blow for blow. The giant spirit general aimed to chastise the monkey, but soon realized he could not land a hit. This stalemate could not continue. The Jade Emperor had decreed that defeat was permissible, but victory was not. The giant spirit general felt a deep discontent brewing within him. After hundreds of exchanges, the giant spirit general realized he could no longer prolong the fight. He withdrew a portion of his magical energy. only to be met with a swift strike from Sun Wukong's staff, shattering one of his cherished axes in two. The giant spirit general spat out blood and hastily retreated. Though his divine body could swiftly recover using magical energy, the loss of his treasured axe pained him deeply. Sun Wukong, retracting his powers, descended with a mocking smile. Is that all you've got? I, the great sage, am far too formidable for such trivialities. The Jade Emperor dares to send me to tend to horses. It's utterly humiliating. To be frank, if you were to bestow upon me the title inscribed on the flag at my water curtain cave, I would refrain from conflict, and peace would naturally prevail. Otherwise, I shall ensure the dragon throne remains restless. The giant spirit general looked up and indeed saw the flag inscribed with great sage equal to heaven, his brow furrowing in disbelief. A mere monkey dares claim such a title? He scoffed. Sun Wukong chuckled. That title suits me far better than your pathetic self. Just you wait. The giant spirit general retorted, soaring into the heavens. Don't forget to inform the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong laughed, pulling out his phone to send a message to Lin Xian, reporting his victory. However, he received no prompt reply from Lin Xian. Meanwhile, upon returning to the camp, the giant spirit general cradled his broken axe with a pained expression. Li Jing and his son observed with pity, realizing the hefty price paid merely for humoring the monkey. Why fret? Just ask the Supreme Lord Laozi to forge you a new one, Neza teased from the side. The giant spirit general grimaced. What status does the Lord have that he would assist me so readily? Neza smirked, choosing to remain silent. Li Jing's gaze flickered as he turned to Neza. It's time for you to make your entrance. Don't address me so affectionately. I have no father like you, Neza retorted defiantly. Li Jing sighed as he watched Neza leap down to the mortal realm. Neza landed before the water curtain cave, calling out, Monkey King, come out. This prince has come to play. Hearing this, Li Jing and the giant spirit general above nearly stumbled from their perches, almost falling from the clouds. Li Jing was exasperated. He had intended for Neza to engage in battle with the monkey, not to frolic. Inside the water curtain cave, more monkey demons arrived to report, and Sun Wukong assumed another celestial warrior was coming to challenge him. He flew out eagerly, only to find it was Neza. Well, what wind has brought the third prince here? Sun Wukong inquired with a grin. During their time in the heavenly stables, Neza often sought him out, and over time, they had formed a bond, albeit a simple and superficial one. If it came to trusting Neza with his secrets, that would be out of the question. Neza, grinning, replied, Monkey King, this prince has come to play with you. You wouldn't send me away, would you? Of course not. As long as you're not here to challenge me, I'll welcome you warmly. With that, the two linked arms and shared laughter as they strolled together. Above, Li Jing and the giant spirit general watched in disbelief, nearly choking on their own blood. They had come to battle Sun Wukong, not to socialize. Monkey, shall we compete to see whose prowess reigns supreme? Neza asked with a smile. Sun Wukong paused, wondering if the third prince intended to challenge him. No, don't misunderstand. The last time you mentioned wanting to witness my abilities, we never found the opportunity. Today presents that chance, does it not? Ah, I see. Very well. I, too, wish to see your prowess, Sun Wukong replied as they distanced themselves, preparing for the contest. Shall we begin? Li Jing's eyes were fixed intently below. If Neza failed to engage Sun Wukong, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. After all, they had come to subdue Flower Fruit Mountain, and his son mingling with the monkey was hardly a commendable situation. As the two separated, the celestial soldiers and generals above watched with bated breath. The demons surrounding Flower Fruit Mountain were equally anxious, hiding in fear of the impending battle's collateral damage. Sun Wukong smiled at Neza. Prince, you may go first. Then I shall not hold back, Neza declared, immediately transforming, manifesting the formidable 3 heads and 6 arms technique. Sun Wukong focused intently, realizing he could do the same. He too transformed, revealing his own 3 heads and 6 arms. Neza grinned, subtly commanding several treasures to emerge from his spatial storage. With a whoosh, 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 each arm wielded a different magical artifact: the demon-slaying sword, the demon-cutting blade, the fire-pointed spear, the demon-subduing pestle, the celestial silk, the universe circle, and the wind and fire wheels among others. Look, monkey, how does my prowess fare? Sun Wukong blinked in astonishment, marveling at Neza's array of treasures. You possess quite an arsenal. Unlike you, I'm not a second-generation celestial with a wealthy background. I only have this golden staff. As he spoke, the golden staff flew from his ear, expanding into 3 each arm wielding one. Neza chuckled. What second-generation celestial? This prince has only accumulated this much. Sun Wukong quickly added. I have another trick. He plucked a few hairs from the back of his head and blew gently, transforming them into a dozen identical Sun Wukongs, each with 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielding a golden staff. In truth, Sun Wukong's 3 heads and 6 arms, and his cloning technique stemmed from his understanding of the earthly fiend's 72 transformations. The sight of their transformations left the demons of Flower Fruit Mountain awestruck. Such divine powers were seldom witnessed by these lowly creatures, and the prospect of learning them was utterly beyond their reach. At the entrance of the Water Curtain Cave, the 2 demon kings continued to gaze with serene expressions, for although Sun Wukong and Neza each possessed formidable powers, only they could discern the true strength of the 2 combatants. A confrontation was imminent, and I surmised that this monkey would soon find himself in a most precarious situation. It was not merely a matter of peril. Neza, as the 3rd prince, was a mid-stage golden immortal and could effortlessly vanquish him. The 2 demon kings exchanged murmurs, while Sun Wukong and Neza prepared themselves, inching closer to one another. Monkey, let's rehearse, said Neza. Very well, replied Wukong. With that, Neza's sword aimed toward Wukong, while Wukong's golden staff advanced to meet it, the 2 weapons gently colliding. They gradually moved, their arms intertwining with their weapons, creating a scene that left the surrounding myriad of demons utterly bewildered and the 2 demon kings frozen in place. What are they doing? One wondered. Is it a performance? Another speculated. The expressions around were quite peculiar as they blinked at the 2, engaged in a seemingly theatrical display. The tableau resembled a dramatic act from a mortal theater, with subtle exchanges that bore resemblance to combat yet lacked genuine ferocity. Neza exclaimed, Behold the 3rd prince's glances and swordplay. Wukong retorted, Observe the elder son's glances and staff. Above, Li Jing and the celestial warriors watched in disbelief, their faces stiffened. Li Jing's countenance darkened. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet this spectacle unfolded instead. If you must perform, at least do so convincingly. This merely feigned interaction is absurd. Should the Jade Emperor witness this, reprimands would surely follow. Eventually, Sun Wukong and Neza withdrew their powers, linking arms and laughing as they made their way into the Water Curtain Cave. The surrounding demons and the celestial beings were left in a state of confusion. Is that it? Innumerable eyes widened in astonishment. The 2 demon kings stared, mouths agape, as the duo disappeared into the cave. 3rd prince, please have a seat. Here in my humble abode, we may not have much, but we do have an abundance of fruits and fruit wine, Wukong said graciously, instructing the monkeys to prepare a feast. In truth, there was not only fruit, but also beef and lamb. Monkey, you are too courteous. I, Neza, have long been away from the mundane world. This warmth is delightful. Come, let me toast to you, Wukong said. No, I shall toast to you first, Neza insisted. Amidst astonished gazes, Sun Wukong and Neza toasted and engaged in merry conversation. Before long, they were both thoroughly intoxicated. Let us explore the scenic wonders of Flower Fruit Mountain, Wukong declared. Yes, let us go and see, Neza agreed. Thus, they staggered out of the Water Curtain Cave, leaning on each other as they ventured deeper into Flower Fruit Mountain. Look, to the northwest lies the realm of mortals, known as the Ally Kingdom. To the east is Ao Guang's Eastern Sea. Do you see that dark river? It leads directly to the Dragon Palace. My golden staff and this armor were obtained from there. Over there is where I am merged into the world, while you all have parents to nurture you. I sprang forth from a crack in a stone, utterly alone. How tragic. As he spoke, Wukong unexpectedly began to weep, prompting Neza to burst into tears as well. Brother Monkey, despite my regal bearing and my parents, I feel no connection to them. My own origins are equally sorrowful. In the mountain gorge, the 2 embraced, weeping together. This sight bewildered countless onlookers, both celestial and earthly. 3rd prince, all I desire is to live peacefully in the heavens. Yet those insufferable fools wish to send me to tend to horses. Can you imagine? They are utterly inhuman. Indeed, they are far from human, Neza concurred. Wukong continued. I strive to become the great sage equal to heaven. If the Jade Emperor does not acquiesce, I shall ensure his dragon throne remains unsettled. When I return to the celestial court, I shall advocate for you. Thank you. Think nothing of it. We are brothers. The 2 ambled along, unwittingly circling Flower Fruit Mountain. Upon returning to the entrance of the Water Curtain Cave, Their intoxication had faded considerably. "Brother Monkey, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot remain longer," Neza said. "Good brother, there will be ample time for future gatherings," Wukong replied. With a wave, Neza stumbled onto the clouds, soaring back to his camp. Wukong belched and turned back into the cave. Inside, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to Lin Xian, feeling the need to report every action he took, fearful of missteps. However, Lin Xian had yet to respond. With a sigh, Wukong put his phone away. Although Lin Xian had not replied, he understood what needed to be done next. Moreover, during his time drinking with Neza, he had not disclosed his connection to Lin Xian. Clearly, the monkey had become wiser. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was somewhere in the heavenly realm, diligently refining his cultivation. Chapter 68. The sole name of the great sage Neza, with his large head swaying. Returned to the camp. The giant spirit god stared at him blankly, rendered speechless. Li Jing had commanded him to engage in combat with the monkey, yet he had chosen instead to frolic with him. How absurd. You return in such a disheveled state. Li Jing lamented, his brow furrowing deeply. The failure of a child is the fault of the parent, he chastised himself inwardly. Neza, belching, noticed Li Jing's frown and felt a surge of courage. I am the master of my fate. Whether demon or celestial, it is I who shall decide. Before he could finish, Li Jing's hand struck the back of his head. Have you lost your senses? Is this your domain? Another slap followed, and Neza's newfound courage dissipated entirely. Come, we shall ascend to the heavenly court and see how the Jade Emperor will punish you. Li Jing commanded the troops to break camp and return to the celestial realm. Neza, still inebriated, protested, You are my father. I do not believe you will report me to the Jade Emperor. Now you acknowledge me as your father? What was your attitude toward me before? The two exchanged barbs and soon ascended to the heavenly realm. After settling the troops, Li Jing cast a spell, channeling his power into Neza, who instantly regained clarity, shaking off the drunkenness. The three then made their way through the southern heavenly gate, proceeding directly to the Lingshao Hall. We pay our respects, Your Majesty, they proclaimed, bowing respectfully. The Jade Emperor, previously troubled over the missing celestial steed, was drowsy and startled awake by their arrival. Li Jing, during your descent, did you uncover any leads regarding the celestial steed? The Jade Emperor inquired. The giant spirit god promptly replied, Your Majesty. I confirmed with Sun Wukong before the battle that he admitted to releasing the celestial steed. However, the steed did not descend with him. Thus, I believe it remains somewhere in the heavenly realm. Oh, is that so? The Jade Emperor surveyed the other celestial beings and continued, Yet, my fellow immortals have searched various locations without success in locating the missing steed. During Li Jing's time on Earth, other celestial beings had been scouring the heavens for the missing steed, yet they had found no trace. The Jade Emperor had even summoned the inspecting spirit officer, who discovered that the steed's disappearance was linked to Sun Wukong, yet the whereabouts remained elusive. This situation had become perplexing. The Jade Emperor awaited the reports from other celestial beings dispatched on the search, hoping they might have found the missing celestial steed. Li Jing steadied his mind and respectfully addressed the Jade Emperor, Your Majesty, in accordance with your command, we have attempted to subdue Sun Wukong, but alas, we have met with defeat. Now, that audacious Sun Wukong dares to declare that he will only cease his demands if you confer upon him the title of Great Sage equal to heaven. What if I do not grant this title? He has threatened that should you refuse, he will ensure your rest upon the dragon throne is far from tranquil. Li Jing hesitated as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the surrounding immortals displayed expressions of disdain. Who does he think he is, to presume to unseat the Jade Emperor? One remarked. With his meager prowess, had it not been for the calamity, he would have met his demise countless times over. Above, the Jade Emperor stroked his beard, evidently pleased with Li Jing and his companions for their descent to the mortal realm. It was his ultimate goal to allow Sun Wukong's arrogance to flourish, one that even he, the Jade Emperor, was not spared from. Now that the trap had been set, it was time for a second attempt to pacify the monkey. The Jade Emperor turned to the side, looking at the star of white Jupiter. Feeling the Emperor's gaze upon him, the star of white Jupiter trembled. What? Do I have to be the one to go this time? He thought, his mind in a state of turmoil. He was loath to invite Sun Wukong to the heavens again. The first time he ventured to Flower Fruit Mountain, he was struck by the monkey. The second time, he was again met with hostility at the Horse Monitoring Bureau. This third encounter was something he wished to avoid at all costs, fearing yet another beating. All the deities knew that the monkey was now capricious. A slight misstep could lead to a resounding slap to the ears. Yet, for the sake of the calamity, he could not express his anger. It was truly a vexing predicament. Your Majesty, it would be more fitting for the Star of Literary Arts to handle this matter. The Star of White Jupiter immediately suggested. Why should I go? I cannot contain that monkey. Sending me would only jeopardize the mission, retorted the Star of Literary Arts. He was well aware of the Star of White Jupiter's past encounters with Sun Wukong. If he foolishly went, would he not also be subjected to the same treatment? This is a burdensome task, and yet you wish to thrust it upon me? The Star of Literary Arts cast a resentful look at the Star of White Jupiter. Your Majesty, I too cannot manage that monkey, the Star of White Jupiter lamented. Among us, only the star can claim to have interacted with the monkey the most. If even he cannot handle him, then who among us can? The Star of Literary Arts stood firm. Very well, let it be the star then. The Jade Emperor finally decreed. Instantly, the Star of White Jupiter's expression turned frosty, as if plunging into an ice cavern. I shall obey, he bowed deeply, his face clouded with sorrow as he exited the heavenly hall. However, he did not immediately descend to the mortal realm, but hesitated, pondering how he might avoid provoking Sun Wukong and incurring his wrath. Star, why do you still delay? Suddenly, the voice of the Jade Emperor boomed in his ears, startling him so much that he leapt 3 feet high. I am going. To his dismay, the Jade Emperor had been monitoring him with the Haotian mirror. The Star of White Jupiter felt utterly despondent. Previously, such scrutiny had led to his embarrassment when he was struck by the monkey, turning the incident into a live broadcast for the heavens, leaving him utterly humiliated. Descending gently, the Star of White Jupiter cautiously parted the clouds. Peering down at Flower Fruit Mountain, he aimed to observe Sun Wukong for a while. However, he soon stumbled upon something peculiar. Below, Sun Wukong stood proudly beside the water curtain cave, surveying the Bull Demon King and others with an air of arrogance. Brother, your ochre robe is truly magnificent. The Bull Demon King flattered. Indeed, I did not expect you to adopt the title of Great Sage equal to heaven. It is truly formidable, added the Pung Demon King. Having repelled Li Jing and his forces, the 6 major demon kings, under the guidance of the Buddhist sect, had come to congratulate Sun Wukong. Their aim was to secure a title akin to his. Sun Wukong, however, smirked inwardly and addressed the 6 demons. This robe is suited only for me. And the title of Great Sage is one that only I, your elder brother, am worthy of. Then, how about we all adopt the same title, brothers? Proposed the Bull Demon King. I shall be known as the Great Sage of Peace. I shall be the Great Sage of the Sea, chimed in the Jiao Demon King. I will be the Great Sage of Chaos, declared the Pung Demon King. The Great Sage of Mountain Moving is what I shall be called, said the Lion Trojan King. I shall take the title of the Great Sage of Wind, announced the Monkey King. I will simply be the Great Sage of Exorcism, concluded the Huron King. As if they had prepared in advance, the 6 major demon kings eagerly assigned themselves titles. Yet at that moment, Sun Wukong's brow furrowed. Did I not just say that the title of Great Sage equal to heaven belongs solely to me? You lot have no right to claim such titles. He looked at the 6 demon kings fearlessly. What nonsense is this? I will not allow you to take such names. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 6 demon kings darkened. But brother, if you recognize me as your elder brother, you must heed my words. Otherwise, leave Flower Fruit Mountain at once. Sun Wukong's expression grew icy. Chapter 69. Difficult. Too difficult when they first came to ally with Sun Wukong. The title of Elder Brother was originally bestowed upon the Bull Demon King. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Sun Wukong sought to claim the title for himself, which the Buddhist sect tacitly accepted. Consequently, the 6 demon kings were now obliged to heed Sun Wukong's every command. Even the name of the Great Sage was to be singular. There could not be more than one. The name of the Great Sage was unique, and it was I, the Great Sage equal to heaven. Keep your nonsensical titles far from me. Do not forget, here, I am the highest authority. Should any of you harbor dissent, feel free to descend the mountain. I will not compel you to stay. Sun Wukong cast a haughty glance at the 6 demon kings before leaping into the water curtain cave, disregarding them entirely. The 6 demon kings exchanged glances, their expressions grim. The Jiao Demon King turned to the Bull Demon King. Old Bull, this monkey is acting strangely. He actually forbids us from adopting the same title. Whether or not we have titles is of little consequence. As long as this monkey remains arrogant, our mission will be accomplished, the The bull demon king replied. Should we inform the Buddha of this? He continued. I will go seek the Buddha. With that, the 6 demon kings dispersed, with the Peng demon king stealthily heading towards Ling Mountain. Above, the star of white Jupiter observed quietly. Yet by the end, he could not devise a strategy to contend with Sun Wukong. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and descended through the clouds. Soon after, a throng of monkey demons began to tug at his garments. The star of white Jupiter waved his whisk to fend them off. Quickly, go inform your king that the star of white Jupiter seeks an audience. Indeed, a small demon scurried off to relay the message. Before long, Sun Wukong appeared before the star of white Jupiter. Old fellow, what business do you have with me? Sun Wukong asked, staring at the star of white Jupiter with feigned ignorance. The star of white Jupiter no longer dared to jest. He assumed a demeanor of ethereal composure and stated, the star has come to invite the king to take office. Is it not yet another embarrassing position as a horseman? The star of white Jupiter hastily shook his head. Previously, when Neza and the giant spirit god came to challenge, they were defeated, leading the emperor to realize your immense powers. Thus, he has dispatched me to extend an invitation for you to return to the heavens and receive your title. Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he quickly inquired, what title? The emperor has granted his decree to bestow upon you the title of great sage equal to heaven, the star of white Jupiter informed him. Feeling reassured that as long as he satisfied Sun Wukong's desires, his task would prove relatively simple. Yet, just as he was contemplating how he would escort Sun Wukong to the heavens to receive his title, Sun Wukong hesitated momentarily before suddenly extending his hand, delivering a resounding slap to the star of white Jupiter's face. Smack! The sound was crisp and immediate. The star of white Jupiter trembled, staring at Sun Wukong in bewilderment. What was that for this time? He wondered. Did he inadvertently say something amiss? He replayed each word he had just spoken in his mind, but found no errors. My lord, this is Sun Wukong, maintaining his composure, replied coolly. You arrived neither too early nor too late, but I, Sun Wukong, have changed my mind. I no longer wish to ascend to heaven. Why? The great white star blinked in realization, finally understanding the reason for the beating. Here I am, the old monkey, establishing my own dominion in the mortal realm, living freely without heeding anyone's commands. Why should I ascend to the heavens? The great white star momentarily found himself flabbergasted. After yearning for the stars and the moon, having lost countless heavenly steeds, he had finally coaxed the Monkey King back from the mortal realm. Yet now, asking him to ascend to heaven proved to be no trivial matter. My king, perhaps you should reconsider. After all, the title bestowed by the Jade Emperor is recognized across the 3 realms. Once again, before he could finish, Sun Wukong struck out. A resounding slap echoed as his palm met the great white star's face, leaving him utterly stunned. Why must he always be caught off guard? The great white star was left in a state of despair. Sun Wukong seized his collar and scolded, You say ascend, and I should simply comply? What about my dignity? The great white star felt a wave of indignation wash over him. He was merely a messenger. If you have grievances, go voice them to the Jade Emperor. Moreover, as the illustrious great white star, being humiliated repeatedly by an ant was pushing him to the brink of collapse, Sun Wukong released him and turned away, stating, Return to the Jade Emperor and tell him that unless he comes personally to invite me, I shall not ascend. With that, he leaped into the water curtain cave. The great white star lingered in the wind for quite some time, bewildered, asking the Jade Emperor to come personally. With a mix of astonishment, he soared back to the heavenly court. In truth, this scene had long been observed by the celestial beings through the Haotian mirror. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the atmosphere was charged with arrogance. How audacious it was for him to demand the emperor come personally. What audacity! They were all filled with indignation. The Jade Emperor sat silently, processing the gravity of the situation. His status was exalted. For hundreds of years, few had dared to challenge him. To have someone demand his personal presence was tantamount to disregarding him entirely. How difficult this calamity had become. The Jade Emperor suddenly lamented, pondering why this tribulation was proving so arduous. After a short while, the great white star returned, bowing before the emperor. Your Majesty, I have learned the truth. The Jade Emperor waved his hand, dismissing further words. It appeared that the image of him being slapped had been broadcasted to all the celestial beings. Stepping aside with a sullen expression, the great white star silently cursed. The Jade Emperor remained unfazed, deep in thought. The celestial beings exchanged glances, their expressions laden with intrigue. Surely, the emperor wouldn't actually consider visiting Flower and Fruit Mountain in person? Some whispered among themselves. Moments later, a hint of authority returned to the Jade Emperor's face. Humph. To think he wishes for me to come personally. Unthinkable. The Jade Emperor began to contemplate further. If the Monkey King refused to ascend, the Buddhist realm would undoubtedly seek alternatives. In a certain corner of the heavenly realm, Lin Xian, who had been in seclusion for a prolonged period, finally emerged from the hazy void. His aura had significantly strengthened. He exhaled a breath of stagnant energy, his face alight with satisfaction. He had finally broken through the bottleneck of the Tai Golden Immortal and was now at the early stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Muttering to himself, Lin Xian suppressed his aura back to that of a Tai Golden Immortal, then waved his hand. The nightmarish reincarnation formation surrounding him was instantly dismantled, and numerous formation flags flew into the system's repository. Glancing at his phone to check the message from the Monkey King, he chose not to respond and flew towards the heavenly court. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the Lingxiao Palace. The Jade Emperor glanced at him and asked solemnly, "Marshal Tianpeng, have you discovered the whereabouts of the heavenly steeds?" "Your Majesty, there are no traces of the steeds anywhere in the heavenly realm," Lin Xian replied respectfully. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow in confusion. Could it be that the heavenly steeds had vanished into thin air? He had assumed the returning celestial beings would surely find them, yet it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Should he call upon a sage for insight? A sudden idea flashed through his mind, but quickly he dispelled it. Sages held such esteemed positions. How could they possibly assist him in uncovering mere steeds? Truly, the difficulty was insurmountable. As time marched on, the days slipped away. The Jade Emperor was consumed with anxiety, yet no one from the Buddhist realm appeared. He couldn't help but speculate. If the calamity could not proceed, were they not urgent? Logically, this tribulation was orchestrated by the Buddhists. They should be far more anxious than he. Days passed, and the Jade Emperor rested his chin on his hands, boredom etched across his face. When would that monkey ascend? Cursed Buddhists, why orchestrate such a complicated calamity? Why not simply toss the monkey into the alchemical furnace and be done with it? The Jade Emperor felt as if he might lose his hair from worry. Life had become unbearably tedious. During this time, many celestial beings had returned to their own affairs. The Lingxiao Palace was largely empty throughout the day. Lin Xian, under the guise of patrolling the heavenly river and searching for the heavenly steeds, departed the Lingxiao Palace once more. In a secluded corner, Lin Xian transformed, his armor shifting into a black cloak that enveloped him entirely. It was time to seek out the Monkey King. Lin Xian thought to himself, aware that his actions must remain undiscovered by the heavenly court. Thus, he disguised himself to avoid detection by the Haotian mirror. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor, feeling bored, indeed retrieved the Haotian mirror to gaze upon Flower and Fruit Mountain. Suddenly, he was startled to see the figure of Lin Xian cloaked in black. Lin Xian approached the water curtain cave and spotted Sun Wukong instructing his disciples. "Sun Wukong, come to me at once." Lin Xian's voice resonated. Upon hearing this command, Sun Wukong turned to the figure in black and hurried over. Lin Xian revealed half of his face. "Marshal, what brings you here?" Sun Wukong immediately recognized Lin Xian. "Hand over the map of mountains and rivers." Sun Wukong quickly glanced around, ensuring no one was watching. Then he flipped his hand and presented the map to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it without delay. No one would suspect that the missing heavenly steeds were concealed within this very map. With a hidden smirk, he tossed a small book into Sun Wukong's hands. Looking at the small book, Sun Wukong's face displayed a hint of confusion as he inquired, "Marshal, what is our next move?" "Do not rush, await my instructions." Lin Xian did not linger and leaped into the sky. "Do not disclose my visit to anyone." "Understood." Watching Lin Xian depart, Sun Wukong turned back, continuing to instruct his disciples as if nothing had transpired. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor observed this entire scene through the Haotian mirror. Who is that? What did Sun Wukong hand over? The Jade Emperor was filled with uncertainty. It was only now that he realized Sun Wukong was in contact with a figure cloaked in black. However, he could not discern who this individual was. After calculating, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow in confusion. "It seems I cannot ascertain this." Lin Xian possessed the heavenly Dao Ring, a treasure that concealed celestial secrets, rendering it impossible for anyone below the status of sage to probe. This left the Jade Emperor perplexed. The Great White Star noticed the Jade Emperor's unusual demeanor and hurriedly approached. "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" The Jade Emperor presented the Haotian mirror to him. Upon witnessing the scene within, the Great White Star's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "I wondered why the plans repeatedly faltered. It turns out there is interference in the calamity." The Jade Emperor's brow furrowed. "Who could be interfering?" The Great White Star asked, perplexed. The Jade Emperor shook his head. "That individual has already ascended. Great Star, gather some personnel to intercept and discover who this person truly is." "I shall obey." The Great White Star promptly departed the Lingxiao Palace, rallying a group of heavenly soldiers as they made their way through the southern heavenly gate, descending below. Not long after, they spotted a figure clad in black ahead. "Halt, black-clad individual. Allow me to question you." The Great White Star called out urgently. Lin Xian had long detected the presence of the Venus Star, and at this moment, there was no way he could halt his course. He immediately altered his direction and sped forth. "Halt!" The Venus Star bellowed, instantly pursuing him. "Who are you to dare interfere with the Heavenly Court's plans?" He continued to interrogate. However, Lin Xian paid him no heed. The Venus Star furrowed his brow and flicked his hand, causing his floating dust to transform into a 7-foot-long sword, with the Azure Lotus sword song manifesting as he lunged towards Lin Xian's back. Sensing the sharpness behind him, Lin Xian swiftly shielded his face and spun around, flicking the swiftly approaching sword tip with a delicate gesture. Clang! A clear sound resonated. The Venus Star felt his sword tremble violently, nearly slipping from his grasp. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had already dashed into the distance. "Stop!" The Venus Star continued to roar as he chased after him. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had not ventured far when a squad of celestial soldiers appeared before him. The Venus Star immediately commanded, "You must intercept him." Upon his order, the squad of celestial soldiers channeled their powers, their spears thrusting towards Lin Xian. With a swift motion, Lin Xian summoned the Fantian Seal. Boom! A formidable force collided with the soldiers, causing them to spew blood and be hurled back. Their cultivation levels were merely at the celestial immortal stage. How could they hope to withstand Lin Xian? However, this delay allowed the Venus Star to catch up. Despite his scholarly demeanor, the Venus Star had once been the war deity of the heavenly realm, though his training had slowed in later years, preventing him from ascending to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, leading to reduced regard from the Jade Emperor. At this moment, he was closing in, his sword now pressed against Lin Xian's back. Lin Xian's gaze flickered as his power surged, unleashing a terrifying wave emanating from the great Luo Golden Immortal. Poof! The Venus Star was immediately struck, blood spurting from his mouth as he staggered several steps back. By the time he regained his composure, Lin Xian's figure had already vanished into the distance. The squad of celestial soldiers intended to pursue, but were promptly halted by the Venus Star. "No need to chase. Return to the heavenly court to report." The Haotian mirror can freely probe the 3 realms, yet it is ineffective against the heavenly court. On the other side of the heavenly realm, Lin Xian, seeing no one around, transformed from his black cloak into the marshal's armor. To be cautious, he made a detour around the West Sea and then visited the River of Heaven, pretending to conduct an inspection before returning to the heavenly pavilion star. Returning to the heavenly court at this moment would undoubtedly raise suspicions. He wished to linger a little longer to create a time difference. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor was startled to see the Venus Star approaching unsteadily. He quickly inquired, "Did Venus uncover the identity of that individual?" The Venus Star, while recovering his injuries with his powers, shook his head and replied, "I engaged in combat with him. Our strengths were disparate, and I could not ascertain who he was." "Oh, there exists such a formidable being in the heavenly realm?" The Jade Emperor pondered. For any being reaching the celestial immortal stage had been summoned to serve in the heavenly court or recruited by the Western Buddhist sect. A stranger capable of injuring the Venus Star should scarcely exist. The Venus Star, with a pale complexion, remarked, "I am already at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Yet I could not withstand even a single exchange with him. I estimate he is at least a Great Luo Golden Immortal." Great Luo Golden Immortal? The Jade Emperor's pupils narrowed. Chapter 71. Guanin's scheme. Meanwhile, as the Jade Emperor remained bewildered, in the lower realm, at Mount Huagua, Sun Wukong sat within the water curtain cave, retrieving the small booklet that Lin Xian had previously given him. After a brief glance, Sun Wukong discerned some clues. The contents of this booklet seemed to outline a particular cultivation method, appearing familiar yet obscure and difficult to comprehend. It seemed more profound than the 8-9 mysteries he practiced. Ding! At that moment, his phone buzzed. Sun Wukong took it out to find a message from Lin Xian, instructing him to swiftly attain the Tai Golden Immortal level. Sun Wukong blinked in realization of Lin Xian's intention behind giving him the booklet. Unbeknownst to him, the cultivation method within was merely a fragment of the creation meeting origin technique. This technique is a fusion of the 36 transformations of the heavenly talisman and the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends, thus appearing at times familiar, at other times obscure. For now, as he did not need to ascend to the heavenly court and face the deity's scrutiny, Sun Wukong had plenty of time. He resumed studying the booklet with patience. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor, unable to trace the identity of the one meddling in the calamity, had to give up. However, with Sun Wukong delaying his ascent and uncertainty from the Buddhist sect, the Jade Emperor found himself at a loss. Days passed, and Lin Xian returned from the heavenly pavilion star. Upon seeing Lin Xian, the Jade Emperor showed little concern, evidently not associating him with the one involved in the calamity. Noticing the Jade Emperor's indifferent expression, Lin Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, time continued to pass day by day. A month, then 2 months, and finally, 3 months elapsed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 30 million years of Taoist merit and randomly receiving an additional 1 million years of Taoist merit. Please check your storage. Lin Xian stood quietly within the Lingxiao Palace when the system's voice echoed in his mind, stirring his attention. The system's reward indicated it was time for Sun Wukong to ascend to the heavenly court. However, Lin Xian was not in a hurry. For the moment, Sun Wukong was still engrossed in practicing the fragment of the creation meeting origin technique he had provided. He decided to wait until Sun Wukong reached the Tai Golden Immortal level before issuing further commands. A few days later, the Jade Emperor, calculating with his fingers, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He took out the Haotian mirror to observe the lower realm of Mount Huagua. The image revealed Sun Wukong radiating with light, boundless spiritual energy cascading down and flooding into his body, while a thick layer of power enveloped him, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Sun Wukong himself appeared increasingly ethereal. Before long, the aura surrounding Sun Wukong subsided. While others might not perceive it, the Jade Emperor saw through it clearly. Tai Golden Immortal. Sun Wukong has actually broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal level? The Jade Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the other celestial beings below erupted in astonishment. In the years that Sun Wukong had spent learning, the Buddhist sect had meticulously controlled his cultivation, preventing it from becoming too high or too low. Moreover, in the subsequent plans, Sun Wukong was intended to remain at the Golden Immortal level. Only after consuming the peaches of immortality and the elixirs could he ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal level. This was a strict rule that could not be altered. Yet now, before the second summons for Sun Wukong had succeeded, he had already attained the Tai Golden Immortal level. How could the subsequent plans proceed? Would he still be allowed to consume the peaches of immortality? Would he still be permitted to steal the elixirs from Laojun? This was indeed a dilemma. The celestial beings below murmured amongst themselves, while the Jade Emperor, enraged, nearly hurled the Haotian mirror to the ground. Cursed mastermind, who are you? And why do you meddle in the calamity? The Jade Emperor's countenance darkened. Despite the Buddhist sect being the primary beneficiary of this calamity, the heavenly court could also partake in the spoils, gaining a significant amount of merit. After all, only by accumulating sufficient merit could those on the verge of sainthood have the opportunity to elevate their cultivation. Below, Lin Xian stood quietly, unfazed, perhaps sensing something amiss. Not long after, Guanyin Bodhisattva descended upon the heavenly court, stepping on a lotus flower. She gazed at the Jade Emperor, her expression benevolent as she slightly bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to your majesty. Please, no need for formalities." The Jade Emperor waved his hand, quickly stating, "Bodhisattva, what shall we do now that Sun Wukong has attained the Tai Golden Immortal level?" Guanyin Bodhisattva, holding the jade purity vase, spoke calmly. "I have come at the behest of my Buddha." The Jade Emperor remained silent, yet internally he pondered, why has the Buddhist sect, which had been so indifferent before, suddenly grown anxious? Guanyin, maintaining her composure, countered, "Why did your majesty not summon that monkey earlier?" The Jade Emperor nearly choked with rage upon hearing this. That monkey suddenly reneged on the agreement to ascend, and you Buddhists are completely oblivious? Reluctantly, The Jade Emperor replied. That monkey has persistently refused the second summons. Oh, why? Guanyin inquired further. The Jade Emperor, gazing at Guanyin, was on the verge of cursing. Are you genuinely unaware, or merely pretending? Have you Buddhists not been attentive to the calamity you orchestrated? Though he thought this, the Jade Emperor politely stated, there are reasons for all occurrences. I suspect a hidden hand has interfered with our plans. Guanyin was taken aback, her previous calmness dissipating. The Jade Emperor nodded, though the identity of the meddler remained unknown. After a moment, Guanyin remarked, it is of little use to dwell on this. I shall inform the Tathagata upon my return. However, since Sun Wukong has lingered in the mortal realm for 50 or 60 years, we cannot afford to wait idly. The Jade Emperor quickly asked, does Guanyin have any good strategies? The best approach is to use poison against poison. The Jade Emperor blinked in confusion. Guanyin, however, did not articulate her plan aloud, but instead conveyed it telepathically to the Jade Emperor. The surrounding immortals observed with puzzled expressions, wondering what scheme Guanyin was concocting. Lin Xian also silently speculated below. Upon finishing, the frown on the Jade Emperor's forehead eased slightly. Your Majesty, I take my leave, Guanyin said. And stepping onto her lotus platform, she ascended and vanished from sight. The Jade Emperor then scanned the assembly of immortals and spoke in a deep voice. Where is Marshal Tianpeng? Lin Xian's gaze flickered as he regarded the Jade Emperor's seemingly solemn demeanor, then stepped forward, cupping his hands and stating, I am here. That monkey has yet to ascend. I command you to summon him forth. If he agrees to come, you shall be greatly rewarded. If there are any missteps, you shall bear the consequences. Lin Xian again cupped his hands and accepted the order. This is the same tactic again. Guanyin is too devious, too shameless. Lin Xian cursed inwardly. Damn that cross-dressing mastermind, capable of devising any scheme. At this moment, if he refused, the Jade Emperor could easily place the blame on him. Yet, if he went and failed to bring Sun Wukong back, he would still face punishment. Lin Xian let out a cold chuckle, then exited the southern heavenly gate, heading straight for the mortal realm. Chapter 72, The Second Ascension. Never to err again, the heavenly court was equally helpless. After much planning for two calamity bearers, one refused to comply, and the other had been interfered with. Just as Lin Xian descended to the mortal realm, the Jade Emperor hurled the Haotian mirror, projecting images above the heads of the immortals. Lin Xian had anticipated this. He took out his phone and sent a message to Sun Wukong in advance. The system rewards had already been issued, and Sun Wukong had entered the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, alleviating Lin Xian's concerns. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at Flower Fruit Mountain. Impudent beast, summon your king to meet me. A small monkey demon quickly inquired, who are you? Lin Xian replied, I am Marshal Tianpeng. The little monkey then rushed into the water curtain cave, shouting, disaster, disaster. A Marshal Tianpeng is here to challenge. Do not speak carelessly. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a jolt and quickly leapt out of the water curtain cave. Marshal Tianpeng, what brings you here? Sun Wukong squinted at Lin Xian. Lin Xian replied calmly, come with me to the heavenly court for your appointment. Are you really going to make me the great sage equal to heaven? Lin Xian nodded. Very well. I have grown weary of lingering in the mortal realm for decades. Sun Wukong turned to his monkey descendants, saying, children, I am going to heaven. Take good care of yourselves and do not slack off, understood? Take care, great king. The horde of monkey demons shouted. With that, Sun Wukong followed Lin Xian, riding clouds towards the heavenly court. Above, the immortals watched in astonishment. The Jade Emperor and the Star of Venus were equally bewildered. What is happening? He wouldn't come at my request, yet he readily agrees to Marshal Tianpeng's call. The Star of Venus felt like weeping. Why was he always the one suffering? How did the monkey suddenly change his mind about ascending? Perhaps he had simply grown tired of the mortal realm. Did you not hear him say he had grown weary after decades down below? The immortals began to speculate. In truth, this was a performance orchestrated by Lin Xian and Sun Wukong. In heaven, a day equates to a year on earth. More than 3 months had passed in heaven, while 60 or 70 years had elapsed below. Before long, Lin Xian brought Sun Wukong to the heavenly court. Marshal Tianpeng, how did you accomplish this? The Star of Venus stepped forward, eager to understand. After all, the task had been completed effortlessly by Lin Xian, while he himself faced punishment. Lin Xian smiled lightly. It was merely luck. The monkey was tired of the mortal realm. The Star of Venus turned to Sun Wukong, who grinned. I found the mortal realm dull, so I thought I'd come up here to play. Old friend, did you miss me? The Star of Venus took a few steps back. Who would miss you? Those slaps you gave me, I will surely repay. The Jade Emperor, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realized that every time he set traps for Marshal Tianpeng, they were always evaded, leaving him perplexed. Clearing his throat, the Jade Emperor called out, Sun Wukong. Only then did Sun Wukong step forward, slightly bowing. I greet the Jade Emperor. I greet the Jade Emperor. Heh. The Jade Emperor continued solemnly. Today I appoint you as the great sage equal to heaven, a position of utmost distinction. Are you satisfied? Very satisfied, Sun Wukong replied. The Jade Emperor nodded. Then summoned Zhang Ban and Liu Ban to construct a residence for the great sage near the Peach Blossom Garden. Subsequently, he established left and right offices, rewarding Sun Wukong with numerous fine wines and ordering the elder of the southern pole to escort him to his new post. After completing these tasks, the Jade Emperor finally relaxed. He then turned to Lin Xian, realizing that Lin Xian had accomplished what others could not, and thus declared, For your successful summoning of the great sage, I bestow upon you a treasure of the post-heaven. As he spoke, he commanded an attendant to present a folding fan. Lin Xian glanced at it and put it away. Marshal Tianpeng, after so long, when will you respond to the calamity? The Jade Emperor questioned, looking at Lin Xian with a peculiar tone. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Was the Jade Emperor testing him? He promptly replied, Your Majesty, I have yet to decide. The Jade Emperor frowned but had no recourse. Very well, when you have made up your mind, inform me. Lin Xian withdrew. How could one possibly think through calamity matters? For a long time, Lin Xian had refrained from responding, yet the Jade Emperor had tried every means to ensnare him, all in vain. Meanwhile, upon entering the great sage's residence, Sun Wukong did not express any admiration for its grandeur. Instead, he felt more frustration. The Jade Emperor had summoned him to the heavenly realm, and although he was granted the title of Great Sage equal to heaven, it was an empty title with no real authority or salary. Did he truly think he was a fool? There was no sincerity at all. However, out of respect for Lin Xian, he came. With a flick of his hand, he took out his phone and sent a message. Marshal, what are the next steps? Lin Xian received the message but did not reply promptly, as the system task selection had not yet been issued. Days passed. During this time, the Jade Emperor visited the Doshui Palace to meet with the Supreme Lord, while concurrently, the Queen Mother, at the Jade Emperor's behest, visited the Peach Blossom Garden, which was just a wall away from the great sage's residence, and made some alterations to the peaches right under Sun Wukong's nose. Though Lin Xian was unaware of these matters, he could easily deduce the underlying reasons with a little inquiry. Now that Sun Wukong had ascended to the heavens, it was only natural for the next phase of the calamity plan to commence. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a new plot. Sun Wukong has been conferred the title of Great Sage equal to heaven. The heavenly court intends for him to steal the peaches of immortality and elixirs, causing chaos during the peach banquet. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Prevent Sun Wukong from disrupting the peach banquet and thwart the heavenly court's plan. Since he has ascended, it would be a shame not to enjoy himself for a while. Reward, Nimbus Cloud ability. Option 2. Allow Sun Wukong to run rampant, assisting the heavenly court in facilitating the tumultuous events of the heavenly palace. Host, you would be digging your own grave. Reward, a prime burial plot in the chaos realm. As the system presented the tasks, Lin Xian found himself increasingly speechless. It seemed the system was merely toying with him, even offering him a grave as a reward. Nevertheless, a burial plot in the chaos realm might not be so poor. Perhaps, even in death, he could absorb the essence of chaos and be reborn. His only fear was that the chaotic demons might come to rob his grave. Chuckling at his own self-deprecation, Lin Xian ultimately chose the first option, death. How could he possibly die? He took out his phone, composed a message, and sent it to the Monkey King, reminding him to be vigilant when guarding the peach garden and to refrain from indulging in the peaches that had been tampered with. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, leisurely sipping tea in the great sage's residence, glanced at the message and turned to look at the adjacent peach garden. Surely, the Jade Emperor had chosen to build the great sage's abode near the peach garden to entice him. Sun Wukong mused internally, suspecting the Jade Emperor's cunning. When he was tasked with guarding the garden, he would certainly investigate what tricks had been played. Indeed, just a few days later, the Star of Venus, Bai Jingxing, arrived bearing the Jade Emperor's edict, summoning Sun Wukong to the Lingxiao Palace. Chapter 73. The Xiandu Heavenly Mechanism 8 Trigrams Robe at the Lingxiao Palace. Sun Wukong ambled in with an air of nonchalance. Casting a glance at Lin Xian, he grinned before turning his attention to the Jade Emperor, feigning inquiry. Your Majesty, you summoned me. What reward awaits? Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's forehead twitched, a few dark lines appearing. How infuriating. Here was Sun Wukong, idling about without a care, yet still daring to ask for rewards. Clearing his throat, the Jade Emperor replied, Sun Wukong, I see you have little to occupy your time. I intend to assign you a task. Are you willing? Of course. Sun Wukong responded without hesitation. The Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback. He had yet to specify the task, yet the monkey had already agreed? Dismissing such thoughts, he nodded with satisfaction and continued, Then you shall oversee the peach garden. Be diligent and don't neglect your duties. Your servant will obey, Sun Wukong declared, accepting the decree and departing the Lingxiao Palace, leaving the Jade Emperor somewhat bewildered. How had he agreed so readily? Perhaps the heavenly court's regulations had curbed his unruliness, the Jade Emperor thought, not pondering further. Beside him, the Queen Mother furrowed her brows, expressing her concern. Your Majesty, that monkey previously watched over the stables and allowed the celestial steeds to go missing, and you have yet to hold him accountable. The Jade Emperor stroked his beard, reasoning that, for the sake of the calamity plan, accountability could wait. Besides, had he not dispatched deities throughout the heavens to search for the missing steeds? That is not my concern, the Queen Mother retorted, rolling her eyes. I mean, if that monkey guards the peach garden, what if he steals my peach trees? The peach trees were among the 10 primordial spiritual roots, unique to the Queen Mother. The Jade Emperor chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. Why are you laughing? The Queen Mother demanded, her expression darkening. I laugh because you are overly cautious. That monkey has been sufficiently trained by me. His wildness has been tamed. Besides, the peach trees are grounded. They cannot run or move. Why worry unnecessarily? As he spoke, he reached out to pat the Queen Mother's arm in a gesture of reassurance. To his surprise, she quickly recoiled. Do not try to cozy up to me. We are merely colleagues. If you harm my peach trees, I will certainly take my grievances to the Tao ancestor. The denizens of the 3 realms believed they were a couple, yet most deities understood that the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were not entangled in such a way. If they were to be linked at all, it would be as disciples of Hongjun. A hint of embarrassment crossed the Jade Emperor's face as he smiled and said, Rest assured, with me here, that monkey cannot possibly turn the heavens upside down. Meanwhile, after Sun Wukong arrived at the peach garden, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother began preparations for the upcoming peach banquet. The literary star compiled a list of invited deities and drafted the invitations, which Bajie Jinxing would deliver to various celestial beings. In essence, the peach banquet was akin to an annual gathering of the heavenly court. The deities had labored throughout the year, and it was time to celebrate. However, all were acutely aware that Sun Wukong's name was conspicuously absent from the guest list. Furthermore, this year's banquet would differ from previous ones. In the past, the banquet had always been hosted in the Queen Mother's Yao Pool. This year, due to the calamity, she had organized 2 separate events. A genuine peach banquet for the celestial beings, held in the concealed Lingxiao Palace, and a false peach banquet specifically for Sun Wukong, which would take place in the Yao Pool. However, prior to the commencement of the banquet, only the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were privy to this alteration. They agreed to inform the other deities after the ceremony in the Tongming Hall had concluded. Thus, all deities, including Lin Xian, remained in the dark, paving the way for Sun Wukong to wreak havoc at the peach banquet, an intricately crafted scheme. As this calamity far exceeded the heavenly court's anticipated timeline, the Jade Emperor, fearing that celestial beings might be absent, erected a temporary palace in another location of the heavens to accommodate them. Henceforth, the deities would not need to remain in the Lingxiao Palace, as they could be summoned at a moment's notice at the Jade Emperor's command. One day, Lin Xian sat in his temporary residence when there was a knock at the door. Using his spiritual sense, he rose to open it. Bajie Jinxing. Lin Xian greeted the Star of Venus with a slight bow. With an impassive expression, Bajie Jinxing produced an invitation and handed it to him. The peach banquet approaches. His Majesty has commanded me to deliver this invitation. Marshal Tianpeng, do not forget to attend in a timely manner. With that, he turned and departed. Having previously encountered embarrassment in Tianpeng's star, Bajie Jinxing harbored no goodwill towards Lin Xian, who closed the door with a composed demeanor. Gazing at the invitation in his hand, which was as translucent as jade, he noted it was specially crafted. Generally, Deities receiving such an invitation could attend the peach banquet on the designated day. Should any deity be unable to attend, they could shatter the invitation using their powers, indicating their absence. Consequently, their names would be marked with a red cross on the guest list. Should he attend? Lin Xian found himself in a quandary. As a participant in the calamity, attending would inevitably draw the Jade Emperor's schemes. He had always adhered to the principle of survival as the path to greatness, yet to fulfill the system's task. He had already ventured into peril multiple times. Just as Lin Xian pondered this, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ding! Host has triggered a new plot. The Queen Mother has organized the peach banquet, inviting all deities to attend. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Attend as normal. It is not a significant matter. When soldiers arrive, one shall counter them. When water comes, one shall build a dam. There will always be a way to resolve it. Reward. A Xiandu Heavenly Mechanism 8 trigrams robe. Option 2. Fabricate a reason to decline attendance. During this time, one would inevitably suffer the Jade Emperor's schemes. It is better to remain cautious. Reward. An innate Rin water peach tree. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. The previous selection task remains incomplete. Yet the next one has been issued, marking a first occurrence. Let us examine the reward, a primordial peach tree. This is indeed a divine root. A treasure birthed from the chaos, possessed solely by the Queen Mother. As for the Xiandu Heavenly Machine Bajie robe, what sort of object is that? Could it be yet another artifact that conceals celestial secrets? Previously, Lin Xian had acquired the Heavenly Dao Ring, which also served to obscure heavenly machinations. However, the Heavenly Dao Ring could only thwart inquiries from beings below the quasi-saint level, failing to deter the gaze of a saint. Lin Xian has always exercised caution. As he is a variable in the grand scheme of the journey to the west, constantly wary of being detected by Taishang Laojun. The artifact just acquired, by its very name, appears to surpass the Heavenly Dao Ring in potency. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian chose to forsake the peach tree and opted for the first. As long as he remained concealed from the saint's scrutiny, and given that he is now a great Luo golden immortal, what significance does a peach tree gathering hold? Upon securing the invitation, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and patiently awaited developments. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong swaggered into the peach tree garden, amidst a group of tree-guarding laborers, water-bearers, peach cultivators, and cleaners, all engaged in fervent activity. Chapter 74. The Authentic and the Faux Peach Tree Feast. Despite being a fated challenger, subjected to the celestial court and Buddhist schemes, Sun Wukong maintained an amiable rapport with his subordinates. This had been the case in the Horse Monitoring Bureau, and it remained so in the peach tree garden. He routinely oversaw the watering, weeding, and pest control, ensuring the peach tree's care was adequate. In his leisure, he also invited the laborers to his residence. Yet, Sun Wukong was acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that separated him from these genuine deities, rendering true camaraderie impossible. One day, Sun Wukong dismissed the laborers and ventured deep into the orchard. Previously, Lin Xian had warned him that the peaches had been tampered with and advised against pilfering. However, after conducting his investigation over several days, he noted the vibrant peaches adorning the trees without any apparent issues. At last free from his followers, Sun Wukong glanced around to ensure no one was watching before plucking a peach for inspection. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but upon tasting, he quickly sensed something amiss. The peach contained not a trace of spiritual essence. After verifying once more, he confirmed that the tree was indeed a peach tree. How could its fruits lack spiritual energy? This indicated that the peach was not a true peach tree fruit, but rather an ordinary mortal peach that had been magically transported to the celestial realm, retaining its freshness. Sun Wukong examined other areas and found that all peaches lacked spiritual energy. Cursed Jade Emperor, not even a single peach tree for me. He fumed, baring his teeth in frustration. He had consumed ordinary peaches for over 300 years since his birth, finding no value in them. He pulled out his phone and relayed his findings from the peach tree garden to Lin Xian. Upon receiving the message, Lin Xian promptly replied, "All peach tree fruits have been harvested. Do not dwell on it." Following this, he sent a second message. For now, stay in the peach tree garden and act as if nothing has transpired. Awaiting the conclusion of the peach tree gathering, Sun Wukong acknowledged the instruction, understanding that he was ensnared in the heavenly court's plot to disrupt the peach tree gathering, and grasped Lin Xian's intent. As long as he did not fall into their trap, the heavenly court had no means to ensnare him. On another front, Lin Xian seemed to have gleaned the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother's scheme. They had harvested the genuine peach tree fruits in advance while preparing for the peach tree feast, substituting them with mortal peaches to orchestrate a false gathering for Sun Wukong to partake in at will. Such cunning brilliance. This led Lin Xian to entertain further thoughts. It appeared that due to Sun Wukong's extraordinary ascension, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother felt compelled to execute this plan of the authentic and the faux peach tree feast. The real peach tree fruits, divine nectar, and elixirs would enhance the monkey's cultivation. However, fearing that he might become uncontrollable due to his immense power, they devised the ruse of a counterfeit gathering. Days passed, and the peach tree gathering arrived as scheduled. Lin Xian, as promised, arrived at the Tongming Hall first. Traditionally, the peach tree feast did not commence with a ceremony at the Tongming Hall, but this year was exceptional. The Great White Star had notified him while delivering the invitation. The hall was already bustling with figures. Lin Xian's gaze flitted about, spotting the Buddhas, Arhats, Bodhisattvas, and various deities from both the Buddhist and Taoist realms, all present, save for the singularly high-ranking Sun Wukong. How ironic. Though it was his first encounter with so many prominent figures, Lin Xian remained composed, mingling among the crowd. Feigning the demeanor of an innocuous minion, he settled in a secluded corner, sitting quietly. Before long, the system seemed to recognize that he had participated in the peach tree gathering and issued a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Xiandu Heavenly Machine Bagua robe and randomly obtaining 300,000 years of Dao merit. Please check your repository. Lin Xian's expression shifted slightly as he promptly accessed the repository. It was a seemingly unadorned black robe. At first glance, it appeared mundane. But a probing of divine sense revealed intricate arrays of 72 celestial concealment formations embedded within. This array surpassed the concealment formation within the heavenly Dao ring by hundreds of times. The description read, a robe inscribed with 72 formations, comparable to a primordial treasure, capable of obscuring celestial secrets. Even saints cannot perceive it. Lin Xian was immediately elated, realizing that his earlier decision had been fortuitous. Seizing the moment while no one was watching, he swiftly donned the robe beneath his armor. At that moment, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother appeared side by side in the Tongming Hall. We pay our respects to the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Instantly, all deities bowed in unison. The customary ceremony unfolded, wherein the attendance of the deities was tallied before guiding them to the next venue. Are all the celestial officials present? The Jade Emperor inquired solemnly. The Great White Star promptly consulted the list and replied, reporting to your majesty. Aside from over 10 deities from the Buddhist faction who are unable to attend due to pressing duties, the remaining deities are all present. The Jade Emperor nodded. Then turned to the Queen Mother, inquiring through divine communication, what of that monkey? The Queen Mother's eyes flickered as she responded, that monkey is wandering in the peach tree garden. The 7 fairies will soon go to guide him. The Yaoqi preparations are all in order. There is no need to concern ourselves with him. Very well. The Jade Emperor displayed a look of satisfaction and addressed the gathered deities and Buddhas, esteemed celestial officials and friends from the Buddhist realm. Please follow me to the Lingshu Treasure Hall for the annual Peach Tree Feast. With that, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother led the way, with the multitude of deities and Buddhas trailing behind. Lin Xian also found himself in the procession, while the curtain bearers bowed and, like the other celestial soldiers, carried the ceremonial canopies, proceeding step by step. He remained exceedingly cautious, solely responsible for the ceremonial canopies, daring not to touch the fragile glass lanterns. Lin Xian cast a few glances at the curtain bearer, silently speculating. It seemed that the time until the third challenger would be discovered was growing short. He pondered how long the Jade Emperor's schemes against the curtain bearer could withstand. As they walked, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. A faint, delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Lin Xian's expression shifted slightly, yet he did not turn his head. Hey, are you a wooden man? You don't even glance at this fairy when you see her? Chang'e, irked, approached Lin Xian. I told you not to cause me trouble. Surely, you haven't forgotten? Lin Xian cast her a sidelong glance, his eyes revealing no surprise. Chang'e wore a delicate pink dance gown today, her makeup exquisitely done, radiating an unmatched beauty. Clearly, preparations were underway for the peach banquet. However, Lin Xian held his own thoughts, resolutely refusing to spare a glance at her merely because she was the celestial beauty of the heavenly realm. Perhaps the Jade Emperor had already seduced the moon goddess Chang'e, plotting against him in secret? Humph, whether they choose to admire me or not, Countless celestial beings have been casting glances my way. With a slight pout of her crimson lips, Chang'e refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, other deities were engaged in hushed discussions. Wasn't the peach banquet traditionally held in the Yaopool? Why had it been relocated to the Lingshu Treasure Hall? Moments later, the celestial beings presented their congratulatory gifts within the Lingshu Treasure Hall, subsequently taking their seats. Under the arrangement of the celestial maidens, Lin Xian settled down as well. His gaze swept across the assembly. On one side were the esteemed deities of the Taoist sect, including the 4 sovereigns, the 8 immortals, the 9 luminaries, the 5 elders of the 5 directions, the 28 constellations, the 4 heavenly kings, the 12 original stars, the 4 judges of the underworld, and many others, representing every notable celestial figure from all realms. On the other side were the figures of Buddhism, the Tathagata from the west, the burning lamp Buddha, Avalokiteshvara, Samantabhadra, Ksitigarbha, numerous arhats, and Buddhas, all present. Each of them was a significant figure. Lin Xian sat in a corner, appearing rather inconspicuous. Soon, 3 varieties of peaches, exquisite celestial wines, and rare treasures like dragon liver and phoenix marrow, as well as the golden yuan elixir concocted by the Supreme Old Lord, were gradually brought forth. The Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor presided at the head of the hall, delivering congratulatory speeches. Lin Xian, however, was too preoccupied with his own thoughts to pay close attention. It seemed his earlier speculation was correct. The true peach banquet was indeed taking place in the Lingshu Treasure Hall, while the one in the Yaopool was merely a facade. The purpose of this false banquet was to control the growth of Sun Wukong's cultivation. As he gazed at the array of treasures before him, Lin Xian's eyes gleamed slightly. Any one of these items, with just a taste, could instantly elevate a mortal to the status of a celestial being or a Buddha. The golden yuan elixir, being of the 7th, 8th, and 9th transformations, was beyond his current qualifications. With a sense of caution, Lin Xian retrieved his prepared testing tools and began to inspect the offerings one by one. Although these items were indeed valuable, he feared the possibility of being drugged. As a destined individual, the Jade Emperor would not let him off easily and would be watching for any mistakes. After a thorough examination, he indeed discovered a problem. While the other items were normal, the alcohol before him was not only potent, but also laced with a substance akin to the Hahuan pill. The Jade Emperor was clearly attempting to induce debauchery in him through drink. What to do? Lin Xian glanced around. Why was the Star of Jupiter sitting to his left? The Star of Jupiter was attentively listening to the Queen Mother, appearing remarkably focused. An idea struck Lin Xian. Before long, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother concluded their speeches, signaling the celestial beings to indulge in the exquisite delicacies. The assembly then proceeded into the next phase, exchanging toasts and engaging in casual conversations. The Star of Jupiter, renowned for his sycophantic nature, approached the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, holding out his cup. To your Majesty and the Queen Mother. Both parties raised their cups in response. The Jade Emperor then gestured for him to come closer, inquiring telepathically. Is everything ready with Marshal Tianpeng? Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have already exchanged the wine for Tianpeng. Excellent. The Jade Emperor responded, his satisfaction evident. The Queen Mother cast a sidelong glance at the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, are you not again planning to exploit my celestial maidens? As the leader of the female deities and the foremost matriarch of the heavenly court, she held a certain disdain for such matters. Do not worry, nothing will go amiss. The Jade Emperor replied with an awkward smile. Meanwhile, Lin Xian re-examined the exchanged wine. Indeed, the other deity's wine was quite mild and free from any drugging. Upon seeing the Star of Jupiter approaching, Lin Xian feigned ignorance, continuing to drink. The Star of Jupiter filled his cup with the strong drink and took a sip. Why has this wine become so potent? He was momentarily stunned, glancing at Lin Xian with a look of suspicion. Could it be that he had overindulged, causing his taste buds to react? With that, he ingested the strong liquor, and shortly thereafter, he became intoxicated, his face flushed, as if he were ablaze. At that moment, a flurry of graceful figures suddenly swept across the heads of the celestial beings. Silks and satins floated gracefully, their forms enchanting, as a group of celestial maidens performed the heavenly flower-scattering dance, leading an exceptionally beautiful woman to the center of the grand hall. Chang'e descended like a moon among the stars, clad in a pale pink dance gown, her movements ethereal. The foremost beauty of the heavenly court. She was the life of the occasion, dancing gracefully. Instantly, The surrounding celestial beings were captivated, their eyes wide with admiration. Such a spectacle was a rare occurrence. Seen only once a year, Lin Xian, sipping his wine, watched Chang'e's dance, and she occasionally cast glances his way, her eyes alluring. Their gazes met from time to time. Lin Xian inwardly cursed. Is it truly wise to openly flirt with me like this? One could not deny the unparalleled beauty of Chang'e. Who could remain indifferent? Yet, under the watchful eye of the Jade Emperor, it was undoubtedly perilous. Alas, this woman, I shall have her eventually, Lin Xian thought, filled with indignation. As he pondered, the star of Jupiter rose slowly, his expression one of unbridled desire, blocking the view of the deities behind him, inciting their frustration. Why is the star of Jupiter standing while everyone is transfixed by Chang'e's dance? Indeed, all the celestial beings were enchanted by her movements. Yet only the star of Jupiter stepped forward, striding toward Chang'e. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were momentarily taken aback. The Queen Mother wore a look of disbelief. What was the star of Jupiter up to? Perhaps he intended to offer a toast to Chang'e, but this was hardly the right time. Under the watchful eyes of the celestial assembly, the star of Jupiter approached Chang'e. She was startled, momentarily forgetting her next move. In that instant, he seized her delicate wrist. What are you doing, star of Jupiter? Chang'e frowned, regarding him with concern. Upon seeing his lecherous expression, she felt a wave of dread. Heh, Chang'e, you are truly beautiful. The star of Jupiter, under the influence of the drug, leered at her. Chang'e was immediately alarmed. Release me at once, or I shall call upon the emperor to punish you. Call him all you like. It will be in vain, he said, leaning in for a kiss. Surrounding celestial beings were thrown into chaos. What is the star of Jupiter doing, acting so brazenly? Above, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were utterly bewildered. To engage in such behavior in front of so many witnesses, where would they put their faces? Stop this at once, the Jade Emperor bellowed. Yet, the star of Jupiter paid him no heed, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding gazes. Just then, a figure suddenly darted past the celestial assembly, grasping the star of Jupiter and striking him squarely in the chest. Bang! The star of Jupiter was sent flying. Tianpeng, Chang'e called out, looking towards Lin Xian. He did not return her gaze but instead bowed to the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, the star of Jupiter shamelessly dares to publicly harass the goddess Chang'e. Having already violated heavenly law, I implore you to punish him. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened instantly. Shouldn't it have been Marshal Tianpeng harassing Chang'e? How had it turned into the star of Jupiter? If you are to indulge in such behavior, at least choose a private moment, he thought. To act so brazenly in front of everyone, you shall no longer serve in the three realms. It is time for you to find a new world to inhabit. The Jade Emperor was left speechless. The star of Jupiter had plotted against others, but ended up ensnared in his own trap. According to reason, the medicinal wine should have been on the table of the heavenly marshal, yet it was consumed by the bright star of the White Emperor. With no time to ponder this anomaly, especially with countless eyes upon him, the Jade Emperor could only impose punishment. Summon someone to take the bright star of the White Emperor away and detain him until the banquet concludes, after which he shall be reprimanded, he commanded, his brow furrowed. Immediately, several celestial soldiers approached, dragging the tipsy bright star away. Such an occurrence had never transpired at the peach banquet before, leaving the Queen Mother feeling quite embarrassed. She shot a fierce glare at the Jade Emperor. Did you not say it was of no concern? The moon goddess nearly fell prey to the bright star. The Jade Emperor hastily apologized. Dear Queen Mother, do not be angry. This was my oversight. I sincerely apologize and assure you it shall not happen again. Indeed, he had been careless, placing unwarranted trust in the bright star. Historically, the bright star had been a reliable aid, assisting the Jade Emperor in both trivial and significant matters. However, since the onset of the Calamity Plan, the bright star had repeatedly erred, even bringing shame upon himself on several occasions. The Jade Emperor found himself questioning the bright star's capabilities and considering whether to appoint someone else for assistance. The peach banquet continued as usual, merely a minor interlude in the festivities. The moon goddess resumed her dance, while the celestial beings indulged in merriment. Lin Xian, under the radiant gaze of the moon goddess, returned to his seat, a look of pride upon his face. Meanwhile, in the peach garden, Sun Wukong diligently tended to the peach trees, showing no sign of lethargy. Even though the fruits were mere mortal peaches. At that moment, the 7 fairies entered the peach garden, carrying fruit baskets. Why are the peaches still on the trees? Exclaimed the one in red, displaying a look of astonishment. The one in purple also expressed confusion, wondering if the monkey had not stolen any. The Queen Mother had sent the 7 fairies to the peach garden as part of the calamity plan, intending to provoke Sun Wukong verbally. Thus, subconsciously, they believed Sun Wukong would have already devoured all the peaches. Yet, here they were, still hanging on the branches. The 7 fairies began to feel perplexed. It was the first time encountering a monkey that refrained from eating peaches. "No matter, let us find out where the monkey is," said the eldest in red. Just as she finished speaking, Sun Wukong leaped down from the tree. "Hey, who are you, and what brings you to my peach garden?" He gazed at the 7 fairies, his eyes gleaming with the allure of peaches. The one in red approached and said, "Do not be angered, great sage. We are the 7 fairies, sent by the Queen Mother to pick peaches for the peach banquet." "The peach banquet?" Sun Wukong's eyes twirled as he inquired. "Will I, the great sage equal to heaven, be invited?" The 7 fairies exchanged glances, unsure of the answer. Sun Wukong chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Very well, you may pick the peaches. I shall not disturb you." With that, he swayed away. The 7 fairies were taken aback. Is he leaving just like that? Why did he not inquire about where the peach banquet is held? Why did he not ask who has been invited? They were bewildered. Why did he not detain us? In a state of confusion, Sun Wukong found a corner and lay down to sleep soundly. The 7 fairies were left dumbfounded. Sun Wukong not only refrained from stealing peaches, but also showed no inclination to disrupt the peach banquet. This was entirely contrary to their expectations. Soon, the peach banquet held in the Lingshu Treasure Hall approached its conclusion. The celestial beings expressed their gratitude to the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother before departing the heavenly realm. Once the Buddhist attendees had left, the Jade Emperor turned to the South Pole Celestial Elder beside him and said, "Elder, please check on Sun Wukong and see how he fares." The South Pole Celestial Elder, leaning on his staff, slightly bowed in compliance. Within the Yaoqi, several celestial attendants continued to feign activity regarding the fake peach banquet. The South Pole Celestial Elder gracefully descended. A few celestial maidens promptly set aside their tasks and approached to pay their respects. "We greet the Elder." The South Pole Celestial Elder asked, "Has Sun Wukong arrived?" "We have not seen the great sage equal to heaven," they replied. "What? Sun Wukong has not come?" The South Pole Celestial Elder was taken aback and fell into contemplation. According to the plan, Sun Wukong was supposed to steal peaches from the garden and later arrive at the Yaoqi to consume all the wine. Even the Supreme Lord had prepared fake elixirs in his Duobao Palace, waiting for Sun Wukong to pilfer them. To hear he had not arrived was shocking. Just as he was about to head to the peach garden to investigate, the 7 fairies arrived at the Yaoqi with their fruit baskets. The South Pole Celestial Elder immediately approached them. "Where is Sun Wukong?" he inquired. The one in red replied truthfully, reporting to the Elder, "Sun Wukong is resting in the peach garden." The South Pole Celestial Elder was taken aback. "Did you not inform him of the peach banquet?" "We did. But it seems that the monkey is indifferent and has not stolen any peaches from the garden." The South Pole Celestial Elder furrowed his brow and turned to leave. Upon returning to the Lingshu Treasure Hall, he bowed before the Jade Emperor and reported, "Your Majesty, the plan has faltered. Sun Wukong has neither stolen peaches nor come to the Yaoqi." The Jade Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. "Where is Sun Wukong?" "He is resting in the peach garden." According to the 7 fairies, he appears disinterested in the peach banquet. Such a situation truly exists? Both the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were taken aback. Sun Wukong had not acted according to the plan, which was entirely out of character for him. Was he not fond of peaches? How had he managed to resist? Furthermore, the fact that he was not invited to the peach banquet was clearly an insult. Based on his temperament, he should have been furious by now. Yet, he remained unaffected. Below, Lin Xian listened intently, a cold smirk appearing on his face. "What is happening?" asked the Supreme Lord, dressed in purple and gold robes, standing beside him. The Jade Emperor swiftly replied, "Lord, my plan has changed. That monkey did not act in accordance with the calamity." The Supreme Lord slowly opened his eyes. For a sage of his stature, closing his eyes signified having everything under control, while opening them indicated confusion over unexpected events. Calculating with his fingers, the Supreme Lord suddenly spoke. "The calamity may have encountered variables." "Variables?" The Jade Emperor was startled. He then recalled the mysterious figure in black who had been illuminated by the Haotian mirror, who had sought out Sun Wukong and possessed considerable strength. "There is something I neglected to inform you. Lord, I previously discovered that someone has interfered with the calamity." The Jade Emperor produced the Haotian mirror and presented it to the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Lord glanced at the scene reflected in the mirror, his eyes narrowing slightly. He resumed his calculations once more. After a moment, he spoke. This mysterious figure may very well be the variable in the journey to the West Calamity. The Supreme Lord stated calmly. The Jade Emperor hastily inquired, "Do you know who this person is?" "I do not know. It cannot be calculated." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was left speechless. If even the sage could not discern the truth, it indicated that this mysterious figure was of considerable significance. Below, Lin Xian secretly exhaled in relief. Earlier, he had been anxious about being calculated by the Supreme Lord, but now that the other party could not discern him, he finally felt at ease. Thankfully, the Xuandu Heavenly Machine 8 trigrams robe had arrived just in time, he thought to himself. Chapter 77. The Demon King's sealing the peach banquet had concluded, and it had been relatively successful. However, both the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother wore solemn expressions, their moods far from joyful. As the representative of female authority, the Queen Mother was quite displeased with the Jade Emperor's actions, believing he had become increasingly excessive. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor was troubled by Sun Wukong's failure to disrupt the peach banquet, rendering his subsequent plans unfeasible, which left him feeling quite uneasy. Lin Xian was the last to exit the Lingshu Treasure Hall. Upon stepping outside, he encountered the Supreme Lord standing at the entrance. This Supreme Lord was a formidable figure. Lin Xian promptly bowed in respect. The Supreme Lord glanced at Lin Xian and asked nonchalantly, "Heavenly Marshal, have you considered how to face the calamity?" Lin Xian's gaze flickered for a moment, and he remained silent. The Supreme Lord Laozi remarked, "I must express my deep embarrassment. You are indeed a disciple of my Taoist teachings and can be considered half a disciple of mine. However, the heavenly mandate has chosen you, and I am powerless to shield you completely." Lin Xian raised his head, pondering the meaning behind Laozi's words. You should prepare yourself and face your tribulations early, for the heavenly decree is unyielding. Having said that, the Supreme Lord Laozi soared into the sky, heading towards the Do Shui Palace. He even suggested that Lin Xian embrace his fate. Lin Xian displayed a look of disdain. "Embrace my fate? Only a fool would do such a thing. I, Tianpeng, shall never accept my fate, nor will I be reborn as a pig. Such thoughts are futile." With a cold snort, Lin Xian continued his journey toward the Lingshao Palace, only to encounter the obstructive figure of the fairy Chang'e. "What are you doing in Ichang?" Lin Xian inquired, a teasing smile creeping across his face as he noted Chang'e blocking his path. Chang'e fluttered her beautiful eyes, her face brimming with excitement as she said, "Brother Tianpeng, thank you for saving me earlier. I knew you would not abandon me." "Enough. I merely acted on impulse. You should attend to your own matters and not burden this great marshal," Lin Xian replied dismissively. "I won't. Just tell me when you will take me down to the mortal realm." "What?" Lin Xian was momentarily speechless. When did he ever say he would take her down? Lin Xian struggled to find words. "Humph. Brother Tianpeng, I am yours in life and yours in death. You cannot escape," Chang'e insisted, her resolve unyielding. With a flick of her wrist, a radiant jade hairpin appeared. "Do you remember this pin? It is our token of love. You promised that once you plucked a star from the heavens, you would come to exchange it with me. When will you fulfill your promise?" Lin Xian was taken aback. How could Chang'e remember this so vividly? Indeed, during his time managing the heavenly river, he had left behind a star. Should he exchange it? Perhaps it would be better to wait a while. "Of course, I shall exchange it. Do you think I am one to break my word?" Lin Xian teased. Yet he did not produce the star, saying, "But not now. Wait until I have plucked the star, and then we shall speak of it." "Are you serious?" "You mustn't deceive me," Chang'e replied, half skeptical as she gazed at Lin Xian. "Why would I deceive you? I am no scoundrel," Lin Xian said with a smirk. "What is a scoundrel?" Chang'e paused, and by the time she comprehended his words, Lin Xian had already circumvented her and continued on his way. Inside the Lingshao Palace, the Jade Emperor scowled as he commanded, "Bring forth the Tai by Jin Xing." The heavenly soldiers promptly escorted Tai by Jin Xing into the hall. The Jade Emperor fixed his gaze upon him, coldly stating, "Tai by Jin Xing, it is a disgrace that I have placed such trust in you. Yet you dared to publicly flirt with the fairy Chang'e. What punishment do you deserve?" "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Please show mercy," Tai by Jin Xing pleaded. His face still flushed, evidently still under the influence of the potion. "Once again, how should I grant you mercy?" The Jade Emperor remained stern. "Seize Tai by Jin Xing. Pierce him with the peepa bone, and deliver him to the immortal execution platform for 1,000 lashes of the dragon bone whip. Yes, the heavenly soldiers seized Tai Bajie Xing once more. His face contorted in despair, he lamented internally, having faced this ordeal not long ago. Heavens! Earth! Tai Bajie Xing thought he might wish for death. The Jade Emperor felt equally frustrated. Previously, it was the 7 fairies, and now it was Chang'e. He had intended to use them to ensnare Lin Xian, yet Tai Bajie Xing had fallen victim instead. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong awaited the conclusion of the peach banquet, finally taking out his phone to message Lin Xian, inquiring about the next steps. Lin Xian replied, "Remain in the heavenly court. Do whatever the Jade Emperor instructs. Do not make any mistakes, and absolutely do not descend to the mortal realm." Upon receiving the directive, Sun Wukong felt satisfied as he continued to guard the peach orchard. Time passed, and the Jade Emperor grew increasingly vexed, lacking a strategy to compel Sun Wukong to descend once more. He pounded his chest in frustration. What to do? Sun Wukong refuses to defy the heavens, and the plan is at a standstill. The Jade Emperor felt tears welling in his eyes. He pondered various schemes, but found none effective enough to provoke a conflict. Sun Wukong obediently resembled a docile child, devoid of any fighting spirit. The next phase of the Calamity Plan was crucial. He needed to capture Sun Wukong and bring him to the heavenly court, to be cast into the Bajie furnace and purged of the demon spirit within him. Additionally, the seal hidden within Sun Wukong's being needed to be broken to unleash the fiery eyes. If all else failed, he would forego the entire process and simply toss the monkey into the Bajie furnace, allowing the plan to unfold before releasing him afterward. The Jade Emperor contemplated this as a last resort, one he would avoid unless absolutely necessary, for taking shortcuts might cost the heavenly court some merit. In his temporary residence, Lin Xian waited in silence. A month passed before he received a notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Cloud Somersault divine ability and randomly gained 100,000 years of Taoist cultivation. Please check your inventory. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled. Did this mean he could send Sun Wukong down to the mortal realm? Yet, he hesitated. If Sun Wukong descended this time, the Jade Emperor would truly mobilize his forces against him. When that happened, Sun Wukong would inevitably be captured and subjected to torment, ultimately cast into the Bajie furnace for refinement. Lin Xian suddenly recalled the remnant soul he obtained from the underworld. Within that fragment lay Sun Wukong's memories from his previous life. In his past incarnation, Sun Wukong had feared neither celestial nor demonic beings due to the demon spirit within him. The heavenly court had sought to refine that spirit, casting him into the Bajie furnace. However, the refinement had been insufficient, allowing Sun Wukong to master a new divine ability, the fiery eyes. After the fall of the great demon king, this ability had been sealed within his spirit. Thus, in this life, it was imperative to thoroughly refine the demon spirit within Sun Wukong and to unseal the fiery eyes, allowing them to emerge once more. Lin Xian inhaled deeply. The Sun Wukong of his previous life was immensely powerful, yet in this life, he was as weak as an ant. Therefore, he could not allow Sun Wukong to descend to the mortal realm, nor could he permit him to enter the Bajie furnace again. Moreover, he needed to find a way to assist in unsealing the fiery eyes. 2 more months passed. One day, the Supreme Lord Laozi descended once more from the 33 heavens to the Lingxiao Palace. "What brings you here, Lord Laozi?" the Jade Emperor inquired. Lifting his gaze to meet Laozi's, Laozi glanced at the assembly of celestial beings below, hesitated for a moment, and then conveyed through thought to the Jade Emperor. "The third calamity bearer has appeared. This time, it should not be made public." The Jade Emperor's eyes brightened, and he inquired through thought, "Indeed, what you say holds true. The Tianpeng Marshal is a case in point, having adopted a defensive stance upon hearing the news, delaying his acceptance of fate." Laozi nodded in agreement. I had hoped the Tianpeng Marshal would voluntarily accept his fate, but he became wary and evasive, disrupting the calamity plan. Since we cannot proceed openly, we must act stealthily, compelling the calamity bearer to confront their fate. This time, the Jade Emperor had genuinely learned to be astute. "So, who is this third calamity bearer?" "It is the chief steward of your court, the general of the curtain rollers." The Jade Emperor was slightly taken aback. "Is it him?" Laozi ascended into the air, addressing the Jade Emperor. "On the Buddhist side, the reincarnation of Jinshan Zi has concluded. On the Taoist side, neither of the calamity bearers has accepted their fate, and Sun Wukong remains unpredictable, Your Majesty must devise a plan swiftly. Take care, Lord Laozi. The Jade Emperor nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he fell into deep contemplation. The issue of the General of the Curtain Rollers being a calamity bearer was not something he would publicly disclose this time. However, devising a method to compel the general to confront his fate became a perplexing dilemma, for it was exhausting to constantly concoct nefarious schemes. The instability of his heart grew increasingly evident. After a period of reflection, the Jade Emperor finally spoke. Where is the General of the Curtain Rollers? As the sound fell, a figure swiftly emerged from behind the screen. I am here, the attendant said, bowing as he rolled up the curtain. He had witnessed the arrival of the Supreme Lord in vivid detail and was now consumed by anxiety, fearing that the Lord would reveal him as the fated one. However, he left without hearing the Lord proclaim him as the third destined one, which left him perplexed. Now, upon hearing the Jade Emperor call for him, his heart, which had briefly settled, began to race once more. Could it be that the Lord had discreetly informed His Majesty, wishing to keep him in the dark? He pondered silently. Seeing the fine beads of sweat forming on the attendant's brow, the Jade Emperor inquired with curiosity, "Why are you suddenly so tense?" "No, Your Majesty. I merely have not heard you address me in such a manner for a long time," the attendant replied, his voice trembling with nervousness. Indeed, the Jade Emperor typically referred to his royal duties rather than addressing him by name, a clear indication of his insignificant status. The Jade Emperor nodded and instructed, "Go to the central altar and fetch a glass lamp, placing it in the Lingxiao Palace." The attendant looked up, puzzled. "I have other uses for it. Hurry along." The Emperor added. Understood. The attendant bowed and exited the Lingxiao Palace, his mind racing with questions. Why had His Majesty suddenly requested the glass lamp? The attendant recalled Lin Xian's prior warnings to be cautious and avoid breaking the glass lamp. Being naturally timid, he became even more apprehensive after Lin Xian's admonitions. After some contemplation, he retrieved the phone Lin Xian had gifted him and dialed the number. On the other end, Lin Xian answered immediately upon seeing the call was from the attendant. "General, what is it?" Lin Xian asked, sensing the urgency in the call. The attendant recounted the recent events, the Supreme Lord's visit to the Lingxiao Palace, and the Jade Emperor's command to fetch the glass lamp. Lin Xian fell silent for a moment, reflecting. "General, you must exercise even greater caution from now on. Always remember never to make mistakes, and if you do, deny it vehemently unless there is evidence," he advised. "What happened? Is something wrong?" the attendant asked, feeling a surge of panic. Lin Xian continued. "The Supreme Lord's sudden arrival indicates he has already deduced you are the fated one. However, this time he does not intend to make it public, which makes you even more perilous. Is that so?" The attendant's face turned pale with fear. Lin Xian remained silent. Knowing that such matters could not be directly assisted by others, only subtly hinted at, much like with Sun Wukong. At the central altar, the celestial fire array was arranged here, where all the glass lamps resided, needing celestial fire to be ignited. The attendant took a deep breath, dispelling his anxiety, and approached one of the glass lamps. He noticed the celestial fire within was almost extinguished. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to add a bit more fire for safety. Being meticulous, the attendant entered the celestial fire array, manipulated the formation, and replenished the celestial fire within the lamp before heading back to the Lingxiao Palace with the lamp in hand. Upon his arrival, he presented the lamp, saying, "Your Majesty, I have brought the glass lamp." The Jade Emperor waved his hand. "Well done," placed the lamp atop that decorative pillar. The attendant was taken aback, glancing at the slender decorative pillar. How could such a delicate structure support the glass lamp? Nevertheless, the Emperor's command was absolute, and he could not refuse. He ascended carefully, placing the lamp atop the pillar. Suddenly, the lamp tilted precariously. Panic-stricken, the attendant rushed to steady it, taking several attempts to find the right balance before ensuring it was secure. Satisfied, he descended. "All right, you may go now." "Yes." The attendant bowed slightly and retreated. The Jade Emperor's gaze flickered as he observed the glass lamp above, contemplating, why has this attendant suddenly become so meticulous? Could he have realized he is the fated one? Concluding that the lamp was stable, the Emperor dismissed the matter from his mind. Behind the screen, the attendant was drenched in sweat, quickly taking out his phone to send a message to Lin Xian. On the other end, Lin Xian checked his phone. "General, I sense that the Emperor has just plotted against me, but fortunately, I have managed to defuse the situation," the attendant texted. "That is splendid. Maintain this vigilance." Lin Xian replied. Is it possible that the Supreme Lord has deduced I am the fated one, leading to His Majesty's covert scheming against me? The attendant inquired. Just be cautious, Lin Xian advised. Truthfully, he was unsure himself. After all, the Supreme Lord had not made anything public this time, and the Jade Emperor had become more cunning, secretly plotting against the attendant. However, one must always be vigilant. Lin Xian could only offer such guidance. Thus, 3 months passed. The attendant managed to thwart the Jade Emperor's schemes several times, becoming increasingly sensitive and meticulous in his actions. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong enjoyed his time at the Qitian de Sheng mansion, occasionally wandering the realms or visiting the Peach Garden, carefree and unbothered, remaining in the heavens without Lin Xian's orders. Lin Xian, on the other hand, remained in his temporary residence, and the Jade Emperor had not summoned him again. However, it was not long before a celestial messenger arrived, requesting him to visit the Lingxiao Palace. The Jade Emperor seeks me again. Could it be another matter regarding the management of the Heavenly River? Lin Xian mused as he ascended to the Lingxiao Palace. Chapter 79. The Queen Mother's Conspiracy Within the Lingxiao Palace. Lin Xian casually tossed his hair and offered a slight bow to the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. This sudden gesture caused the Jade Emperor to furrow his brow, perhaps suspecting he was about to be coerced into becoming the fated one again. However, he did not dwell on it. Your Majesty has summoned me. What is the matter? Lin Xian inquired, exuding confidence due to his recent advancement to the De Luo Jingxian level. The Jade Emperor's expression settled into calmness as he glanced at the Queen Mother beside him, stating blandly, the annual celestial winds are approaching, and I intend to assign you to govern the Heavenly River. Lin Xian was taken aback. The Jade Emperor was entrusting him once more with the command of the Heavenly River forces? Yet, it was worth noting that Sun Wukong's second return to the heavens had delayed any plans for rebellion. No one knew when the Monkey King would descend again, and the celestial beings could not remain solely focused on him. The entire realm's operations required their attention. Thus, during this time, the Heavenly Guards had relaxed their vigilance regarding Sun Wukong. With the celestial beings attending to their own matters, the Lingxiao Palace grew quiet. The Jade Emperor had become increasingly frustrated with his inability to compel the attendant to become the fated one. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xian cupped his hands and remarked, Isn't the Heavenly River currently under the management of the Ziwei Star Lord? Lin Xian's implication was clear. The Ziwei Star Lord, being a quasi-saint, was more capable of governing the Heavenly River than he was. The Heavenly River has long been governed by Marshal Tianpeng. I do not trust the Ziwei to manage it. The Jade Emperor chuckled awkwardly. Ah, I see, Lin Xian continued. Then I shall depart immediately. He accepted the imperial edict handed to him by the Jade Emperor. As he exited, the Jade Emperor hoped for an opportunity to compel the attendant into becoming the fated one, unwilling to relinquish command of the Heavenly River forces to him without reason. As there must be a deeper plot at play, Lin Xian was not naive. With numerous tactics at his disposal now, he was not afraid of the Jade Emperor's schemes. Just as he was returning to the northern polar star domain with Tian Xiu and others, the system issued a new choice task. Ding! A new plot has been triggered. The Jade Emperor has decided to reinstate you as the commander of the Heavenly River forces, likely with ulterior motives. Please make the following choices. First, refusing to accept the command, the Heavenly River Water Army was deemed a burden, defying the edict of the Jade Emperor, and was banished to the mortal realm, rewarded with 3 elixirs of the 9 turns Xianxian. Second, choosing to take charge. One could ultimately contend with the Jade Emperor, not having to face the challenge alone, rewarded with mastery of the stellar laws. See, even the system has indicated a conspiracy. Thus, it is beyond doubt. Lin Xian silently opted for the latter. As he neared the Tianpeng star, he glanced at Tianxiu, Haisha, and Jinwu, then declared, You shall first descend to organize the troops. I shall retrieve the imperial seal. The 3 acknowledged him with a respectful bow. Subsequently, he unfurled the cloud somersault technique, his speed increasing several-fold. Before long, he arrived at the Ziwei star. The Ziwei of the underworld was but a projection of himself. The true essence resided in the Ziwei star. Upon seeing Ziwei, Lin Xian offered a courteous salute and presented the decree. Star Lord, His Majesty has dispatched me to take command of the Heavenly River Water Army. Ziwei merely acknowledged with a sound, not even glancing at the decree. With a flick of her hand, she directly bestowed the imperial seal upon Lin Xian. Lin Xian was taken aback. Was Ziwei truly so trusting of him? I take my leave, he said. After departing from the Ziwei star, Lin Xian descended upon the Tianpeng star. The Tianpeng star had once again regained its vibrant demeanor. During his previous retreat, Lin Xian had effortlessly spread out the map of mountains and rivers, unbeknownst to Tianxiu and the others. As for the celestial steeds, their movements were restricted, hidden within the corners of mountains, not easily discovered. Marshal, I take my leave. Upon seeing the imperial seal, several generals sent by Ziwei to manage the Heavenly River Water Army respectfully bowed to Lin Xian before departing Tianpeng Star. Thus, everything seemed to return to its former tranquility. Sun Wukong joyfully embraced his role as the great sage equal to heaven. The curtain attendant cautiously lingered. The sounds of the Heavenly River Water Army's drills echoed through Tianpeng Star. Ding! Congratulations, host, for mastering the stellar laws and randomly receiving 500,000 years of cultivation. Please check your repository. Lin Xian sat in the secret chamber, receiving the rewards issued by the system. Simultaneously, the boundless spiritual energy from the heavenly and earthly primordial gathering array repeatedly cleansed Lin Xian's body. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian had not anticipated that to avoid the pitfalls of fate, he had been entangled with the heavenly court for a whole year. A year in the heavens might equate to several dynasties in the mortal realm. Now, less than 3 months remained until the next celestial wind arrived. Lin Xian was not in a hurry, carefully studying the stellar laws he had just acquired. Within the waters of the heavenly river, boundless stars existed. Now that he had grasped both the water and stellar laws, what was there to fear from the celestial wind? Perhaps he could even control the entire galaxy. In the Lingshao Palace of the Heavenly Court, the Jade Emperor gazed at the Queen Mother in astonishment. Are you truly going to send Zi to the mortal realm for training? Previously, the Queen Mother had mentioned a scheme to allow Tianpeng to face tribulation. However, it seemed that sending Zi to the mortal realm bore no relation to Tianpeng's tribulation. The Queen Mother pondered, Zi is the youngest of the 7 fairies. I sense her yearning for the mortal world. Rather than allowing her to long for it, I might as well fulfill her wish. Longing for the mortal realm is not a trivial matter. How can you condone it? The Jade Emperor grew anxious. The Queen Mother shot him a glance. What do you know? This is called using the strategy against itself. Since Zi yearns for the mortal realm, I shall create some hardships for her. Once she endures suffering in the mortal realm, I will bring her back and temper her heart. What is wrong with that? But how does this relate to calculating Tianpeng? The Queen Mother smiled lightly. It's quite simple. When I bring Zi back to the heavens, I will deliberately create some chaos for Tianpeng, thus giving you the reason to allow him to face tribulation. The Jade Emperor felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend for quite some time. The Queen Mother, uninterested in further explanations, sensed that his mind was muddled. She had been planning this for a long time, and regarding how to entrap Lin Xian. She had her own methods. Upon returning to the Yaoqi, the Queen Mother immediately summoned Zi. My daughter, why have you come to see me? Zi lifted her head, blinking her eyes at the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother frowned and admonished, How dare you ask? Let me inquire, what were you seeking the Moon Elder for? Zi was taken aback. Initially, Tianpeng had mentioned that her future husband was named Dong Yong, and she had doubted it, thus seeking verification from the Moon Elder. Unbeknownst to her, the Queen Mother had learned of this. Speak. Have you lost your voice? The Queen Mother looked down at Zi. Zi's nose tinged with sadness, nearly bursting into tears. She was unaware of how Tianpeng had learned of her future husband's identity, but when she approached the Moon Elder, the red thread did not connect to Dong Yong. This indicated that her husband was not Dong Yong. However, according to the Moon Elder, there indeed existed a person named Dong Yong in the mortal realm. Mother, please allow me to explain, Zi cried. Yet, the Queen Mother interrupted her. There is nothing to explain. Your yearning for the mortal realm has become an undeniable fact. The Queen Mother fixed her gaze upon her and continued, Today, I shall banish you to the mortal realm. Once you have suffered greatly and your longing for the mortal realm has dissipated, you may return. With that, the Queen Mother waved her hand, and Zi was instantly propelled backward. Accompanied by a scream, Zi's powers were sealed, and she plummeted to the mortal realm. Chapter 80. A love letter from Zi. How did the Queen Mother know of her desire to descend to the mortal realm? Zi remained unaware. With her lowly status and shallow cultivation, she was oblivious to the means of a quasi-saint. She had intended to descend secretly, but was unexpectedly banished. With her last remnants of power, she retrieved a letter and cast it into the sky. How could Mother bear to banish me? Zi wept. her tears drifting into the void as she fell to the mortal realm. The difference between descending willingly and being banished was vast. Descending voluntarily might still grant her some power for protection. Within the Yaoqi, the other 6 fairies rushed over, kneeling before the Queen Mother. "Mother, please spare Zi. She is still young and naive," Hong Yi pleaded earnestly. The Queen Mother turned in surprise to the fairies. She had not anticipated such profound feelings among the 7 fairies. Zi's banishment prompted all the fairies to intercede. However, relying solely on indulgence in raising children was utterly insufficient. Although not her biological offspring, the Queen Mother understood the significance of allowing Zi to undergo tribulations in the mortal realm. "Do not speak further. My decision is resolute." The Queen Mother maintained a stern expression, her tone unwavering. "But Mother, Zi is alone in the mortal realm. She may encounter dangers. You should leave. Fate has its own design." The Queen Mother was unwilling to answer their inquiries. The fairies wished to plead further, but the Queen Mother waved her sleeve, dismissing them from the presence. Outside the Yaoqi, the fairies exchanged glances. "What shall we do?" "Mother seems truly resolute," Zhao Yi said with a frown. Lvy replied, "Poor Zi, with her innocent nature, cannot discern right from wrong. If she falls into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, the consequences would be dire. We must find a way to protect her." The fairies nodded in agreement. However, the eldest sister, Hong Yi, furrowed her brow. "How can we protect her? Our only option is to seek Sister Yang Chan, but she is being watched by her brother Yang Jian and is not allowed to roam freely. Moreover, I have heard that Sister Yang Chan has recently encountered some troubles and is unable to venture out." The fairies furrowed their brows at this news. Among the entire heavenly court, those who had a good relationship with the 7 fairies were Yang Chan and Chang'e. Chang'e frequently met with the Jade Emperor, making it inconvenient to trouble her. Yang Chan had also been dealing with her own issues and had not played with them for a long time. "How about seeking the 9 heavens Xuanmu?" Lvy suggested hastily. Hong Yi shook her head. "No, the 9 heavens Xuanmu holds an esteemed status. She would not interfere in the Queen Mother's affairs." The 9 heavens Xuanmu was indeed the 9 heavens fairy. Despite their close relationship, her position rendered her unable to intervene. "At present, there are no other candidates, so I must seek out Marshal Tianpeng," sighed Hong Yi. The celestial maidens looked up in astonishment. Hong Yi smiled and said, "Did you not notice? Ever since our last return from Tianpeng's star, Zi has consistently brought up Marshal Tianpeng, prompting everyone to evaluate him. I suspect there may be a connection between Zi and Tianpeng." Gazing at them, Hong Yi continued, "Therefore, we could attempt to find Marshal Tianpeng. He might assist us in safeguarding Zi." In the Wanshan Pavilion, Zhuanlian sat cross-legged in the courtyard, his thick beard swaying in the breeze. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked up as a letter descended from the sky. He quickly reached out to catch it. "Who has written to me? Could it be Marshal Tianpeng? Is there not a mobile phone?" A look of suspicion crossed Zhuanlian's face as he glanced down at the letter. Upon seeing the words to Marshal Tianpeng, he was momentarily taken aback. Why was a letter addressed to Marshal Tianpeng delivered here? His confusion deepened. Cautious as he was, he began to speculate whether the Jade Emperor had devised another scheme to ensnare him. His hand, which was about to open the letter, abruptly halted. "This is meant for Tianpeng. If I open it, disaster will surely follow. I shall deliver it to Tianpeng instead." After a moment's thought, he produced a starry glass bottle and tucked the letter inside. Then, he soared into the air, facing the direction of the North Star, and cast the bottle away. The bottle flew for a short distance before vanishing into the void. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was also seated cross-legged in a hidden chamber. The starry glass bottle suddenly appeared from the void, and he sensed it immediately, hastening outside. He reached out and caught it in his hand. Recognizing the identical bottle from before, Lin Xian instantly thought of Zhuanlian. Did Zhuanlian not have the mobile phone I gave him? Why go through the trouble of sending a letter? With lingering doubts, he retrieved the letter. The handwriting was elegant and delicate, unlike that of a man, dispelling Lin Xian's confusion. As he opened it, he read, "To Marshal Tianpeng, Zi presents herself." Zi? Lin Xian was slightly taken aback, perplexed as to why Zi had written to him. However, after reading the contents of the letter, he fell into a state of bewilderment. The handwriting was endearing, and the prose was exquisite, flowing with grace. Yet, anyone with a modicum of literary knowledge could discern that this was essentially a love letter. Indeed, it was a love letter. Lin Xian felt somewhat dazed. The author was Zi, while the subject was none other than Marshal Tianpeng. This was utterly unimaginable. When had Zi developed feelings for him, Lin Xian was completely at a loss. He had yet to resolve matters with Chang'e, and now another Zi had emerged. Oddly enough, had Zi not descended to the mortal realm to be with Dong Yong? What did this have to do with him? After much contemplation, he concluded that the letter was likely a fabrication, possibly a scheme devised by the Jade Emperor to entrap him. Very well. I shall dismiss this as if it never occurred. Lin Xian wore an indifferent expression, turning to re-enter. Regardless of whether the letter was genuine or false, he resolved to remain passive. After all, the essence of survival as a sovereign is to remain unchanged amidst chaos. Simultaneously, in the heavenly realm, in a nondescript corner of the west, there lay an exceedingly ordinary cave dwelling. Within, a man of stern countenance, brimming with malevolent energy, sat. A patterned snake coiled around his arm, its forked tongue exuding dark mist, mirroring the hue of its master's skin. Suddenly, another figure descended. The man abruptly opened his eyes and strode outside. The newcomer, clad in monastic robes, appeared pale and devoid of vitality, as though his body were hollow. "Happy Buddha, what brings you to me?" the man asked, regarding the pale monk. The Dingguang Happy Buddha gestured, performing a subtle bow, then looked at the man and said, "Pan Wang. It has been a long time." The man was none other than Dong Yong. Dong Yong sneered, "What is there to see? Whether you belong to the Buddhist or Taoist sect, I shall not meet with you. Do not speak so harshly. I have come in person to inform you that the one you have long desired has descended to the mortal realm." "What?" Dong Yong was taken aback. The Dingguang Happy Buddha smiled warmly and said, "Do you not wish to see her?" "Of course, I do," Dong Yong replied readily. However, he inquired again, "You share this news with me to enlist my help in seizing fortune from the Taoists, do you not?" "Whatever you say, I have merely conveyed the news." With that, the Dingguang Happy Buddha departed. Chapter 81. Pan Wang. Dong Yong. Watching the Dingguang Happy Buddha's retreating figure, Dong Yong gritted his teeth. The Buddhist sect had, through various means, plundered fortune from the Taoist sect on multiple occasions. During the last sealing of the gods, he had been an ordinary cultivator. Unfortunately, he was exploited by the Buddhist sect to seize fortune from the Taoists, resulting in his demise. After being reborn through the Qing-Yo cycle, he found no respite from the Buddhist sect's pursuits. As for Zi, the celestial maiden he yearned for, she bore no intrinsic connection to him. She merely resembled his past companion. Through a series of reincarnations spanning centuries, the beloved was almost irretrievable. By chance, he had encountered Zi once, and ever since, he had been haunted by her visage. The resemblance was striking. She must be his former companion, albeit with no recollection of him. He had lamented this many times and attempted to draw closer, yet the heavenly guards were impenetrable, rendering access impossible. To this day, he could not forget her. Now that Zi had descended, the Buddhist sect had found an opportunity, while the Dingguang Happy Buddha had seized his weakness. Without assistance, he would not see Zi. It was as simple as that. I must seek her out. Dong Yong's gaze was resolute. I must ascertain whether she is indeed that person. This is my obsession. His deep-seated yearning had trapped him within the golden immortal realm for far too long. With a gentle leap, Dong Yong soared into the air. At that moment, a cacophony of chattering sounds erupted from afar. In an instant, a multitude of black specks appeared on the horizon, drawing closer to reveal a swarm of jet-black beetles. Their bodies shimmered with colorful radiance, and thousands of them gathered at his feet, lifting him upward as they soared toward the distant sky. These beetles did not come willingly. They were under the curse he had sown, specifically his own bred insects. He was a master of insect manipulation, and raising toxins was his path of cultivation. After some time, Dong Yong found himself at a glacier that had long been devoid of warmth. As a gust of cold wind swept through, frost appeared upon his brow. Having taken only a few steps, he waved his hand to dispel the illusionary barriers, revealing an ice cavern. Deep within the ice cavern sat a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. However, this man appeared healthy and devoid of the terrifying malevolence, resembling an ordinary mortal. "Master, why do you not go in person?" asked the patterned snake coiled around Dong Yong's arm, displaying a human-like expression. "My true self is steeped in malevolence. I fear I might frighten her," Dong Yong replied. The patterned snake looked alarmed and quickly interjected, "But master, your current form possesses only golden core cultivation. Would it not be too perilous for him to descend?" Dong Yong smiled faintly. "The mortal realm is filled with common folk. Golden core cultivation is more than sufficient." "Oh," the patterned snake replied, falling silent. In its memory, The master had always been solitary, but in this lifetime, he harbored feelings for one person, his former companion. Even if it means opposing the world, one must empathize with the person in their heart. As he spoke, Dong Yong conjured a sphere of magical energy, simultaneously opening his mouth. A blood-red beetle leapt forth from his lips, directly crawling into the mouth of the seated goo body. In mere moments, the goo body slowly opened its eyes. It lifted its gaze towards Dong Yong, who returned the look. To be precise, they appeared as two identical individuals. Yet they shared a singular consciousness, akin to a doppelganger, though not entirely so. Go, meet her, fulfill the obsession within your heart. With those words, the seated goo body of Dong Yong stood up, and with a slight motion of his feet, numerous black beetles lifted him, soaring out of the icy cave. Soon, he found himself in the lower realm, on the edge of a cliff. Dong Yong raised his arm, and a bug descended from the sky, landing before him. Have you gathered the information? Where is she? Dong Yong inquired of the insect. The bug immediately fluttered its wings twice. Excellent, let us depart. Dong Yong's face lit up with delight, and he swiftly leapt, traversing the insect bridge into the distance. After flying for some time, he finally sensed her presence. She is there. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Dong Yong's eyes. At the base of the cliff, beside a stream, a girl in purple lay unconscious, seemingly in a deep slumber. At that moment, a pack of ferocious wolves encircled her, their faces twisted with menace, revealing their gleaming white fangs. Devoid of cultivation. Yet her physical form radiated a potent aura. Otherwise, she would have been devoured by wild beasts long ago. The wolves remained fixated on her, utterly oblivious to the thousands of beetles that had appeared around them. As they approached, the wolves began to howl in terror. They attempted to flee, but after only a few steps, the beetles crawled onto them, biting furiously. In the blink of an eye, the wolves were stripped of flesh, leaving behind only their stark, white skeletons. Those who dare to harm my own seek death. Dong Yong approached, discovering that the girl in purple was merely unconscious, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he lifted her and departed from the scene. Days later, the girl in purple awoke to find herself lying in a chamber. Beside her, an incense burner wafted fragrant smoke. "Miss, you have awakened." A maid rushed in, her voice filled with excitement. "Where am I?" the girl in purple asked as she sat up. The maid quickly replied, "Miss, you are in the residence of my master. You have been unconscious for 3 days, but thankfully, you have finally awakened." The girl in purple nodded. She rubbed her temples, gradually recalling the events that had transpired. "Have I truly been cast down to the lower realm?" she murmured. The maid, filled with joy at her awakening, exclaimed, "Miss, I will inform my master at once." "No need," the girl in purple called out, stopping the maid in her tracks. "Please convey my gratitude to your master and tell him that I have matters to attend to and cannot linger." Throughout, her expression remained serene. After speaking, she exited the room, leaving the estate behind. In the courtyard, the maid transformed into a flying insect and flitted to Dong Yong's side beyond the high wall. Dong Yong wore a puzzled expression. Where is she headed? The estate I acquired is in the most lavish area here, yet she did not spare it a glance. She didn't even wish to see what I am like before departing. Does she despise the affluent? Indeed, having lived in the heavenly realm, how could she possibly deem the lower realm worthy of her attention? Various conjectures swirled in Dong Yong's mind. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm at the North Polar Tianpeng residence, 6 of the 7 celestial maidens arrived. The tranquil Lin Xian immediately sensed their presence, his brow furrowing in confusion. Why has the purple-clad maiden not arrived? Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Chapter 82. The 7 maidens seek assistance sting. A new plot has been triggered. The purple-clad maiden has been cast down by the Queen Mother, and her sisters have come to seek your aid. Please make the following choices. First, assist the purple-clad maiden. To neglect a beauty is to condone a heartless hand, which is inadvisable. Reward, Chaos Yin-Yang 5 Spirit Pearl. Second, disregard the purple-clad maiden, allowing her to suffer in the lower realm. Women are inherently heartless. Why extend help? Reward, Kongtong Seal. With the system's voice concluded, Lin Xian blinked in surprise. Did not the purple-clad maiden descend of her own volition? Why had she been prematurely cast down by the Queen Mother? Could it be yet another consequence of his being the variable? Contemplating this, he promptly stepped outside. At that moment, the 7 maidens descended. "We pay our respects to the Marshal," they greeted Lin Xian with a bow. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, his gaze piercing as he inquired, "What brings the 6 maidens to seek me? And where is the purple-clad maiden?" The red-clad maiden furrowed her brow, replying, "Perhaps the marshal is unaware. But our sister has been cast down to the mortal realm for reasons unknown, and we have come to seek your assistance." "Oh." Lin Xian feigned confusion, not rushing to clarify, and led them into the residence, instructing a servant to prepare tea. Afterward, he finally asked, "How may I assist you?" "We wish for the marshal to intervene and help us find our sister in the lower realm, ensuring her safety." "Ah, I see." Lin Xian's expression darkened. It was not that he was unwilling to help. Rather, the 7 maidens had repeatedly aided the Jade Emperor in plotting against him. Why should he extend his hand to them? Was it due to the love letter the purple-clad maiden had given him? Women only serve to hinder one's swiftness in drawing blades. Moreover, who could ascertain that this was not a trap set by the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother? After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian shook his head. "I apologize, but I must manage the heavenly river and attend to a multitude of affairs. I cannot concern myself with your sister. Please seek assistance elsewhere." The celestial maidens were momentarily taken aback. Was not the Tianpeng marshal known for his benevolence? How could he refuse so outrightly? The red-clad maiden, growing anxious, rose and implored, "Marshal, I beseech you, given your close bond with our sister, please extend your aid." "Indeed, Marshal, only you understand our sister's sentiments. If you turn a blind eye, no one will be able to help her," the black-clad maiden added. Lin Xian felt bewildered. When had he become so intimately connected with the purple-clad maiden? He was entirely unaware. "I implore you, Marshal, she has been stripped of her powers. If she encounters danger in the lower realm, it could lead to dire consequences. We beseech you, Marshal." The maidens rose, pleading earnestly. Lin Xian cast a glance at them, yet resolutely replied, "I am truly sorry, but I cannot assist you." His tone was so cold that it sent a chill through the hearts of the celestial maidens. "Tianpeng Marshal, you are heartless." The red-clad maiden's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Xian. "Since the marshal refuses to help, let it be. I had thought our sister often spoke of you fondly, yet it seems you are not the person I imagined." The maidens wore expressions of indignation, seeing Lin Xian unmoved. The red-clad maiden sighed inwardly and turned to say, "Let us depart. If the marshal is unwilling, our presence here serves no purpose." With that, the celestial maidens exited the Tianpeng residence, not even casting it a final glance. Once they vanished from his perception, Lin Xian let out a sigh. He had not made a choice regarding the task assigned by the system. The dilemma of whether to assist the purple-clad maiden weighed on him. After a moment of hesitation, he recited an incantation. At once, a figure identical to him appeared beside him, cloaked in black. This was a doppelganger he had split from his Deluo golden immortal cultivation. Unlike the avatars of quasi-saints and saints, whose strength remains unchanged regardless of how many duplicates they create, a Deluo golden immortal's true power diminishes upon splitting a doppelganger. Should the doppelganger perish, the original would also lose power. The doppelganger before him possessed the cultivation level of a celestial immortal. As for Lin Xian's true self, his cultivation level instantly diminished to that of a Tai golden immortal. Having resolved to assist Zi, he prepared himself accordingly. Naturally, he would remain behind to oversee matters. Lin Xian then retrieved the Taoist ring he had previously acquired and entrusted it to his avatar, subsequently handing over the Fantian seal as well. "I choose the first option." Lin Xian's consciousness entered his mind, deciding to aid Zi. Following this, Lin Xian's avatar departed from Tianpeng Star, heading directly to the mortal realm. In the void, the other 6 of the 7 fairies did not leave. At the sight of the figure in black descending from Tianpeng, their expressions ignited with excitement. Humph. Sharp-tongued, yet soft-hearted. They had previously claimed they could not assist, yet here they were, secretly descending to the mortal realm. It appears that the 7th sister and this marshal of Tianpeng indeed share an enigmatic connection. The celestial maidens murmured among themselves before returning to the heavenly court. With the marshal of Tianpeng assisting below, they no longer worried for Zi's safety. In the mortal realm, Zi strolled alone down the bustling streets, captivated by the vibrant world around her, filled with the aroma of earthly delights. Indeed, the mortal realm was far more lively than the desolate heavenly realm. "Oh, whose fair lady is this? Truly striking." Accompanied by a lewd chuckle, several burly men suddenly surrounded her, blocking her path. Zi turned around to find a wealthy young man, fanning himself, approaching with a grin. "So, you are what they refer to as the local ruffians," Zi remarked with a smile. The they referred to the celestial beings who had once shared stories with her. Local ruffians? I am but the only legitimate son of the Fu family, he leered, his gaze lingering on Z as he provocatively lifted her chin with his finger. Why not come home with me? If you serve me well, I shall take you as my wife. Pa, you think you are worthy? Z retorted, shaking off his hand and preparing to punish the wicked. However, just as she raised her arm, one of the thugs seized her, rendering her immobile. Oh no, I lack my powers. Z's face paled in an instant. She had forgotten this crucial detail. If captured, she would surely be mistreated. In a moment of desperation, a surge of power descended from the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. The men blocking Z were sent flying several meters away. She immediately looked up to see a figure in black hastily retreating into the clouds. Who could he be? Could it be that the Marshal of Tianpeng received my message and has come to protect me? Z's eyes sparkled with delight. Nothing could be more thrilling than this revelation. Just then, a young man in white rushed toward her. It was Dong Yong. Miss, are you all right? Did those ruffians harm you? Dong Yong inquired anxiously, his gaze filled with concern. Z's expression shifted to one of confusion. And you are? Chapter 83, Becoming an Unwitting Infatuated Follower. Z had been unconscious previously and had never truly met Dong Yong. Now, seeing this young man in white, she assumed he was just another wealthy suitor. Sensing her hesitation, Dong Yong quickly bowed and said, Do not fear, my name is Dong Yong. I saved you from a ferocious beast just days ago. What did you say? Z was taken aback. You are Dong Yong? Dong Yong's eyes sparkled. You recognize me? Z blinked, quickly recovering from her shock. I do not. But thank you for saving me, she replied, sheepishly sticking out her tongue. She glanced skyward, silently reflecting. The Marshal of Tianpeng truly is remarkable. I did not expect the first person I would encounter in the mortal realm to be Dong Yong. Stealing a glance at him, Z's expression returned to calm. Dong Yong indeed appeared handsome and charismatic. He had once sought the Moon Elder, believing he was destined to be her husband, only to discover the red thread of fate did not lie with him, but with the Marshal of Tianpeng. She had found that perplexing. However, upon seeing Dong Yong in person, she felt no inclination of affection. He seemed entirely ordinary compared to the myriad celestial beings in the heavenly realm. Any of them would surpass him in stature. Moreover, her heart was presently filled with admiration for the Marshal of Tianpeng. Dong Yong gazed at Z, inquiring, May I ask for your esteemed surname? Oh, you may simply call me Z, she replied in a notably unenthusiastic tone, turning to walk away briskly. She intended to shake off Dong Yong, but after only a few steps, he was in pursuit once more. Z, you left without a word yesterday. I have been searching for you, fearful of any mishaps. Thankfully, those ruffians did not succeed. I wonder if you are injured. If you are, you may come to my clinic. Dong Yong trailed behind her, chattering incessantly. Uh-huh, Z finally replied with a curt response. Dong Yong was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why Z only offered him such brief replies after his lengthy concern. What should he say next? It was simply because Z resembled his former partner too closely, and he was unwilling to give up so easily. Thus he continued to follow her. Z was equally bewildered. Why was Dong Yong persistently trailing her? She simply could not shake him off. Above, Lin Xian observed the entire exchange. He quickly discerned that Dong Yong was no ordinary mortal. The serendipitous appearance was likely premeditated. Regarding the matter of the king of the undead, Lin Xian knew little. But now recognizing Dong Yong's true nature, he began to suspect the young man's real identity. I shall follow and see what his intentions are. Lin Xian concealed himself within the clouds, silently observing. Below, Z, realizing she could not rid herself of Dong Yong, decided to stroll leisurely. Miss Z, did you have breakfast this morning? What do you plan to eat for lunch? I would be pleased to treat you. Oh, and where did you sleep last night? I hope you rested well. The weather has grown chilly, so take care not to catch a cold. Be sure to drink warm water. Dong Yong buzzed around her like a fly. Z felt as though her ears were becoming calloused from his incessant chatter. With no other option, she turned to him politely and said, Thank you for your concern. I am quite well. Dong Yong was left in a state of confusion. His heart raced. Yet Z responded so nonchalantly. What should he say next? Lost in thought, he pondered. Meanwhile, Lin Xian could only shake his head in disbelief. In this day and age, was this truly how conversations were conducted? It was as if he were inviting disaster. He wished he could descend and impart a few lessons on courting women. Dong Yong, oblivious to his predicament, continued to express his concern for Z, only to find himself unwittingly transformed into an infatuated follower. Not long after, Z was drawn to a small jewelry stall. Excitedly, she approached and picked up an exquisitely crafted jade hairpin, admiring it closely. This hairpin is truly beautiful. I did not expect such skilled artisans to exist in the mortal realm. Z was completely captivated by the intricate designs. Seeing an opportunity, Dong Yong quickly stepped forward. Miss Z, it seems you have taken a liking to that hairpin. Allow me to purchase it for you. With that, he produced a golden bean and handed it to the vendor. Z glanced at him, casually responding, "Thank you." Thus, Dong Yong finally found a way to assert his presence before Z. From then on, he bought her everything she admired: fragrant sachets, rouge, and various ornaments. Whatever caught her fancy, he purchased without hesitation. When mealtime arrived, he took her to the finest tavern in town, ordering a lavish spread of food and drink. "Are you out of your mind? Can you possibly finish all this? I am a person, not a pig. This is far too wasteful." After finishing her meal, Z wiped her mouth and glanced at the table laden with untouched dishes, a frown creasing her brow. She immediately admonished Dong Yong, chastising him for his extravagance while countless beggars roamed the streets, starving. She cited the age-old wisdom of the disparity between the wealthy and the destitute, delivering a lengthy lecture. Following this reprimand, Dong Yong seemed to grow wiser in the ensuing days. Besides purchasing items that Z fancied, he began to distribute wealth to beggars whenever he encountered them. During meals, he made it a point to select dishes that Z enjoyed. As a month passed, Z experienced the myriad delights of the mortal realm. One day, Dong Yong unexpectedly took her to the bustling streets. Z quickly realized that the town was unusually lively, with the townsfolk jubilant, though she remained unaware of the reason for their celebration. Intrigued by the festivities, she decided to join Dong Yong as they followed the throng towards the town center. The streets were adorned with lanterns and red silk, a clear indication of a joyous occasion. Previously accustomed to the celestial confines of the heavens, Z had assumed the world below was similarly desolate. This descent into the mortal realm opened her eyes to a vibrancy that completely shattered her previous notions. This was perhaps what the immortals referred to as the essence of human existence, a sensation she had never experienced before. Yet, among the beauty and excitement, there lay the inevitability of life and death. Mortal beings, after a century of existence, ultimately succumb to mortality. They strive, they covet, they find solace, they pursue dreams, and they relinquish hopes. In their final moments, all their struggles dissolve into nothingness, leaving them as mere dust, lost in the sands of time. In the heart of the town, the throng of people shouted incessantly, their excitement palpable. Z, upon her arrival, could discern nothing of significance. However, the celestial being Lin Xian observed the unfolding events below with clarity. Why was Dong Yong so wealthy? Lin Xian pondered. Could he possess the ability to turn stone into gold? As Z navigated through the crowd, she noticed that people parted before her, creating a considerable space. The crowd began to cheer for her, treating her as the focal point of the celebration. Meanwhile, Dong Yong, clad in a blue robe, emerged from the throng. With the sound of celebratory cannon fire, pink flower petals cascaded down like a gentle rain, carpeting the space around Z in a delicate hue. Overwhelmed, she gazed at the crowd cheering for her, astonished by the unexpected adoration. Just then, Dong Yong approached, having changed into an entirely different outfit. Gradually, Z sensed something amiss. The unusual fervor of the town today was centered around her. Amidst the cheers, Dong Yong presented her with a vibrant bouquet and knelt before her. Z was taken aback. What was Dong Yong doing? Z, please hear me, he began, his voice earnest. Z was utterly flabbergasted. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated. While others may choose to keep their affections private, I wish for the entire world to know. Today, I have purchased this city for you, so you may live without worry. Will you accept my proposal? His gaze was filled with profound emotion, and Z felt a shiver run through her. Was this Dong Yong confessing his love? Wait, what had he just claimed? He had bought a city? Suddenly, everything fell into place. The cheers of the townspeople, the festive atmosphere, it was all orchestrated by Dong Yong, whose wealth was seemingly boundless. After days of following her obediently, he finally could not contain himself. Z regarded him with a hint of disdain. Such a grand display of affection might sweep many women off their feet, for it was undeniably romantic. However, she was Z, a celestial being, and remained unmoved. As an immortal, she had witnessed far more than mere earthly gestures. This proclamation, rather than a declaration of love, reeked of materialism. What was Dong Yong's true background, and why was he so affluent? As the cheers echoed around her, Ziyi realized that Dong Yong awaited her response. Turning to him, her expression hardened. "I am sorry, but I cannot accept your offer," she replied coolly, before turning away and pushing through the crowd, leaving a bewildered Dong Yong and an equally perplexed audience behind. Was this what the world of mortals had come to? Ziyi mused as she walked away. She had never anticipated such an unexpected confession, and she could not simply declare herself as a celestial being. Shortly after she exited the crowd, Dong Yong caught up with her. "Ziyi, may I inquire why you cannot accept my proposal?" he asked, his tone filled with reluctance. Ziyi turned to him and expressed her thoughts candidly. "I do not favor the wealthy." With that, she exited the town, resolutely determined to rid herself of Dong Yong, who had become rather bothersome. On the other hand, Dong Yong lowered his head, leaving with a sense of defeat. Above, Lin Xian sighed deeply. "Oh, what is love that it compels one to such depths? It is truly a tumultuous emotion." He too was taken aback by Dong Yong's lavish gesture of purchasing an entire city. In his own time, such an act would have surely won him the hearts of all the women within. With Dong Yong's romantic overture failing spectacularly, the town dispersed in silence. 300 miles away, Ziyi wandered alone amidst the mountains and rivers. Suddenly, she halted, gazing up at the white cloud hovering above her. "Will you not reveal yourself?" she called out to the cloud. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Xian concealed his face beneath his cloak and gracefully descended. Ziyi, observing the cloaked figure, felt a surge of curiosity. "Who are you? Would you kindly remove your hood?" Lin Xian shook his head. "I cannot. My purpose is to protect you, and I must keep my identity hidden." "How disappointing," Ziyi scoffed. "Were you not the one who saved me last time?" Lin Xian replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Who else could it be but me?" "Thank you," she said, though it felt unnecessary. "If you approach me, I can help lift the seal on your powers," Lin Xian offered. Ziyi gasped. "Really?" She moved closer to him. Lin Xian performed a subtle incantation and pointed at her forehead. In an instant, Ziyi's senses sharpened, and a surge of power coursed through her being. In that moment, she regained her celestial abilities. Confused, she pondered why the Queen Mother had cast her down to the mortal realm and deliberately sealed her powers for the purpose of refinement. Yet, during her time on Earth, she realized that a defenseless woman held a precarious position, often subject to mistreatment. "Who are you, and why do you assist me?" Ziyi asked, her gaze fixed on the cloaked figure. Lin Xian shrugged. "Assist you? I merely find it tedious to intervene." With that, he leaped into the air and soared away. Ziyi, with a disdainful snort, continued her journey toward the horizon. Thus, more than 2 months had passed. Ziyi walked along the path between the fields, gazing towards a distant village. The village was enveloped in a wisp of smoke, with farmers diligently toiling in the fields, creating an exceptionally harmonious scene. Ziyi closed her eyes, savoring the tranquility of nature. Suddenly, a farmer wearing a conical hat appeared before her. Ziyi opened her eyes and let out a startled cry. "Dong Yong." She was astonished to encounter him here. Wait, wasn't he Dong Yong a wealthy young master? How had he transformed into a farmer in the blink of an eye? "Ziyi, I have been waiting for you here for many days," Dong Yong said, removing his hat and smiling at her. Ziyi was at a loss for words. Why was this Dong Yong so persistent? She inquired, "How did you end up here?" Dong Yong replied with a smile. "When you left me that day, you mentioned disliking rich men, so I decided to part with my wealth and came here to farm, hoping to encounter you again. And here you are." Above, Lin Xian, hidden among the clouds, revealed a disdainful expression. This Dong Yong had not truly relinquished his wealth. He was clearly harboring lingering feelings for Ziyi and had premeditated his arrival here. Lin Xian had also investigated and found Dong Yong's identity to be suspicious and his origins unclear. Below, disguised as a farmer, Dong Yong led Ziyi to his thatched cottage. Indeed, it was nothing more than a few humble rooms, bare and austere. Dong Yong had taken to farming and presented himself in a different guise before Ziyi. Left with no choice, she accepted his hospitality. Thus, 2 more days passed. Dong Yong diligently attended to Ziyi's needs, and finally, he could no longer contain himself. With sincerity, he asked, "Ziyi, now that I am a farmer and no longer a wealthy man, would you consider being with me?" Upon hearing this, Ziyi was momentarily speechless. Chapter 85. Did the 7 fairies kill Dong Yong? This Dong Yong was quite audacious. daring to adopt different identities. Ze was utterly exasperated. His earlier aversion to wealthy individuals stemmed from his disdain for the ostentatious display of wealth by the rich landlords who despised the poor. Naturally, she merely intended to decline Dong Yong's advances politely, never imagining he would take her words to heart. Seeing that Ze remained silent, Dong Yong hastily reassured her. "It's all right, Ze, you need not be troubled. Please rest here for a while." Ze could only nod in agreement. During the following days, aside from tending to his fields, Dong Yong took meticulous care of Ze. Of course, he did not reveal that he was merely a vessel, and Ze kept her identity as a fairy a secret, even refraining from discussing her efforts to restore her powers. One night, Dong Yong gathered all the young men and women of the village, lighting a bonfire at the village entrance. Although these young people appeared to respect Dong Yong, they had secretly been won over by his wealth. Laughter filled the air as they gradually surrounded Dong Yong and Ze. As anticipated, Dong Yong knelt once more, presenting her with a bouquet of wildflowers as a declaration of his feelings. Watching his passionate performance, Ze felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Once was enough. Yet here he was again. Unsurprisingly, the outcome remained unchanged. She coldly rejected him. "Why, Ze? Why do you continue to refuse me?" Dong Yong's heart was filled with unwillingness. He could not comprehend her sentiments. There was no reason. She simply did not like him. Thus, amidst the bewildered gazes of those around them, Ze turned her back on Dong Yong and walked out of the village. Above, Lin Xian could not suppress his laughter. "Come down here," Ze commanded, hands on her hips, pointing at the clouds above. With a swish, Lin Xian, clad in a cloak, materialized before her. "What are you laughing at?" Ze glared at him. "Laughing at you not allowing me to laugh." Lin Xian paused momentarily. He had almost forgotten that in this form, he was a mere avatar with only celestial powers. Had they fought, he would not stand a chance against her. Rolling her eyes, Ze continued, "From now on, stay by my side and stop hiding up there. What if Dong Yong comes?" "What of it?" Ze scoffed, adding, "Let him come, it would be best. You can act alongside me and thoroughly extinguish his hopes." Lin Xian chuckled, inquiring, "Why do you not accept him?" Ze, infuriated, stomped her foot, exclaiming, "A forced relationship is never sweet, you know? Besides, I already have someone in my heart." Lin Xian inwardly cursed. Could it be that this beloved of hers was truly him? Unbeknownst to them, time passed once more. Lin Xian accompanied Ze over mountains and through valleys, continuing to experience the mundane world. One day, someone suddenly chased after them. It was Dong Yong. "Ze, I have been searching for you for a long time. I found you here." Dong Yong carried a bundle on his back. "This ghost just won't go away," Ze muttered under her breath. "Ze, I have left the village and intend to wander the world with you. Will you take me along?" "I'm afraid that's not possible. I already have a companion." Upon seeing the figure of a man in black standing beside Ze, Dong Yong was momentarily taken aback and then asked, "Ze, who is he?" "He." Ze's eyes darted, and without hesitation, she replied, "He is my beloved." "How could that be? How could you find someone so quickly?" Dong Yong was utterly bewildered. "Aren't you a fairy? I witnessed you descend to the mortal realm. How could you suddenly have a beloved?" "Ze, please do not jest," Dong Yong said begrudgingly. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ze had already leapt into Lin Xian's embrace. "I am not jesting. My beloved existed before I met you. I simply did not inform you." Dong Yong stood there, momentarily stunned, glaring coldly at Lin Xian, memories of his moments with Ze flooding his mind. Could it be that he had truly been deluding himself? The realization that he was unwittingly vying for another's woman was unbearable. In his subconscious, he had long regarded Ze as his destined partner from a previous life. How could he tolerate the thought of his beloved becoming someone else's? It was simply unacceptable. Infuriating. This man was not a deity, merely a mortal. Dong Yong fixed a cold stare on Lin Xian. He could sense no aura of power emanating from him. Lin Xian also regarded Dong Yong, an inexplicable expression crossing his face. What was happening? Why did it feel as though he were an intruder in the relationship between Ze and Dong Yong? If this were to be recorded by future generations, would he be seen as the protagonist or the antagonist? "Dong Yong, please return. Do not seek me out again," Ze stated firmly. "Impossible. You are mine. No one can take you from me." In that moment, Dong Yong's expression twisted with rage, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Lin Xian. Seeing this, Ze immediately grew anxious. "Dong Yong, do not act recklessly." "Recklessly? Dong Yong shot a glance at Ziyi, pulling her closer to his side. You are mine. You should stand by me. With that, Dong Yong murmured an incantation and thrust his hand towards Lin Xian. 10 directions bind. With a whoosh, a ring of golden light enveloped Lin Xian. Ziyi was taken aback at this sight. Wasn't Dong Yong a wealthy young master? How could he possess such powers? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ziyi understood that Dong Yong's identity was indeed dubious. Dong Yong, cease this at once. Release him, she shouted. He is bound. He should be unable to move now. Dong Yong replied with a sinister smile, shedding his previous composure as a wealthy young master. He let out a chilling laugh, stating, Dare to take my woman? Today, I shall ensure your demise. With a flourish of his sleeve, he prepared to strike. Suddenly, a multitude of black insects surged forth, controlled by him, rushing towards Lin Xian to bite. Lin Xian, however, remained expressionless, motionless. After all, he was a celestial being. A mere cultivator at the golden core stage could hardly pose a threat, like a mere tickle. Indeed, with a slight tremor of his body, the countless black insects were instantly repelled and subsequently obliterated. Dong Yong was taken aback, staring incredulously at Lin Xian. Boom. In an attempt to rescue Lin Xian, Ziyi, unaware of Dong Yong's cultivation level, unleashed a surge of magical energy that struck Dong Yong squarely in the chest. He was sent flying, spitting blood. How could this be? Dong Yong looked at Ziyi in astonishment. Wasn't she devoid of any magical power? Where did she acquire such celestial energy? And who was that figure in black? Filled with confusion, the true form of Dong Yong transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the mortal realm. In the mortal realm, Ziyi's eyes brimmed with tears, and she began to weep. I have inadvertently killed him. Her heart was laden with guilt. During this time, Dong Yong had taken meticulous care of her, being her only friend in the mundane world. Although she did not harbor any ill intentions towards him, she had inadvertently taken his life. And Ziyi felt a profound sense of regret that would haunt her forever. Lin Xian glanced at Dong Yong's corpse and shook his head helplessly before pulling Ziyi closer to the body, indicating for her to take a closer look. Do not cry. This Dong Yong is merely a facade, Lin Xian spoke coldly. Ziyi was momentarily taken aback, wiping her tears as she focused her gaze. What she saw was a ground strewn with the corpses of insects. What is this? Ziyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Xian explained calmly. This is a type of goo body, a human form refined from goo insects, akin to a doppelganger. Doppelganger? Ziyi was utterly astonished. In truth, Lin Xian was also perplexed. In his perception, Dong Yong was a mere mortal. How could he have raised goo? As she gazed at the insects on the ground, Ziyi suddenly recalled something. This goo body, I believe I have seen it in the ancient records revised in the heavenly court. It seems only one person could refine such a thing. He is the foremost goo king of the 3 realms. Ziyi murmured. Who is he? Lin Xian was equally surprised, not expecting Ziyi to recognize it. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I believe he is called Pan Wang. Pan Wang. Indeed, he is a scattered immortal from the 3 realms, existing since the time of the Feng Shan, skilled in raising goo and refining toxins, gaining a modicum of fame. A goo body of this caliber must have been crafted by him. Lin Xian was enlightened. He had always felt that Dong Yong's origins were ambiguous, but he had not anticipated such a layered identity. However, why was he searching for Ziyi, and what were his intentions? To his astonishment, Pan Wang had designs on the celestial maiden. Upon discovering Dong Yong's true identity, the guilt that had plagued Ziyi's heart finally dissipated. At this moment, Lin Xian began to ponder whether he should allow Ziyi to return to the heavenly court. After all, she had spent some time in the mortal realm, experiencing much of its mundane affairs. If she did not return soon, his doppelganger would be unable to reunite with his true self. Suddenly, Lin Xian seemed to sense something, abruptly raising his head to gaze at the horizon. Although his doppelganger was merely at the heavenly immortal level, his awareness was at the substantial level of a great Luo golden immortal. Soon, he detected an aura approaching rapidly. This is bad. It must be the true form of Pan Wang Dong Yong. Lin Xian's expression turned stern. We must flee. With that, he grasped Ziyi's hand and invoked his divine powers, swiftly taking flight in the opposite direction. Stop! A powerful voice resonated, drawing near in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian turned to look. The figure wore a black robe, surrounded by swirling dark energy, their skin a deep bluish black from prolonged exposure to toxins. Yet from that face, one could still vaguely discern that it was indeed the true form of Dong Yong. Pan Wang Dongyang's face was filled with rage as he pursued Lin Xian and Ziyi, exclaiming, "You have killed my Gu body. Do you have any idea how long I cultivated it?" Ziyi frowned, turning to Dong Yong. "Pan Wang, I never expected it to be you. I have no quarrel with you. Why do you seek to entrap me? Who says you have no ties to me? You are, after all, my woman." Dong Yong laughed heartily, continuing, "How could I conspire against my own woman? Do you know how much I have sacrificed for you during this time? Do not run. I will kill this man, and then take you back to be my wife." With that, Dong Yong extended his hand. Instantly, a horde of black insects surged forth, coalescing into a massive hand that descended upon Lin Xian like a dark storm. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as he swiftly flipped his hand and cast the Fan Tian seal. Boom! The Fan Tian seal collided with the enormous black hand, creating a slight tremor before shattering it entirely. "What kind of treasure is this? It seems so familiar," Dong Yong exclaimed in shock. As a scattered immortal from the Fengshen era, he had seen many things. Lin Xian paid him no heed, reclaiming the Fan Tian seal and then swiftly scooping up Ziyi into his arms. "What are you doing?" Ziyi's face flushed with embarrassment. She had never been held like this before. "Of course, I am fleeing. This fellow is at the golden immortal level," Lin Xian replied, silently murmuring a spell as the nimbus cloud manifested beneath their feet. Whoosh! Their speed surged several-fold. As a mere heavenly immortal, Lin Xian could not contend with Dong Yong's golden immortal cultivation and could only escape on the nimbus cloud. For now, they must flee to the Polaris domain, where his true self could deal with the matter. What a marvelous cloud summoning technique. Stop right there. As Lin Xian and Ziyi sped away, Dong Yong immediately commanded the flying insects to form a pair of massive wings, cursing as he pursued them. In the Polaris domain, within the confines of the Tianpeng star, Lin Xian's true form abruptly opened his eyes and stood up. "Where are you going, Marshal?" A servant behind him inquired hastily. Lin Xian, without pausing to respond, leapt into the air, swiftly exiting the Tianpeng star, heading straight for the heavenly river. His doppelganger could not be exposed. The heavenly court might be monitoring the situation. His true self could not directly intervene either. He could only make his way to the heavenly river under the pretense of inspecting the water situation, hoping to encounter Ziyi and the others. This was a matter he initially wished to avoid. However, since it involved Ziyi, he felt compelled to act. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, at the Yaoqi celestial realm, the Queen Mother was pruning flower branches. Snip! One branch was accidentally severed at the waist. The Queen Mother furrowed her brow and immediately extended her hand to calculate. Until now, she had not intentionally focused on the happenings concerning Ziyi. However, as Ziyi's mother, their fates had long been intertwined. If something were amiss with Ziyi, she would naturally sense it as a mother. Initially, she believed that Ziyi, being in the mortal realm, might have encountered danger. Yet, upon completing her calculations, she discovered that Ziyi had actually regained her powers. Moreover, she was being pursued by a mysterious cultivator, fleeing towards the direction of the heavenly river. As for Lin Xian's doppelganger, due to the concealment of the heavenly Dao ring, she could not discern the truth and assumed Ziyi was alone. "Hold on, Ziyi. This palace shall come to your rescue." The Queen Mother, sensing some unease, displayed a worried expression. "I shall step out for a moment. If the Jade Emperor sends someone to summon me, simply inform them that I am not present." She instructed a nearby maid with a word, set down her scissors, and departed from the Jade Pool. Chapter 87. How dare you, Queen Mother? In the celestial realm, Lin Xian, cradling Ziyi, had returned to the 9 heavens upon riding the somersault cloud. Casting a glance behind him, he muttered under his breath, "Is this fellow mad?" and continued on his way. Although Dong Yong could not match Lin Xian's speed, he relentlessly pursued him. "Stop! I seek vengeance. Release my woman," he shouted, behaving like a madman, utterly obstinate. At that moment, Ziyi lay in Lin Xian's embrace, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unsure of how to react. She extended her delicate fingers, attempting to lift the hood obscuring Lin Xian's face, eager to uncover the identity of this man in black. Smack! Lin Xian unceremoniously swatted her hand away. "Do not move," he exclaimed. It was imperative that Ziyi did not recognize him at this juncture. He had a premonition that someone in the heavenly court was undoubtedly watching him. Although he was unaware of the exact scheme at play, he remained cautious. For now, he could only wait until they reached the river of heaven, where he would encounter his true self, allowing him to seamlessly retract his avatar. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the chaotic Yin-Yang 5 Spirit Pearl, along with a random reward of 200,000 years of cultivation. The system suddenly resonated in his mind. Lin Xian's heart leaped with joy. The previous task issued by the system was to protect Z in the mortal realm. Now that she had safely returned to the celestial realm, it was only natural for the system to bestow its reward. The chaotic Yin-Yang 5 Spirit Pearl? Lin Xian's consciousness delved into his repository, meticulously examining the treasure. This 5 Spirit Pearl, akin to the map of mountains and rivers, was also a divine artifact belonging to Nuwa. In ancient times, Nuwa forged the 5 pearls through the elemental powers of water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, endowing them with supreme might capable of obstructing all things. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. With a smile, Lin Xian retracted his consciousness. Realizing that his initial regret over not choosing the Kongtong seal was unwarranted, the chaotic Yin-Yang 5 Spirit Pearl proved far more practical. Having traversed an unknown distance, the river of heaven was now within arm's reach. The waters churned violently, echoing with thunderous waves. Lin Xian, cloaked in a robe, raised his head to behold the figure of his true self standing quietly not far away. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. Lin Xian's avatar hurled Z through the void, casting her away. Z let out a sharp cry, feeling disoriented as her body was thrown in an arc by the man in black. Farewell, Miss Z, Lin Xian chuckled within the confines of his dark cloak. Could you not be more polite? Z retorted. Behind her, Dong Yong hastily pursued, panic overtaking him as he shouted, Z, do not fear. I am coming to rescue you. As he neared, he reached out to catch Z, but in an instant, a force pulled her from his grasp. In the blink of an eye, Z found herself beside Lin Xian's true form. Lin Xian. Upon seeing him, Z was filled with excitement, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with joy. Lin Xian's expression turned peculiar. Z's demeanor suggested she felt entirely safe. No, it is not just safety, my happiness is overflowing, she exclaimed. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. In Z's moment of exhilaration, Lin Xian gently pushed her behind him. Fairy, it is best not to stand too close to me, he advised, casting a glance at the enraged Dong Yong. Simultaneously, Lin Xian's avatar chanted an incantation, swiftly advancing towards Dong Yong. Humph, seeking death. Dong Yong bellowed, channeling his power. Dark energy enveloped him as swarms of insects surged forth, coalescing into a massive hand that struck down upon Lin Xian's avatar. Boom. The impact obliterated Lin Xian's avatar in an instant. In that same moment, a powerful shockwave erupted from within the massive hand. With a thunderous roar, the hand disintegrated. My insects. Dong Yong's expression darkened. The loss of his cultivated insects was substantial. Behind Lin Xian, Z's countenance fell. Witnessing the black-clad figure being struck down by Dong Yong filled her with guilt. Dong Yong, how could you be so cruel? He has protected me throughout this journey, and you dare to kill him? Z looked at Dong Yong with a questioning gaze. Dong Yong appeared incredulous. During Z's time in the mortal realm, he had devoted himself to her care. Why had she never expressed concern for him? Why do you not inquire about my intentions? He retorted. You pretended to be a wealthy young master and followed me. What should I ask you? Inquire about your schemes? Dong Yong's gaze faltered slightly as he continued. So, you would willingly kill me to protect him? At his words, Z felt a wave of confusion. Indeed, she had inadvertently caused the death of Dong Yong's insect avatar while trying to protect Lin Xian. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's true form wore an odd expression. The unfolding drama astonished both him and his companions. Had it been recorded, it could have easily served as a gripping romantic drama of the year. In truth, his avatar had not perished, it was merely a ruse. Lin Xian had employed this illusion to cause Dong Yong considerable losses. Observing the escalating argument, Lin Xian raised his hand to intervene before turning to Dong Yong. Dong Yong, what is your purpose in scheming in the mortal realm and feigning an encounter with the fairy Z? This inquiry was merely to ascertain the truth. Subconsciously, Lin Xian sensed an intricate relationship between Dong Yong and Z, one that might even transcend their current lives. Dong Yong snorted, I simply wish to take my woman. I'm afraid, Fairy Z, you cannot be taken away, Lin Xian replied, arching an eyebrow. Naturally, Dong Yong would not divulge the covert appropriation of the Taoist fortunes by the Buddhist sect. However, Z's reluctance to remain with him only fueled his irritation. Without further ado, Dong Yong gestured, casting a spell to attack Lin Xian. As he initiated his strike, a nine-toothed rake materialized from thin air, crashing down upon him. Bang! Dong Yong was pinned beneath the rake, its prongs piercing through his body. I am the celestial marshal of the River of Heaven. How dare you, a mere junior, act so recklessly? Lin Xian declared, his voice imbued with authority. Having just retracted his avatar, his cultivation had surged from Tai Golden Immortal back to De Luo Golden Immortal. I concede this time. Z, I shall seek you again, Dong Yong declared, releasing a red blood mosquito that vanished into the void. Simultaneously, his body began to decompose. Lin Xian's gaze flickered as he retracted the golden rake, scrutinizing the scene. Is this also an insect avatar? Z exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Xian nodded. This insect avatar has likely been cultivated for nearly 3,000 years. Z gasped again. She had observed that Dong Yong displayed no fear of the celestial marshal prior to his departure. If an insect avatar could be nurtured for 3 millennia, what then of Dong Yong's true self? What stature and identity did he possess? As she pondered, a gentle voice resonated from the far reaches of the void. Z, your tribulation has concluded. It is time to return. Accompanying the voice was the appearance of a regal woman, strikingly beautiful. Mother? Z gasped in surprise. But before she could process the moment, the Queen Mother waved her sleeve, and Z was instantly returned to her side. This scoundrel dares to covet my daughter. He deserves death 1,000 times over. The Queen Mother then turned her gaze from the lifeless body of Dong Yong to Lin Xian, stating, Celestial Marshal, please stand aside. I shall personally eradicate him. With that, she plucked a hairpin from her head. Lin Xian was taken aback at this sight. Dong Yong's body is already dead, isn't it? The Queen Mother still intends to take action. In reality, she aims to scheme against herself. Upon realizing this, Lin Xian felt increasingly uneasy and was about to extend his hand to stop her. With a swift motion, the Queen Mother waved her hairpin, sending it towards the heavenly river. Instantly, a massive wave of formidable power swept forth. This power was astonishing and represented the might of a quasi-saint. Lin Xian, being merely a great Luo Golden Immortal, dared not withstand it. With a slicing sound, the edge of the heavenly river was breached by the Queen Mother's hairpin. Simultaneously, Dong Yong's false corpse was split in two. Marshal Tianpeng, deal with this rogue. I shall take Z back, the Queen Mother said with a shy smile. Grasping Z, she transformed into a streak of light and departed. Chapter 88. The inrush of the heavenly river in the void. Lin Xian stood in a daze. This was absurd. The Queen Mother's acting was utterly unconvincing. Clearly, Dong Yong's body had perished, yet she still feigned an attack. What a farce. Watching her leave without a word, Lin Xian's lips twitched in frustration. Had he known this would happen, he would not have agreed to the seventh fairy's request to descend and protect the mortal. Now he found himself ensnared in a trap. At the edge of the heavenly river, where the hairpin had created a breach, the Queen Mother pretended not to notice. Queen Mother, do you have the audacity to attempt to annihilate Dong Yong? Lin Xian thought, feeling embarrassed to expose her. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Xian swiftly appeared at the edge of the heavenly river. Indeed, as expected of a quasi-saintess power, the residual energy of the hairpin had yet to dissipate, and the breach had not allowed the river water to surge forth. Damn it, cursed Queen Mother, Lin Xian cursed inwardly. Observing the breach, he realized that in approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the residual energy would fade, and the heavenly river's waters would inevitably flood out. The Queen Mother had orchestrated this to frame Lin Xian, leading to his punishment for failing to control the waters. What a cunning scheme. Lin Xian couldn't help but reflect on how many times he had been outmaneuvered, managing to resolve nearly every instance until now, but this time he had erred. Fortunately, there was still time for a remedy. Lin Xian retrieved a jade pendant from his sleeve, channeling his magical power into it. With a crack, the jade pendant shattered. At the distant Tianpeng star, Tianxiu, Haisha, and Jinwu simultaneously looked up. Tianxiu took out the jade pendant, scanning it with his divine sense. Second brother, what has happened? Asked Haisha, rushing over to Tianxiu. Tianxiu's countenance changed, and he promptly replied, Elder brother is summoning us. The location is near the heavenly river. Quickly, gather all the water troops of the heavenly river and head there to find Elder brother. Understood. Haisha and Jinwu turned to prepare. Moments later, 100,000 water troops of the heavenly river departed from Tianpeng Star, heading straight for the heavenly river. However, Such a large-scale march would take several days to reach the river. At the edge of the heavenly river, Lin Xian held the supreme treasure Qinqin gold rake, quietly observing the vast breach before him. The Queen Mother had committed a wicked deed and fled like a thief. Yet, blaming the Queen Mother was futile. This was, after all, a conspiracy. As the time of a stick of incense passed, the residual power of the quasi-saint began to dissipate. Unable to withstand the surging waters of the heavenly river, Lin Xian flipped his hand, releasing the calming sea pearl, which could absorb external forces, designed to quell the turbulent waves. However, its effectiveness in blocking the breach was not particularly pronounced. Just as the residual energy faded, Lin Xian transformed, unleashing his divine powers of the earth and sky, his body expanding to a 100-zhang giant. He forcefully swung the supreme treasure Qinqin gold rake, which flew out and positioned itself in front of the breach, resembling a horizontal copper pillar, obstructing a substantial portion of the overflowing waters. Nevertheless, the waters of the heavenly river still surged forth. Lin Xian furrowed his brow, immediately directing his divine sense. Instantly, a portion of the river water at the breach appeared to halt, as if time had frozen. Thankfully, his mastery of water laws allowed him to control the flow. Yet, even so, the waters continued to pour out from the breach, impossible to fully contain. The breach was simply too large, after all. The Queen Mother's strike bore the weight of a quasi-saint's power. Currently, the calming sea pearl managed to block 1/10 of the river's waters. The supreme treasure Qinqin gold rake blocked 3/10, and Lin Xian himself, utilizing his mastery of water laws, also blocked 3/10. Yet, 3/10 of the river's waters still flowed out from the breach. This was insufficient. Lin Xian then activated his divine sense once more, summoning the Chaos Yin-Yang 5 Spirit Pearl. As it emerged, 5 distinct divine lights radiated forth, illuminating Lin Xian in a kaleidoscope of colors. At this moment, merely blocking the breach was no longer adequate. The breach at the edge of the heavenly river had become inherently fragile due to the Queen Mother's strike. Lin Xian initially intended to use the Chaos Yin-Yang 5 Spirit Pearl to control the breach, but reconsidered and promptly abandoned that thought. If he merely focused on blocking the breach, the surrounding area would inevitably breach as well. Go. He immediately summoned the Chaos Yin-Yang 5 Spirit Pearl. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Water Spirit Pearl, Fire Spirit Pearl, Earth Spirit Pearl, Thunder Spirit Pearl, and Wind Spirit Pearl emitted different glows, each flying toward a different direction. The 5 forces of nature, combined with the inherent Chaos Yin-Yang laws, intertwined, creating a tremendous binding force that swiftly enveloped an area of tens of thousands of miles around the breach. This range was already quite vast. Yet within the context of the heavenly river, it was merely a drop in the bucket. At that moment, the waters of the heavenly river, under this binding, began to slowly flow back. The 3/10 of water that had escaped the breach also began to reverse course. Thus, Lin Xian finally managed to single-handedly seal the breach. On the other side of the void, the Queen Mother, holding Zi, quietly gazed towards the direction of the heavenly river. When she saw Lin Xian alone preventing the waters from flooding, she was utterly astonished. She had anticipated a deluge, yet Lin Xian, with his singular strength, averted a catastrophe. The Queen Mother hung her head for a long moment, unable to regain her composure. Why does this Tianpeng possess the 5 spirit pearls of Nuwa? She wondered, perplexed. As a quasi-saint, she could naturally discern the situation. Could it be that Tianpeng had secretly become a disciple of Nuwa? The Queen Mother speculated wildly. Of course, given the connection between Marshal Tianpeng and Nuwa, the Queen Mother dared not act recklessly. The Queen Mother resided in the Jade Pool of the 9 heavens, while Nuwa dwelled in the Wahuang Palace beyond the 33 heavens, a true saint of unparalleled status. The Queen Mother governed the 3 realms, while Nuwa's realm encompassed the entirety of the primordial world. If Tianpeng could not withstand this trial, he would succumb to calamity. If he could withstand it, the Queen Mother would withdraw and allow him to proceed unimpeded. Murmuring to herself, the Queen Mother, with Zi in tow, departed from the heavenly river, heading towards the Jade Pool. Meanwhile, Lin Xian continued to control the waters of the heavenly river, patiently awaiting the arrival of the water troops. 2 days passed, and the water troops had yet to arrive. However, the countless stars within the river responded to the 5 spirit pearls, converging towards Lin Xian. This was the gravitational pull between the stars. Yet, Lin Xian, having mastered the laws of the stars, easily manipulated this force. As the power of the stars threatened to breach the gap, Lin Xian merely willed it, pushing the stars back. Days later, the water troops of the heavenly river finally appeared on the horizon. Upon arrival, they commenced the task of constructing a dam. Unlike the 4 enormous dams in the cardinal directions, the repairs here were relatively straightforward. After 2 full days of work, the breach was finally sealed. However, this is merely a temporary dam, still fragile and in need of the laurel divine powder and the refinement of the jade sound heavenly fire array. Fourth brother, I must trouble you to visit the heavenly court and the Guanghan palace to borrow the jade sound heavenly fire array and the laurel divine powder. Lin Xian finally had his hands free. He stepped out of the heavenly river, retracted his divine powers, and then turned to General Jinwu. Continuing, the heavenly wind is approaching this year. Inform the Jade Emperor that the formation may be needed for an extended period, and to gather all the divine powder from Guanghan Palace. As you command, General Jinwu replied without hesitation, cupping his fists in respect before hurrying towards the heavenly court. Chapter 89. Yang Chan is pregnant. The stars in the heavenly river flickered, and the cosmic nebula dissipated. At this moment, a fierce wind swept in from beyond the 33 heavens. Wherever it passed, the void trembled, the nebula retreated, mountains shattered, and the skies darkened. Any beings without divine bodies would surely be reduced to ashes. By the heavenly river, a gentle breeze brushed against Lin Xian's face, subtly stirring his emotions. Is it almost here? He gazed towards the 33 heavens. In this void, the wind he felt was undoubtedly the heavenly wind, which blows once a year. He recalled the last time he managed the waters of the heavenly river. He had just recently traversed here, then just an ordinary mortal, relying on various treasures to survive. Now, he had become a true de luo golden immortal, capable of shaking the entire heavenly river with a single hand. Yet at this moment, General Jinwu, dispatched to borrow the jade sound heavenly fire array and the laurel divine powder, had yet to return. Lin Xian felt a vague sense of foreboding. That damned Queen Mother carved a breach in the heavenly river, but left him to bear the consequences. However, Lin Xian understood that if the waters of the heavenly river were not controlled, it would inevitably flood the lower realms, resulting in calamity for all living beings. Ignoring the fates of the myriad creatures below, simply to force him into calamity, Lin Xian harbored no goodwill towards the heavenly court. To him, the heavenly court could very well be disregarded. Days turned into weeks. 1 day passed, then 3, 6 days, and half a month went by. The dispatched General Jinwu still had not returned. Lin Xian frowned. Half a month without word indicated that something was amiss. With this thought, he gradually lost hope in General Jinwu's return. The heavenly wind grew stronger, and the banners in the military camp began to flutter violently. However, the day of the strongest heavenly wind was still far off. On this day, as Lin Xian was observing the conditions of the heavenly river, a voice from the system suddenly resonated. Ding! A new plot has been triggered. The third Saint Mother Yang Chan has fled with her brother Yang Jian and seeks help from the host due to her pregnancy. Please make the following choices. First, assist Yang Chan in evading Yang Jian. She is gentle and obedient and must be helped. Reward: the divine ability of the fire eye golden vision. Second, refuse to aid Yang Chan, as helping the 7 fairies previously brought tremendous trouble. And considering Yang Chan is Yang Jian's sister, the complications would be even greater. Reward: the spiritual treasure golden dragon clipper. Yang Chan? Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. The rewards were the divine ability of fire eye golden vision and the golden dragon clipper. Puzzled, Lin Xian wondered why, if it was Yang Chan, the reward wasn't a lotus lantern or a mountain-splitting axe. Nevertheless, as Yang Chan sought assistance, Lin Xian, having been through similar experiences, subconsciously felt a strong aversion. He was quite vexed. Why did everyone keep coming to him for help? Despite exercising utmost caution, he was still deceived by Zi. This time, he simply could not agree. Before long, a figure clad in a flowing white dress appeared by the heavenly river. Yang Chan was tall, her face bearing a hint of coldness. Approaching Lin Xian, she maintained an expression devoid of any change. The surrounding heavenly river soldiers were captivated by her ethereal beauty, widening their eyes in awe. She was stunning, on par with Chang'e and the 7 fairies. Yet her stern demeanor gave off an air that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Greetings, Marshal Tianpeng, Yang Chan said, bowing deeply before raising her expressionless gaze to add, Marshal, Yang Chan has come seeking your assistance. What matter brings the third Saint Mother to me? Lin Xian feigned ignorance, knowing full well the reason. First, please check my pulse. Yang Chan extended her jade-like arm, her face flushing slightly. Lin Xian was taken aback, promptly checking Yang Chan's pulse, revealing a look of shock as he glanced at her abdomen. You, in a hushed tone, Yang Chan replied, I am with child. Lin Xian was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't Yang Chan supposed to have descended to the mortal realm and conceived with Lu Yinchang? How could she suddenly be pregnant? You came down? Lin Xian probed tentatively. Yang Chan blushed. I have not descended in nearly a century. What do you mean, Marshal? Yang Chan was puzzled by Lin Xian's inquiry. Nothing. Lin Xian feigned realization, then paused again. If you haven't descended, it means you haven't been with Lu Yinchang. So whose child is this? According to the timeline, the lower realm hadn't even reached the Tang dynasty. Had the celestial realm become this chaotic? Please do not make wild assumptions, Marshal. I am still a maiden. Yang Chan added hastily, noticing Lin Xian's peculiar gaze. This only deepened Lin Xian's confusion. How could one have a child without a partner? Was it possible that it was bestowed upon her by the heavens? He then inquired, how did you come to be with child? Yang Chan shook her head. I too find it strange. I had a very peculiar dream, and upon waking, I felt discomfort in my abdomen, which is when I realized my condition. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Indeed, spring dreams were not something one could pursue at will. How can I help you? He asked. Yang Chan blushed. My brother has become quite vigilant since learning of this. I wish to hide with you, Marshal, and simply ask that my brother does not take me away. Absolutely not. Lin Xian shook his head vigorously. Having already fallen into one trap, he would not allow himself to be ensnared again. Yang Chan was pregnant, but not with his child. Why should he assist her? Lin Xian surmised that if he refused, Yang Chan would likely descend to the lower realm and coincidentally encounter Lu Yinchang, leading to Lu Yinchang raising another child, which would ultimately be named Qinxiang. The mere thought was stimulating. Thud. Yang Chan suddenly knelt before Lin Xian. Marshal, I beg of you, please help Yang Chan. I do not trust the other deities of the heavenly court, and more importantly, this matter must not reach the Jade Emperor or Queen Mother. Otherwise, Yang Chan began to plead earnestly. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. He understood well that if the Queen Mother learned of Yang Chan's pregnancy, especially considering the child might lead a rebellion in the future, she would never consent. After all, the heavenly laws represented the authority of the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. Do you believe that staying with me will solve anything? Lin Xian challenged. Yang Chan raised her head, her gaze filled with determination. I can use the Lotus Lantern to assist you in managing the waters of the heavenly river. Chapter 90. System Upgrade 20. Lin Xian hesitated instantly. The magical power contained within the Lotus Lantern was indeed boundless. Moreover, Zhenwu had yet to arrive. The winds from the heavens were growing increasingly fierce, and there was a breach in the heavenly river. It was truly overwhelming to face this alone. In recent days, Lin Xian had instructed the heavenly river army to retrieve the discarded and damaged dikes from previous years and place them at the breach, which barely managed to control the water situation. However, this solution was merely a temporary fix. When the day of the strongest winds arrived, it would certainly be inadequate. After much deliberation, Lin Xian turned to Yang Chan. The fact that the three holy mothers were with child was already a violation of heavenly law. If one were to scheme, neither the Jade Emperor nor the Queen Mother could possibly use this matter to their advantage, as family shame must not be aired. Yang Chan's affair could be suppressed for a time. How could they allow her to roam freely? General, have you made a decision? Yang Chan looked at Lin Xian with a pleading gaze. Very well, Lin Xian nodded. Only then did Yang Chan rise. Lin Xian looked her up and down, then uttered a spell and gently blew towards her. Instantly, the armor of the heavenly river army adorned her form. Yang Chan noticed her transformation and immediately clasped her fists in gratitude, stating, Thank you, General. From this day forth, I too am a member of the heavenly river army. Lin Xian flipped his hand and passed the heavenly Dao ring to her. Once you wear this ring, even if Yang Jian opens his heavenly eye, he will not discover you. Yang Chan hurriedly accepted it. The heavenly Dao ring could conceal one from the probing of quasi-saints, rendering Yang Jian's heavenly eye and Sun Wukong's fiery eye utterly powerless. After her disguise was complete, Yang Chan infiltrated the heavenly river army and secretly took out the Lotus Lantern to aid Lin Xian in managing the water situation. Ultimately, her compassionate heart prevailed. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Fire Eye Divine ability and randomly receiving a life-saving hair. Please check the warehouse for collection. Lin Xian was taken aback. Was this the life-saving hair given to Sun Wukong by Guanyin Bodhisattva in Journey to the West? This treasure was remarkable, capable of resolving urgent predicaments at critical moments. Just as Lin Xian reveled in his fortune, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! A friendly reminder. A system announcement is about to be issued. Please prepare to listen and confirm your readiness. First, I am ready. Second, I am still preparing. Wait, what is this? Lin Xian was momentarily bewildered. A system announcement? This was the first time he had received such information. What was the system planning? Surely it wasn't he contemplating abandoning its duties? Lin Xian found himself in a state of confusion. After rewarding him, the system intended to withdraw? That seemed rather ungracious. At the very least, it should wait until the calamity of the journey to the west concluded. With a thought, Lin Xian responded. Please prepare, host. Damn. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before replying. I choose the first option. I am ready. Let us see what the announcement entails. Indeed, after he made his choice, the system announcement immediately materialized in his mind. Ding. Please prepare yourself mentally to better serve the host. The divine selection system will be upgraded to version 20 in the near future, during which super tasks will be issued. Please make the following choices. First, allow the upgrade. Second, do not upgrade. An upgrade. Lin Xian suddenly understood. After a year in the heavenly court, was the system finally about to implement some changes? This was indeed a first. Upgrading was certainly the way to go. Lin Xian also wished for the system's rewards to be more abundant, and thus he mentally responded, I choose the first. Ding. The system will enter the upgrade phase, during which it will not serve the host. Only the warehouse will remain accessible. Please anticipate. With that, the system fell silent. Realizing that the system had quietly entered its upgrade phase, Lin Xian checked the system. Fortunately, the warehouse was still functioning normally. Time passed day by day. General, Jinwu has yet to return. Could something have happened along the way? Perhaps I should go take a look. Tian Qiu stepped forward. No need, Lin Xian replied coldly. General Jinwu is at least a golden immortal. What could possibly happen? By now, Lin Xian held little hope for him. Even without the Jade Sound Heavenly Fire Array and the Laurel Divine Powder, he could still manage the Heavenly River. Tian Qiu reluctantly retreated. Lin Xian, feeling the increasingly fierce winds around him, made his way step by step to the edge of the Heavenly River. With a wave of his hand, the Chaos Yin-Yang 5 Elements Pearl flew back to him. With the breach under control, there was no immediate need for the 5 Elements Pearl. After some thought, he waved his hand again, sending the 5 Elements Pearl flying once more. The pearls headed in 5 different directions. However, this time, it was not to suppress the waters of the Heavenly River, but to absorb the heavenly winds. The Wind Thunder Pearl was positioned in the center, while the other elemental pearls were stationed in the 4 cardinal directions, forming a magical formation. Instantly, a powerful suction enveloped the skies above the Heavenly River. Almost in the blink of an eye, the surrounding heavenly winds converged towards that location. The control range of the 5 Elements Pearl over the Heavenly River was limited, but its influence over the heavenly winds was considerable. All the winds covering the Heavenly River were absorbed. Consequently, the waters of the Heavenly River gradually calmed down. The need for annual management of the Heavenly River arose from the difficulty of suppressing the heavenly winds, which caused tumultuous waves. Therefore, by controlling the source and eliminating the winds, the Heavenly River could remain tranquil. Fortunately, the 5 Elements Pearl was present. A smile of joy graced Lin Xian's face. As long as this state could be maintained, there would be no need for further management. They could simply wait for the winds to subside. On the 3rd day, when the winds were at their peak, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Heavenly River. As the system was in the midst of upgrading, no task choices were issued. It was not until he drew near that Lin Xian sensed the presence. Yangjian, Lin Xian, guided by his spiritual sense, turned to look. There stood a handsome young man, with a 3rd eye in the center of his forehead, wielding a 3-pronged spear, exuding an extraordinary aura. Behind him followed a black hound. Marshal Tianpeng, Erlang has come uninvited, and I apologize for the intrusion. Yang Jian clasped his hands in greeting. Ah, it is the Erlang Shun of Guanjinku. What brings you to seek this marshal? Lin Xian replied with a slight smile. Scanning the surrounding Heavenly River army, Yang Jian continued. I have come to search for my sister, Yang Chan. I wonder if the marshal has seen her. So you are in search of your sister. Lin Xian feigned a sigh. Not far away, clad in armor, Yang Chan had already stealthily blended into the Heavenly River army. Thanks to the concealment of the Heavenly Dao Ring, Yang Jian had not detected her presence. Lin Xian then shook his head with a smile, saying, "Erling Shun, you jest. This marshal is currently managing the Heavenly River and has not encountered your sister. Perhaps you should search elsewhere." "Not at all." Yang Jian's expression turned skeptical. He had clearly sensed the presence of Yang Chan nearby. How could the marshal claim otherwise? "Then let the hound of Xingtian search." Lin Xian shrugged, feigning indifference. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Xian. "Since the marshal has said so, I shall not impose further." As he spoke, he glanced down at the hound beside him. The hound barked twice and immediately dashed towards the Heavenly River Army. Chapter 91. The strength of the Heavenly River Army. In witnessing this scene, Lin Xian's expression tightened. This Erling Shun was rather rude. He had merely spoken casually. The key was that the Heavenly Dao Ring could only conceal heavenly secrets, not suppress aura. If the hound were to truly find Yang Chan, Lin Xian would be left embarrassed. "Fear not, I have a way to evade the hound's tracking." Suddenly, Yang Chan's voice resonated in his ear. Lin Xian turned to see her communicating with him through her spiritual sense amidst the crowd. Subsequently, Yang Chan cast a spell, enveloping herself in a radiant light that completely concealed her presence. The celestial dog, wagging its tail, passed by each member of the Heavenly River's naval forces. When it reached Yang Chan's side, the celestial dog sniffed around curiously, displaying a look of doubt, as if pondering why her scent had vanished at this very spot. With lingering suspicion, the celestial dog gracefully moved past Yang Chan and continued on its way. Thus, it traversed much of the Heavenly River, inspecting each soldier. Eventually, it returned despondently to Yang Jian's side, barking twice, causing Yang Jian to frown. How could this be? He had followed the scent all the way, only to find that Yang Chan had escaped. Moreover, the trail had vanished here. Yang Jian raised his gaze to Lin Xian, his expression tinged with displeasure. "Marshal Tianpeng, my sister's scent clearly dissipated right here, yet you insist there is none. Do you intend to conceal her? What does her disappearance have to do with me?" Lin Xian replied coldly, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Yang Jian, merely at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, posed no threat to Lin Xian, whose strength was regarded as average in the Heavenly Court, even unworthy of the Jade Emperor's esteem. Nevertheless, Yang Jian was rather arrogant, having secluded himself at Guanjinku. Embittered by past grievances with the Jade Emperor over his mother's rescue from Taosan, he had often proclaimed he would heed commands but ignore proclamations. Yet, had it not been for the connection of being an uncle, the Jade Emperor might have dealt with him long ago. In the grand scheme of the Heavenly Court, there were plans to use Sun Wukong to test Yang Jian, but the monkey had yet to descend to the mortal realm, stalling the initiative. This was a considerable headache for the Jade Emperor. At this moment, Yang Jian fixed his gaze on Lin Xian, speaking with an ominous tone. "My sister Yang Chan carries a great secret. I advise you to surrender her promptly, lest you provoke Erlang's wrath." Who are you trying to intimidate?" Lin Xian scoffed dismissively. With that, Yang Jian swiftly brandished his trident before Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at him, unfazed. "What, do you wish to fight? If you refuse to hand over Yang Chan, then I shall have no choice but to resort to force." Yang Jian's tone was imbued with a sense of dominance. "Very well, let me see your most formidable technique," Lin Xian retorted, his brow furrowing as Yang Jian lunged forward with a thrust of his spear, empowered by his magical might, creating an impression that it could pierce through the void itself. Lin Xian, without the need for a weapon, summoned his own magical power and flicked his fingers lightly at the spear's tip. A crisp sound resonated in the air as Yang Jian's thrust retracted immediately, his arm trembling from the backlash. "Are you a Deluo Golden Immortal?" Yang Jian finally sensed the formidable aura emanating from Lin Xian. In his recollection, Marshal Tianpeng had only been a Tai Golden Immortal. In a direct confrontation, they would likely end in a stalemate. At this moment, disbelief filled Yang Jian's eyes. After achieving immortality, each subsequent level of cultivation proved exceedingly arduous. He himself had lingered at the Tai Golden Immortal stage for centuries without making a breakthrough. "Shall we continue?" Lin Xian inquired, casting a sideways glance at him. Yang Jian, astonished, asked, "When did you make your breakthrough? That is of no concern to you. Do you wish to continue?" "Nay, how could Erling dare?" Yang Jian immediately sheathed his weapon, bowing deeply to Lin Xian. He then raised his head. Indeed, he had sensed Yang Chan's presence here. If the marshal truly had not seen her, that would suffice. Yang Chan harbored a monumental secret that must remain hidden from the Heavenly Court. If the marshal were to learn of her whereabouts, he implored Lin Xian to protect her, for Erling would be eternally grateful. Having spoken, Yang Jian retreated a few steps, turning with the celestial dog to leave the heavenly river. Humph. Lin Xian's gaze flickered, but he chose not to pursue further conversation. At this juncture, whether his own abilities were revealed or not mattered little. The celestial winds intensified, causing the encampments along the heavenly river to sway precariously. Some soldiers rushed to deploy their skills, setting up formations to stabilize the camps. Yet, due to the absorption of celestial winds by the five spirits pearl, the entire heavenly river remained tranquil, a truly rare phenomenon. Generals such as Tian Xiu and He Sha turned to Lin Xian, their faces filled with admiration. The prowess Lin Xian exhibited had left them in awe. Meanwhile, Lin Xian himself bore a significant toll on his magical energy. At that moment, Lin Xian seemed to sense something, glancing toward the heavenly river. Within it, the myriad stars shone brightly, emanating a powerful celestial energy that began to rise, drawn up by the five spirits pearl above. It was not only the celestial energy that ascended, but also portions of the stars themselves. Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise. The stars being drawn up by the five spirits pearl was an ominous sign. Contemplating the implications, he leapt into the air, soaring toward the heavenly river, positioning himself directly above the stars. This situation bore both advantages and disadvantages. To his delight, Lin Xian discovered that the celestial energy, once inadvertently separated by the five spirits pearl, could be absorbed by his body. This meant that his physical form would be fortified through the refinement of celestial energy. Realizing this, he promptly activated his transformative cultivation technique to draw in the celestial energy surrounding him. Instantly, a rich flow of celestial energy surged into his body, cleansing Lin Xian's physical form. This was akin to the legendary achievement of attaining a sacred physical body. Lin Xian's joy was palpable, as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. If he maintained this effort, it would not be long before he achieved a saintly physique. Casting a glance downward, he noticed the stars he had absorbed beginning to fall, yet the limits of his own power meant that the remaining stars continued to ascend. Lin Xian then directed his gaze to the heavenly river's naval forces. Soldiers, heed my command. Enter the heavenly river and bathe in the celestial energy to refine your bodies. His voice resonated powerfully above the troops. Yes, the multitude of soldiers immediately soared into the heavenly river, ready to receive the celestial baptism. Previously, without the control of the five spirits pearl, those lacking the golden immortal cultivation would have been torn apart by the friction between the stars upon entering the river. Now, with the proper means of control, they felt no fear. Boom, boom, boom. A day later, amidst the continuous sounds of breakthroughs, excitement radiated from the faces of the entire heavenly river naval force. They had previously been stuck at their peak, unable to progress. Although no spiritual energy was available for absorption at this moment, the enhancement of their physical forms compelled them to break through one after another. Some transitioned from human immortals to earth immortals, while others ascended from earth immortals to heavenly immortals. Remarkably, several generals even achieved breakthroughs to the golden immortal level. Thus, what began as a project to manage the heavenly river transformed into a sacred ground for cultivation. Chapter 92. The envious Li Jing. At the very moment the heavenly river naval forces reveled in the celestial stars, the Queen Mother returned to the heavenly court with Zi in tow. Zi had witnessed the chaos the Queen Mother had left for Lin Xian and attempted to speak, but was silenced by the Queen Mother. Upon returning to the Yaoqi, the Queen Mother confined Zi, forbidding her from wandering about. This was a carefully orchestrated scheme by the Queen Mother to ensnare Lin Xian, and she could not allow Zi to disrupt it. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Queen Mother approached the Jade Emperor, recounting the events that had transpired. The Jade Emperor was taken aback. The audacity of the Queen Mother was staggering. She had brazenly carved a breach in the heavenly river. Should the waters overflow, it would spell disaster for the mortal realm, and both she and he would bear immense guilt. The entire heavenly court could face dire retribution. However, upon learning that Marshal Tianpeng had managed to control the waters single-handedly, the Jade Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that the way the Queen Mother shifted the blame onto Lin Xian was exceedingly clever. Even the Jade Emperor couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Your Majesty, he remarked, though Marshal Tianpeng has temporarily managed the waters of the heavenly river, the winds are drawing nearer, and soon it will be beyond control. At that point, Your Majesty can hold Marshal Tianpeng accountable for his ineptitude in managing the waters." The Queen Mother wore an expression of wisdom and continued, "However, we cannot allow the waters of the heavenly river to flood the mortal realm. Your Majesty must take precautionary measures." The Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to Li Jing below and commanded, "Lord of the Heavenly Army, Prince Neza, and the giant spirit god, heed my orders." Li Jing, Neza, and the giant spirit god immediately stepped forward. "I command you three to swiftly assemble 100,000 heavenly guards and proceed to the heavenly river for oversight. Should Marshal Tianpeng fail to manage the waters, act immediately to assist him. The heavenly guards are essentially the celestial soldiers safeguarding the heavenly court." "We obey the decree," the three responded, bowing deeply before exiting the Lingxiao Palace. As they departed, the other deities felt a sense of bewilderment. They had anticipated that the Jade Emperor's final command might involve immediately apprehending Marshal Tianpeng. Instead, they were to assist him. The notion that Li Jing's forces would aid Marshal Tianpeng in managing the heavenly river was utterly bewildering. Of course, they were oblivious to the clandestine scheming between the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother against Lin Xian, as their previous discussions had been conducted in secrecy. However, Li Jing was somewhat aware of the underlying truth. He realized that this year's management of the heavenly river would likely lack the support of the Laurel God Powder and the Jade Sound Heavenly Fire Array, posing considerable difficulties for the heavenly river's management. This was something Li Jing was quite pleased about. Near the heavenly river, Li Jing led his 10,000 celestial soldiers, treading through the void and approaching stealthily. "Quickly, assist Marshal Tianpeng in controlling the waters," he urged. Neza, unaware of the Queen Mother and Jade Emperor's secrets, felt an impulse to seek out Lin Xian as they reached the heavenly river. "Stop," Li Jing abruptly commanded, delivering a sharp reprimand. "No one is to approach the heavenly river without my orders, nor can we reveal our presence." Li Jing's demeanor was stern as he instructed the soldiers. "Why not?" Neza asked, perplexed. The giant spirit god interjected, "We must act according to His Majesty's orders. Otherwise, it would be insubordination. As long as Marshal Tianpeng can control the waters, we should refrain from meddling. We shall intervene only when he can no longer manage it, as per His Majesty's command. Are we simply to stand by?" Neza scoffed, feeling disdainful at the thought of his father's cunning expression. Soon, they witnessed the scene of Lin Xian instructing the heavenly river's forces to enter the waters for a baptism of stellar power. They seemed to be overwhelmed by the increasingly fierce winds, attempting to plunge into the water to block it with their bodies. "Humph, this is the heavenly river. Filled with stars, it is not like a mortal river. Even as deities, should they jump in, they would surely meet their demise," one remarked. After a considerable time, one of the soldiers noted, "Wait, they don't appear to be attempting to block the waters." "I agree. Despite the fierce winds, the surface of the heavenly river remains undisturbed." "This defies logic," another soldier replied. It was then that the celestial soldiers realized the waters of the heavenly river were tranquil, completely unaffected by the surrounding tempest. However, the heavenly river forces were enjoying themselves, seemingly bathing in the waters. Neza, observing the heavenly river forces, felt a flicker of confusion. "Do I sense they are in the midst of cultivating?" The unspoken truth was finally voiced by Neza. Suddenly, bursts of radiant light erupted above the heads of the heavenly river forces, shooting skyward, their bodies enveloped in dazzling brilliance, and immense waves of magical energy radiated outward, causing the celestial soldiers to widen their eyes in astonishment. Heavens, the heavenly river forces are truly cultivating. They were harnessing the power of the stars to refine their physical forms, and their cultivation levels were surging. The celestial soldiers were left utterly astounded. Li Jing was taken aback. Neza was bewildered. The giant spirit god was equally confounded. The entire contingent of 10,000 heavenly soldiers stood in shock. The collective cultivation of the heavenly river forces was intensifying their physical prowess, and it was easy to predict that after this episode, the entire heavenly river force would effortlessly overpower Li Jing's heavenly guards. At that moment, the celestial soldiers could hardly contain their desire to join in, their envy palpable. Even Li Jing himself began to feel a stirring of ambition. This was a grand opportunity. If he were to immerse himself in the heavenly river, he would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement, surpassing the benefits of consuming Lord Taishang's 9-turn golden elixir. In the midst of the heavenly river, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in silence. Casting an intentional glance toward the distant darkness, a cold smile gracing his lips. With his cultivation as a great Luo golden immortal, he had long since Li Jing and his company. Aware of the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother's scheming, Lin Xian understood their intentions. On Li Jing's side, they could no longer resist the allure and charged toward the heavenly river like wild horses breaking free. Upon witnessing 10,000 celestial soldiers rushing toward them, the heavenly river forces were taken aback, fearing an assault. They leapt from the water's surface, weapons raised, positioning themselves in front of Li Jing and his men. Heavenly guards? This is the domain of the heavenly river forces. What do you intend to do? Tian Chao, with a stern expression, confronted them. He shared a similar cultivation level with Li Jing and felt no fear. The approaching celestial soldiers halted in their tracks. Li Jing raised his hands, signaling that he bore no hostile intent, and smiled at Tian Chao. Vice Commander Tian Chao, do you remember me? I am the Lord of the Heavenly Army. The Lord of the Heavenly Army, why have you brought the heavenly guards to our domain? Tian Chao responded, offering no courtesy. Li Jing continued with a forced smile. We come at the behest of the Jade Emperor to assist you in managing the waters of the heavenly river. We, the heavenly river forces, do not require your assistance. Be gone. Tian Chao waved dismissively, his voice firm. This clearly demonstrated Tian Chao's unwavering loyalty to Marshal Tianpeng, as he dared to rebuff even the Lord of the Heavenly Army. Their intention to assist was met with disdain, and Li Jing and his men felt their pride wounded. Although they aimed to aid the heavenly river forces, they were also keen to witness Marshal Tianpeng's potential failure. Yet that moment had not arrived, and they found themselves thwarted. Vice Commander Tian Chao, there's no need for such hostility. We also wish to bathe in the power of the stars here. Please consider our request. The giant spirit god ingratiated. Now the truth emerges, Tian Chao replied with a chuckle, prompting laughter from the surrounding heavenly river forces. The heavenly guards felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. The giant spirit god continued to flatter Tian Chao. What say you, Vice Commander Tian Chao? We all serve the heavenly court, do we not? Unexpectedly, Tian Chao's smile faltered, and he coldly uttered 3 words. Not possible. He then retreated, commanding the heavenly river forces. Heavenly river forces, listen well. Guard the banks of the heavenly river diligently, and do not allow any heavenly guards to enter. Understood? Yes. The heavenly river forces responded in unison, their voices resounding. This caused Li Jing and his 10,000 heavenly guards to immediately darken in countenance. Such an affront was intolerable. Neza stood with his hands in his pockets, casting a cold smirk towards Li Jing and the others. Anticipating such a scene, he had refrained from rushing over earlier. In the heavenly river, the majestic figure of Lin Xian, seated in meditation, slowly began to rise, coming into view of Li Jing and his companions. Lin Xian gradually opened his eyes, exuding an air of calmness. He extended a finger towards the distant Neza and spoke lightly. Neza, I permit you to cultivate in the heavenly river until the winds of heaven subside. Neza's eyes instantly ignited with fervor. Thank you, Marshal Tianpeng, he exclaimed, bowing deeply before joyfully leaping into the heavenly river. Li Jing and the others gazed on, envy evident upon their faces. Lin Xian cast a glance at Li Jing and said, King of the Tower, shall we strike a deal? Li Jing's eyes brightened at the prospect. What kind of deal? He inquired. I will ask a few questions, and if you answer truthfully, I may consider allowing you to join in the cultivation for a while. Please, Marshal, ask away. Li Jing promptly nodded. Do you know the whereabouts of General Jinwu under my command? Lin Xian questioned. Li Jing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I truly do not know. Lin Xian regarded him with a hint of skepticism and then continued. What of the Laurel Divine Powder and the Jade Sound Heavenly Fire Array? Li Jing quickly revealed his hands, presenting both the Laurel Divine Powder and the Jade Sound Heavenly Fire Array. Here they are, all in my possession. They were entrusted to me by the Antarctic Immortal before I arrived, and you may take them now, Marshal. No need. Lin Xian replied with a slight shake of his head, having the means to control the heavenly winds. The Laurel Divine Powder and the Jade Sound Heavenly Fire Array were of little use to him at present. However, his thoughts began to crystallize. The disappearance of General Jinwu suggested that the Jade Emperor had devised a scheme involving him. This was likely the second step of a plot against him. Lin Xian then asked, Why did His Majesty command you to bring 100,000 heavenly soldiers to me? Li Jing contemplated the question. If he divulged the truth, it would amount to betraying the Jade Emperor. Yet, glancing at the carefree Neza in the heavenly river, he felt compelled to speak. His Majesty indeed sent me to assist the Marshal, but we are to wait until the Marshal's governance of the Heavenly River fails before we intervene. Oh, Lin Xian finally grasped the situation. It was indeed the Jade Emperor who was scheming against him. Were it not for the beings of the lower realms, he would have long since relinquished his concerns. With his current power, he could easily confront the Jade Emperor. Marshal, may I enter now? Li Jing inquired cautiously. Observing Lin Xian. With a stern expression, Lin Xian replied coldly, no. Li Jing's spirits immediately dwindled. He understood that he was merely here to witness the humiliation of Tianpeng and that there was no chance of being allowed to descend. Thus, one side reveled in the cultivation of the Heavenly River, while the other, the Heavenly Imperial Guard, could only watch enviously, helplessly. The standoff persisted for several days until the heavenly winds gradually calmed. Henceforth, this year's heavenly winds could be considered at an end. Lin Xian withdrew the various arrangements he had made in the Heavenly River and emerged into the open air. Behind him, the Heavenly River soldiers, sensing the oppressive force of countless stars, hastily followed suit, their cultivation now concluded. Lin Xian glanced at Li Jing and stated, King, the governance of the Heavenly River has concluded for this year. If there are no other matters, please return. Tianpeng, you truly are. Li Jing began to voice his thoughts, but refrained from finishing, his dissatisfaction with Lin Xian evident. He summoned the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and departed in frustration. I am eternally grateful for the Marshal's support. I will never forget this great kindness, Neza said, bowing deeply once more. His admiration for Lin Xian had grown immensely. Watching Neza depart, Lin Xian remained expressionless. He yearned to summon the Heavenly River soldiers and sever ties with the Jade Emperor, descending to the lower realms as a demon. However, the system upgrade was not yet complete. He would have to wait. In the Heavenly Court, Li Jing and the others ascended to the Lingxiao Hall. Kingly, how did it fare? The Jade Emperor inquired solemnly. Reporting to your Majesty, we were unable to provide much assistance. The heavenly winds have passed, and Marshal Tianpeng has managed the Heavenly River admirably, Li Jing replied, his face composed as he bowed. What? The Jade Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. Marshal Tianpeng could manage without the Laurel Divine Powder and the Jade Sound Heavenly Fire Array? And what of the breach in the Heavenly River? Not only was the Jade Emperor taken aback, but even the Queen Mother beside him wore a troubled expression, utterly bewildered. This was a scheme they had meticulously crafted together. Seemingly foolproof, yet it had been unraveled by Marshal Tianpeng. He had managed to control the entire Heavenly River single-handedly, without reinforcement materials or formations. And the breach had been sealed. Is that even possible? The Jade Emperor was filled with astonishment. At that moment, the Queen Mother communicated through divine sense, Your Majesty. Before my arrival, I observed that Marshal Tianpeng possesses many capabilities. I suspect he may have assistance from Lady Nuwa. What? The Jade Emperor's eyes widened. It must be so. Otherwise, Marshal Tianpeng would not have repeatedly thwarted my schemes against him. The Jade Emperor sighed. Very well, perhaps we should consider simplifying the Calamity Plan. The Calamity Plan had become overly convoluted, causing the Jade Emperor considerable distress. He had long wished to terminate the Heavenly Court's involvement in the plan and pass it to the Buddhist sect for operation. However, the Queen Mother advised, Your Majesty, do not be hasty. The Emperor of the Tang still faces a challenge in the underworld. We can send Tianpeng there to see if there is an opportunity to seize any incriminating evidence against him. The Jade Emperor's gaze flickered. He contemplated simplifying the plan. However, the challenge faced by Emperor Li Shimin in the underworld was a collaborative effort between the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect, making it difficult to remove. Very well. Let it be as the Queen Mother suggests. The Jade Emperor conceded with a sigh. Chapter 94. Super task. The heavenly winds had calmed. Lin Xian left 1,000 Heavenly River soldiers behind to guard the river, particularly at the vulnerable site left by the Queen Mother. He specifically ordered He Sha to remain vigilant there as a precaution. The remaining troops were taken back to Tianpeng Star, including Yang Chan, who had mingled among the ranks. Within the Tianpeng mansion, Yang Chan respectfully bowed to Lin Xian and said, Thank you, Marshal, for your protection these past few days. I am deeply grateful. Lin Xian regarded Yang Chan, adorned with vermilion markings and eyes filled with affection, and waved his hand. Now that everything has concluded, I will not keep you. Yang Chan's expression turned frantic as she looked at Lin Xian. Marshal, please do not send me away. I have nowhere else to go. You could go to the lower realms, Lin Xian replied, puzzled. Did Yang Chan intend to stay on Tianpeng Star indefinitely? If that were the case, once she gave birth to the child, whose responsibility would it be? If the outside world found out, would he not become an unexpected father? Lin Xian had no intention of raising someone else's child. If Yang Chan went to the lower realms, she might even encounter Lu Yanshang, potentially reenacting the heroic tale of Lu Qinshang cleaving Mount Hua to rescue his mother, compelling the Jade Emperor to amend the heavenly edicts. However, Yang Chan immediately knelt before Lin Xian. I beg you, Marshal, please do not send me to the lower realms. Otherwise, the Jade Emperor would find me more easily. Yang Chan's face was etched with distress. Lin Xian frowned. Keeping Yang Chan here was not a viable solution either. If she went to the lower realms, she might be detected by the Jade Emperor's Haotian Mirror or Thousand-Mile Eye, inevitably facing disaster. Moreover, since Yang Chan had previously assisted him in managing the Heavenly River with the Lotus Lantern, it was difficult for him to force her away. After much contemplation, Lin Xian ultimately decided to bring Yang Chan into his secluded cultivation chamber. You may stay here, but do not wander about indiscriminately, lest you be discovered, Lin Xian instructed. He could only conceal her in this manner. Yang Chan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, nodding vigorously. As Lin Xian stepped outside, she gracefully settled into the spot previously occupied by her, immersing herself in the profoundly rich spiritual energy surrounding her. This place is truly splendid. It provides an excellent opportunity for my cultivation. Outside the estate, Lin Xian organized the Heavenly River's water army and instructed Tian Qiu to oversee matters diligently. Subsequently, he made his way to the hidden location of the celestial steeds. In a corner of the map of mountains and rivers, there lay an expansive forest, vast enough to obscure the sun, embraced by hundreds of ancient towering trees. Within this sanctuary, nearly 10,000 celestial steeds rested and recuperated. Seeing the steeds in good condition, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile awkwardly before departing. Currently, the system was still undergoing an upgrade, and Lin Xian was uncertain of what it would ultimately become. He could only bide his time. Upon leaving the Tianpeng star, he sought out the celestial prince of the Purple Tenuity star. However, upon his arrival, the desolate palace of the Purple Tenuity star greeted him, evoking a sense of puzzlement. Once, it was bustling with guards and attendants, but now it was devoid of life. Could it be that the celestial prince had vanished as well? A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Xian's face. While he could comprehend the disappearance of Zhen Wu, the celestial prince, being a quasi-saint and one of the four sovereigns of heaven, should not just have disappeared without a trace. After searching the palace thoroughly and finding nothing, Lin Xian proceeded directly to the heavenly court. Along the way, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to both Sun Wukong and Wan Lian. Soon, a reply from Sun Wukong arrived. Marshal, I am still at the residence of the great sage equal to heaven and have not received any news lately. The monkey remained, but Wan Lian's response was still pending. With his brow furrowing slightly, Lin Xian dialed Wan Lian's number, only to be met with silence once more. Unable to obtain the information he sought, he had no choice but to abandon the effort. At the heavenly court, Lin Xian slightly bowed to the Jade Emperor and reported, Your Majesty, the governance of the Heavenly River has concluded this year without any errors. I have come to report back. With the whereabouts of Zhen Wu unknown, he had no choice but to inquire with the Jade Emperor. Very well, my dear Tianpeng, what kind of reward does the Marshal desire this year? The Jade Emperor looked at Lin Xian with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Lin Xian replied, I require no reward. I merely wish to know the locations of my subordinate General Zhen Wu and the Celestial Prince of Purple Tenuity. Oh, they have gone missing? The Jade Emperor feigned surprise. Lin Xian chose not to elaborate further, fully aware that the Jade Emperor was putting on an act. You may return for now. I shall notify the appropriate parties to investigate the whereabouts of Zhen Wu and the Celestial Prince. The Jade Emperor waved dismissively. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xian gradually exited the Lingxiao Hall. From their earlier conversation, he sensed that the Jade Emperor was undoubtedly concealing something. He could even feel the Emperor's growing impatience, as if he were eager to find any reason to cast him down to the mortal realm. In the past, the Emperor would engage in reasoned discourse, wary of how his words and actions might affect his standing among the celestial beings. Now, it appeared that he was prepared to abandon reason entirely. After leaving the Lingxiao Hall, Lin Xian decided to visit Wan Lian's residence. However, the information he received was disheartening. Wan Lian had recently been demoted to the mortal realm. The reason being that he failed to reignite the heavenly fire within the glazed divine lamp in time. Lin Xian shook his head with a sigh. Wan Lian had always been exceedingly cautious, averting numerous disasters, yet he ultimately could not escape the Jade Emperor's machinations. Fueled by anger, Lin Xian returned to the North Pole. With both the Celestial Prince and Zhenwu missing, and Wan Lian having been plotted against and sent to the mortal realm, it was clear that Wan Lian had fallen into the hands of the Buddhist sect. Even if Lin Xian descended to the mortal realm to protect him, he would be obstructed by the monks. Upon returning to his residence on Tianpeng Star, Lin Xian arranged for a secret chamber next to Yang Chan's quarters and began to wait silently. Thus, 3 days passed. Beep. System upgrade successful. Is the host still present? Yes. No. Lin Xian was momentarily speechless. Why must such a question be asked? If the system detected the host's demise, it would likely have already sought another host. Yes, he replied, bemused. Had the system truly undergone an upgrade, it would have been better left unchanged. Beep. Congratulations. Host has obtained the Invincible Chosen System version 20. All functions are restored to normal. We wish you a pleasant experience. Beep. Detection indicates the host has triggered a new plot. The Jade Emperor is preparing to issue the host a final ultimatum, compelling the host to respond to calamity. The following super task is now released. Please make the following choice. Option 1. Choose to respond to calamity, no reward. Option 2. Choose to enter seclusion, no reward. Why has the system become increasingly stingy with each upgrade? There are no rewards now? What is the point of making a choice? Lin Xian inwardly cursed. Nevertheless, he proceeded to make a selection, curious about what the system would concoct. I choose the second option, enter seclusion. He would not seek knowledge from others. That was his principle. Beep. Host chooses to continue in seclusion, which signifies a determination to resist the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect to the end. The system gives you 32 thumbs up, and please make the following choice. Option 1. Choose to cultivate diligently in seclusion until reaching quasi-saint status. Reward. 1 billion years of Tao achievement. Option 2. Choose to enter seclusion for 500 days, with the option to exit at any time. Reward. 1,000 points of merit for each day. Cumulative to 500 days. Lin Xian blinked in surprise. This was the super task following the system upgrade. Examining the two options in his mind, he took a deep breath. The system had devised this super task to ensure he would delay. The longer he delayed, the greater the impact on the Buddhist sect. The first option involved remaining in seclusion until he reached quasi-saint status, at which point the task would be completed and the reward would be granted. Currently, Lin Xian was at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, not far from quasi-saint status. By relying on the power of the stars for cultivation and utilizing the boundless gathering array of heaven and earth, he could attain quasi-saint status in just a few months. Moreover, he had accumulated millions of years of Tao achievement in his storage that remained untapped. Thus, the first option merely served to tease the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. As for the second option, it entailed a seclusion of 500 days, meaning that regardless of his cultivation level, the seclusion period would remain fixed at 500 days, during which he could exit at will without restrictions. 500 days in heaven equated to 500 years in the mortal realm. By then, even Jin Chanzi would have undergone reincarnation once. The reward for enduring 500 days would accumulate to 500,000 points of merit. Achieving quasi-saint status would require the accumulation of merit for advancement. Additionally, certain treasures necessitated merit to unleash their peak combat power. Therefore, at Lin Xian's current level, merit was far more precious than Tao achievement. Considering his unwavering vow not to be reborn in the pig's womb, Lin Xian decisively chose the second option, seclusion for 500 days. Beep. Please select the location for the super task of seclusion. Option 1. Tianpeng Star, Tianpeng Residence. Option 2. Flee to the mortal realm and become a demon. Establishing a base in the mortal realm as a point of seclusion. Option 3. Within the heavenly river. Option 4. Inside the palace of eternal cold. Option 5. Within the Lingxiao Hall. Option 6. Inside the city of Fengdu in the underworld. Option 7. Yaoqi. A myriad of options unfurled before him, leaving Lin Xian momentarily dazzled. Secluding himself within the Lingxiao Hall. Did the system wish for him to enter seclusion in front of all the celestial beings? That seemed rather precarious. And what of the palace of eternal cold and Yaoqi? The system certainly felt off. After a thorough review, Lin Xian ultimately chose the heavenly river as his point of seclusion. This choice would allow him to harness the star power within the heavenly river to refine his physical form achieving two objectives at once. Beep. The location for seclusion has been successfully chosen. Please proceed immediately, as time will be calculated from the moment the host arrives at the seclusion point. In the secret chamber, Lin Xian's consciousness detached from the system. As the time for seclusion approached, one must adequately prepare for it. Lin Xian bore a mischievous smile, having decided to present a grand gift to the heavenly court before retreating. In a swift motion, he departed from the secret chamber and ascended to the skies above the heavenly pavilion. With a gentle wave of his hand, he retracted the map of mountains and rivers, ensuring that the celestial steed and the 100,000 celestial water troops were included in the retrieval. Consequently, as Tian Xiu and He Sha conducted drills with their water legions, the sky darkened abruptly, rendering them sightless. With another flick of his wrist, he also seized the heavenly pavilion, which was essentially a celestial abode and a type of magical artifact. Yang Chan, still deep in meditation, felt the earth tremble beneath her and could not help but change her expression slightly. After clearing his possessions, Lin Xian transformed, donning a black cloak that enveloped him entirely. "I shall pay a visit to the heavenly court," he declared, morphing into a streak of light. Moments later, he concealed himself within the clouds at the south heavenly gate. Soon after, Sun Wukong swaggered out through the gate. "Where are you off to, great sage?" asked the smiling Zhang Tian Wang, recognizing that Sun Wukong, now honored as the great sage equal to heaven, was off limits for disturbances by the celestial beings, thus compelling Zhang Tian Wang to greet him awkwardly. "Why should I, old son, be subjected to your watchfulness?" Sun Wukong glanced disdainfully at Zhang Tian Wang, dismissing him entirely. Incensed, Zhang Tian Wang gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. As he watched Sun Wukong vanish into the clouds, he coldly remarked, "If you do not return within half an hour, I shall report to the Jade Emperor that you have defected to the mortal realm." This was, in fact, an order from the Jade Emperor, as half an hour in the celestial realm equated to several months in the mortal realm. The South Heavenly Gate served as a crucial passage to the lower realms. In the depths of the clouds, Sun Wukong smiled at Lin Xian. "Marshal, you called for me?" "Assist me with a few tasks," Lin Xian replied, presenting the map of mountains and rivers to him and conveying his intentions. Sun Wukong nodded eagerly, grinning. "Rest assured, Marshal, I am quite adept at this." "Very well, proceed," Lin Xian replied with a faint smile. Sun Wukong took a few steps before promptly turning back, stating earnestly, "Marshal, I have recently acquired information regarding the General of the Curtain, who has reportedly been demoted by the Jade Emperor to the mortal realm." "I am already aware of this matter," Lin Xian replied. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement before departing.